After graduating with a score of 749 on the college entrance exam, I couldn't find a job. I went through 32 interviews and got rejected by all of them. Later, I found out it was the campus queen manipulating things behind the scenes. Whenever I submitted a resume, she would bribe a company to reject me. Her ultimate goal was to keep me for herself. At a class reunion, the campus queen took out my job offer letter from the largest biotech company in the market. She excitedly told me that she had secretly sent my resume to Life Start. After reading it, they didn't even need an interview and directly sent the offer. After hearing this, I didn't react as enthusiastically as she expected. I just calmly said, "Thank you." Blushing, she said there was something she wanted to tell me before graduation. People around us started to gossip, and she finally opened up after 3 years. But before she could speak, I asked, "Is Life Bank your family's business?" I thanked her but told her I wanted to make it on my own. I had already booked a ticket to return to my hometown the next morning, so I left the party, telling everyone to enjoy themselves. The campus queen was left awkwardly standing there, not expecting me to know her true identity. After a while, she also left the party and immediately made a call, instructing someone to find out my train schedule and seat number. She wanted to go back to my hometown with me. The next morning she arrived at the station, but I was nowhere to be seen, even after the ticket check ended. "Son, if you can't find a job, go home, your father and I will support you." At the parting banquet of graduate school graduation, Jiang Yan tilted his neck and finished the wine toasted by the last classmate, looked at the ceiling and blinked his eyes vigorously for a few times. The tip of his nose was slightly sour, and the toast of the classmates to exchange a few pleasantries. Back to his seat, Jiang Yan in WeChat to his mother replied, "Okay, Mom, I bought a ticket, tomorrow morning 7:00 train." This scene was coincidentally seen by Bai Ling, who was sitting next to him. Bai Ling furrowed her brows and asked Jiang Yan, "Class president, you're going back home?" Jiang Yan smiled to himself, interviewed with 32 companies, and was rejected by all of them. "I have the intention to stay, but Tianhai City has no intention to take me in, so I can only say a word of disturbance to this metropolis. You can't be discouraged. Class president, you're so excellent. It's too condescending to go back home." "Excellent?" Jiang Yan laughed. He had never doubted his own excellence before, and had even always considered himself outstanding. At the age of 17, he was guaranteed admission to one of the 2 best universities in the country, and at the age of 21, he rejected 16 of the country's top colleges and research institutes to study at our university. During graduate school, it was the talent and brilliance that was on display. Both the quantity and quality of his papers were far from being matched by his classmates. Everyone thought he would have a bright future, including himself. Until 2 months ago, he refused the opportunity to study for a doctorate and chose to enter society, and was given a hard blow by 32 companies. Looking around, many of his classmates, who had once been eclipsed by his various halos, all possessed a bright future, and in this banquet filled with parting thoughts and laughter, he suddenly realized that the clown was actually only himself. "Class president, Kuliai." Jiang Yan didn't let Bai Ling speak again, picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one go, saying, "Bai Ling, the classmates have already made a toast. I'm the class president, and you're the league secretary. It's time for the 2 of us to make a toast back." Bai Ling wanted to say something, looked up at Jiang Yan, who had already stood up, sighed slightly, and also stood up after her. The whole class of 68 students sat at 7 tables, and the 2 of them started from the table closest to the door of the hall. Jiang Yan, on behalf of the class committee, toasted with each classmate one by one, and Bai Ling was responsible for helping pour the wine. With the laughing Jiang Yan and his classmates in front of her, and each other's good wishes in her ears, holding the slightly cold bottle of wine, Bai Ling suddenly felt that this image was a bit funny. She and Jiang Yan seemed to be the newcomers who toasted at the wedding. Thinking of this, Bai Ling's cheeks instantly reddened to the roots of her ears. "Bai Ling, you didn't drink? Why are you blushing? Look at the class president, he's drunk dozens of cups before and after, and his face hasn't changed." Someone among the classmates noticed Bai Ling's abnormality. Bai Ling quickly adjusted her emotions, and said freely, "Everyone is leaving soon, and will soon be going their own way. I feel reluctant and happy for everyone, so it's inevitable that I'm a bit overwhelmed." All heart surging, "You at least have a drink with your classmates." Allah Yu, who is usually more rowdy, said, "After 3 years of graduate school, every party is the class president who drinks for you. You have to show it at least." Jiang Yan glanced at him and laughed. "Girls, it's better not to drink. If you want to drink, I'll accompany you to drink to your heart's content. I'm not going to drink with you. You, that amount of alcohol, drink down my 10 or more than enough." "Gentleman noble in self-knowledge." Allah Yu shook his head repeatedly. Li Yu picked up his wine glass and looked at Bai Ling, mission secretary, graduating soon. "Thank you for the 3 years, you and the class president, for taking care of me, and for your dedication to my classmates. I've already expressed my gratitude to the class president with a drink. Yours must be expressed separately as well. I'll drink, you have a drink. After saying this, Li Yu finished his drink in one go. Jiang Yan lifted the bottle of wine from the dining table and prepared to pour himself a full glass to accompany him, but Bai Ling pulled his arm. He looked at Bai Ling in surprise, and Bai Ling laughed. Li Yu has a point. It's graduation time. I am supposed to have a farewell drink with my classmates. She filled her glass and said to Li Yu, since you're the one who reminded me, let's start with you. Classmate Li Yu, I wish you a bright future and great success. Li Yu froze for a moment and looked at Jiang Yan, who nodded slightly after a little thought. Li Yu hurriedly poured the wine and said in imitation, I also wish Bai Ling a smooth sailing and all the best. The two of them drank out of their cups. Bai Ling was about to toast the next classmate, but she saw Li Yu pouring another cup and smilingly said, Bai Ling, you're a girl, so I can't take advantage of you. You drink one cup, I'll drink two. This cup, I wish you all the best. Hearing two phrases of wishing you success, Bai Ling's cheeks reddened again, glaring at him, not paying much attention. In this way, from Jiang Yan's solo toast, turned into Jiang Yan and Bai Ling's duo joint toast. A circle down, Bai Ling also drank 7 or 8 bottles of beer. She originally did not touch alcohol, but she drank so much on her first drink, and when she returned to her seat, she was already drunk. Sitting on the chair, Bai Ling leaned on the backrest, giggled and looked at Jiang Yan, said indistinctly, Jiang Yan, the classmates have finished honoring. It's time for the two of us. The two of us. Jiang Yan frowned and said, the two of us are exempted. You can't drink anymore. Can't be exempted. Bai Ling filled up her and Jiang Yan's wine cups without saying a word. Here's to you, to your help to me. I'll drink first. She then poured a mouthful into her mouth and stared straight at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan hesitated and drank along. Bai Ling filled up her glass again and said with drunken eyes, Jiang Yan, it's your turn to toast me in the second cup. Jiang Yan didn't want her to continue drinking and said in a bad mood, I have nothing to honor you with. I know ... It's always been you who took care of the class. It's you who took care of helping your classmates ... Me. I don't deserve you to toast me. Bai Ling laughed twice with a cheeky smile, stood up violently, and said loudly, but today is different. You have to toast me. This sudden move of hers drew the attention of all her classmates, and all of them looked at her and Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was speechless and had a feeling of regret that he shouldn't let Bai Ling drink. Look at this. Bai Ling pulled out a page with a hot stamped cover from her bag and read aloud, Letter of employment. Jiang Yan is hereby specially employed as the assistant to the president of the group's technology, Life Pilot Biotechnology Group. The banquet hall was in an uproar. Life Pilot, the #1 biotech company in the country and top 10 in the world. Ma Ming, this is the company you signed up for, right? I signed up for a branch's subordinate research institute. Class president, this is the group's technical president's assistant. A world of difference, I told you. With class president's ability, how could there be no company to sign up for it? Sure enough. And it's directly a high-level executive, his starting point of work. I guess I can't see the shadow in my life. Bai Ling looked at Jiang Yan like a treasure. Said proudly, I secretly sent your resume to the Life Navigation. The result is that they see your resume. Even interviews are not necessary. We'll directly send the letter of employment over. Shouldn't you toast me? Thank you. Jiang Yan stood up with a calm face and picked up his wine glass. Bai Ling also picked up her wine glass, her cheeks red as if she had dyed them blush. Avoiding Jiang Yan's gaze, she said, graduation is just around the corner. I still have something I want to say to you. Li Yu on the table next to him quietly raised his wine glass and Lu Nan next to him clinked it, and laughed derisively. Wine strengthens the courage of the people. The ancients honestly don't deceive me. Lu Nan also laughed. Goat for 3 years, finally say it. Our group secretary really can gawa. It is also met with our class president. This kind of emotional iron naive. The whole class has long seen out Bai Ling's heart. He cannot see, for another person. Which need other girls personally say. Jiang Yan did not wait for Bai Ling to open her mouth, suddenly said, Life Pilot is your family's industry, right? Everyone was surprised and dumbfounded when this remark came out. Bai Ling usually eats and wears very simple food. Her temper and character are also very kind. Her behavior is even more low-key. Getting along for 3 years, no one thought that she would actually have such a big head. Bai Ling looked stiff, wanted to deny, but met Jiang Yan's gaze. How could not tell a lie? Stammered, how do you know? You asked me to help pick up a courier before. It was sent from the headquarters of Life Pilot, and the chairman of Life Pilot is also surnamed Bai, so I guessed from that. Jiang Yan said frankly. Bai Ling, I'm grateful that you want to help me, thank you. However, the road ahead is still long. No matter where the road ahead is, I just want to walk on my own. It may be long, may be twisted, I just want to rely on myself too. Sweeping the line of sight in the faces of students one by one, Yan Yan smiled brightly. Graduation is approaching. Separation is imminent. I wish you all students unlimited prospects. What you have learned all have a place to utilize. The ambition of life can be a great show in the sky and the earth. The rest of our lives we have the fate to see each other again. We'll also have the fate to see each other in the future. And then talk about Bashan Night Rain. He knew that if he stayed any longer, it would only add to Bai Ling's embarrassment, and said, I have to catch the train back to my hometown in the morning, so I won't stay with you any longer, so eat, drink and have fun. Goodbye. After saying that, Jiang Yan walked out of the banquet hall with big strides, leaving only a sprightly back. For a long time, it was silent. Lei Yu and Lu Nan clinked their glasses and lowered their voices. Look at our class president's level. A student of biology, he can drag a bunch of literary words. The literature should be just like that. Bai Ling was hung out to dry on the spot, a little embarrassed. The wine suddenly subsided 7 or 8 points. But Jiang Yan is not there, she must hold the situation. She forced herself to act as if nothing had happened, and reluctantly smiled. The class president has to leave beforehand. When classmates continue. Come on, let's raise our glasses together. I'll toast everyone again. The chilled atmosphere gradually warmed up again, but Bai Ling always felt a hint of embarrassment in the air. After sitting for a while, she excused herself to go to the restroom to temporarily avoid this embarrassing situation. Just as she arrived at the door of the restroom, she heard the voices of several classmates whispering inside. It's a pity for the class president, such a good position. So casually rejected. He's such a proud person. How could he accept it? He wouldn't eat soft food. This matter, Bai Ling has botched it. But it's not her fault. She couldn't have imagined that the class president actually knew about her relationship with Life Pilot. Bai Ling hides it really well. After 3 years, I didn't even know she had such a big background. It's still good to have a family background. At the very least you can afford a soft meal that's sour. You want to feed the class president soft food too. What's wrong? You don't want to. Bai Ling looked gloomy, sighed darkly, and returned to the banquet hall. She stayed seated for a moment and sent out a text message. Have the driver pick me up at the school by 6 tomorrow morning, and make sure to be at the station by 7. After receiving the reply, she quietly contemplated for a long time, and when she was about to disperse, she added another one. Check the train schedule that Jiang Yan is going to take, and buy me a ticket with the same schedule early in the morning at dawn. Bai Ling got into a luxury car and quickly drove away from Tianhai University and sped off to Tianhai Station. In the car, apart from the driver, there was only Aixu Tianhua, the general manager of the Tianhai branch of Life Citation. This middle-aged man who called the shots in Tianhai's business world. When Bai Ling got on the car, he revealed a smile on his face and said, as if inviting credit, Miss, my idea is good, right? As long as we buy out all the human resource directors of the companies that Jiang Yan is applying for, so that he can't find a job, in this case, we will then throw out an olive branch to him. He will definitely return to Kyoto honestly, and will also be grateful to you. Well, Uncle Shu, you've gone to a lot of trouble, Bai Ling said indifferently. Zhu Tianhua laughed and said with a slight heartbeat, but I have to say, this matter has indeed taken a lot of effort. You don't know, 32 companies, each of his assessment reviews are first place. Buying off those human resource directors really took a lot of effort. One by one they all had to hire him. Luckily the companies he applied to were biotech companies. They more or less gave me a few points. Even so, we also promised a lot of benefits before letting them go. Bai Ling gave a hum sound and said expressionlessly, I will explain to Dad about the loss of benefits caused by this incident. You don't have to worry. Can be in the life navigation to do branch general manager. Yusu Tianhua is definitely a person elite character. At first he was in the heat of the moment, did not see Bai Ling mood unhappy. At this time and then cannot see the eyebrow high and low, he simply rolled the cover to go away. I don't mean this, don't misunderstand. Shu Tianhua smiled sarcastically and asked carefully, Missy, did things not go well? He refused. It has nothing to do with you. I should have thought that he wasn't such a person. Yusu Tianhua revealed a trace of embarrassment on his face and asked tentatively, he's so ungrateful, does he need to? How dare you? Bai Ling's stern gaze was fixed on Yushu Tianhua's face, scaring the latter into silence. He panicked and stated, don't worry Missy, as long as I'm here, absolutely no one in Tianhai will dare to touch a single hair on his head. Uncle Shu, the tickets are all bought, right? All right, bought the sleeper adjacent to him, and additionally booked one for another compartment. If you want to avoid him in the car, you can switch at any time. Shu Tianhua was originally quite puzzled, for good reason. Jiang Yan and Bai Ling were about to go to Kyoto. How come they suddenly had to go back to Jiang Yan's hometown? It was only until then that he realized that Jiang Yan had not agreed, and Missy was trying to chase her to someone else's home. Yu Tianhua secretly envied Jiang Yan. His own son and Jiang Yan is about the same age. If the favor of Bai Ling is good. But when he thought of his son's behavior at home, and then thought of the human resources director of each family's praise for Jiang Yan's appearance, he only had to lament in his heart that people have to die than people. After entering the station, Bai Ling looked for Jiang Yan everywhere in the waiting hall, but until 7 o'clock, she didn't see Jiang Yan. Seeing that it is about to the time of departure, Jiang Yan has not yet come, Yushu Tianhua can't help but ask Missy, it's time to check the ticket, will Jiang Yan oversleep? Should we call and ask? No need, he has a particularly strong sense of time. It's impossible for him to oversleep. Bai Ling's mouth was firm, but in her heart she was worried. Not that she was worried that he had overslept, but she was worried that something would happen to him on the way. Until it was Bai Ling's turn to check the ticket, and never waited for Jiang Yan, Bai Ling couldn't rest assured and dialed Jiang Yan's phone. When the phone was connected, Jiang Yan's sleepy voice came out, is something wrong? Bai Ling secretly breathed a sigh of relief and eagerly said, Jiang Yan, aren't you going back to your hometown? Can't catch the train, not going back. Bai Ling was delighted in her heart and asked with anticipation, why did you change your plans? Is it ready to come to life? Pilot. Not going, preparing for the exam. What exam? Jiang Yan Long Yan said, I'm sleepy, first sleep, send you the link, you see it yourself. The phone was then hung up. Bai Ling received a link from Jiang Yan on WeChat. She clicked in to take a look. It was the announcement that Tianhai University had released only yesterday afternoon, the recruitment notice for teachers. Missy, he's not going back. Well, he's preparing to take the school's recruitment test. Bai Ling carefully read the recruitment notice. There are so many people recruiting this time. Tianhai University hadn't recruited any new teachers for several years in a row, and this time, they were recruiting more than 20 people at once, with places in every college. What was particularly surprising was that almost every college planned to recruit positions that required a doctoral degree, except for the College of Life Sciences, which offered a position for fresh master's degree graduates as well. Bai Ling continued to look down, her brows knitting tightly into a ball. The restrictions for this particular position. Too harsh. Right upon hearing this, Yishu Tianhua also came over to look, and was instantly stunned by the dozen or so screens full of restrictions. Not only is it required to have received all one type of honor during school, must also have so many world-class competition awards. This various restrictions must add up to 50 or 60. Can we recruit someone who meets the requirements, and one must also provide so many skill certificates? Yishu Tianhua looked at Bai Ling doubtfully. These required certificates like what? Kayaking Level 2 Athlete Certificate, Dietary Nutritionist Certificate, Martial Arts Athlete Certificate. Do they have anything to do with teaching? As Life Pilot's chief in Tianhai City, Xu Tianhua was definitely an expert in recruitment, but how could he not have imagined that there were such harsh enrollment restrictions in the world? Can Jiang Yan fulfill the conditions? It should be able to. Since he's ready to enroll, he's probably sure about it. Yushu Tianhua was secretly stumped. Reading the recruitment announcement again, he said with certainty, Missy, don't worry. There's still a chance to persuade Jiang Yan. He definitely won't be able to take the exam. Why? The conditions of this position are so strictly limited. Both specific and detailed, it must be tailor-made for a certain person. Jiang Yan has no family and no background. This person definitely won't be him. Bai Ling nodded slightly. In this regard, she and Xu Tianhua shared the same view. This post was obviously internalized. Although Jiang Yan's wish was good, it was destined to be impossible to realize. Jiang Yan slept until nearly noon before getting up. Facing the empty dormitory, he was not in the mood to be sentimental, and clicked on the recruitment announcement to recheck it again. He pulled out 2 cardboard boxes from the bottom of the closet, which were filled with all the honors and certificates he had received during his undergraduate and graduate studies. Gold medal in the cutting-edge Forum of Higher Education Institutions in Eurasia. Life Sciences. First prize in the National College Student Skills Competition. Outstanding Student Leader of Tianhai University. He followed the requirements of the post, and one by one, he found the awards and certificates and put them individually, and it took more than half an hour to find them all. Looking at the honor certificates and qualification certificates that were neatly stacked more than 2 feet high, Jiang Yan wiped the sweat on his head and took a long breath of relief. Yesterday night he saw the announcement, immediately saw that this is a tailor-made position for others, but he still did not hesitate to decide to sign up. After all, staying in school to teach was too much of a temptation for a graduate, and besides, he was still having trouble finding a suitable job. As for whether he could succeed or not, he didn't think too much about it, but simply felt that there was no reason to give up on any opportunity, and it didn't matter how it turned out, just keep up the effort. Besides, he was very confident. Today is the deadline to move out of the dormitory. After noon, the hostel aunts are going to clean the dormitory building. Jiang Yan uploaded all the application materials to the school's recruitment website, had a simple lunch, and after sending all the unnecessary items back to his hometown by courier, he pulled his suitcase and left Tianhai University slowly. There is still a week from the written examination. Jiang Yan in Tianhai City, no relatives, and do not want to disturb the local students, can only live in the hotel. Just in time for the graduation season, and close to the summer vacation, it is the schoolboys and girls the most reluctant to part with the time. The major websites are showing that the nearby hotels are all full. He waited for more than 2 hours before booking an empty room. Just when the hotel check-in procedures, from the outside walked into a man and a woman. The man was a black man with a strong body odor that could be smelled from afar. The woman is an ordinary college student, wearing heavy makeup, leaning on the black man's arm. Jiang Yan seriously doubt that she has rhinitis, otherwise how to stand that smell. The black man walked straight to the front desk, not caring about the first-come first-served reasoning, and interjected in non-standard Mandarin to ask, "Is there any room left?" "I'm sorry, sir. We have no more rooms available." The front desk lady politely replied over and handed Jiang Yan's ID card and room card together. "Sir, this is your ID and room card, please keep it. The room is located on the 3rd floor, please turn right when you exit the elevator." "Thank you," Jiang Yan said politely, and was about to take it, but a big black hand grabbed it first and snatched the ID and room card away. The black man held the room card and casually threw Jiang Yan's ID card on the front desk. "I'm staying in this room, I'll give you the money. You go find another place to stay." With those words, he pulled out $300 from his wallet and dumped it on the front desk. All along, Jiang Yan had never had a good feeling about these foreign students, wasting educational resources for nothing. Not only were they not grateful, some of them even had an inexplicable sense of superiority. And now, this kind of thing that made him scoff, even bullied into his own head. How could Jiang Yan endure? With a succinct "get lost," Jiang Yan picked up the money on the front desk and slammed it on the black man's face, and snatched the room card in his hand. He collected the room card and ID card, turned his head and headed for the elevator. The black man didn't expect Jiang Yan to be so crisp and clean. He was dumbfounded by the money, and when he came back to his senses, he was so angry that he stormed out and shouted, "Wah wah 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 wah." Jiang Yan slightly frowned. The words shouted by the black man did not belong to any mainstream language. Even if he was proficient in 8 languages, he did not understand. "Little AI student, translate his words." A voice sounded in Jiang Yan's mind. This is the indigenous language of a small tribe in the Black Continent. Due to the content being too dirty, Xiao AI suggests not translating it. "How dare you curse." A hint of anger flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes, and he fished out a toothpick from his pocket. "Little AI student, strengthen your finger, strength and precision." He flexed his finger and flicked it. The toothpick between his fingers was like a yellow arrow cutting through the air, slanting and crashing below the black man's right knee. The toothpick instantly turned into pieces, and the black man's patellar ligament was broken by stress. "Ah!" A toothsome scream instantly resounded through the hotel hall, only to hear a plop sound. The black man fell to his knees, so painful that he hammered the floor while howling in pain. Jiang Yan slowly walked in front of the black man, looking down on him and the female college students who were already at a loss for words. Said, "This time is only a small punishment, pay attention to the quality in the future, otherwise, the next time will not be so easy." The black man was in pain with bean-sized sweat and tears dripping down, looking up at Jiang Yan with his face tilted up, his eyes showing remorse and fear. He was clear that it must be Jiang Yan's trick, but he didn't know how Jiang Yan did it. Due to ignorance, he felt even more terrorized by Jiang Yan, and gulped even more as he apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jiang Yan squinted his eyes at the terrified female college student and said, "Won't you call an ambulance?" The female college students only woke up in a dream, trembling, took out the cell phone, dialed the 120 phone. When she hung up the phone, Jiang Yan said lightly, "What do you want to fall in love with a foreigner? Just such a thing, is it rich or talented? Or have a face? Just to satisfy vanity? Go to school for so many years. Books are read to the dog with one speech." The girl's face turned red with shame, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan snorted coldly, did not say more, pulled the box and walked into the elevator. I don't know whether the black people are scared out of their wits or because there is no evidence, actually did not call the police, but did Jiang Yan less trouble. He read a book in the hotel in the afternoon. Near the evening when he received a phone call from the school personnel office, notifying the day after tomorrow for the on-site audit. On the day of the on-site audit, Jiang Yan came to the school personnel office in advance. But the candidates were all very active, and when he arrived, there was already a long line outside the personnel office. Everyone else was a PhD, and came with only their diploma and degree, while he was pulling half a box of auditing materials, which was particularly conspicuous. Jiang Yan's arrival caused quite a commotion in the queue. Everyone knew how harsh the restrictions for that particular position were, and they also wanted to know what kind of pervert could fulfill all the conditions. Even a few people at the front of the team purposely walked to the back to take a look at Jiang Yan. In response, Jiang Yan was blandly self-conscious, but he was also curious as to what kind of perverts were the other people who met the conditions. As gradually approaching the audit start time, participate in the written test gradually arrived, so that Jiang Yan did not expect is to meet the requirements of the special post. There are actually as many as 10 people, so that he cannot help but lament. The national students is indeed a crouching tiger hidden dragon. Because of the special post-audit material is too much, 10 of them were brought to an office to audit individually. Before the audit began, Jiang Yan put other people one by one to measure once. While he was looking at others, others were also looking at him. Occasionally when their eyes crossed, they all reported a friendly smile. After all, they were all high-quality talents, undoubtedly the dragon and phoenix among people, except for Jiang Yan. Even if they couldn't apply for this position, they wouldn't have the worry of not being able to find a job, so naturally, there was no hostility between you and me. Only what Jiang Yan did not expect is that there is actually one of these people he knows, called Yan Guang, is the previous student union president of Kyoto University. When Jiang Yan was the president of the school's student union during his undergraduate years, he once represented the school to participate in a forums exchange competition, had a meeting with him, and even won over him. The audit proceeded in an orderly manner, everything was steady, and everyone's materials were successfully passed, with written tests and interviews taking place in the morning and afternoon of the weekend. After it was over, Jiang Yan was about to leave, but was stopped by Yan Guang. He walked to Jiang Yan and said smilingly, "Remember me? Yan Guang, we met before in Kyoto." Jiang Yan smiled and said, "I recognized you just now, but I haven't seen you for a few years and have changed too much, so I didn't have the heart to greet you for fear of recognizing the wrong person." Yan Guang joked like an old friend meeting. "You're still embarrassed? Back then, in that debate on the forum, you single-handedly challenged the four of us and even took first place. A thin-skinned person wouldn't be able to hold up that kind of scene. No, Jiang Yan was humble. The two chatted and walked out of the conference room side by side. Yan Guang waited until there was no one else around and whispered, "I heard that your job search doesn't seem to be very smooth." Jiang Yan laughed to himself. "Good things don't come out of the door, bad things spread thousands of miles. I didn't expect that even you know about this little shit of mine. I also heard it from my classmates at Tianhai University." Yan Guang said with a straight face. "This matter, surely someone is behind the bad. With your ability, what kind of job is not just pick?" Maybe, said Jiang Yan non-committally. "Surely you can also see that this position is purely tailor-made for someone. None of us have a chance." Yan Guang stopped his feet and said seriously, "Jiang Yan, I'm not hiding from you. My family is also a bit of family business in Kyoto. If you are interested, how about developing in Kyoto? The position is middle level to start. The annual salary is guaranteed $500,000. Jiang Yan slightly shook his head. "I don't want to go anywhere else, either stay in Tianhai, or go back to my hometown." Yan Guang thought that Jiang Yaners, a pretext, said in a deep voice, "In terms of treatment, you can still mention again, if you have requirements." Jiang Yan calmly said, "Life pilot? I don't think you are unfamiliar with it. The position they gave me is assistant to the group's technical president. Yan Guang's pupils tightened, and then he revealed a bitter smile. It's because I'm short-sighted. I shouldn't make an offering to make a fool of myself. 4 days passed in a hurry, and it was soon the day of the exam. In the examination room, facing the complex 50 examination questions, the candidates were all concentrating on their writing. Only Jiang Yan was a bit distracted. He was torn between whether it would be too shocking if he scored full marks in the exam. However, if he didn't try to score as high as possible in the written test, he would definitely be passive in the interview. Jiang Yan knew very well that his interview score could not be higher than that internalized candidate in any case. And the internal candidate is likely to have been informed in advance of some of the answers to the written test, or even all of them, although this person absolutely do not dare to answer the full score. But the score is also certainly not low. After thinking about it, out of insurance, Jiang Yan decided to work towards a full score. Little AI student, activate the fully assisted question answering mode. Jiang Yan's hand holding the pen wrote uncontrollably, smoothly leaving a string of answers on the test paper. 3 hours of question answering time. Jiang Yan only spent less than 2 hours to finish writing. Walking out of the examination room, Yan Guang asked, "How do you feel it's all written out anyway?" Jiang Yan said casually, "By fate. How about you?" He by fate. In the afternoon, before the interview started, Liu Feng, the school's personnel director, hurriedly walked into Principal Wang Linfeng's office with a foil lacquered sealed file bag. "Principal, the written test results are out." Wang Linfeng took out the results summary sheet from the file bag, and after reading it, his face turned blue and he said angrily, "Is this Jiang Yan the person they're going to arrange to come in? Nonsense. He actually scored a perfect score. Isn't it obvious that he's a related person?" Liu Feng was stunned, and said in a voice, "Headmaster, it doesn't seem to be Jiang Yan. This Jiang Yan is the one from our school. He doesn't have such a big background." "As far as I know, it should be a girl." "Are you sure?" Liu Feng nodded his head. For the most famous student in the school, Wang Linfeng still recognizes him, but he didn't associate it for a moment. Under the annoyance, after stabilizing his emotions, he reveals a smile. "We really cultivated a good student. He actually scored a perfect score in the exam. Good. Good. Liu Feng wipes the sweat on his head and asks tentatively, "Then for the interview in the afternoon, should we lower Jiang Yan's score a bit?" "Why press? No pressure. Normal scoring rankings. Then in case Jiang Yan passes the exam, how can we explain to the other side? Account for it how you want. She can't do it on her own level. Who's to blame? Setting up so many tailored conditions for her is already enough for people to poke their spines." "Okay, principal, I understand." Coming out of Wang Linfeng's office, Liu Feng revealed a relieved smile. The world may have leaders who don't love talent, but there is absolutely no leader who likes to receive connections, especially as the director of personnel. In case of mistakes, all the pressure and responsibility all have to be carried by him, Liu Feng, who has always been very resistant to backdoor operations. Fortunately, Jiang Yan, the unexpected full marks demon, may help him eliminate the risk. How could he not be happy? Under the joy, he even considered, if Jiang Yan really got in, whether to find an opportunity to transfer him into the personnel department. At 1 p.m., the interview started on time. Generally speaking, the candidates at the front of the interview order have a high upper limit of scores, but the lower limit is also low, because when they answer the questions, it is the time when the examiner is most energetic and attentive, which requires the candidates to answer the questions richly and cover a wide range of topics. The order of the back, their turn. The examiner has repeated listening to a lot of points, preferring language concise, unique point of view of the candidates. In other words, if you want to charge high marks, the front of the order is better, and if you want to ask for stability, the back of the order is more suitable. This kind of 10-choice test, naturally, to rush high score, good luck. Jiang Yan, ranked in the second place, and the 3 questions drawn are just right for him. The content of the answer is very specific and on point. The performance of the examination room, thanks to the organization of all kinds of student activities, Jiang Yan has long been honed to cope with the ability to deal with large scenes, interviews, such occasions, naturally able to cope with this occasion with ease. The face of the examiner eloquently, listening to the 5 examiners, nodded again and again. Candidates from different colleges were interviewed separately, faster than the written test, more than 2 hours to the end of all, less than dusk, the final results were summarized out. The 5 examiners came to the classroom with the final score sheets below, I will announce Tianhe University's College of Life Sciences Position 1. The candidate's examination results: Tianhe Obo, written test 81.6, interview 84.7, total score 166.3. Liu Wenyun, written test 79.5, interview 87.4, total score 166.9. Yan Guang, written test 86.3, interview 88.3, total score 174.6. Jiang Yan, written test 100, interview 89.1, total score 189.1. When Jiang Yan's results came out, there was an uproar. Yan Guang sat next to Jiang Yan and looked at him with a ghostly look. LVC Yan, written test 96.7, interview 91.6, total score 188.3. With the last candidate's results announced, the recruitment result for the special position was settled and went to Jiang Yan. The classroom was full of whispers. Jiang Yan looked around. The expression on everyone's face was different. Some people were regretful, some people were indignant, and some people were annoyed. Jiang Yan paid special attention to the second place LVC Yan. She had a calm face, like this result had nothing to do with her. Yan Guang asked seriously, "Jiang Yan, getting full marks in this kind of question, are you really human?" Jiang Yan smiled humbly. Luck. Yan Guang skimmed his lips. "No wonder you said let it be in the morning. Your fortune is so deep." Jiang Yan gave him a mutual look and said, "You said by fate in the morning, your fate is also quite good." The written test only 3 more than 90 points, in addition to the hanging Jiang Yan and suspected internal LVC Yan, is Yan Guang best results. The two men walked out of the examination room side by side. Yan Guang said with emotion, "I'm not good at eyesight, or I underestimated you. I didn't expect that. In the end it's you who got into the exam. Awesome, awesome, awesome." The rest of his eyes took a look at the candidates around him and gloated. "I also don't know who is the one who was internalized. When I met you, I really deserve to be unlucky. Why don't you suspect that I'm the one you? If it was you, how dare you get a perfect score on the test? Normal people, even if they have the answer, they will definitely be thieves and willfully get a few points wrong." Yan Guang's gaze was clear, not doubting Jiang Yan's strength in the slightest. There was a luxury car parked outside the school building, very conspicuous, it with a Beijing license plate. "I should go." Yan Guang stretched out his hand and said sincerely, "Luckily I got to know you, so that my trip wasn't in vain. Let's meet again in the future. Remember to call me when you arrive in Kyoto. If you come to Tianhe again, you should also notify me in advance, so that I can show my friendship as a host." Jiang Yan also extended his hand to shake his hand. Seeing Yan Guang leave, Jiang Yan sensed someone approaching behind him. He turned back to see it was actually Bai Ling. "Why are you still at school?" Jiang Yan was puzzled. "I thought you had returned to Kyoto a long time ago." "I'm afraid that you're in a bad mood after the exam, so I stayed to accompany you." Bai Ling smiled and said, "Let's go. Treat you to dinner. I passed the exam. I'm in a good mood." "Treat you?" Jiang Yan said. "What to eat? Hot pot or barbecue?" Bai Ling's smile stiffened, and she looked at Jiang Yan with a complicated expression. "You passed the exam, yes. You look as if you are not too happy." "How could I be? It's just a bit of a surprise." Bai Ling forced out a smile. Her heart was secretly bitter. The experience of the intended person being too good was also quite difficult. Fortunately, after knowing Jiang Yan for a long time, and getting used to his unusual behavior, she quickly adjusted her mood, and said, "For such a big happy event as yours, you just treat the hot pot barbecue. It's too stingy. Then what do you want to eat? Pick whatever you want." "French food. I want a candlelight dinner." Bai Ling led Jiang Yan to an elegant, but not too luxurious French restaurant. In the dimly lit box, soft music traces tickled into the ears, the light fragrance was haunting, and the flickering candlelight shone on Bai Ling's delicate cheeks, reflecting the slight redness of her pretty face. Bai Ling familiarly ordered a few meals and asked Jiang Yan, "What do you want to eat?" "Same as you." Jiang Yan didn't even look at the menu and directly handed it to the waiter. After the dishes were all ready, Bai Ling raised her red wine glass and said, "Jiang Yan, congratulations, to be admitted to Tianhe University. This is what how many Tianhe students dream of. Who doesn't want to stay in the school and work? I'm a little jealous of you." "Thank you. Welcome to visit your alma mater often in the future." Jiang Yan raised his cup and clinked it with Bai Ling. "Jiang Yan, there is something I have to confess to you." Bai Ling said apologetically, "I'm very sorry, you were rejected for all 32 companies you applied for, but I actually arranged someone to manipulate you." "How?" "During the sleepless nights the other day, Jiang Yan tossed and turned trying to find out who was targeting him, and even pondered 1,000 means to clean up this scumbag, but he never thought that this person was actually Bai Ling. I thought that if you couldn't find a job, you would come with me to Life Pilot, so I arranged for someone to under Jiang Yan's scrutinizing gaze. Bai Ling became more and more embarrassed until she couldn't go on. Jiang Yan exhaled long and hard. I really want to try if a girl as good looking as you would cry if you punched her. Bai Ling saw his bashful face and asked, "You're not angry, things are in the past. Is it useful to be angry?" Bai Ling bit her lower lip slightly, and asked tentatively, "Don't you want to know why I made such a big deal of recruiting you? Because of my talent," Jiang Yan said rightfully. Bai Ling choked on her words for a moment, and after a long time she said, "Do you know what I appreciate most about you? Confidence. Fascinating. Confidence. Confidence is the source of a man's charm. You don't understand." Jiang Yan revealed a bright smile, satisfied with this comment from Bai Ling. "Hey, what is a man's charm? Can you have a woman's understanding?" Bai Ling rolled her eyes and said, "Jiang Yan, do you have any plans in the future? Planning to work at the university all the time?" "Teachers are very poor, of course. I'm looking forward to my new role in the school, and I'll definitely get down to work," Jiang Yan said without thinking. "Spending time with vibrant college students every day, without so much of society's deceit and old-fashionedness, this kind of life will definitely be enjoyable. The most important thing is that every student of Tianhai University is sure to be a pillar of strength in the future, cultivating such talents. Don't you feel a sense of fulfillment? As for poverty, I personally don't have much of a pursuit for material things, and nowadays it's also a great time to be all alone, so I don't need to be burdened by material things yet. This is not within my consideration." Bai Ling was slightly disappointed, but she also completely gave up the obsession of taking Jiang Yan away, raised her glass and said, "You will surely become a good teacher. I hope you can fill the world with peaches and plums soon." Jiang Yan smiled. "I just hope my students won't bother me too much." The two of them shared a drink. Bai Ling said, "Jiang Yan, since you've made up your mind that you want to stay in the school, let me remind you that you must remain vigilant. After all, you haven't officially joined the profession yet. I know, although the grades have been finalized, but there are still procedures such as political examination and physical examination for entry into the school. Any error in any part is enough to reject me outside the school gate. And that originally internalized candidate is likely to make small moves." Listening to Jiang Yan's tone of voice is relaxed, through a careless writing, Bai Ling's heart stirred and asked, "Are you prepared for this?" Jiang Yan smiled and said, "I am going to visit my mentor tomorrow morning." Bai Ling let out a long "oh" and revealed a smile of understanding.
Guys, if you want subtitles, you can include them on the video.
The next day, after accompanying Jiang Yan for dinner, Bai Ling departed for Kyoto before dawn, leaving Tianhai temporarily with her reluctance. After sending Bai Ling away, Jiang Yan simply ate breakfast and took a taxi to the old campus of Tianhai University, where his mentor Zheng Shiliu's experimental area was located in the Zhiji Research Institute. Jiang Yan carried 2 boxes of fruits and familiarly came to the ginseng group experimental area, and just after passing the laboratory closest to the stairway, he heard someone shouting, "Student, this is Mr. Zheng's experimental area, you can't just enter." Soon, a fat boy ran out from inside, wearing a bloated lab coat in front of Jiang Yan. "Classmate, who are you looking for? Please call first." Jiang Yan looked at him very familiar, guessed that he should be the new graduate student recruited by his mentor, and was about to speak, when he suddenly heard a surprised voice coming from behind the boy's broad body. "Elder brother Jiang Yan, you're back." This voice, Jiang Yan is very familiar, is lower than him. A term of schoolmate Shu Orange now should be under the tutor's hands of graduate students in the eldest sister. Yu Su Orange ran to Jiang Yan's body, patted the boy's shoulder, said, "Zhu Zhuang. This is the tutor often recite Jiang Yan's senior brother. You go busy, this does not need you to manage it." Zhu Zhuang looked at Jiang Yan with glowing eyes, slightly excitedly stretched out his hand and said, "Brother good. My name is Zhu Zhuang, often listen to the tutor to praise you. She also specially showed us this morning the school of the recruitment results announcement, pointing to your name to us to tell a lot of it. Hello, Zhu Zhuang." Jiang Yan smiled and shook Zhu Zhuang's hand. "The mentor is there, right, just in the analysis room. You go." Senior brother Jiang Yan nodded, handed the fruit to Shu Orange and slowly walked towards the analysis room. "Senior sister, I'm really envious of senior brother Jiang Yan. He's actually going to stay at the university to teach. And he's staying at the university with a master's degree. If only I could stay at the university in the future too." "What are you thinking? You haven't seen how harsh the conditions are for a master's degree. Can you do it? You don't know." The papers Jiang Yan published during his master's degree are much more than many PhDs, and the quality is also much better. Can you do it? I'm sure I can't. I don't expect to be like him. As long as I can stay in school after my doctorate, I'll be satisfied. Alas, same world. Same dream. Jiang Yan ignored the whispers of Zhu Orange and Zhu Zhuang. He walked to the door of the analysis room, knocked on the door and went in. Teacher Yo. Our teacher Jiang is here. Zheng Shilu didn't even lift her head to tease. There's no Mr. Jiang. There's only student Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan jogged behind Zheng Shiyu and skillfully gave her a back rub. Zheng Shiluo imperceptibly smiled in relief. It's good that you're staying in school. I have a bright face. It's all because you taught me well. Jiang Yan gave a small pat on the back. Since I teach well, let me teach for a few more years, Zheng Shilu said. Before I let you study for a doctor's degree, you didn't want to study. You had to go to the society to break into the world. Now it's good. You've gone round and round, and you're back to school again. I can't catch up this year, so I'll continue to study for my doctorate next year. Jiang Yan had a feeling of patting his own ass to death, awkwardly said, Teacher, don't. I'm really not a seedling for scientific research. Besides, the school has a rule that new faculty members are not allowed to upgrade their academic qualifications within 8 years. Whether you are a seedling for scientific research or not, I know. I don't need you to define it yourself, Zheng Shixiang said. You don't need to worry about the school's side. Regulations are dead. People are alive. I will make arrangements. Zheng Shilu's temper and her position in the school. Jiang Yan knew it all. She could do what she said. She didn't want to continue to dwell on the topic of studying for a doctor's degree. She directly said her intention. Teacher, I came here this time to ask for your help on a few things. Speak. Jiang Yan told Zheng Shiyu all his concerns, saying, if someone is making small moves, I hope teacher can help me out. This kind of thing, why bother telling me? Zheng Shilu glanced at Jiang Yan carelessly. Her flat voice was filled with unquestionable bravado. My students, can they still be bullied at school? Time passes in a hurry. From the political examination to the physical examination, there has been no one to make small moves. Even Jiang Yan's full score on the written test, there has been no one to raise objections, so that Jiang Yan cannot help but marvel at Zheng Shilu's energy. There is a big brother cover is a good thing to do. This recruitment was the first time that Tianhai University recruited new teachers on a large scale after a lapse of 5 years, and more than 20 people were recruited at one time. The long time span and the number of recruits were unprecedented in the school. Therefore, the school also paid special attention to it, directly arranging a month and a half for their pre-service training. Although all the others were doctoral degree holders and older than Jiang Yan, since only Jiang Yan graduated from Tianhai University and was more familiar with all aspects of the school, in the end, he was chosen as the class leader. During the nearly 50 days of fully closed training, the new teachers spent time together, and all of them had a very cordial relationship. Especially as the class leader Jiang Yan, not only to the various class affairs in order, but also busy to take the time to regularly organize some collective recreational activities, very pleased with the new colleagues. During this period, he also made a lot of good friends, among which the most frequent are Li Yud and Yang Shan. Li Yud is a doctor of physical education, both his training table and temporary roommate, eating and sleeping together for dozens of days. The relationship is naturally closer than others. And Yang Shan is also the Academy of Biological Sciences, will become a colleague of the same college. The relationship is certainly very human, can be compared. Of course, and the two close, these are just one aspect. More importantly, they are good, more compatible. After the pre-service training is about to face the new students to report, simply did not leave the new teachers to rest time. Class graduation ceremony has just ended. The various colleges have received the notice of claiming the new teachers. According to the regulations, the new entry into the recruitment of teachers are to start from the counselor teacher. 5 years later can only according to individual wishes to switch to full-time teaching teacher positions, so each college came to the vice dean in charge of academic affairs, that is, the counselor's direct leadership. Life Sciences College to receive Jiang Yan and Yang Shan's vice dean of academic affairs called Lu Lei is Jiang Yan's old acquaintance, used to be his freshman period of counselor. People are very friendly, but also very talkative. With Jiang Yan in the room, the three of them, although belonging to the hierarchical relationship, were not formal, and on the way from the school's administrative office building to the Academy of Biological Sciences, there was a lot of joking and laughing, which not only drew the three of them closer, but also gave Jiang Yan a general understanding of the work that was about to begin. Newcomers to the job. according to reason, should first go to the dean Li Kunshan and the other vice dean in charge of teaching Hongming to get acquainted, but they are not in the school on a business trip. Lu Lei first Jiang Yan and Yang Shan led to their offices. Counting Jiang Yan and Yang Shan, there are only 10 counselors in total in the College of Biomedical Sciences, working in 2 offices. Besides Yang Shan, there are also 3 teachers, Jia Zhihai, He Feng Rong, and Wang Linlin, who work in the same office with Jiang Yan. Li Kunshan and Hongming are not in. The whole hospital affairs need Lu Li to worry about. He introduced Jiang Yan and Yang Shan to the other 3 teachers, and then hurriedly left. Jiang Yan, you're good. We were reading that recruitment announcement and privately cursing the personnel department for coming up with such harsh conditions. What kind of pervert would have to be in order to get in? I didn't expect it to be you. Just after Lu Lialei left, Jia Zhihai warmly greeted Jiang Yan. Without waiting for Jiang Yan to speak, Wang Linlin followed. Jiang Yan, I'm curious, how did you get so many certificates? I know you're busy enough with your studies, and you're also working multiple jobs. How do you have the energy to study all those? Yeah. Jiang Yan, I'm also curious. Tell me about it. Feng Rong followed and chimed in. Facing the 3 teachers' passionate questions, Jiang Yan smiled bitterly and said, actually, it's not as hard as you guys think. Many certificates in there, all of them can be taken by registering, as long as you pay the registration fee. I used to have a fetish for taking the certificates. I tried all the certificates I know, and I've saved up so many of them. Really? Feng Rong was skeptical. Jia Zhihai laughed. Ms. Feng, Mr. Jiang is being modest with us, you still take it seriously. Jiang Yan knew that they wouldn't believe it, and didn't explain too much, just smiled. Yang Shan said, 3 teachers, on the way here, Dean Lu told us that the academy is very busy. Let us follow you for a few days first. Is there anything we need to do now? Do anything. Drink tea, read books. Do whatever you want, Jia Zhihai said smilingly, and as he spoke, he moved out the tea set. Teacher Jiang, Teacher Yang, why don't I make a cup for you 2? Jiang Yan and Yang Shan thanked him repeatedly. Yang Shan said with some disbelief, in that case, we are quite free. Feng Rong said, Dean Lu is busy because he is the leader and has to take care of every aspect. We only need to manage the students well. Now that the students are not in school, what is there to be busy about? Of course, you 2 should also cherish the present moment. After these few days there will be no more days of leisure, Wang Linlin reminded. Jiang Yan and Yang Shan looked at each other. Me, cherish the present moment. Teacher Jia, what kind of tea are you making? I'll taste it. Give me a taste too. A few days later, after having breakfast and just entering the office, Teacher Jia Zhihai, who was making tea, reminded Jiang Yan, Teacher Jiang, Dean Li is back. And we're going to have an all-teachers meeting in the afternoon. So the 2 of you are probably going to be busy. Both of us, Yang Shan asked in confusion. What about you guys? Teacher Jia, we're fine. The students aren't at school, we can't be busy even if we wanted to be. Feng Rong said smoothly. The only current highlight is the upcoming new student check-in. You 2 are new. The new students will definitely be given to you to bring up new counselors. Managing new students is a rule. They have learned it during the pre-service training. Jiang Yan and Yang Shan have been psychologically prepared for it. However, having been idle every day for a few days at work, and then suddenly having to be busy, both Jiang Yan and Yang Shan felt a bit uncomfortable. Especially Yang Shan, nervously asked, isn't the new student registration particularly trivial and busy? Actually, it's okay. Don't worry too much. Work there are sophomores and juniors. You only have to do a good job of receiving new students. Wang Linlin gave Yang Shan a peace of mind. Besides, there's Jiang Yan. He's very skillful at this kind of thing. Yang Shan looked at Jiang Yan with glowing eyes and asked in surprise, you've done it before. I've participated in it. It's all about how the teachers arrange and do it, Jiang Yan said in a low key. Teacher Yang, you mustn't believe Mr. Jiang's modesty. I guess you don't understand. When he was an undergraduate, as the president of the school student union, he once won the top 10 outstanding student cadres of the national colleges and universities, and this kind of thing like welcoming the new year doesn't have the least bit of pressure for him. Yang Shan, as if discovering a new continent, smilingly said, teachers don't say, I still don't know you're so powerful, said I welcome the matter of the new year will rely on you to arrange. Turn around, I invite all the teachers to have dinner, allow you to be accompanied. Under Yang Shan's expectant gaze, Jiang Yan nodded his head and acquiesced, instantly making her smile. Mentally thinking about the orientation work in a few days, Jiang Yan couldn't hold down the excitement in his heart. He finally found the feeling of work after a few days of joining the company. He was even looking forward to the arrival of the new students, and couldn't wait to start his career as a counselor. In the afternoon, Yang Shan and Jiang Yan just went to work, received Lu Liu Lai's notice successively, let go to Li Kunshan Dean's office and meet with him. Yang Shan went to the office and soon came back, and said with a smile on her face that Dean Li Kunshan was friendly, and did not have a frame. Jiang Yan met Li Kunshan. He said a round of welcome and encouragement words. In Jiang Yan think he is about to finish ready to leave, he suddenly turned, smilingly said, "I did not expect Jiang Yan, you actually put this special post cut off." Jiang Yan could hear that Li Kunshan must have understood the inner workings of that post, and said modestly, Good luck." Li Kunshan waved his hand. "You don't need to be modest, I know how difficult it is, you did a good job." He glowed and said, "President Wang is very happy. I approached him earlier to report on his work, and specifically mentioned you, praising our Academy of Biological Sciences for nurturing people well." "It's all because of your cultivation," Dean said Jiang Yan more modestly. Li Kunshan sipped a mouthful of tea and asked seemingly offhandedly, "Today, Director Liu of the university's personnel office proposed to me that he wants to second you to work in the personnel office. What do you have in mind?" Jiang Yan froze and said without hesitation, "Dean, I don't want to do administrative work for the time being, I just want to be a good counselor. Administrative work is tedious, and lacks a sense of accomplishment. For Jiang Yan, it's far less interesting than a counselor." Although there might be more opportunities for promotion, for Jiang Yan, who had only just started work, it was simply meaningless to consider. Li Kunshan looked at Jiang Yan with increasing satisfaction, nodded and said, "Then I'll help you to excuse yourself." "All right, thank you, Dean. Go back. If there's nothing else, you can always come to me if there's something in the future." As soon as she returned to the office, Yang Shan came up like a curious baby and asked, "What took you so long to come back? What did Dean Li tell you? Said that you're a doctor and belong to a rare animal, and told me to learn more from you." Jiang Yan naturally wouldn't tell Yang Shan about the conversation and casually perfunctorily said. "Really?" Yang Shan stared at Jiang Yan suspiciously. "Of course it's true." Jiang Yan was certain. "Bullshit." Yang Shan quickly came back to her senses. "Our academy teachers, except for you, are basically all PhD graduates. Why should they learn from me?" Just as Yang Shan was pestering Jiang Yan to pursue the matter, he received a notice of a meeting, allowing Jiang Yan to get rid of it. The meeting was held for all teachers. The dean and the two vice deans were present. The content was very short. Besides introducing Jiang Yan and Yang Shan, the two new colleagues, to the other teachers, the main thing was to arrange and deploy some matters for the start of the school year. Specifically, the new students of the class of 2020 were arranged to be managed by Jiang Yan and Yang Shan, with Jiang Yan in charge of 2 classes of bioengineering and 1 class of bioscience, and Yang Shan in charge of 3 classes of biotechnology. Since there has not been a new counselor with new students for several years, Li Kunshan attaches great importance to this year's orientation, and has repeatedly emphasized that all counselors must actively cooperate with the new teacher, not only sending class cadres to participate in the whole process, but also all staff on duty at any time on standby. In addition to welcoming the new students, the most important work is the military training of the new students after enrollment. Same as previous years, the new students are still divided into 6 companies according to their classes, except for Jiang Yan and Yang Shan, who are the instructors of bioengineering and biotechnology classes respectively. The instructors of the other 4 classes are served by the counselors of the sophomores and juniors. Jia Ji and Feng Rong were in charge of biotechnology class 2 and class 3 respectively, while the instructors of bioengineering class 2 and biological science class were the 2 teachers, LV Jinjin and Zhang Pangxing, from the other office. After the meeting was adjourned, under Lu Liu Lei's arrangement, Yang Yan and Yang Shan found Ms. Mao Yanyu, the faculty specialist of the academy, and asked her to print out the list of freshmen and dormitory allocation forms for each class. "Teacher Yang, the leadership of the academy has taken care of you. Oh, you have more than 20 less students than Mr. Jiang, and the percentage of girls is also much less than him." Mao Yanyu printed out 2 lists, and gave them to Jiang Yan and Yang Shan respectively. "So good. The academy is quite humanized." Yang Shan received the list with a smile, turned to ask in confusion, "Why is it good that there are less girls? Shouldn't it be that boys are harder to manage?" Mao Yanyu smiled mysteriously. "You'll understand when you've worked for a long time in the future." Jiang Yan explained, comparatively speaking, boys commit more offenses, but girls are more likely to fall out with each other, which makes it more of a hassle. That's true, after all, girls are a marvelous group where 4 people can build 8 groups. Yang Shan suddenly realized, patting Jiang Yan's shoulder with a gloating face, the hospital leadership can let you take on a big responsibility. It's your trust, and trust young man can live up to the mission. Jiang Yan slapped Yang Shan's hand away in a bad mood, and asked Mao Yan Yu, MS. Mao, you are still in charge of the college's student union, right? It's me. Don't worry, during the orientation period, all the personnel of the student union are all in school, so you can just arrange whatever you need at any time. By the day after tomorrow, I'll have 2 student council cadres go to you and be your liaison. Okay, hard work. Coming out from the faculty office, only the 2 of them were left walking side by side. Yang Shan did not have the calmness that she had in front of Mao Yan Yu just now. Her sad face was very unnatural. Jiang Yan couldn't help but ask what's wrong. Nervous Yang Shan was a little embarrassed. Although I have fewer students than you, but also nearly 200 people, the thought of the day after tomorrow will be the orientation, I feel numb. There is a kind of feeling of helplessness. In the end, it's still the lack of a bottom in my heart that makes me weak. Jiang Yan smiled and said, don't worry, it's not as difficult as you think. Coordination of the leadership, specific work with students, we only need to do a good job during the reception of the introduction on the line. At most it will be dry mouth, nothing more than enough water to protect the voice. Just really? Lying is a dog. Yang Shan's tension eased a lot. Lying is a dog. Back to the office, Jiang Yan was about to familiarize himself with the list of students first, when he received a WeChat from Li Yu. Jiang Yan, let's go shopping in the evening. Jiang Yan refused without even thinking. No, what shopping? Hate shopping, especially 2 big men. Li Yu, the day after tomorrow is the day of arrival of new students, not to buy a few new clothes. Not to pick up a good pickup so that the parents of the students feel the style of the teacher. Well, we are, after all, on behalf of the school. Tart. And I rely on the face on the line. Jiang Yan slandered a sentence. Do not go, say anything, do not go. Li Yu, did I invite to eat a big meal? Jiang Yan, okay. Replying to Li Yu, Jiang Yan asked Yang Shan shopping at night. Sure. The 2 of us. Yang Shan surfaced a touch of surprise. I'll go back to the dormitory later to wash my hair and paint my makeup. And Li Yu Diudo. Yang Shan suddenly looked a little disinterested. When do we leave? After you finish your makeup. No more painting, can't afford it. When shopping during the training period, Jiang Yan found out that Yang Shan and Li Yu were not short of money. Yang Shan shopping stores are light luxury goods, start tens of thousands of yuan a dress, pay up to the eyes, do not blink, and Li Yu compared to her is not much worse. They buy clothes only the pursuit of good looking, never ask the price. Last shopping, the 2 of them spent out 50,000 to 60,000 yuan in the morning. Jiang Yan initially also lamented that he met what fairy colleagues. On second thought, they have money is normal, after all, are doctoral graduates. Try to ask, family conditions are poor, who can hold out until the doctorate graduation? Long ago into the society to earn money. To the shopping mall, the 3 just walked in. Before they began to shop, they met a group of people blocked in front of a store next to them, surrounded by 3 layers outside 3 layers. Jiang Yan would like to go around, but was Yang Shan yanked his arm. Go! There is a lively hey. While Yang Shan was talking, Li Yu had already squeezed into the crowd first. Jiang Yan could only follow. In the middle of the crowd in front of the store, there stood a man and a woman. The man is still a child, looking just adult appearance, wearing store uniforms, obviously summer vacation students. Woman 40 years old or so, a rich face fat squeezed with folds, arm satchel on the LV logo is very conspicuous. Lev off the modern version of the landlady. Fat woman glaring, spittle flying, yelling at the boys. You in the end, no long eyes. Do not talk to me nonsense, you said. My shoes stepped on. How to do? The boy lowered his head, mouthing, Auntie, I'm really sorry, I was also pushed before I stepped on you. I don't care how you stepped on it, if you stepped on my shoes you have to pay for it. It's a natural thing to do, the boy said with a sobbing voice, but the money you want is too much. I only earned $3,000 from a summer job, where can I pay you $40,000? I will pay for you to fix it. No. Such expensive shoes, how can I fix them? Can I still wear them? You have to pay for new ones. Yang Shan turned her head and asked the man next to her. What's going on here? The person said indignantly. This little boy was bumped into and stepped on the woman's foot. She didn't say that she stepped on her dear shoes and wanted $40,000. and had to ask the boy to pay for it. Yang Shan looked to the woman's shoes, wondered two shoes did not see the difference. Is nothing more than a dirty point child. How bad it? Yes, we all think so. Just now someone to persuade the fight, was scolded by the woman. Now do not dare to say anything. The man lowered his voice. Sympathetic said, I think N.A. This child has encountered a scoundrel. The boy wiped his tears and said, Auntie, I really can't get that much money. You see, this is okay, I give you to sign an IOU, when the money later must pay you back. The fat woman's voice sharpened a few points. Is? Fooling the ghost, you ran away. How to do? You can rest assured. I am a freshman of Tianhai University. I definitely won't run away. You can go to Tianhai University to look for me at any time. No way. Tianhai University is terrific. In my eyes, shit is nothing. Don't say you are just a student. Even if you are a teacher, you can't lie. You'd cursed lowly. Jiang Yan, this girl owes to be cleaned up. Jiang Yan subconsciously answered, and before he came back to his senses, he glimpsed that Yang Shan had already rushed to the front of the two of them. Yang Shan angrily pointed at the fat woman. How much do you pay for this broken shoe? I'll pay for him. But you have to take back the bullshit you just said, and apologize. The fat woman froze, then revealed a cold smile. Yo ho ho, out comes a Thunderbolt learner. Little girl, look at your young age. Don't try to be brave. I have 40,000 for this shoe. Enough for a year's salary, right? Lai Yud walked out and said, You are so old, bullying people. A minor child would have been enough. Dog, I did not expect you also dog-eyed. Really? Dog on dog. Dog to whom? Who are you cursing? The fat woman's face was red with anger. Cursing the dog? Yang Shan glared at Lai Yud and said unhappily, Don't insult the dog. Lai Yud nodded seriously. Wrong, she is worse than a dog. The fat woman was furious, gritted her teeth and said indignantly, Don't you guys play smart here. If you don't pay for the money, we're not done. Lai Yud coldly smiled. How is it not over? HMP? I will call the police now. The fat woman snorted coldly and took out her cell phone. Yang Shan and Li Yud stood by coldly, waiting for her to call the police. They knew very well that the fat woman's reason for asking for compensation was not tenable at all, and the police would not help her when they came. They might even find her extortion. They don't care. Some people care. The boy panicked and walked to the fat woman. Pleaded, don't call the police. I'm still a student. If I leave a record, the school will expel me. Hearing this, Jiang Yan was stunned. He was just curious why this boy didn't call the police, so he was worried about this. Being so afraid of being expelled, it was evident that the boy was very studious and motivated, and being able to enter Tianhai University was enough to prove that the boy's grades were good. Both motivation and good grades are quite rare. It's just a pity that it's a legal illiterate. Jiang Yan also guessed with his toes that it must be a science student. Jiang Yan walked out from the crowd and said to the fat woman, Don't call the police. This pair of shoes, I bought them for him. Jiang Yan raised his hand to stop what Lai Yud was going to say, took out his cell phone and said, How much? I'll transfer you to WeChat. That's right. If you want to help people, take out the actual action. The fat woman squeezed out a smug smile, meaning to sneer cynically. Unlike some people will play lip service under the puzzled gazes of Yang Shan and Li Yud, Jiang Yan swept the code to pay the fat woman $40,000. WeChat arrival, $40,000 with the WeChat arrival beep. The crowd of onlookers let out a sigh in unison. The boy walked to Jiang Yan and said firmly, Big brother. Thank you, don't worry. I will definitely pay you back this money. Jiang Yan gave him a smile and called out to the fat woman who was ready to leave. The money has been given to you. Your shoes have to stay. They belong to me now. The fat woman was stunned and revealed a playful smile. The young man is young. I didn't expect to have this kind of hobby. With those words, she took off her shoes nimbly and prepared to leave with bare feet. Jiang Yan called out to her again, Don't go yet, your shoes are fake. You fart. My shoes are brought by my husband from abroad. No way. The fat woman looked as if she was greatly insulted. What am I worth? How can I wear fake shoes? Jiang Yan calmly said, Next to the Dior counter, let's go to appraisal. If it's true, I double the compensation. You. This is what you said. Don't back out. The fat woman looked happy. Do not regret. Go. The fat woman is full of confidence, even shoes are not worn, directly barefoot first toward the counter. Jiang Yan made a wink to the boy lifted the shoes, and Jiang Yan followed behind the fat woman. The crowd of onlookers, seeing that there seemed to be some action to watch, did not disperse and followed behind. Lai Yud and Yang Shan squeezed in the crowd. Lai Yud asked Yang Shan, I don't understand women's things, do you think that's real or fake? Yang Shan's face didn't look too good. I think it's real. Jiang Yan probably doesn't know much about it, and looked away. Sure. My mom likes this brand. I often buy it. It can't be wrong. Yang Shan nodded with certainty. Alas, this kid show off. This matter to me to deal with on the line. Wait for the police to come. Everything will be fine. Lai Yud sighed long and loud in anger. Still young Impulsive, the crowd came to Dior's store. After the fat woman explained the intention, the manager of the store balked at the request for identification. In the crowd of onlookers feel some regret. The fat woman pulled out a card. The manager quickly changed attitude, face like a bright smile. Busy, promised lady, please wait. I now declare identification. Wait. After seeing this flip-flop, the crowd all cast sympathetic glances at Jiang Yan. The young man is nice, but it's a pity that he hit the iron plate this time. Alas, that card should be similar to a membership card. How could someone with such a card buy fake goods? Look at this young man dressed flat, and then come up with $40,000. I'm sure it's a struggle. Not if we help the police. The onlookers merely felt sorry, while Lai Yud and Yang Shan's mood sank to the bottom. Come on, it's over. Lai Yud sighed longingly. It's hopeless. Yang Shan shared the same feeling. After a long wait of more than half an hour, the manager came out with a tray, on which, besides the pair of shoes, there was also a paper appraisal report. Under the crowd's expectant gaze, the manager looked strange and said, Unfortunately, ma'am, your pair of shoes are not a product of our company. The appraisal results shocked everyone, and a gasp erupted from the crowd. Lai Yud breathed a long sigh of relief. Yang Shan, your eyes are not allowed. Fortunately. Yang Shan was full of astonishment, looking at Jiang Yan in disbelief. How did Jiang Yan see it, and the fat woman face? All the self-confidence and arrogance are in an instant dissipated. Sharp voice resounded in everyone's ears. Impossible. It must be you. They identified it wrong. Ma'am, we also regret about this result, but this appraisal result is absolutely authoritative. Even if you go to the company's headquarters, it will be the same result. The fat woman lost her mind, and picked up the stamped appraisal report, looking dully at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan took in everyone's expressions and smiled slightly. With Xiao AI in place, how could the appraisal of authenticity be wrong? Your shoes are fake. How to deal with this matter? The fat woman forced out a smile, said, Little brother, I also didn't expect my shoes are actually fake. Let's do it this way. I'll return the money to you. Let's pretend that nothing has happened today. Jiang Yan laughed. This old face of yours is not only fat, but also thick. I bought a pair of fake shoes from you for $40,000. Just forget it. The fat woman's face changed. She didn't care about Jiang Yan's insults, and smiled unnaturally. Little brother, the words are not so. You are not buying shoes from me. You are helping that student to advance money. Jiang Yan smiled more broadly, asked Li Yudi lawyer Lai. With a pair of fake shoes, asked for $40,000. This kind of extortion is enough to be sentenced, right? Lai Yudi would say. Extortion and blackmail of $40,000 belongs to the larger amount and seriousness of the situation, and can be sentenced to more than 3 years and less than 7 years of imprisonment. Jiang Yan nodded, and asked the boys, Do you have a cell phone? Boys have long been Jiang Yan a series of operations. Shocked, speechless, stupidly nodded. There, what are you waiting for? If you don't call the police? Oh, I'll call the police now. The boy hurriedly pulled out his cell phone. This time, the fat woman panicked, hurriedly tugged on the boy's arm and begged Jiang Yan, Don't call the police, don't call the police. Something is good to discuss. Jiang Yan looked at the boy and asked, How are you going to deal with it? The boy froze. Me, Jiang Yan said. It happened to you. It must be your decision. The boys gulped nervously. And the fat woman pleaded, Child, I'll pay for it. How much can I pay? Don't call the police. I don't want to go to jail. Thinking for a moment, the boy gathered his courage and said, I don't want your money. You return the extortion money to this big brother. Also, you just insulted Tianhai University. You must apologize. The fat woman did not expect the boy's request to be so low. She was immediately overjoyed and busily said, I will return the money now and apologize to Tianhai University. Said the words, afraid of boys' regret, like, even slapped the ninth 4 slaps themselves, while slapping the side said, I this mouth full of shit, take back my bullshit, sorry. The crowd of onlookers saw that the fat woman's punishment was so light. They all felt sorry, except for Jiang Yan. The 3 of them threw a look of approval at the boys. It was rare to know how to work and study at a young age, and to be able to decisively reject ill-gotten gains despite poor family conditions. The crowd gradually dispersed, taking advantage of the boys' slight inattention. Jiang Yan led Yang Shan and Li Yu to leave the scene as well. Jiang Yan, your hand operations show Li Yu's eyebrows were flying, lifting his arm to give Jiang Yan a thumbs up, even though he was carrying something. It's true that it's a show, but I seem to have just heard a certain male teacher saying that Jiang Yan is immature and too impulsive behind his back. Yang Shan teased, unmercifully revealing Li Yu's old behavior. Alas, it's not all my fault for not recognizing the true God, but a certain female teacher doesn't seem to have a good eye either. The three of them talked and laughed as they went up the stairs to go shopping, when they suddenly heard someone behind them shouting, "Big brother, wait for me." Jiang Yan turned back. The boy from earlier ran over panting and bowed deeply to Jiang Yan. "Big brother." "Thank you." Jiang Yan sidestepped and dodged, said, "You don't need to remember it too much, a casual favor. Anyone else would have done the same." The boy shook his head. "There were so many people just now. The only ones who were really willing to step in and help me were you guys. If it wasn't for you guys, I really don't know what to do." "Big brother, my mom has taught me since I was a child to be a man who knows his gratitude. Let's add a WeChat. You have something, call me at any time, although I don't have any money, but the strength is definitely there." The boy took out his cell phone and opened WeChat. "Big brother, my name is Yu Zhijiang. May I ask what your name is?" "My name is Jiang Yan. I don't want you to return the favor, add WeChat even." Jiang Yan said, "You are a freshman of Tianhai University, we will definitely meet again, we can add again in the future when we have the chance." Yu Zhiang revealed surprise. "Are you guys the seniors of Tianhai University?" Seeing that Jiang Yan's trio was so young, Yishu Zhiang didn't associate them with the status of teachers at all. Jiang Yan gave a non-committal HMA, smiled and waved his hand. "See you later." Gratefully looking at Jiang Yan's figure disappearing at the end of the escalator, Yishu Zhiang suddenly slapped his thighs with some chagrin. "Tianhai University is so big, there are so many people, it's not that easy to meet again. At least I should have left a phone number." He hurriedly rushed upstairs, but he had long lost sight of Jiang Yan's figure, and could only bury his gratitude deep in his heart. The afternoon before the new students reported to the school, Mao Yanyu sent two cadres from the student union to find Jiang Yan and Yang Shan. One is called Lin Tianming, the vice president of the student union, and the other is called Lan Xin-nai, the Secretary General of the Student Union. "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Yang, during the new student registration period, Zinni and I will be the liaison for you two. Do you two teachers have anything to explain?" "Tianming, you follow me in these 2 days." "Zinni, Teacher Jiang has experience and will have less work. You're a girl, so you'll follow Teacher Jiang." Yang Shan preempted the arrangement and asked Jiang Yan, "Teacher Jiang, you don't have an opinion, do you?" Of course Jiang Yan doesn't care. After thinking about it, he asked, "Is the academy's sunshade already ready? The student union has already supported the parasols and set up the tables this morning." "All right. Let's go take a look at the parasols first." The orientation stations of all the colleges of Tianhai University were uniformly set up in the outdoor stadium, and the College of Life Sciences was located in the northwest corner, where 2 parasols had already been set up, respectively writing Bioengineering, Bioscience, the College of Biological Sciences, and Biotechnology, College of Biological Sciences. 2 tables and 4 chairs were set up under the umbrellas, and Lan Xin said, "Teachers, there will be 3 students to help you do the registration of new students in the next 2 days, and Lin Tianming and I will be here with you the whole time. You guys have worked hard." There was still an afternoon to set up, there were only a few sunshades on the stadium, the other colleges basically hadn't acted yet. Jiang Yan was satisfied with the efficiency of the student union. "Tell us about the process of new student registration." "Okay, teacher." After the new students arrive at the school, there is a guide desk at the entrance instructing them to report to the stadium, and for the new students who take the reception bus, the bus will park directly at the entrance of the stadium. There are students from our institution at the gate to direct them to report here. After verifying the identity of the new students and registering them properly, there were members of the student council and sophomore and junior class officers who led them to collect their bedding, to lab coats and military uniforms, and then took them to the dormitory. "This won't work." Jiang Yan shook his head. "There are too many new students, and the older students are too busy. In this case, you inform the new students that after they report and register, let the older students lead them directly to the dormitory. And then the new students will go and collect the bedding and clothing on their own." "Okay, teacher." Lan Xini jotted down Jiang Yan's request on her notebook. Lin Tianming looked at Yang Shan. Yang Shan said, "I'll do the same. I'll build 3 new student groups. You wait and print out the group QR code and stick it on the table. when the new students report, let them scan the code directly into the group OK. Teacher Lan Xinyi wrote it down again. Yang Shan signaled Lin Tianming to also write down Jiang Yan's arrangement and said, "Same for me also, ask with the sophomore and junior reception students to make sure to introduce the location of the school's cafeteria, sports hall, library, laboratories, teaching buildings and some other important places on the way." OK teacher this time. The one who answered was not only Lan Xinyi, but also Lin Tianming. Lin Tianming then shifted his gaze from Jiang Yan to Yang Shan, who gave a slightly embarrassed smile. "I'm the same." After rearranging the general flow of tomorrow's orientation, Jiang Yan left the reception station and fielded each of his students' dormitories, making sure that everything was fine before returning to the office. Early the next morning, with the first ray of sunshine in the morning, several school buses for orientation drove out of the school in a row, while Jiang Yan had already arrived at the stadium. There were still more than half an hour before the working time, only students were busy in the stadium. When Jiang Yan walked to the reception station, Lan Xinyi and Lin Tianming were leading the students to work. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Lan Xinyi greeted Jiang Yan and clapped her hands. "Students all stop. This is Teacher Jiang Yan. In these few days, all of you have to follow the command of Mr. Jiang and Ms. Yang Shan in all actions." A dozen of students boomed their greetings to the two teachers. "Good day." Teacher Jiang Yan smiled and nodded, asking Lan Xinyi, "None of the students have had breakfast yet, right?" "Not yet, teacher." Lan Xinyi said, "We won't eat breakfast. There are activities in the academy. It's common for us to skip breakfast. We're used to it. That won't do. I don't care about other activities. Help me work absolutely can't affect the meal." Jiang Yan looked at the students who were busy, took out his campus card and said, "You take someone to buy breakfast, no need, right?" Lan Xinyi was a bit surprised and hesitated to take Jiang Yan's card. "Listen to me, buy more. No one should go hungry." Lan Xinyi joined the student union for 3 years, participated in countless activities big and small, no matter if she woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning, or was busy until the wee hours of the night, but she had never seen any teacher buy food for the students. For a moment she did not know what to say, panicked, said thank you, let a student hurriedly rush to the dining hall. On the first day of the new student registration, Yu Shujiang came to Tianhai University early. 2 days of reporting time. He originally did not need to come on the first day. Late one day, one more day of work and earn $100 or $10. However, he thought, a day earlier to report, then other students can be familiar with this brand new environment a day earlier. Early to adapt to the new life only benefits no harm, and new students report so busy, he may also be able to help the teacher to do some of the work that can be done. Yikshu Jiang followed the guide, all the way to find the freshman reporting place of the Academy of Biological Sciences. When he saw Jiang Yan sitting in the umbrella of the Academy of Biological Sciences, he was stunned at once. "Senior, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence, seeing you again on my first day of reporting." Seeing Yikshu Jiang, Jiang Yan was also surprised and laughed. "I didn't expect that you are also from the Academy of Biological Sciences." "You are also from the Academy of Biological Sciences? Ah, I've been thinking about how to find you for the past 2 days. I really didn't expect that you are actually my direct senior." Xu Jiang grinned straight. Lan Xinyi looked at Zhu Jiang with a strange gaze and said, "This senior? Are you a new student?" "Yes, senior. I'm a biological science major." Xu Jiang said politely. "I reckon you're a bit mistaken. He's not your senior but your counselor teacher, Mr. Jiang Yan." Zhu Jiang froze and hesitantly looked at Jiang Yan. Teacher Jiang Yan nodded. "I only said I'm from Tianhai University, but I didn't say I'm a student." Yikshu Jiang heatedly giggled. "Mr. Jiang, to be a university teacher at such a young age, you are awesome." Jiang Yan smiled, flipping through the roster of biological science majors. There was indeed Xu Jiang's name, saying, "Where's your acceptance letter and ID card?" Yushu Jiang panicked, and took out the acceptance letter and ID card from his backpack and handed them to Jiang Yan. "Teacher, please look." After Jiang Yan verified that it was correct, he handed the ID back to him and said, "You live in dormitory 6421 of the 6th dormitory building, go to the dormitory first. Wang Ming, you lead this schoolmate to the dormitory." Wang Ming answered and walked over, helping Xu Jiang pull the suitcase. "Let's go." "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, senior." Yishu Jiang said his thanks and took the suitcase from Wang Ming's hand again, saying, "You're all quite busy. I can find the dormitory on my own." Wang Ming looked at Jiang Yan, who nodded and said to Zhu Jiang, You'll take the luggage to the dormitory later, and remember to go to the logistics office to collect the bedding and clothing. Okay, teacher. After Su Jiang left, Lan Xinyi said, Teacher Jiang. Just now this student is very self-reliant. He didn't even let his parents send him. He came on his own. A pretty good student. Jiang Yan smiled, and suddenly thought that maybe it would be a good candidate to let Xu Jiang be the military training liaison for the biological science class. However, this thought flashed by. Generally speaking, the military training liaison for boys will become the class president, and the liaison for girls will become the secretary of the group, so these two candidates must be careful, or they need to get to know each other in depth. Going to school is too positive. There is something wrong with your thinking. Jiang Yan has always thought that this sentence only applies to poor students. Today he realized that it also has applicability to famous brand college students. Somewhat different from what he expected, the current students were much less motivated to enroll in school. In the morning there were only a dozen or so new students who reported to the school, and both Jiang Yan and the students who were helping were idle and sleepy. In the afternoon, with the passage of time, especially near the evening, the new students gradually reached the peak, the most crowded time. In front of the umbrella queue of students and parents can be more than 10 meters away. Even if you are prepared. Jiang Yan is also busy. With the arrival of another welcome bus, Jiang Yan suddenly realized that only he and Lan Xinyi are left in the parasol. Others are sent to lead the new students to identify the dormitory. Looking at the crowd of people, Lan Xinyi said, Mr. Jiang, we don't have enough manpower. Does the academy still have students that can be called in? Jiang Yan had long realized this problem, but even though he stopped arranging older students to lead the way for the boys and only cared for the girls, he still couldn't spare anyone. No more. Sophomore and junior haven't even started school yet. Only the class cadres arrived early. They're all here. Jiang Yan was busy registering the new students, while estimating that at least 10 more people would be needed to turn over the manpower. He looked at Yang Shan's side, and it so happened that Yang Shan was also looking at him, and anxiously shouted, Jiang Yan, I can't spare any more people on my side. What should I do? I'll figure it out. Jiang Yan succinctly replied back and asked Lan Xinyi, Xinyi, you only said sophomores and juniors. What about seniors? The senior students are busy doing their thesis. It's impossible to call them. Jiang Yan's heart stirred. You mean there are senior students in the college now? There definitely are, only that none of them are willing to participate in this kind of thing. Your last student council president was Dong Tianhua, right? It had been too long. Jiang Yan was worried about remembering the wrong person, and asked Lan Xinyi for confirmation. Lan Xinyi nodded. It's him. You have his phone number, right? Call him and ask him to get 20 or so students to come over to help. I call. Lan Xinyi was in a difficult position. How would he listen to me? How could I have that much face? Just say that I asked him to come. Teacher Jiang, at times like this, the most important thing for them is to do experiments. Their own counselors are not always called. Jiang Yan looked through the roster, registering a new student, and said without lifting his head, Call. No problem. Lan Xinyi had no choice but to dial Dong Tianhua's number. Hello senior. This is Lan Xinyi. Hello Xinyi. What's the matter? The phone is vaguely. There is the movement of the experimental equipment. Dong Tianhua's voice is a bit mixed and unclear. Apparently he is on external. It is estimated that he is busy to free up his hands. The thing is like this. We are welcoming new students and can't spare the manpower. The teacher who brought the new students wants to trouble you to find 20 seniors to help. Senior students are either busy with their dissertations or are out on internships. Where am I going to find people? Please help me. Apologize to that teacher. Dong Tianhua's voice was slightly impatient. Okay senior, I'll talk to Mr. Jiang here. Wait. Dong Tianhua's voice suddenly cleared, apparently picking up his cell phone. Which teacher? Jiang, it's Mr. Jiang Yan, who is new to the job this year. Oh, you tell Mr. Jiang. Just say I know. The phone was abruptly hung up. Lan Xinyi was a bit lost in thought as she listened to the beeping blind tone inside. It's been called, teacher. He said he knows. Okay. Jiang Yan briefly replied with a single word, and his voice was drowned out by the sound of parents and freshmen's inquiries. Lan Xinyi sighed in a low voice. Teacher Jiang is a good person, but too idealistic. People are so busy as juniors. How can they come to give you a hand? This year is also strange. I did not expect the new students to report so concentrated, just when the people in front of the parasol is getting more and more. One after another, 2 more orientation buses came. Looking at the swarming crowd, Lan Xinyi lamented. Mr. Jiang, another big wave of new students is coming. Jiang Yan was surrounded by the swarming crowds and didn't hear her words at all, much less respond to her. Just when Lan Xinyi was anxious, she suddenly saw a group of people walking in from the back door of the stadium, heading this way, and among the first few people, there was Dong Tianhua. Lan Xinyi was immediately overjoyed. Mr. Jiang, the help is here. Jiang Yan heard this time and said calmly, divide half of the people to help Mr. Yang, what the remaining people should do, you see to the arrangements. Dong Tianhua led the people to the parasol soon. Lan Xinyi walked out to greet them, Senior, you guys are here, great. Dong Tianhua stretched his neck to look for Jiang Yan's figure. Brother Yan is looking for me, I have to come even if I'm busy. Brother Rock. Lan Xinyi froze and quickly reacted, saying Teacher Jiang Yan is inside. Lan Xinyi said, Senior, just now Mr. Jiang asked me to arrange jobs for you guys, or else, you should go ask him directly. After all, Dong Tianhua was the last student council president, and Lan Xinyi's ability to become the secretary general of this term was also his strong recommendation. So how could she be so mean as to arrange work for him? Brother Rock is busy, I'll leave him alone for now, do what he says. You hurry up and arrange it. Dong Tianhua didn't care and said cheerfully. Alright then, I won't be mawkish. Although Lan Xinyi was shocked that Dong Tianhua actually believed in Jiang Yan so much, she also knew deep down that this was not the time to probe, so she immediately stopped being polite and gave everyone their tasks. The work of welcoming the new students was not complicated, the key was the lack of people. With more manpower, the swarm of new students were soon arranged properly, and Jiang Yan finally had time to take a breath and have a drink of water. Big Class President Jiang. I didn't expect become teacher. Jiang Yan had just put down his water cup when he suddenly heard Li Yu's teasing voice from behind him. Why are you here? I've been back and forth to help you settle several students, you didn't even see me. Li Yu nonchalantly sat beside Jiang Yan. Tianhua is following my supervisor to do his thesis, we both work in the same lab. I heard him say you need help here, so could I not rush over? Not only did I come, I also called Liu Nan and the rest of them. Where are they? I haven't even greeted them yet. Isn't this all working for you? Just me sneaking around and chatting with Mr. Jiang. Liu poured himself a glass of water and joked, you're not interesting enough. If you need manpower you don't think of us first, instead you call Tianhua. How dare I bother you doctors, I know you are busy. Li Yu hemmed and hawed, thanks to you not calling me, I really can't find anyone, the lab is busy. I know. That's why I called Dong Tianhua, only he, the former student council president, can call their class over. Li Yu bristled, you really think highly of Dong Tianhua. At first he couldn't call them either, none of them were willing to come, after all, they were busy with their graduation thesis, and then it was Dong Tianhua who said it was you who needed help, and only then did those students come over. He said in a slightly depressed manner, mustn't be convinced of our class president's reputation, It's really jealous my ass. Jiang Yan crossed his legs and gave Li Yu a kick in a bad mood and laughed. I'm also jealous of those new students of mine. A doctor in training from Tianhai University personally ran errands to receive them. Who else has had this treatment? Li Yu reveals a self-satisfied look. Hey, that's you. Jiang Yan, looking at the 100-year history of Tianhai University, which other teacher students have this treatment? The two men laughed. Li Yu said, Brother Rock, when we went to school you were the best, you couldn't find a good job, we all thought that you were a moment of disillusionment, surely you will rise again. But who did not expect to actually rise so quickly, directly stay in school as a teacher, if I, not to mention the master's degree, even if the doctorate graduation can stay in school, that is the ancestral grave. Smoke with a few school buses stop, there is another wave of new students come. Jiang Yan has no time to pay attention to Li Yu, only silently in the bottom of the heart to wish that his family's ancestral tomb will soon be manifested. Lan Xinyi led two classmates to buy mineral water, and on the way back, she happened to meet Dong Tianhua, who had just finished dropping off his students, and the two of them returned to the stadium together. Senior, you seem to know Mr. Jiang very well. That's for sure, when I was a freshman Brother Rock happened to be a senior, although he had already stepped down as president of the student council, he still took care of us underclassmen in every way. I didn't bother him much back then. Mr. Jiang was also the student council president. Lan Xinyi was surprised as she knew nothing about Jiang Yan's deeds. Or the president of the school student council. Dong Tianhua sighed slightly, but he's not just the student council president. He's also been the vice captain of the basketball team, the head of the martial arts club, the choir leader, the president of the Go Club, the captain of the volunteer team, and far more than that. Lan Xinyi's mouth was half open, and she said incredulously, He can have the energy to do so many things on his own. At first I didn't believe it either. But it's just that he does every job exceptionally well, so I can only say that the gap between man and man is even bigger than man and pig. Jiang Yan saw Dong Tianhua and greeted him from a big distance. Tianhua, thanks to you today. Thanks a lot. Dong Tianhua jogged a few steps, quickly walked under the sunshade and said, Brother Rock, don't bury me say what thanks to me feelings to feelings, thank you or thank you or thank you. If it wasn't for you, today is enough for me to get burnt out. Your manpower is too small. Dong Tianhua said. Let's do it this way, Brother Rock. Tomorrow you'll rest in the office, I'll bring my classmates to guard here, and call you again if something happens. Don't. Tomorrow you are busy with your own business. If something really happens, I will call you again. Jiang Yan waved his hand repeatedly. I just went to work. You want me to be lazy? This kind of sugar-coated bomb can't be eaten. Joking. The sky gradually dim, long after the normal reporting time. Jiang Yan, see long no new students again. Said today it ends here. Cinny, let the students clean up. I'll go to eat. Lan Xinyi answered and went to greet the sophomores and juniors. Dong Tianhua said, Brother Yan, since I'm done with my work, I'll go back first. If there's something tomorrow, you can call me again. You guys can't leave. Jiang Yan said to Dong Tianhua and Li Yu. Helping such a big favor can't be in vain. When all the people you brought are back, let's go out to eat. My treat, Brother Yan. You're too kind. This little thing doesn't need a treat. Dong Tianhua hurriedly said. I've already told my classmates to go back after they're done. They must have all eaten by now. Li Yu also followed and said, Jiang Yan, it's not necessary. Our classmates are all busy. Except for Lu Nan, who didn't write back to me. The other classmates also went back first. It's a small matter. It's not necessary to treat them. Let's make another appointment some other day. Jiang Yan really wanted to express his gratitude, but he couldn't resist their repeated refusal. Considering that there is still a day to be busy tomorrow, tonight is indeed not suitable for eating and drinking. Jiang Yan stopped forcing himself and let Dong Tianhua and Li Yu go back to their respective homes. Dormitory 3334 is on the 3rd floor. Later on, please find your bed according to the bedside card. It's too late today. Tomorrow remember to pick up your bedding and clothing from the logistics office, which is located next to the west gate of the campus. Liunen helped a girl carry her heavy suitcase and led her and her parents upstairs to the dormitory. Along the way, Lu Nan already knew that the girl's name was Kan Ning, and the so-called parent was actually her older sister, named Kan Jing. Kan Jing and Kan Ning carried the slightly lighter suitcase, panting with exhaustion, full of gratitude. Fortunately, there is this senior of yours to help. Otherwise it would be quite difficult for the two of us to go upstairs. Thank you so much. No need to be polite. Students should help each other. Are you a sophomore or a junior? Canning is a bioengineering major. Which major are you? Neither. I'm a doctoral student. My research direction is wheat genetic inheritance. Dr. Kan Jing was taken aback and laughed. Looking at your young age, I didn't expect that you are actually a doctor. It's really young and promising, but does your doctorate still need to welcome new students? A doctor should be very busy, right? Kan Jing then said half jokingly, half seriously to the not-so-speaking Kan Ning. Xiao Ning, your treatment is not low. The doctorate is picking you up for admission. If you don't get a doctorate in the future, you'll be sorry for this treatment. We don't need to receive new students. But your sister's counselor teacher is my former class president. He's too busy. I'm taking the initiative to help. It's really great that you know my sister's counselor. Kan Jing looked happy and said, it just so happens that I didn't see him today. I want to talk to him on the phone to ask him to take care of my sister more. You must have his phone number. Lu Nan was surprised and said, how come you haven't seen him? He's the one who registered you guys. The one who registered. Kan Jing recalled Jiang Yan's busy scene and said in shock, isn't that person a student? Is he a teacher? Well, he is the teacher. There were too many people when I checked in just now. I didn't have the chance to ask in detail. I misunderstood. Kan Jing was slightly embarrassed. I didn't expect the teacher to be quite young, not very old, but very capable. To meet a teacher like him will definitely educate your sister well. Yes, Kan Jing revealed a joyful smile. Then I need to talk to him on the phone even more. Please give me his cell phone number. Lu Nan felt that, as a student's parent, knowing the teacher's cell phone number was really desirable, and without hesitation she gave Kan Jing Jiang Yan's cell phone number. None of Kan Ning's roommates had checked in yet, and after Lu Nan left, only the two sisters were left in the room. Ning, being outside is not like being at home, especially being so far away from home. You must take care of yourself. It's almost time for military training. If you can't stand it, take a vacation, don't hang in there, Kan Jing instructed as she made up her bed. Aha! Your school requires the unified use of the same bedding. You do not forget to go tomorrow to receive, but the quality of the things issued by the school is certainly not good. Check the bed, you lay on, do not check the bed, you still use their own okay person outside, don't save. The money must be spent, not enough to spend, call me. You haven't lived in a school before, you must restrain your temper at school, and manage your relationship with your roommate well. Don't get into conflicts, got it, sis? You've been talking all the way. Are you annoyed? Kan Ning had a face of impatience. Kan Jing is not angry in the slightest, said patiently, I specially buy things, you must remember to send to your counselor teacher, in school all rely on him to take care of it, must not forget. Kan Ning coldly said you like to send gifts, on their own, why do you still have to send me? Kan Jing said in a serious tone, it's not the same. The effect of our delivery is not the same, I'm not sending it. I'm not a child anymore. I don't need to be taken care of by others. Kan Jing sighed slightly and didn't say anything else. After helping Kan Ning organize her clothes, she took out her cell phone and flipped to Jiang Yan's number. After Jiang Yan finished wrapping up the whole day's work, Yang Shan also happened to finish, and the two of them went to the restaurant to have dinner together. After a busy day, Yang Shan's face was covered with fatigue, but her eyes were sparkling, and it was obvious that she had enjoyed the day's work. Jiang Yan, thanks to you getting another batch of students to work later on, or else it would have been a total mess on my side. Yang Shan said, tonight, I'll treat you, and call Lai Yu to come as well, so we can celebrate the first day of the freshman's first day to finish. Okay, Jiang Yan didn't be polite with her, dialed Lai Yu's phone, but it hasn't been connected, guess he's busy. Call again later, probably writing his speech, Yang Shan said casually. Jiang Yan asked suspiciously, what speech? Tomorrow is the last day for new students to report to the school, according to the school's requirements. All new student counselor teachers have to hold a new student class meeting at night. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? Yang Shan was somewhat speechless. Of course I know, I still have to let Ms. Mao Yan Yu help us arrange the classroom early tomorrow morning. Yang Shan was puzzled, a big question mark written on her small face. A class meeting for all the new students, a meeting to face more than 200 new students. You don't prepare a speech outline. Prepare to go off script. Jiang Yan was even more puzzled. This still needs an outline. Well, Yang Shan was choked and couldn't speak at once. At this time Jiang Yan's cell phone rang. Lai Yu called. Hey, where are you? Come for dinner, mister. Yang wants to treat. Where are you guys? Wait for me. Be right there. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan and Yang Shan waited for the panting Lai Yu in the restaurant. Standing in front of Lai Yu, who was reeking of strong sweat, Yang Shan couldn't help but furrow her brows. Lai Yu, did you go to move bricks? Moving bricks is fine. I'm more tired than moving bricks this day. What happened? Tell me, Yang Shan asked curiously. Strange to say, today's new student registration. In the morning there are not many people come. Well, in the afternoon, especially after 4 o'clock, one by one, as if discussing like a group to come, simply can't cope with it. Until Jiang Yan called, the time have not been dealt with our college too. Jiang Yan laughed. In the past, when I first went to college, I couldn't wait to arrive 2 or 3 days in advance. Nowadays students are different, they can't wait to be a little late. Lai Yu suspiciously surveyed Jiang Yan and Yang Shan once again. Why do I feel that our situation is different? You two didn't even sweat. Yang Shan bristled. Not sweating? Dream on, we've finished for a long time. Our sweat has dried up. You two finished a long time ago? You guys have more students than me, right? How come so fast? Lai Yu was even more surprised. Yang Shan said proudly, we have more people. The sophomores and juniors were understaffed. Jiang Yan found a bunch of juniors and finished a long time ago. Really? Lai Yu looked at Jiang Yan in shock. Our college's senior students, their counselors can't even call out to them, one by one, said that they are busy preparing for their graduation thesis. That's you guys. Jiang Yan got more than 40 people at once. Yang Shan's eyebrows fluttered as she deliberately exasperated Lai Yu. You don't even know. By the end of the day, there was no need for me to do anything at all. They students had done everything. I'll go. Why wasn't it me who was assigned to the same academy as Jiang Yan? Lai Yu let out a long mournful sigh. Yang Shan, how come you have such a good life? I have to slaughter you today. Otherwise it's hard to get rid of my heart's hate between meals. Jiang Yan asked Li Yu. What are you going to do after dinner? Rest. Lai Yu subconsciously answered. After thinking about it, he added. Also prepare the speech for tomorrow's class meeting. What about you? I'm going to go to the boys' dormitory to check the bed, Jiang Yan said casually. Lai Yud and Yang Shan looked at Jiang Yan with wide eyes in unison. Bed check, what's the problem? Yang Shan said in a perplexed voice. There is no problem, it's just that I think you are really spirited and still have energy to check the dormitory. These students will inevitably have all sorts of discomforts on their first day at school. I'll go and see if there's anything I need to do at this time. Jiang Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was a completely unfamiliar number. Hello, who is it? Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Yan? It's me. Listening to the unfamiliar voice, Jiang Yan asked suspiciously, may I ask who you are? Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am the parent of your student Kan Ning. My name is Kan Jing. Oh, hello, what's the matter, teacher Jiang? Today you're especially busy and I don't have time to talk to you. If you're still at school now, I'd like to meet you. I don't know if it's convenient. The parents of students want to meet their teachers. There is nothing wrong with that. Jiang Yan happens to be ready to go to check the dormitory. It's okay to meet them on the way, so he said, okay, let's do it this way. Wait for me under Canning's dormitory building in half an hour. Let's meet there, okay, Mr. Jiang, we'll see you later. See you later. Hanging up the phone, Lai Yud asked the student's parents. Jiang Yan nodded. I guess it's for me to take care of her student. Let's meet them. It's also just the right time to know more about this student through the parents. Makes sense. Half an hour later, Jiang Yan came to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory on time, and there was already a figure of Suli hovering and waiting. Kan Jing had seen Jiang Yan before, and recognized him at once, welcoming him and extending her hand. Teacher Jiang. Hello. Jiang Yan shook her hand. The two of them exchanged a few polite pleasantries, and the topic turned to Kan Ning. Just as Jiang Yan expected, Kan Jing just wanted to ask Jiang Yan to take more care of Kan Ning. The two chatted for 10 minutes. Kan Jing suddenly said, Mr. Jiang, where is your car parked? I'll send it to you. Jiang Yan froze. I don't have a car, and I still have to go to bed. Check. I'm not going back now. Kan Jing smiled and said, I brought some specialties from home. I was going to put them in the car for you, so I'll send them to your place. This can't be done, Jiang Yan said righteously. Don't worry. It's my responsibility and duty to take care of every student, and I will never let any student be treated unfairly, and I will definitely do my best to educate Kan Ning well. But the gifts? You must take them away, Kan Jing persistently said. Teacher Jiang, you don't have to be so serious. Just some hometown specialties, not worth much. Just to express my feelings, I drove several thousand miles to bring it here, and then pull it back. More or less inappropriate. Right, Jiang Yan squarely said. Even more inappropriate. Please pull back. Oh, that's fine. I'll pull it back. Kan Jing touched a nail. The smile does not diminish. From the bag pulled out a book, handed to Jiang Yan. Mr. Jiang, you do not receive specialties. I send you a book always. As a teacher, reading books is unavoidable. Kan Jing saw that Jiang Yan did not accept, continued. This book, The True Meaning of Education, is my carefully selected, the contents of which is also my expectations as a parent to the teacher. I sincerely hope that the teacher can read it. If you really don't want to accept the gift, you can also pay me the money according to the price tag and count it as my sale to you. Is that okay? Jiang Yan stared at the book with the edges of the cover slightly raised and said, Sister Canning, you are indeed quite attentive. As he said that, Jiang Yan tucked his fingers under the cover and pulled out a shopping card, saying, compared to the value of this card, the price of the book can't even be counted as one hair of a cow. Right, I can see that you're a worldly person. But I sincerely hope that I don't bring the crookedness of society into the school. Maybe a lot of teachers will like these, but this set won't work with me. Jiang Yan said in a low voice. Sister Canning, there's actually something I want to say to all parents. As a teacher, you are strong inside, but you also have worries. My only worry is that you parents and students don't believe in it anymore. Don't believe that rules can overcome subterfuge. Don't believe that the school field is different from the field of fame and fortune. Don't believe that the style of learning is different from the style of the world. And don't believe that the bones of the wind are far better than the bones of the charm. Bone of mind is far superior to bone of charm, muttered Kan Jing, recalling Jiang Yan's words. Kan Jing looked deeply into Jiang Yan's clear eyes and could see his sincerity. She seemed to understand why this big boy in front of her, who looked even younger than her, could be a teacher in this premier institution of learning in the country. The high level of his thinking was something she could not reach in her life. Standing in front of Jiang Yan, Kan Jing had a feeling of being ashamed to face him, and the book in her hand was like a fire, burning her face red. Kan Jing said in shame, I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I was narrow-minded. Jiang Yan nodded. I still have things to do. Nothing to go beforehand. Okay, Mr. Jiang, take your time. After Jiang Yan left, Kan Jing dialed Kan Ning's phone. Xiao Ning, you don't have to give your teacher what I gave you. What's wrong? Kan Jing was silent for a moment and said, he's a good teacher, listen well at school. The new students just reported to the school, all of them can't make any noise. And there won't be any difficult to manage situation for a while. The dormitory check would have been an unnecessary thing. And that's the reason why Lai Yud and Yang Shan didn't come. Jiang Yan's dormitory inspection is also a whim, temporarily decided to understand the psychological state of the new students when they first arrived. In order to facilitate the communication between students, the dormitories of students of the same college and major are next to each other, and the male dormitories of the 3 classes taught by Jiang Yan are all located in dormitory building No. 6. Jiang Yan, in accordance with the student registration list, randomly knocked on the door of a dormitory. The house of the 4 students have already reported to the dormitory, all stay in the dormitory. Seeing Jiang Yan, the students who were still green were obviously with a sense of urgency. They all sat up from their chairs and greeted each other in a panic. Good day, teacher. Jiang Yan waved his hand and said amiably, I just came over to see you guys. You guys sit down, don't worry about me. Do what you need to do. Having said that, none of them dared to sit. A more discerning student was busy moving his own chair to Jiang Yan's side. Teacher, you sit. Jiang Yan had some impression of him, called Chen Mingxiang. When this kid reported for duty, besides the mandatory luggage he carried, he also carried a big guitar. He should be more fond of music. Mingxiang, is there anything you're not used to? There is no need to be too polite with one's own students. Jiang Yan smoothly sat down and casually asked. No, it's all pretty good. Chen Mingxiang looked flattered. You remember me? He came on the school bus. There were a dozen other students who reported at the same time as him. At that time, Jiang Yan was so busy that he wasn't even sure if Mr. Jiang had seen his face. How could he not expect that? Mr. Jiang not only remembered him but also remembered his name. You are my student, how can I not remember you? Jiang Yan felt the other 3 students' gazes of secret expectation and sighed secretly in his heart, his sight fixed on each face one by one, caring for them in turn. Jinyu, Qimin, Tiantong, are you 3 uncomfortable with anything? No. Thank you, teacher, for caring. Thank you, teacher. It's all quite good. I'm quite good in all aspects. Thank you, teacher. The 3 students were busy answering, and when they answered, their gazes not only had the pride of being remembered by the teacher's name at a glance, but also the shock of Jiang Yan's superb memory. They had personally experienced the scene of meeting with Jiang Yan. They had glanced at each other in a hurry, and they knew very well how difficult it was to remember a person in that kind of scene. They were able to enter Tianhai University, but all of them were the most talented among the people. But they asked themselves, recalling the impression of Jiang Yan, in fact, it was very fuzzy, and they could only remember a general appearance. To know, Jiang Yan had received nearly 100 students today, and Jiang Yan could not only clearly distinguish each of them, but also accurately memorize their names. This kind of ability made a few of them have a kind of feeling of being amazed by the heavenly beings. Chen Mingxiang asked with some incredulity, teacher, you only met us once, and you memorized all the students' names with Xiao Ai in the room. It's enough to just listen to the voice without meeting. Jiang Yan smiled blandly. As a teacher, if I can't even remember my own students, wouldn't it be a joke to spread the word? The 4 students in the dormitory concurred, the admiration on their faces growing stronger. There were still a dozen dormitories to visit. Jiang Yan waited for a while to confirm that everything was fine with them and left. After he left, the clean-looking Pan Tiandong lamented, our teacher is a fierce man, seeing all the students on one side, this memory isn't generally perverted. I heard that Mr. Jiang was also guaranteed entry. To be guaranteed entry into Tianhai University, surely the ability is not ordinary. Jin Yu, who was also bailed in, spoke with an air of arrogance, with a feeling of being honored. Hu Qiming's face flashed a trace of displeasure, glanced at Jin Yu and said, not only is it as simple as being bailed out, the senior who picked me up today is studying for his doctorate, and is a classmate of Mr. Jiang, and listening to him, he said that Mr. Jiang is the best student in the school in recent sessions. That's who can stay in school in general, Chen Mingxiang said, not to mention that it is a master's degree student who stays in school. You guys should have also seen the recruitment announcement that Mr. Jiang stayed in school to apply for the exam, right? That restriction. One word, absolute. Everyone was silent. As prospective students of Tianhai University, they had long been following the official public number of Tianhai University, and had also read that recruitment requirements. As soon as they thought of those scalp-numbing application conditions, a phrase emerged in everyone's mind: not humanly possible. Chen Mingxiang said, "There's one more day of orientation tomorrow, Mr. Jiang was so busy today, let's go and help out tomorrow. Even if we can't be of much help, it's still okay to do some miscellaneous work." His proposal was unanimously approved by the other three. "Okay, it's idle anyway, might as well perform well in front of the teacher first. I don't have a problem with that. The teacher is tired all day and still comes to see us this late. Isn't it only natural for us to help him do some work?" "I can also." Teacher Jiang Shujiang opened the door and said in surprise, "Why did you come over at this time?" Jiang Yan slowly walked into the dormitory. "Came over to see you guys." The students in Yi Shujiang's dormitory have not yet reported for duty. He is the only one in the room. Jiang Yan looks around. "HM? 4 bare bed boards. It's so late. Why don't you make the beds?" Jiang Yan asked suspiciously. Yi Shujiang hesitated for a moment, said. The students in the next dormitory reported late, recognized the dormitory. The logistics office has been off work, did not receive the mattress. I will give him my first use. "Still a living lightning rod," Jiang Yan jokingly complimented. Zhu Jiang scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "This is all learned from you. Then how do you sleep at night? Just lie on a hard bedpan." Although it was the first summer, the Tianhai at night was still a little cool. Sleeping on a bare bedpan was likely to catch a cold. "Just relocate for one night. When I was a child in my hometown, I could even sleep in a pigsty." Yi Shujiang revealed a simple smile. "Luckily it came," Jiang Yan said with a straight face. "This kind of behavior of yours deserves praise, but it can't be encouraged. It's good for a classmate to take the initiative to help when they encounter difficulties, but they should also think about whether there's a better solution than simply relying on themselves, for example, reporting to the teacher." Yu Shujiang nodded with a taut look. "I know teacher-students learned what they learned, but the problem still needed to be solved." Seeing that it was already late at night, wanting the teachers in the logistics office to help was obviously impossible, and buying a new set was also unrealistic. After thinking about it, Jiang Yan had an idea and dialed Lai Yudi's phone. "Teacher Lai, sleeping yet? Just about to sleep. What's wrong? I have a student who has no place to stay at night. Your house is a bunk bed. I want to let him to you to borrow a night." "No. I put all my luggage on the top bunk. It's too troublesome to move it around. It's better to let him squeeze in with you for the night. Good night, Mr. Jiang Yan said, "I can help tomorrow with what you just envied about Yang Shan." "Really?" Lai Yudi's surprised voice came out from the phone. "Why don't you say earlier? If you have this resource, say it earlier." "Luckily, I didn't say it earlier. Then my student come quickly. I'm packing up." "Hang up the phone." Jiang Yan said to Shu Jiang, "The problem is solved. There is a teacher dormitory has a bed. You go to him to live there for one night." "Oh, it happens that you two also know each other. That is, a few days ago with me to meet you." The male teacher Shu Jiang reluctant, moved to say, "Let him agree to receive me. Give you a lot of trouble, right? But also for me to agree to do him a favor. I do not want to go." Jiang Yan was stunned. Guessed that this kid was probably overthinking. Thought it was to help Lai Yu to do much trouble. He didn't bother to explain, waved his hand and said, "This is not something you need to think about. Let's go. I'll lead you over." Leaving the student dormitory, Yu Shujiang followed Jiang Yan. Looking at his slender back, Yu Shujiang's heart surged with a wave of inexplicable emotion, secretly glad to meet such a good teacher. Early in the morning, when Jiang Yan came to the orientation station, there were already many people standing under the umbrellas. In addition to the old students led by Lan Xinyi, there were also a lot of new students who had just reported to the school yesterday. Seeing Jiang Yan, the freshmen swarmed around and greeted him. Zhu Jiang was the first to say, "Teacher Jiang, we are all here to receive the new students. If there's anything later, just let us do it. You take a rest." Jiang Yan nodded and looked at Lan Xinyi, who explained, "They were already here when we came today. They all came on their own initiative." Chen Mingxiang chimed in, "Teacher, we all came on our own. No elder sister asked us to come." "All right, you guys have the heart. It's good. I'm happy." Jiang Yan will not refuse free labor, said, "You all listen to the arrangement of Xin Nai school sister today. Later on, she will arrange the specific work for you." "All right, teacher," the new students replied with a roar. While talking, Yang Shan led Lin Tianming, and some other old students also came to the orientation station. Seeing that Jiang Yan's side has a lot more people, and all of them are new faces, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Jiang Yan, where did you find people again?" "They are all new students who reported yesterday." Yang Shan's eyes lit up, "Right, hey, Why didn't I think of that? I can get the new students to help out. Tianming, quickly go and inform the freshmen who reported yesterday to come and help. There doesn't need to be too many, one from each dormitory is enough. After Lin Tianming left, Yang Shan laughed. Still, you have a way. In the end, you have experience. Ah, what experience do I have? Jiang Yan looked blank. It's all the new students who came spontaneously. I didn't think to ask them to help. Yang Shan's smile stiffened and lowered her voice. I thought it was you who went to the dormitory last night to arrange. Alas, how come my students are not as knowledgeable as your students? This problem, Jiang Yan is also puzzled, can only be explained as a teacher's personal charm problem. Today's orientation is nothing more than a repetition of yesterday's work, the same content, the same steps, nothing more than reporting more students than yesterday. However, the workload of the students is also much more than yesterday. In addition to the freshmen who reported yesterday, those senior students came to help today. In comparison, Yang Yan's workload is much less than yesterday. Jiang Yan did what he said. As promised, he helped Lai Yu to contact a group of senior students from the College of Physical Education. There were 5 or 6, 10 people, not to mention Lai Yu Di. Even their senior counselor of the College of Physical Education was shocked. He didn't know that there were so many students in the school. After all, the College of Physical Education is different from the College of Life Sciences. They don't need to stay in school to do experiments for their thesis. Most of them are out on internships. Still, it was only through Lai Yudi's questioning of those senior students that he realized that they didn't stay in the school, but they were all interning in Tianhai, rushing over from various internship units. And all of this stems from the fact that Jiang Yan was the president, or even the founder of several sports clubs, and all of these students have received guidance from Jiang Yan to a greater or lesser extent. Students of the College of Physical Education, receiving professional sports instruction from students of other colleges. Shocked at Jiang Yan's powerful appeal, Lai Yud confirmed the authenticity of this ridiculous event from other teachers of the college, fell silent. Recalling the painful experience of having played basketball and boxing with Jiang Yan during the pre-service training, Li Yud gave birth to the idea of both Yu and He Shengliang. Of course, as soon as he expressed this thought, it was collectively scoffed at by the teachers and students of the Physical Education Academy. In the stadium, there was an endless stream of students and parents in front of the various orientation stations, all of which were a hustle and bustle, but Jiang Yan and Yang Shan and Lai Yud were free. The latter two, in particular, still have time to chat in the group. Yang Shan, are you all set for the evening class meeting? Lai Yudi, I wrote my speech yesterday until more than 2 o'clock in the morning. Yang Shan, so hard, how much? Lai Yud, 1 page. Really can't write it. The other thing that came with it was the face-covering emoticon he sent out. Yang Shan, on the other hand, reported to pick her nose. Lai Yud, what about you? And Jiang Yan, how much did you all write? Yang Shan, I wrote more than 7 pages, and Jiang Yan, according to him, is ready to go off script. Lai Yud, dude. Lai Yud, this is the first class meeting at work. Ah, if screwed up can be too embarrassing, you have to stop thinking about it. Jinyan Yang Shan, for once in a rare moment, shared Lai Yudi's words. Yang Shan, don't worry about him, just take care of yourself. When has he ever been embarrassed? Lai Yudi, alas. That's true. After knowing him for a long time, sometimes there's really a feeling of both virtue and rock. Yang Shan, Mr. Lai, you drink, but wherever you eat a mouthful of vegetables, it is estimated that you will not be drunk into this, are beginning to talk nonsense it. Lai Yudi. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the orientation work officially ended. Jiangyan students, in addition to 3 train late and a leave of absence, all reported to finish. While directing the students to pack up the debris at the orientation site, Jiang Yan and Yang Shan respectively received a phone call from Lulu Lai, the vice dean in charge of them, informing them to go to his office to hold an urgent temporary meeting. When Jiang Yan and Yang Shan rushed over, Lulu Lai was the only one in the office. Jiang Yan asked suspiciously, Dean Liu, are we the only ones having a meeting? Lu Li had a serious look on his face, gesturing for the two of them to sit down, and said, I just received a notice from the school. Starting from this year, the school will video record the entire class meeting of each new student counselor, as an assessment of the ranking of each college. How prepared are you two? Lu Lai looks at Jiang Yan and Yang Shan successively, his sight is fixed on Yang Shan's face. Can your self-perception be better than other college counselors? Yang Shan's face slightly blanched, and she said, I think I can be better than the freshman counselor of the Sports Academy. Right, Physical Education College, Does that even need to be said? Can't be better than those big and thick ones. Lu Liulai was dissatisfied with Yang Shan's answer and asked Jiang Yan, "How about you?" Pretty much. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and gave an ambiguous answer. Lu Lai's brow wrinkled into a ball, said, "I also know that no one has a bottom before this kind of thing. I called you two here, mainly to remind you two. You must take out 12 points of energy to pay attention to this class meeting." Dean Lee said that no matter who ranks in the top 5 of all the freshman counselors, he will definitely get you guys recognition. There's less than 2 hours left until the class meeting starts at 7, right? So you two go get ready. Coming out from Lu Liulai's office, Jiang Yan and Yang Shan simultaneously saw the message sent by Lai Yud in the group. The class meeting still has to be videotaped and assessed. I won't be at the bottom, right? Both of them tacitly ignored him. Yang Shan asked Jiang Yan, "There is still more than an hour. Is it too late to prepare a speech?" Jiang Yan shook his head. "No. The class meeting is not a leader's speech. The class meeting is not a leadership speech. Why bother? It is just to speak to the students in their hearts. It is not necessary to prepare any speech. As for how to rank the performance, love how he smiled, not caring. Anyway, we are officially enrolled in the teacher. As far as not to make a mistake of principle cannot be fired. Follow the heart of the chant." At 6:50 p.m., Jiang Yan arrived 10 minutes early at the centralized classroom where the class meeting was held. After all, it is the first time to meet with the students formally. Jiang Yan, before he came to deliberately clean up some image, but also changed into a suit and shirt, young and capable and more mature and stable, once in the classroom to become the focus of all the students' eyes. The classroom was filled with more than 200 students. As Jiang Yan paced up to the podium, the classroom was silent. Looking at the black pressurized piece of students in front of him, Jiang Yan quietly led Xiao AI students count the number of people, 227 people, except for those 4 students who haven't arrived at school yet. All of them have arrived. Jiang Yan nodded slightly with satisfaction and said aloud, "Hello students, I am your counselor teacher. My name is Jiang Yan. In the next 4 years of college career, I will be the one to accompany you throughout." His voice was mellow and loud, and it didn't need a megaphone to reach every corner of the classroom, clearly penetrating into every student's ears. "Our teacher is really young. I thought he was a senior." "Yeah, I thought he was a senior too. But he's much more elegant than those seniors. If you want to say that your teacher is handsome, just say it. You have to change the word. How hard it is to beat around the bush. It's just temperament, handsome and temperament. What's wrong with me saying it?" A few girls sitting below whispering, suddenly felt Jiang Yan's eyes seem to look toward them. All hurriedly closed their mouths. 7 years ago I was also like you guys, carrying infinite longing, looking forward to collide with the university passion. 7 years later, as a forerunner, here I must congratulate you. Congratulations on entering the door of the highest educational institutions. Behind this achievement is countless nights of cold windows, is many years of painstaking ambition, step-by-step difficult, hard-won. More highlights the honor to the utmost. I would also like to encourage you. Tianhai University's Centennial Scroll, writing is a deafening name, casting a part of the groundbreaking career. And now, this scroll will be turned over by you, a new page, the pen and knife in your hands. I should expect you. The 21st century is the century of biology. As a biological talent, you will have a great deal to do. But also will be able to make a big difference. Just the same as the 16th learning young people, the wind and splendor of the end of the time. At the end of the classroom, a video camera recorded Jiang Yan's every sentence and every word in its original form. And not only it, there are a lot of students have spontaneously taken out their cell phones, recorded Jiang Yan, although not impassioned but exceptionally powerful speech. Chen Mingxiang looked around next to a few half-raised cell phone, stabbed Hu Qiming sitting next to him, said Jiang teacher spoke really good, heard my blood boiling, really regret just did not record, send my parents to see the teacher's style. It's okay. Let's see who recorded it and ask the students for it later. I'm also going to send it to my parents. Hu Qiming said, "You dare to believe, Mr. Jiang is also a science and engineering man who studied biology, who can see this literary style. Do you realize, Mr. Jiang is off script." The lecture table did not even bring a piece of paper. It really is a handful. Hu Qiming owed his body, squinting his myopic eyes to look closely at the lectern. Indeed, Mr. Jiang's words are so literary, actually speaking off script. Tianzhu A. Otherwise people are teachers it. Master's degree to stay in school, said the opening speech. Jiang Yan from the Tianhai University's glorious school history to speak to the country's progress, and then to the revival of the nation, and finally returned to the school rules and regulations, landing in the students' self-struggle, but off like a torrent for nearly 2 hours. And in this more than 100 minutes of time, each student is focused on listening to his every word, repeatedly thinking about each word, not only did not go to the restroom in the middle of the day, not even distracted. Toward the end, Jiang Yan slightly raised his voice. The theme of today's class meeting is to meet each other, is to know each other. I believe that our acquaintance began today, will end forever. I am not only your teacher, more not only your teacher, more not only as a senior, or a close friend. Students, for your upcoming college career, I would like to share 3 words of advice with you. Firstly, as a friend, I would like to tell you that youth is full of vigor, dreaming in the right year. University is the most important part of your life experience. You will have the opportunity to choose your own life direction for the first time, looking forward to you in the pursuit of dreams on the road, whether it is the wind and rain, and the way to day 16 twilight do not appreciate, or the white moon in the sky bravely ride the wind and waves, can choose to excellence, grasp the opportunity, courageous and resolute behavior. There was a slight hubbub among the students on the stage, and many of them murmured, recalling the words youthful, dreaming in the right year. The second sentence, as a senior, I would like to say those who are born strong do not need to rejoice in themselves, and those who are born weak do not need to feel sorry for themselves. I know, although you enter the university at the same time, but the road is different. Some people starry-eyed reading hard more than a dozen years. There are some people talent for the boat waving wantonly talk and laugh. I know very well, there are a lot of you in the guaranteed students. While self-reliant talent superb complacency, there are also some rely on the hard work of hard-working students. In the future learning may be less talented than the person's feeling. No matter which one, I hope that you keep in mind, the water is not constant, there is no constant. There is no constant in water and there is no constant in people. Only by keeping up your efforts can you be exclusive. There was another commotion under the stage, and many students' gazes looked towards the several guaranteed students. Hu Qiming also glanced at Jin Yu not far away, said to Chen Mingxiang, teacher understands really thorough. Some guaranteed students are indeed angry. What can be arrogant? Chen Mingxiang said. Our teacher was also bailed in that year. What are some people like? Can he not be clear? The third sentence, as a teacher, I hope you do moss flowers such as rice small, also learn peony bloom. Students, it seems that the ability is limited, but history tells us that a lot of things that open up the sky and the earth are driven by the students. In a sense it can be said that the student strong is the country strong. The students sing is the country sing. Is the country sing. Tianhai University executes the bull's ear of the national colleges and universities. You crown the world's students of the only show, should be a long time to save lofty aspirations, to the body of a man, to bear the matter of the rise and fall. Okay, today's class meeting ends here. Adjourn. Jiang Yan announced after the adjournment. No one moved in the classroom for a long time, a dead silence. Suddenly from the corners rang a few scattered applause, quickly as a starburst prairie fire, lit up the whole classroom, thunderous applause. Teacher, we will definitely grow a lofty ambition, with the body of a man, bear the matter of rise and fall. With each Xu Jiang's cry, the classroom set off a neat wave of voices. Live with lofty aspirations, and bear the burden of the rise and fall with the body of a man. The ambition of a long time, with the body of a man, to bear the matter of rise and fall. After the class meeting, Jiang Yan waited for all the students to leave, and was about to leave when Lai Yud stormed into the classroom. Jiang Yan, what did you tell your students? What are they shouting like chicken blood? Lai Yud had nothing to say in the class meeting, except for finishing the page of script he prepared, which was to read the school's management and discipline regulations in their original wording, and it was over in more than an hour. Specially running from the Physical Education Institute to find out about Jiang Yan and Yang Shan's class meeting. He arrived just in time for Jiang Yan to announce the adjournment of the meeting, and then he heard a tsunami of shouts coming out of the classroom, which really gave him a fright. Give the students a few mouthfuls of chicken soup. Jiang Yan casually said, how was your class meeting? Make do, they play there, I speak my, should be able to listen to it. Should Jiang Yan frowned. Maybe, probably said Lai Yud, a little deflated. They are all sports specialists, how many of them love to listen to the class, expect them to listen carefully? Can we count on them? I know my own business anyway. When I was in school, when the class meeting was held, what the teacher said was never listened to. Jiang Yan line of sight rests on the disciplinary regulations pamphlet in Lai Yudi's hand, Speechless, they all have this book, and it's not like they don't recognize the words, they can read it themselves. You read this to them. I wouldn't listen to it if I were to change me. No way. What else to say? Liaisons made a bitter face and then said, "Where is Yang Shan? She hasn't finished yet, right? Let's go and listen to her class meeting." The classroom where Yang Shan held her class meeting was next door to Jiang Yan, and when the two of them quietly stood at the back door of the classroom, Yang Shan was asking questions to the students. "What are your plans for college?" the question was asked by a girl. Stood up and thought about it. Freshman year, I want to develop 2 after-school hobbies. To make up for the regret of focusing only on learning in the past. Sophomore year, I want to take advantage of the spare time to do some meaningful things, such as teaching. After listening to the various university plans of a few students, Liaisons was a bit demoralized. He said, "Why didn't I think I could interact with the students, so that I could not only enliven the atmosphere, but also further understand the students?" Saying that, he regretfully hammered heavily on his thigh. Jiang Yan consoled, "It's okay. I didn't think of it either and didn't interact with the students." Liaisons asked suspiciously, "Then why did your students respond to you so much, shouting so much that the whole building could hear?" "It wasn't instigated by you, they were spontaneous," Jiang Yan said expressionlessly. Liaisons twisted his head to stare at Jiang Yan's face. His fists clenched and loosened and clenched. Yang Shan's script was not prepared in vain. It was she who spoke for the longest time. Jiang Yan and Liaisons stood outside the door for more than half an hour before waiting for her to adjourn the meeting. As soon as Yang Shan went out, she met Jiang Yan. "Jiang Yan, what did your students shout just now?" "You don't even know. I was so nervous. I just got into the state and was scared by your student. I almost forgot the words again." Jiang Yan smiled and casually said, "He drank too much chicken soup and got tired of it, so he shouted it out to vent it out." Yang Shan didn't quite understand, but she didn't dig deeper and asked, "What do you think of my speech?" "Won't be at the bottom of the list, right?" Liaisons gave a thumbs up towards Yang Shan and said, "The speech is especially good, much better than me, don't worry with me." "You definitely won't be at the bottom of the list." Jiang Yan and Yang Shan looked at Liaisons at the same time with a strange expression. The latter skimmed his lips and said, "When I said the bottom one, by default, I excluded you." Liaisons was choked for a moment. His face suffocated into a pig liver color. And he said unhappily, "Teacher Yang, you're also looking down on people too much. I admit that you're good, you can't hit me like this." Jiang Yan was afraid of misunderstanding between the two and hurriedly explained to Liaisons, "Yang Shan didn't mean this. This is what our dean said. Let's not compare with your sports academy. I'm not targeting you, but I'm saying that the freshman counselors of your sports academy are all trash." Liaisons inexplicably came up with such a sentence in his mind. "There are specialties in the arts," muttered Liaisons without any good breath. Yang Shan ignored him and asked Jiang Yan, "How are you doing?" Jiang Yan thought about it and said, "It's okay. After all, it was all for the first time, and I hadn't seen another teacher's class meeting situation, so it was hard to define good and bad. But judging from the state of the students, it should be good." "That's good." Yang Shan looked at the table, raised eyebrows. Go out to eat, meal to go. My treat, work since the completion of the first work, not to celebrate. Well, good lay, busy day. Just a little bit of wine to relieve fatigue. Don't a little how the last time by Jiang Yan drink spit after, become a little drink, continue to touch with him. Mr. You can still be a physical education teacher, can't wimp a physical education teacher, and does not teach drinking. Besides, what goat not goat, for a teacher must not fight for strength. On the way back after the class meeting, Yushu Bingxi jogged all the way and hurriedly rushed to the dormitory, anxious to deal with the video of Jiang Yan's speech. In addition to her identity as a college student, she had another identity, a short video uploader. Due to the recent busy start of the school year, she has not had time to think of a good creative video. Fans have been dropping, but also was forced to no choice. The idea of recording college life was born. After all, the ivory tower of Tianhai University was full of unknowns and mysteries for outsiders, and by showcasing the school, it would surely win a lot of fans' attention. And this series of her videos started with the first class meeting, and she had been recording it in its entirety during Jiang Yan's speech. Returning to the dormitory, she quickly took out her computer from her suitcase, and her fingers, which were clicking on the computer, were slightly trembling due to excitement. She expected that as a teacher of Tianhai University, her ability must be extraordinary, but she didn't expect that Jiang Yan's level was so high, and a lesson was so wonderful that people had a feeling of not wanting to end it. Especially at the end of the message, in the students stirred up a huge resonance, lit up the whole classroom. Zhu Bingxi was very sure that after her video was uploaded, it would surely explode on the internet, bringing her a lot of fan attention and financial income. The most important thing was that Jiang Yan was not only talented, but also young with a face, which was bound to cause a lot of people to follow him, and she only needed to firmly guard Jiang Yan and record some of his daily life at the right time, and she would have a steady stream of income. Firmly guarding Jiang Yan. Thinking of this, Zhu Bingxi's cheeks suddenly reddened. Skillfully importing the video into the computer and doing some slight editing and processing, Zhu Bingxi uploaded the video to the short website The First Lesson. The Entrance Teachings of a Mediocre Counselor at Tianhai University. Early in the morning, Jiang Yan was woken up by Yang Shan's phone call. He looked at his watch. It was still early for work. "Hey, what's the matter this early? I'm going to select the military training liaison in the morning. Come and help me to check it." Jiang Yan was a bit speechless. "Your liaison? I put what kind of gate? In the future, in case of inappropriate, rely on who?" The new student start schedule is very tight. 3 days after the official start of military training, for the counselor, the military training liaison of each class finalized imminent. But no matter how urgent it is, it's not as urgent as Yang Shan. For a class, the selection of the military training liaison is not a child's play. In the near future, it is related to the overall management of the military training period. In the long term, the military training liaison is likely to become the future class president or secretary, affecting the operation of the entire class. And just reported yesterday this morning to select people, do not give the students a little preparation, really rushed a little. Jiang Yan secretly spat, saying, "Big sister, we're both newcomers, what's the use of asking me to gatekeep, as if I know you have to ask others. Teacher Jia told me to look for you. He said you have experience." "I have a fart of experience, nothing more than having been a just." Jiang Yan thought so in his heart, but he could not say it on his mouth, or he would be misunderstood by Yang Shan to deliberately shirk. He thought about it and said, "One male and one female liaison. My suggestion is that it's best to pick the one who has experience as a class cadre. The male should be practical and steady and diligent, and the female should be careful and sunny and love to talk. So as to complement each other a bit, especially pay attention. Can't pick the strong character, this kind of seemingly strong ability, but too many of their own ideas. In the future it is likely that they will be masculine to you. The work is not good to arrange." Jiang Yan purposely reminded based on his previous experience as a student cadre. Hang up the phone. Jiang Yan would have liked to squint for a while, but the sleepiness is gone. Seriously, think about it. Ask Mao Yan Yu to help him arrange a small classroom. In the 3 classes of the student group were notified scheduled to conduct military training liaison interviews this afternoon, were determined to be a male and a female liaison. Please intend to serve as a military training liaison students punctually to the 3041 classroom for interviews. Sent in the 3 class group. Content is the same, only time is different. Yesterday he has spoken about the specific work of the military training liaison, but do not need to repeat. Once the notice was issued, the group chat interface quickly refreshed a page after page of received. In the morning, the 3 students who were late for the train yesterday came one after another. Jiang Yan led them to finish the formalities of entering the school, and when he returned to the office, it was already nearly noon. Yang Shan had already fixed her military training liaison officer, and was talking to them. Jiang Yan casually looked at a few eyes. 6 students give him a good impression, can see that is Yang Shan carefully selected out. Only, Jiang Yan was a bit puzzled. When these students were talking to Yang Shan, their eyes were always darting towards him intentionally, or unintentionally. If Jiang Yan wasn't very sure that he hadn't seen them before, he even had to wonder if these people knew him. At 3:00 in the afternoon, Jiang Yan came to classroom 3041 on time, while the students of the first class of bioengineering had already formed a long queue outside the classroom. He estimated that there were more than 70 people in total in one class, and more than half of them came to interview for the liaison officer. Jiang Yan was satisfied with this. It showed that most of the students still had the will to serve the class. On the other hand, it was also a sign of motivation. "Why do you want to be a military training liaison?" Jiang Yan had long considered the interview questions, and after the interview started, he asked the first question as planned. The student standing in front of Jiang Yan was a bit formal. Jiang Yan vaguely remembered that his name was Shao Wan. He was a student who took the exam from a small county. His family condition was average. His parents were both farmers. This kind of students are generally rely on hard work and study to get in. From childhood are obedient students, more obedient, will not have the situation of restlessness. Xiao Wan honestly said, I want to improve myself. All along, I've been relatively introverted, and I want to work on myself by serving as a liaison officer to enhance my expression and communication skills. Jiang Yan asked again, what advantages do you think you have compared to others? Xiao Wan thought for a while and said, all the students are very good. It is difficult to find out what is obviously better than others, I think. Compared with other students, I am more able to bear hardships and stand hard work, and also more diligent. This is my advantage. Jiang Yan then asked, if you are elected, what are you going to do? First of all, I will listen to the teacher and instructor's arrangement, and meticulously finish the things that are arranged down. Secondly, I will communicate with my classmates more, understand their needs, and do a good job of bridging the gap between the teacher and the classmates. And lastly, I will strengthen my study, and continuously improve my ability, and assist the teacher in managing the class well. Quite good. Jiang Yan nodded and said, go out first, call the next student, and remember not to leak my questions. Okay, teacher. The interviews were conducted in an orderly manner, and each student was given less than 2 minutes. After a busy afternoon, in the evening, the selection of liaison officers for the 3 classes was finally nearing the end. The last one to be interviewed was Chen Mingxiang. Since he and Jiang Yan had met in advance and chatted for a few moments, he was less nervous compared to the other students. As soon as he entered the door, he greeted Jiang Yan with a smile. Good day, teacher. Jiang Yan nodded and responded, starting with the first question, why do you want to be a military training liaison? Chen Mingxiang didn't even think about it, and answered, I want to be a person like my teacher in the afternoon. He had heard more than 100 answers, all kinds of answers, but like Chen Mingxiang's answer, he was the only one. So Jiang Yan was more or less a little surprised and said, tell me more about it. I have seen the recruitment conditions when the teacher stayed in school to apply for the job. Very clear. Teacher is how excellent people. The son said, see the virtuous thing. Qi Yan, I from the moment I saw the teacher, decided to look to the teacher. And become the military training liaison officer is the first step. Thousands of wear and tear horse farts do not wear. Jiang Yan looked at Chen Mingxiang with a smile, staring at him a little hairy. What advantage do you think you have compared to others? I have been the class president in high school. I have experience as a class cadre. And I think I have stronger communication and expression skills. I am good at enlivening the atmosphere. And I am able to unite my classmates well. Jiang Yan could feel his stronger expression ability. After all, not every student would kiss ass during the interview, only himself at the moment. If you are elected, what are you going to do? Chen Mingxiang pondered a little and said, my work intention can be summarized in 3 sentences, to put on a dog's leg attitude in obeying the arrangement, to resolutely roll up my sleeves in doing the work, and to remain humble and learn from the mud-legged cognition. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh. Oily mouth. After interviewing all the students, Jiang Yan finalized the candidates for the military training liaison after careful consideration. Xiao Wan and Lu Qiwei, from Bioengineering Class 1, Chen Mingxiang and Tian Jinlin from Bioengineering Class 2, and Zhu Jiang and Fan Minghan from Biological Science Class. On the way back to the dormitory after work, Jiang Yan always felt strange along the way. There seemed to be quite a few people pointing at him. At first he thought it was an illusion, until 2 girls tripped and fell on the curb because they were just looking at him. Then he realized something was wrong. Considering his status as a teacher, he didn't go forward to ask questions, took out his cell phone to take a picture of his face, and there was nothing unusual, handsome as ever. Early the next morning he went to the student cafeteria to eat as usual, but before he ate a few mouthfuls, he found that he sat near the table are full of students, while the distant tables are very few people. What was most unexpected to him was that there were actually people taking pictures. There must be something unknown. Jiang Yan hastily ate a few mouthfuls of rice, and came to the office with a full heart. It wasn't long before Feng Rong walked in from outside, and as soon as she saw him, she flirted, Yo, Zhang de Netroots came to work so early. Jiang Yan frowned and said, MS, Feng, don't laugh, how did I become a netizen? You still don't know? Feng Rong looked at Jiang Yan in surprise. Seeing his puzzled face, she smiled and said, you can become famous now. As she spoke, she clicked on the short video on her cell phone, and the headline on the homepage was the first lesson. Entrance teachings of a mediocre counselor at Tianhai University. Jiang Yan suspiciously took the phone and clicked in to see that it was exactly the scene of the class meeting he gave to the students the night before. He looked at the number of plays below, and it had reached more than 3 million times, while pop-ups also muddled the screen. I'm afraid there's some kind of misunderstanding about being flat and unimpressive. Take the responsibility of rise and fall with the body of a piker. The speech is so good, teacher, fencing this face, this temperament, this talent, this talk, worthy of being a teacher at Tianhai University. Let's see my counselor. If I can't help but give him a kick in the ass, shouldn't the granny master take full responsibility? Is there any group transferring schools? Take me one. Jiang Yan finally understood why the students around him were so abnormal. Presumably they had all seen this video. Now not only is it on fire on the original website, other short video websites have also turned crazy. This various video uploaders have risen more than 1 million fans a day. Feng Rong smiled and asked Jiang Net Red, have any feelings? Don't dare to think anything. Jiang Yan smiled bitterly. Just please don't disturb my peaceful life. Jiang Yan has never paid attention to short videos, but as a modern young man, he knows about some of the chaos on short videos, like Brother Coat and Brother Ramen, who were surrounded by the popularity of these people. He knows about it. Feng Rong guessed his concern and teased, do you want to greet the security office, as long as you say that you entered the school to look for Mr. Jiang? All of them will be released, so as not to delay the journalists to come to interview. Jiang Yan's face went white for a moment, panicked and waved his hand. Teacher Feng, don't scare me. For the sake of our former teacher-student relationship, let me go. Ha ha ha, see how scared you are. Every day you look like you are light-hearted. It turns out that you are also nervous. The phone rang. It was Yang Shan who called. Jiang Yan just connected. A deafening voice came out from inside. Jiang Yan, do you know? You're on fire. Jiang Yan took the phone farther away and said, No. You don't watch short videos. How did you know earlier than me? Yang Shan said. Where are you? I'll go find you. Office. Before he could finish, the phone was hung up, and a few minutes later, Yang Shan and Lai Yudid winded up running into the office. Jiang Yan, the day before yesterday when I asked you how the class meeting went, you said it was okay. This is what you said was okay. As soon as Lai Yud came in, he aggressively asked for punishment. Jiang Yan pretended not to understand and said, not okay, it's too okay. Lai Yud was in pain. Who would have thought that you could speak so well? Thanks to that, I was worried that you would be at the bottom. You were worried. You can't wait for me to get to the bottom. Jiang Yan's words were on his lips, but Yang Shan snatched them out first. You're worried about Jiang Yan? You're looking forward to him being at the bottom. Yang Shan looked at Jiang Yan, as if she found a new continent. Jiang Yan, you are really refreshing your cognition again and again. You can actually speak so well out of script. You don't go to study literature, don't go to engage in speeches. It's really talented. You don't even know. My students are going crazy with excitement when they see the video. My circle of friends has been screen brushed. Yang Shan's eyes flashed. After seeing the video, Yang Shan's first reaction is shocked. She did not expect Jiang Yan actually has such a deep sense of family and country, especially at the end of the To the Body of a Man, Take the Matter of the Rise and Fall, caused a huge ideological impact on her. These words, in this age of impatience and materialistic desire, just like a stream of clear water, in other people, Yang Shan certainly think it is the mouth of beautiful words, but for Jiang Yan, she firmly believed that he will certainly be like what he said to do. And looking at Jiang Yan on the podium, confident and free, eloquent manner, Yang Shan always feel that he seems to have a light, like a vortex, as tightly tugged her eyes. A second does not want to move away. She understood very well the admiration that the girls expressed for Jiang Yan. Then after all, she felt the same way. You've suppressed all of my limelight. I guess one by one they are regretting why you're not the one to teach them. Being a counselor of the same academy, how can I still have prestige to speak of in the future? Yang Shan boarded up her face and said, say it. How to compensate? Jiang Yan slanted her a glance, dumbfounded. If you want a treat, just say so. Zhu Bingshi had been staring at the screen of her cell phone. She didn't even put down her meal. From yesterday to now, her fan base had always maintained a high-speed growth. It had doubled more than 10 times. Moreover, her private messages had never stopped, and had already reached the display limit. She had roughly read dozens of them, all of which were inquiring about Jiang Yan's personal situation. She expected that the video would be fire, but she didn't expect that it would be fire like this. In just a day or so, the number of views on the whole network had already exceeded more than 10 million, while it had already brought her more than 10,000 yuan of revenue. In the face of this situation, while excited, she was more panicked, because the situation was far beyond her imagination. She was worried that it would have a negative impact on Jiang Yan and even on the school. In that case, the consequences would be more than she could afford. She even hesitated to delete the video, but after thinking about it, she decided to keep the video. On the one hand, the video had been forwarded by many parties, and it wouldn't help if she deleted the original video. On the other hand, she kept in mind Jiang Yan's teachings, in the pursuit of the road of dreams, to choose excellence, grasp the opportunity, courage and perseverance, and she is precisely in the courage and perseverance. In the afternoon, Zhu Bingji received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, may I ask who is this? Is this Zhu Bingji? This is Jiang Yan, come to my office. Hanging up the phone, Zhu Bingji froze out of her mind. Her heart was anxious. Could it be that the teacher had found out? However, she felt that it shouldn't be, except for herself. No one knows her short video account. It's impossible to associate her based on the account that posted the video, and if she traced the background data of the website through the internet police, she wouldn't have acted so fast. On the other hand, there were a lot of people shooting videos that day. There were 4 or 5 students recording around her alone, and it was also impossible to track her down based on the angle of the shot, and most crucially, she had noticed that the place where she was sitting at that time was a blind spot in the surveillance. After thinking about it, Yu Shubingji felt that she should be paranoid, and estimated that the teacher was looking for her for something else. After coming to the administrative area of the Academy of Biological Sciences, Zhu Bingxi knocked on the door of Jiang Yan's office with slight apprehension, and there was only Jiang Yan himself in the room. Teacher, you are looking for me. Bingxi is here. Ah, sit down. Jiang Yan pointed to the sofa in the office and signaled her to sit down. Jiang Yan poured a cup of water for her, and with a warm smile, he asked, "How's the profit of the video?" Zhu Bingxi was struck by lightning at the words. Her body immediately froze and she stammered, "Teacher, I don't quite understand. What do you mean? What do you mean?" Jiang Yan sat across from her and looked at her flatly, his tone unchanged as he asked, "Do you dare to do it?" Zhu Bingxi's face turned pale. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. "How did you know?" "It's simple. Based on the angle of the video shooting. The shooter could only be sitting in the penultimate 3rd or 4th row in the northeast corner of the classroom, and only you and 4 other students were recording the video in that position. But the only one who was recording the whole time was yourself. I thought that the position I was sitting in was a surveillance blind spot." "There is indeed a surveillance blind spot there, and of course I didn't look at the surveillance," Zhu Bingxi asked in shock. "Then how did you know?" Jiang Yan gently tapped his fingers on his temples. With his eyes and brain, a short sentence set off shocking waves in Zhu Bingxi's mind. She looked at Jiang Yan with the look of having seen a ghost, as if she was facing a monster. She had long heard from the boys that Jiang Yan had a superb memory, remembering the looks and names of all the students after meeting them only once. At first she thought it was an exaggeration, but now that she had experienced it personally, she realized that Jiang Yan was far more powerful than what the boys had extolled in Tianhai University. Administrative Conference Room. Military training officially starts on the day after tomorrow. This afternoon, the instructor group will be stationed at the school. The accommodation security for the instructors, are they all ready? Wang Linfeng looked at Lei Aiming, the director of the Logistics Support Division. Lei Aiming busily replied, "The instructor's dormitory has been properly arranged, and the living supplies are all fully equipped, so the instructors can move in at any time." Well, this year, the new students of each college are basically managed by new counselors. This is both a test for the counselors and a test for the school's management ability. Each college must attach great importance to the new students' military training and make sure that nothing goes wrong. Wang Linfeng swept through the dean of each college, then said, "This year is also the deepening of the quality of the students to improve the year. The Student Affairs Department to increase the work, relying on the 4-year school sports day, to all kinds of student activities to do well out of the highlights. You have to act quickly, as soon as possible, to come up with an overall program, in adhering to the previous activities on the basis of the carrier. Strengthen the innovation drive, strengthen the activities, run a series of students' love, effective activities." Ling Baidu, the director of the Student Affairs Office, penciled down all of the principal's words and said, "President Wang, the program of activities is already being drafted, and can be handed over for your review tomorrow morning at the latest." Wang Linfeng nodded and said, "The propaganda office should take the initiative to dock with the Student Affairs Office and the colleges, make good use of all kinds of propaganda resources, distill the flashpoints in the work, pass on the positive energy among the students, and sublimate the good image of the school." Okay. President Wang Linbin, the head of the publicity office, answered and looked up at Wang Linfeng, and then at Li Kunshan. Wang Linfeng also made separate deployments for the new semester's disciplinary reform and teaching research. And several other vice principals also made specific arrangements for their areas of responsibility. After the meeting topics were finished, Wang Linfeng looked at Li Kunshan and said, "Before the meeting, President Pan, who is in charge of publicity, and Director Lin approached me to apply for the secondment of Jiangyan from your college to work in the publicity office. What do you think?" Tianhai University's teacher was on fire on the internet. As leaders of the school, everyone present had paid attention to this matter. Hearing this application from the publicity office, although they were surprised but not surprised, they were all clear about the role of netizens for publicity. Li Kunshan slightly was stunned, and did not move and said, "President Wang, President Pan, Director Lin, the transfer of a counselor to work in the school's administrative department is a kind of growth and progress for him, and of course, our college will not stand in the way of it. However, this kind of thing depends on whether Jiangyan is willing or not. As far as I know, he is a person who is dedicated to the students. The other day, the personnel department wanted to second him, and he all but excused himself, insisting that he wants to stay on the front line of the school's student work apart from a few leaders who knew about this matter." The sights of everyone present looked towards Personnel Director Lu Feng. Lu Feng nodded and said, "There is such a thing, if he intends to do so. The personnel department is willing to accept him at any time." Li Kunshan continued. "So I reckon that Jiangyan probably won't accept to go to the propaganda department either." Lin Bin cleared his throat slightly and said, "Principals and leaders, we've considered this issue. So what I'm applying for is a mandatory transfer." After these words, a murmur arose in the conference room. Li Kunshan frowned slightly. "I'm afraid this isn't quite in line with the rules. After all, it is the school's rules and regulations for a new teacher to serve as a counselor for 5 years, and a mandatory transfer is a bad rule." Many people looked at Li Kunshan. This old fox is determined not to release people. Breaking the rules of the big hat are going to buckle down. Wang Linfeng face expressionless. He is also a little difficult. Work perspective, Jiangyan is indeed to go to the propaganda office more effective, but the system is the system, even if he is the principal cannot just destroy. Principal Office Director Tian Mingjian coldly said, "In fact, from Jiangyan's speech, can fully feel, Jiangyan is a good hand at writing written materials. Just office has been short of written secretaries. I think it is more appropriate to transfer Jiangyan to the office. After all, sometimes the written material is good or bad for the school's image has a non-negligible impact. Since we have to break the rules, it is better to make the best use of things. Let Jiangyan do the written secretaries. I think really want to transfer. Should also let Jiangyan choose where to go." Li Kunshan heart secretly a relief. To Tian Mingjian, the former dean of the Academy of Biological Sciences, cast a grateful look. "Hey, you propaganda office is not to force the transfer of the post. Transfer will not necessarily fall into your hands. See how you insist." He glanced at Liu Feng. If Liu Feng can add a fire at this time would be better. This a thought just popped up. Heard Liu Feng say, "The talent is what we found first. If we want Jiangyan to choose, surely we have to be listed as an alternative steady." Li Kunshan elbow quietly touched Ling Baidu. Ling Baidu followed Jiangyan. "This person, I think we all know better, during the school period served as the head of a number of student interest clubs. There are a few clubs and even his hand founded. It goes without saying that he has unique experience and ability in student activities. I think we should utilize this advantage of his, absorbed into our student affairs department, to better deepen the quality of the school, to enhance the work of the deepening of the year, to complete a good job." Lin Bin face ugly. "Ling Director, the student affairs department is full of talent. And you lead the lack of a Jiangyan, as well as the work can be completed well." Ling Baidu calmly said, "Director Lin is modest. You do not have Jiangyan, not also able to work." Li Kunshan mouth emerges a smile. The old god sitting in the chair. Now instead he is the first relationship with the most relaxed. The director of the Youth League Committee Office, Yishu Linjian, followed by a Bar Jiangyan, was once the president of the student union, which is a good match with our work. He said half of the words, the meaning of the expression to the point, and did not continue to say. The line of sight turned to Wang Linfeng, and then everyone also looked at him. The dispute is no longer strong, but ultimately it is still the big brother decision. Wang Linfeng thought for a moment. Wang Linfeng pondered for a moment. A hammer finalized. The secondment of the matter need not be mentioned again. In accordance with the provisions of the school implementation, Lin Bin was a little reluctant. Just about to open his mouth to speak, was in charge of the vice principal. Pan Xiaofeng glared back into the stomach. Pan Xiaofeng said, Principal Wang, forget about the secondment, but if the propaganda office has a need, I think Jiang Yan, as a teacher in the school, is very obliged to listen to the arrangements of the propaganda office and assist in the work. Wang Linfeng nodded. Pan Xiaofeng looked at Li Kunshan. Kunshan, what do you think? The Academy of Biological Sciences is at the mercy of all arrangements. I think Jiang Yan is definitely willing to do the same. I'll go back and give him a good explanation. Li Kunshan quickly agreed. Leaving Jiang Yan behind was already the limit. The propaganda office had made such a big fuss. It was unrealistic not to let them taste the benefits. Besides, anyway, it is only assisting, there is no hard workload requirement, and it won't hurt Jiang Yan. In the afternoon, Lu Li Lai called for a meeting with the counselors. Besides Jiang Yan and Yang Shan, there were also 4 teachers, Jia Zhihai He, Fang Rong, LV Jinjin, and Zhang Pangsing, all of whom were the instructors of the companies during the freshmen's military training. When they arrived, in the conference room, besides Lu Lai, there were 7 soldiers in formal attire. After taking his seat, Lu Lai introduced, This is Major Wang Minglai from the National Defense University, and the 6 instructors Sun Xing'an, Yang Fangzhou, He Yuan Hua Dong Ming, Huang Fengyan, and Qi Liambo, everyone welcome. After the applause, Lu Li said, In the next month's time, Major Wang and the 6 instructors will be in charge of the freshman military training of the Academy of Biological Sciences. During this period, all teachers must cooperate with each other wholeheartedly. The following is Major Wang's speech. Wang Minglai smiled faintly and said in a neutral tone, I thank all the leaders and teachers of the Academy of Biological Sciences for their great cooperation, and I also solemnly state on behalf of the military training team that I will be serious and responsible, and will complete the training of every student with high standards and strict requirements. He looked at the 6 instructors and said, Before departure, the principal has emphasized the discipline. I will not repeat it, only to reiterate 2 points, with the teachers, to actively communicate and exchange, and resolutely to make good cooperation with the students, resolutely not to have personal contact, to avoid unorthodox practices. All understood. The 6 instructors answered yes in unison. These instructors are all junior students of the National Defense University, not much difference in grade with the freshmen, but also the age of splendor. There have been cases in the past where freshmen and instructors fell in love, and the impact was very bad, so in recent years, the ban has been particularly important to this ban. A class is a company. Lu Li will each company with training instructors assigned, and arrange some details of the work, and Wang Minglai first left the conference room. The 3 classes managed by Zhang Yan, in addition to the instructor of the first class of bioengineering who was himself, the instructors of the second class of bioengineering and bioscience class were LV Jinjin and Zhang Pangsing respectively, while the instructors of the 3 classes were Yang Fangzhou, Huang Fengjian and Qi Liambo respectively. After the 2 parties introduced themselves to each other and got to know each other, Jiang Yan asked for advice. Today's time is a bit rushed. It's too late. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock we will gather the students for a meeting. The form of the meeting, is each company held separately, or should I convene it collectively? The instructors were all still students and had no problem with training skills, but they didn't know much when it came to student management. They consciously chose to remain silent and look towards Lu Jinjin and Zhang Pangsing. Zhang Pangsing has always been silent in few words, while LV Jinjin, who has always been thunderous, was the first to say, Convene them separately, Mr. Jiang, you can directly let the military training liaison officer come to us, and we'll let them both just gather the students, she said with a serious face. We all know that you're popular among the students. If you announce in the collective class meeting that you're only in charge of 1 class for the military training, I'm worried that the students of the other 2 classes will be upset, and if we can't suppress them, it'll be a big shame. How could it be? Jiang Yan casually responded and laughed. Then I'll be the boss. This month, I'll trouble Mr. LV and Mr. Zhang to take care of it. After the meeting was adjourned and he returned to the office, Jiang Yan received a WeChat from Yang Fangzhou after informing the class liaison officers to meet with the instructors. Yang Fangzhou, Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you have any requirements for the intensity of the students' military training? Jiang Yan understood what he meant. After the military training there was a military rendezvous. At that time each company would evaluate the rankings separately. The rankings high or low did not matter for the instructors, but for the instructors there were honorable awards. Jiang Yan thought about it and sent a message: there is no big requirement, let the students get fully trained on the line. He believes that military training, this kind of thing, is nothing more than to improve the cohesion and self-discipline of the students. In fact, the training intensity is too big, and not much use. After all, the students are not really soldiers. Jiang Yan didn't want to let the students exhaust themselves for his personal honor. That would go against his original intention of being a teacher. The morning before the start of the military training, Jiang Yan called the students of the first class of bioengineering to hold a meeting with the instructors and introduced Yang Fengzhou to the students. He knew very well that the protagonist of the military training was Yang Fengzhou and didn't take up too much of the drama, and after a few simple words, he handed over the podium to Yang Fengzhou. Yang Fengzhou gave a brief explanation of the content of the military training and emphasized the discipline of the military training, and in the end, he focused on saying, "Yesterday, I communicated with Mr. Jiang about the intensity of the military training. As a soldier, my intention is to train you to military standards, but Mr. Jiang sympathized and took care of you, and repeatedly emphasized to me that I should do it moderately, so please rest assured that your training intensity is definitely the countdown, if not the lowest. However, you must keep in mind that the intensity can be counted down, but the final performance results can never be counted down. The more teacher Jiang loves and cares for you, the more you have to get up the spirit of not slacking off and seriously complete every training. Absolutely can't let Jiang teacher can't hold up his head in the military training performance. Do you understand?" Understood, the students shouted in unison. Jiang Yan looked at the students' determined faces and felt their grateful gazes. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He was a little worried that this group of students would not be dead set in their minds and be incited by Yang Fengzhou so much that they would take the initiative to increase the intensity. After the meeting, Jiang Yan led Yang Fengzhou, Xiao Wan and Lu Qiui to the military training area of the first class of bioengineering to familiarize themselves with the site, and explained to Xiao Wan and Lu Qiui some matters and details that the military training liaison should pay attention to. After Yang Fengzhou left, Xiao Wan and Lu Qiui looked at each other, and looked around to see that there were no other people. Lu Yuqi took out a sunscreen from her bag and said, "Teacher, the weather is too hot right now. You're going to follow us to sunbathe for a month," and the classmates unanimously felt that they should do something for you. Jiang Yan's face flashed with a pout. "Who taught you guys this?" Sensing Jiang Yan's anger, Xiao Wan hurriedly explained, "No one taught us. This is a little bit of the classmates' intention." "Yes, teacher," Lu Yuqi followed and explained, "especially the girls. They all think that you, teacher, are white and clean. It would be a pity if you get tanned. We can't bear to part with it. A bunch of girls, salty carrots." Jiang Yan was dumbfounded, his boarded-up face unconsciously loosened up a lot. "How much is it?" Liu Qiui glanced at Jiang Yan's face and whispered, 150. "Bring the cell phone." Jiang Yan reached out and pulled out Xiao Wan's cell phone from his pocket. Password Xiao Wan did not say. Jiang Yan could not help but yank over his finger to press on the fingerprint button, opened WeChat and swept him $1,000. "I'll take it for the heart." "This money is considered to be a charge for the class." Jiang Yan slanted Liu Qiui a glance. "Lie, I do not understand. Cosmetics is not it. On this brand cannot be more than 100, teacher. Give more," Xiao Wan said with a bitter face. "Teacher, you let us go back to how to explain to our classmates." The gift did not send out, but also earn a few $100 more. How not sent out? This is not received. Jiang Yan raised the sunscreen in his hand, waved his hand at them. "Go back. I'm not sure how much I'm going to pay for it. But I'm going to pay for it," he said. "Yang Shan, the official website, more than 800, it should be 600 on behalf of the purchase." Jiang Yan, slightly relieved, did not lose too much. Yang Shan also sent a photo to Jiang Yan. "Is an identical sunscreen you do not have to buy. I bought, to you also bought a." Jiang Yan sent her a face covering emoji. "I already have it," a student's thought. Yang Shan. "Yang Shan, why my students do not have a little heart for me?" Jiang Yan, "I would rather they do not have it either. I also gave them 1,000, but also lost a few hundred." The group chat received a message from Yang Shan. "Is there any sunscreen?" Liu Diu. Along with it there are photos that Jiang Yan has just seen. Liu Diu for me? Wow. Yang Shan, overthink it. Buy it or not? The day military training started. Jiang Yan came to the training ground before 7:30, and watched with his own eyes as the students of the first class of bioengineering arrived one by one. If there were no special circumstances, the instructor didn't need to accompany the training ground all the time. he only needed to come over from time to check the situation. After the military training started, the instructors of the other companies left one after another. Jiang Yan was the last one to leave. But he didn't go back to his office. Instead, he went to the training ground of the Bioengineering Class 2 and Biotechnology Class. During the military training, although the instructors were responsible for solving all the problems of each class, after all, those two classes were also Jiang Yan's students, so he couldn't really ignore them completely. Throughout the morning, although Jiang Yan did not work as hard as the students, he never went back to rest, and kept cruising back and forth between the three classes under the scorching sun, fearing that the students would get into trouble. Especially after realizing that students in other companies had heat stroke and fainted, he was even more concerned, repeatedly reminding the three instructors to let the students rest as much as possible, and specially asking Lan Jinni to find a few sophomores to send a few buckets of water to ensure that the students had drinking water. He himself went to buy a few boxes of patchouli water and issued a bottle to each of his students, and as the morning passed, his students did not show any physical abnormalities. Jiang Yan, your student's physical quality is quite good. One fainted without any. My students had 3 heat stroke. At lunchtime, Yang Shan bought her meal and just sat down before spitting at Jiang Yan. What's wrong with that? The sports students I brought still have fainted, to whom to reason. Lai Yud chewed his mouth full of rice and grunted in anger. Nowadays, the children's physical quality is obviously not good. They are all too delicate for both of their words. Jiang Yan thought deeply. He went to school when the military training. Although there are students who can't bear it, but it's purely rare. Even until the end of the military training, a college will not appear 1 or 2 fainted. And now, it's only just one morning, the Polytechnic alone fainted 3, and some colleges are said to have more. Nowadays, there are more and more entertainment activities, especially cell phone entertainment attracts too much energy. Students' interest in sports continues to go down, and a decline in physical fitness is inevitable. Jiang Yan sighed. It's a long way to go to improve the quality of students. Lai Yudi said, do you guys know? This year is a 4-year school sports year. It is said that this one is going to be even more grand than the previous ones. Not only there is this series of cultural and artistic competitions, it seems that there is also going to be a large opening ceremony. Jiang Yan listened to Lu Lialai mentioned, know a little about it. This I heard Dean Lu speak. The program has been initially set. It seems that in a few days we'll be in the college to select athletes. Freshmen, if selected, cannot have to participate in the military training. Directly for special training, Yang Shan said. The competition of the colleges, it should exclude the sports college, otherwise what else is there to compare? Lai Yudi smugly said. That's of course. The teachers and students of our academy will serve as coaches or referees for each academy. Otherwise, it's impossible for any other academy to win any program. Yang Shan glanced at him and said leisurely, is that so? Why do I seem to have the impression that Jiang Yan had once represented the school in several programs of the National University Games? Could it be that the school let a student who couldn't even get a place within the school to participate in a national competition? Or am I remembering wrongly that Jiang Yan also graduated from the sports academy? Lai Yud flashed a trace of embarrassment. There are a few people like Jiang Yan, can't be counted in the afternoon at work. Jiang Yan still came to the training ground first. Cruising through all 3 classes, suddenly received a phone call. Caller ID was Yishu Mengjiao. Jiang Yan was stunned for a few seconds before remembering Zhu Mengjiao is a person. The same is also a new teacher, assigned to the College of Arts. The pre-service training when she went out to a barbecue, she broke her foot. It is Jiang Yan throughout the back of her. Answering the phone, Jiang Yan asked suspiciously, Mr. Su, something is wrong. Teacher Jiang, where are you now? Zhu Mengjiao's panicked voice came out from the phone. At the training ground. What's wrong? My student fainted and fell on his head. Now he's unconscious. The school doctor asked to go to the hospital. Jiang Yan froze. Reported to your dean. Reported it. He's in a meeting and asked me to take the student there. Yang Shan's voice was permeated with panic. My colleagues are all busy. I am not familiar with the others. Can you accompany me? In case something happens to the student, I'm afraid I won't be able to explain to the parents. We're not familiar with each other either, big sister. Jiang Yan was helpless, but listening to Yushu Mengjiao's voice that was almost pleading, there was no way he could refuse. Okay, wait a moment, I'll be right there. When Jiang Yan ran to the school hospital, he could see Zhu Mengjiao anxiously standing at the door, pacing back and forth, not knowing whether she was waiting for him or the ambulance. Where is the person inside? Seeing Jiang Yan, Yixu Mengyao seemed to have found her backbone. Her expression stabilized, and she quickly led him into the outpatient room. The unconscious one was a girl, lying on the consulting bed. Her face was pale and slightly twisted, seemingly suffering from great pain. Beside the bed stood an old and a young school doctor. The old one of them was the school hospital director Nian Shuwei. Both of them looked powerless. Jiang Yan raised his hand to signal Xu Menjiao not to speak. His eyes were slightly closed and opened at first, his sight gliding over the student's whole body. Upon examination, the cause of coma is primary craniocerebral injury, moderate concussion, need to rest for 1-2 weeks. As the small AI's mechanical voice rang in his head, Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief and faced Xu Menjiao. Nothing much, it's a concussion, just rest for 1-2 weeks. Yushu Mengyao looked at her student and asked skeptically, "You know medicine?" Slightly. Jiang Yan noticed Yushu Mengyao's gaze was different and added, "Biology and medicine are not separate. I learned clinical medicine in my elective." Zhu Mengjiao whispered, "I just asked Dean Nian if it could be a concussion, and he was very sure that it wasn't, and said that I don't know medicine nonsense." Him? Jiang Yan looked at Nian Shuwei and subconsciously flashed a thought. His words can also be believed. For Nian Shuwei, Jiang Yan was not a stranger at all, and had long known his deeds. This person was a barefoot doctor a few decades ago. Catching up with good luck, accidentally stayed in Tianhai University. Over time let him boil into the head of the university hospital. Only when he was young, he didn't learn anything, and after taking control of the school hospital, he was even more uninterested in medicine. In order to be able to control the school hospital, he also ostracized capable colleagues, resulting in the school hospital can only deal with some colds and fevers of minor illnesses. Students a little more serious illnesses will have to go to the hospital to deal with the trouble and money. Worse still, in order to make money, he also colluded with shady hospitals in the community, describing students' minor ailments as major ones and referring them to hospitals to earn favorable fees. Jiang Yan had been fooled in his freshman year of college. If not for the fact that he was more resourceful at that time, at least he must have been cheated out of several thousand. Under Jiang Yan's undisguised skeptical gaze, Nian Shuwei was annoyed. "You are also a new test in, right? Now the young teachers really do not know the sky high and thick. After a few elective courses dare to say bullshit words. This is a place to see patients and save lives, not a place for you to talk nonsense. I have been treating patients and saving lives for decades. I can't tell if I have a concussion? If it's really a concussion, it's your turn to talk nonsense here." Jiang Yan had never been a good old boy who tolerated anger, let alone the anger of such a person. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he said nonchalantly, "Since this is a place to see patients and save people, did you see what kind of disease it is? Did you save the person? 1 did not see the disease, 2 did not save people, on top of an old face to rely on the old. Also claimed to cure the disease to save people for decades. Really, if decades is a dog should also know a few points of medical skills, which like you only show off the age." Jiang Yan opened his mouth and scolded the old man to the point that his face was red. And the younger ones beside him wanted to laugh but didn't dare to do so, and held their tongues. The old guy was so angry that his face twitched. You. Which academy are you from? I'll sue your leader's beard. A big one is still so unproductive. Actually sued the leadership, really like their own fall into the shit pit of children do not dare to admit their mistakes, but instead rely on other people's head to sue the teacher. Also do not think about their own that all over the shit. The teacher is willing to take care of you. A dirty thing. Jiang Yan's words can't be described as not poisonous, making Zhu Mengjiao laugh, while Nian Shuwei was almost exasperated, the trembling fingers pointing at Jiang Yan straight, gasping for breath, as if he was going to turn his back at any time. Jiang Yan raised his voice and said, "If you want to sue, just sue. Academy of Biological Sciences." Jiang Yan speaking of an ambulance parked in front of the school hospital. The body paint shows Tianhai Sunshine Hospital. This hospital is basically a private pheasant hospital. Jiang Yan was almost cheated, but also in this. Nian Shuwei saw the ambulance arrive, took several deep breaths, glared at Jiang Yan and said, "Saving lives is important. I won't bother with you first. This is the ambulance you called, right? Not going." Jiang Yan did not step back. Immediately told Xu Mengjiao call 120. Nian Shuwei knew that it was impossible to solve Jiang Yan, intimidated Xu Mengjiao. "The ambulance is here. Why call 120? Delayed to see the doctor. You can afford the consequences." Yishu Menjiao also saw something wrong. Not far from the school is the affiliated hospital. Why don't you go to the affiliated hospital with those words? Yi Shu Menjiao dialed 120 and called for an ambulance. The ambulance soon arrived. Jiang Yan followed Shu Mengjiao into the car. When Jiang Yan got into the car, he looked back and met Nian Shuwei's spiteful gaze. He smiled faintly and then closed the car door. 7th Affiliated Hospital of Tianhai University. Yishu Menjiao walked out from the doctor's office with the checklist and said with joy, "Jiang Yan, you're really good. She really has a concussion. There's no big problem. She can go back to school after a few days of recuperation in the hospital." Jiang Yan was not surprised by this result and asked, "Have you contacted her parents? When will they come over?" Yishu Menjiao's smile froze. A touch of worry surfaced. "I contacted them. Her parents are abroad. They can't come over at a time, and they hope that I will find a caregiver to take care of her." But just now, the head nurse said that the hospital's caregivers are especially tense now, especially the female caregivers, and they can't spare their hands for a while. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan was also a bit embarrassed. Now that the school is so busy, you can't be in the hospital all the time, and it's not realistic to let other students help. "Yeah," sighed Xu Meng, "I'll go pay the fee first, and report to the dean later, see what he says. Come on, I'll accompany you." While waiting in line to pay the fee, Jiang Yan suddenly heard someone shouting behind him. Jiang Yan, he turned his head back. Not far away there was a female doctor waving at him, although he couldn't recognize who it was with the mask. But the figure was familiar. The female doctor jogged to her, took off the mask, and asked with a bright smile, "Don't you recognize me, Senior Yilan?" Jiang Yan asked in surprise. "You work here?" Standing in front of Jiang Yan is Su Yilan, who was 1 year younger than him, was a cheerleader of the school basketball team back then, and Jiang Yan is an old acquaintance. "I'm in my 3rd year of graduate school. My mentor is the director of the neurology department in the hospital, and I've been studying in the hospital for the past 2 years." Su Yilan looked up and down once. Jiang Yan teased, "Senior, 2 years have not seen. The style is still your video I can watch. Many small sisters in the department are your fans." I said, "We know." They said I bragged. "It's all students fooling around and recording. I didn't expect to cause such a big storm." Jiang Yan brought over, "Asked you in the neurology department of several departments, a second section room." Su Yilan said, "I haven't asked you what you are doing in the hospital. What do you need to greet without? Feel free to tell me." It just so happens that there is something I need to trouble you with." Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. "I have a student who is in your department." He told Su Yilan about the student's situation and asked, "Can you find a way to find a caregiver for her? The cost is all good." "What do I think it is? Just this matter. I'll take care of it," Su Yilan answered in one mouthful. Jiang Yan was overjoyed. Coincidentally, Yishu Mengjiao paid the fee and came over. He introduced the two of them to each other and said to Shu Mengjiao, "Teacher Su Yilan has helped us to solve the problem of the caregiver." Shu Mengjiao was overjoyed and held Su Yilan's hand. "Dr. Su, thank you so much." Su Yilan looked back and forth on Jiang Yan and Shu Mengjiao, motionlessly pulling out her hand, smiling faintly. "With Senior Jiang Yan here, as long as I can do, it's not enough. No need to thank you guys. Wait for a while. I'll go and say hello to the head nurse first, and come find you guys later." Su Yilan winks at Jiang Yan. "You mustn't leave early. I'll have to get your autograph for my little sisters later." After Su Yilan left, Su Mengjiao breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Mr. Jiang, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do today." With Su Yilan's help, the matter of the caregiver was resolved satisfactorily. After signing a 5-day nursing agreement, Jiang Yan was hard left by Su Yilan until the end of the day, and was dragged to the department to take a photo with a group of young female doctors and nurses one by one. After the group photo and signature, Su Yilan was going to invite Jiang Yan to dinner, but Jiang Yan refused. In fact, according to reason, should take the initiative to invite Su Yilan dinner. But Jiang Yan from the school out of the time did not say hello to the leadership. Although it is out to do the right thing is not wrong, but do the job is still out of the stay a little bit out of the way. He also has a bunch of students have to manage it. To Su Yilan promised again and again, busy this section must come to her. Su Yilan only let Jiang Yan leave. Just returned to the school, Jiang Yan received a notice in the group, "Please college counselors of all grades quickly to the meeting room. No one is allowed to take leave." Jiang Yan secretly said a fluke, and after saying goodbye to Zhu Jiyu Shu Mengjiao, he hurried to the conference room. After the meeting started, Li Kunshan opened the door and said, "This afternoon, Vice President Ning and Director Ling of the Student Affairs Department called the deans and vice presidents of the colleges to a meeting to announce the program for the quadrennial university games. After the three of us deliberated together, it was decided that Dean Liu would be directly responsible for all matters of the games. The time of the games was initially scheduled for the week following the end of military training. Time is tight and the task is heavy, so we need to speed up the selection of athletes and start training quickly, Liu Lai continued. The sports meeting is about the college's education and management style. Teachers at all levels must attach great importance to it and participate in the whole process without objectivity and cooperate fully to ensure that good results are achieved and a good image is displayed. He looked at Mao Yanyu and arranged. The student union should treat this work as a top priority. Do a good job of logistical support for athlete selection and training, and make sure to complete the selection of various competitions before the end of this week, and formally put into training. Mao Yanyu showed a difficult face, but she understood that this was not the time to talk about conditions and nodded her head. Okay, Dean Liu. Li Kunshan looked at Hong Ming, the vice dean in charge of teaching, who said, I've already made arrangements with all the teaching teachers that the classes students miss due to training will not be counted as part of their usual grades, and the missing classes can be made up using evening classes, and in the final grading, the athlete students will be taken care of. This point, all counselors can tell the students clearly. Don't have concerns. Li Kunshan glanced at the worried Mao Yanyu and said, Ms. Mao, what do you have in mind? As much as you can put forward at the meeting. Mao Yanyu organizes her language and politely says, Dean Lai. There are more than 30 competitions in this school athletic meet. If all of them are taken on by the student council, I'm afraid that the pressure is a bit high. After all, the student council only has a total of more than 50 students. I'm worried that it will affect the progress. Don't worry. This is something that the two deans and I have already considered. All the counselors will have to take on the task. Li Kunshan said. Dean Liu, you break down the projects that each counselor is responsible for. Liu Lei let out a hikim, and then read out each counselor's project aloud. Jia Ji Hai He, responsible for shot put, javelin, high jump, and standing long jump. LV Jinjin, in charge of volleyball, soccer, tennis. Feng Rong, in charge of 110-meter hurdles, 400-meter relay, 200-meter sprint. Yang Shan, in charge of aerobics, table tennis, badminton. Jiang Yan, in charge of basketball, 100-meter sprint, Taijiquan, 5,000-meter run. After the reading, Liu Lai said, Mr. Mao. After the meeting, you will arrange a meeting for each teacher to determine a student union cadre as a liaison, and all teachers should also fully utilize the power of students and class cadres, and work together to ensure that good results are achieved. The three deans also deployed some details of the games and organized teachers to speak one by one to offer advice and suggestions. The meeting was adjourned already in the evening. Yang Shan and Jiang Yan went to the restaurant to eat together. Yang Shan said, when I was in school before, I always felt that the counselor was very idle, and I couldn't find anyone every day. How come we have so much to do? Jiang Yan laughed. Your counselor is also busy, only you do not see it. Just because busy cannot find people, but it's also troublesome. Originally I was already busy enough with military training, and now I have to be in charge of the games program. Yang Shan sighed. I'm a newbie. How can I take care of it? Yang Shan saw that Jiang Yan didn't say anything and asked, have you hired a chorus teacher yet? In the freshman military training performance, besides military skills, there was also a military song competition, and every instructor needed to hire someone to give professional guidance to the students. The military training had just started. Jiang Yan hadn't yet freed up his hands to do this, and honestly said, no, have you hired one? Invited, didn't. Yang Shan said in exasperation. The school only grants 600 yuan to each class to teach for 3 weeks. What kind of vocal teacher would take on this kind of job? I asked someone to ask a few students in the music department. They are not willing to do it. Yeah, $600 is indeed less. Any undergraduate studying vocal music who goes out and tutors people is far more than this price. Jiang Yan seriously thought about whether there was anyone he knew who had studied vocal music. After thinking about it, she really let her think of one. It was a member of the literature and art department when he was the president of the university student union, 2 years lower than him, now in her second year of graduate school. Jiang Yan looked up the cell phone number of Lai Yayao in his address book and tried to call her. But the phone went through. Hello, Brother Yan? What's up? Hearing Li Yayao's sweet and pleasant voice, Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Yayao, I want to trouble you for something. No need to be polite, Brother Yan. What is it? I stayed in school as a counselor. Now I'm taking the new students to military training. The military chorus lacks a vocal teacher. I need to teach an hour class every night. I want to ask you if you have time. So yeah, Li Yao pondered for a moment and said, I've just taken on a student's private tutor, I'll just call and excuse myself later. When will the lessons start? Starting next week, Jiang Yan said with a slight blush. You should know about the school, the pay is a bit low, only $1,000 for 3 weeks. Yang Shan's eyes widened. Li Yao's silver bell-like laughter came out from the microphone. Brother Yan? Someone has approached my schoolmate, saying that it's $600 for 3 weeks, the extra $400 is out of your own pocket, right? You're treating me too much as an outsider, help you do something, it doesn't matter if the money is not there. Let's do it this way. Next week officially starts. Tomorrow noon I will first meet with the students, so that they can familiarize themselves with the feeling first. Jiang Yan naturally had no opinion and agreed in a loud voice. Yang Shan vigorously winked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan understood and said, Then I won't be polite to you. There's still one thing I want to trouble you with. Can you help me find another student? Schoolmates are fine. I have a colleague who is also a teacher. This is a bit difficult to do, after all. The money is too little. Li Yao was in a difficult situation. Jiang Yano did not insist on saying more, after all. Li Yao's willingness to help is already a great favor. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan met Yang Shan's disappointed eyes, and suddenly had a flash of light. Yang Shan, I think of who to look for. Yang Shan rekindled her hope. Who is it? Jiang Yan shook his cell phone and smiled. Yixu Menjiao, yeah, she's from the art college. It shouldn't be hard to find a student. Yang Shan was instantly happy, then a little downcast. However, for this price, she must have to take on other people's favors to find someone. We're not familiar with her. She won't necessarily be willing. Should be. Jiang Yan smiled confidently and dialed Zhu Menjiao's phone. Hey Mr. Jiang, I just called you a few times, but I'm on the line. Have you eaten yet? I want to invite you out for a meal. Jiang Yan turned on the speakerphone. Yang Shan heard it clearly. Her eyes were once again wide and full of surprise. I'm eating at the school cafeteria, Mr. Zhu, let's make an appointment another day. Alright, then. Zhu Menjiao had some regrets. Teacher Su, there's one thing I want to ask you to help. The freshman's military song chorus. It's missing a teacher. I want you to help find a vocal teacher. I don't know if I can find one. No problem, Zhu Menjiao answered with her mouth full. I'll ask my colleagues to help find a junior student, and I'll have someone contact you tomorrow, okay? Thanks a lot, Ms. Ishu, you're too polite. It's me who should be thanked. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan snapped his fingers in front of Yang Shan's face and said with a smile. Done. Yang Shan said suspiciously. How did you two hook up? I remember during the training, except for me and Li Yud, you didn't really hang out with anyone else. Hooking up, this word, with a beautiful. Jiang Yan frankly put today's events to Yang Shan all out. Yang Shan listening to straight grin. Yixu Mengyao is a few points of the heart. You know, to find you help, our teacher Jiang, how anxious and righteous individuals, certainly will not refuse. Her province matter. After finishing her sentence, Yang Shan suddenly regretted. It seems that she has something to do is also the first to think up Jiang Yan. And the person who troubles Jiang Yan the most is also her. In this case, it should belong to her, the most resourceful. You two are not the same. You and Jiang Yan are colleagues in the same college, and the relationship is good, unlike her who is an outsider. Yang Shan rushed to persuade herself, eliminating the thoughts that should not be in the bud. Jiang Yan felt funny and said, Then otherwise, don't socialize with this kind of scheming person. Yang Shan was like a frosted eggplant. No, I still count on her to help. She suddenly showed her worries and said, You've offended Nian Shuwei to death. He's been in the school for decades, he must have a lot of energy. You have to be careful of being worn small shoes. Jiang Yan did not care. Said the body is not afraid of the shadow slant, why be afraid of it? Jiang Yan routinely patrolled the students' military training, to go to the other two classes. On the way to the training ground, received a notice from Mao Yanyu. President Hong Ming let go to his office. The specific reasons did not say. Hong Ming is in charge of the teaching work of the college. The main management personnel is teaching teachers, and counselor teachers do not have much interaction, work so many days. Jiang Yan, in addition to the meeting time to see him, has not had other contact with him. Moreover, Hong Ming was parachuted into the Academy of Biological Sciences from administration only last year, and used to work in the school authority department. Jiang Yan met with him when he went to school, but didn't have much interaction. Therefore, Jiang Yan was surprised to learn that he was looking for. Jiang Yan was very surprised. Back to the college, Jiang Yan went straight to Hong Ming's office. Dean Hong, you are looking for me. Mr. Jiang is here. Please have a seat. Hong Ming had a warm smile on his face. Jiang Yan sat down as instructed and asked, Dean Hong, what is it that you are looking for me? Hong Ming didn't answer, poured a cup of tea for Jiang Yan and asked, so many days at work, are you still used to it? I'm fine. I've been at the school for 7 years, I'm familiar with every aspect, so there's nothing I'm not used to. That's good. You young people are the future and hope of the school. Only if you get used to the life here and work with peace of mind, our school will get better and better. Listening to Hong Ming's words without nutrition, Jiang Yan's heart was even more puzzled, but he didn't show it at all on his face, and said with a smile, with a leader like you guiding the way and navigating, our school will be better. Hong Ming laughed and said, I've long heard that you can do the job and will be good at talking, but it's really true to its name. As soon as you open your mouth, you will hold me up first. No, it's all from the heart. Hong Ming's face was corrected, leisurely said, since Mr. Jiang is so good at being a good person, why did he get into trouble with the school's leaders yesterday? Jiang Yan stunned. He did not expect Hong Ming actually is for the year Shuwei to find him. He had long expected that the year Shuwei was flicked face will not let go, but could not imagine that the action is actually so fast. The heart of the shock waves, face waves not shocked, Jiang Yan blandly said. President Hong joked, how dare I offend school leaders? But is to correct an old man who is not refined in virtue. I did not expect to actually alarm to you. The word alarmed can't stand up to it. Hong Ming sipped his tea and said as if he didn't think about it, a leader of the school organ department found me and asked me to pay attention to the problem of a young teacher who is disrespectful to his elders, and I'm just looking for Mr. Jiang to find out about the situation. Jiang Yan sneered, even if the counselor has a problem, it is also Liu Li, the immediate leader, to deal with it. It is not Hong Ming's turn to manage it, and he is now looking for it. It is just to stand up for Nian Shuwei. Nian Shuwei for so many years in the school, what reputation. I think Dean Hong should have heard of it. I do not know what else I want to know the situation. Hong Ming sighed slightly and said, Jiang Yan, there's no need to be so fiery when you're new to the job. Listen to my advice and apologize to Dean Nian. I'll help you to intercede. He won't make things too difficult for you. He had a look of I'm doing this for your own good. Thanks to the fact that it was Jiang Yan in front of him, if it was any other newcomer he might really be grateful to him. Jiang Yan got up. Dean Hong, I still have something to do. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Hong Ming's face darkened, tilted his face to Jiang Yan and said coldly, Jiang Yan, are you going to disobey me? Jiang Yan faintly said, the cervical vertebrae is not good. The doctor explained me to lower my head less. Hong Ming snorted coldly, look at this, but think about it. He took out a red-headed document from the drawer. The header was Tianhai University Supervision Department. The content was the notification of Jiang Yan's disciplinary criticism, informing him that he left the school yesterday during the freshman's military training without asking for permission. Hong Ming said only need to cover the seal of the supervision department. This circular will be officially established, but less than a month on the job by the whole university notification. Jiang Yan, you have to consider clearly. Consider a dear. Jiang Yan looked straight at Hong Ming, his voice not lowering a bit, said, 7 years in school? I have been notified more times than you have seen in your whole life. Take this to scare me? Every time it's a commendation. I've long been tired of it. I just want to feel what it's like to be briefed and criticized. After saying that, Jiang Yan strides out of the office, leaving Hong Ming with a slick back. Coming out from Hong Ming's office, Jiang Yan was furious, not for the notification criticism that hadn't officially taken effect yet, but because there were indeed people in the school who were backing up Nian Shuwei. Even though he had guessed it long ago, it was one thing to guess it and another to have it actually happen. Instead of going back to the training ground, he came to Lu Li's office. Lu Li was surprised for a moment when he saw Jiang Yan barging in sullenly and smiled. Jiang Yan, what's wrong? Who messed with you? Although the two of them are superior and subordinate, they have known each other for many years and have a teacher-student relationship, so they can be called half teacher and half friend. Privately, Jiang Yan is not so much constrained to him. Brother Lei, just now Hong Ming called me to the office. Lu Li was stunned. He can't control you. What's he looking for? You for threatened me, and showed me a notification of criticism. Lu Li was confused. What is the situation? Tell me bit by bit. Jiang Yan recounted the beginning and end of the conflict with Nian Shuwei, as well as the words that Hong Ming told him, to Lu Li in no uncertain terms. After listening, Lu Li's face was cloudy. Hong Ming's hand is too long. When is it his turn to ask about the counselor's matters? Moreover, the rights and wrongs are obvious. As the leader of the Academy of Biological Sciences, not only does he not defend his own people, but he actually helps other people out. Jiang Yan's face was gloomy and said, "It doesn't matter if I am notified of the criticism, I don't care. But I can't swallow this breath. What do you want to do, Hoing? Must root out these school assholes." Liu Li subconsciously wanted to laugh. After all, Jiang Yan is just a new ordinary teacher, while the other party is the dean of the school hospital and the vice dean of the branch, and even behind the back there is likely to be a larger background. With him, want to eradicate these people is tantamount to a fool's dream. But meeting Jiang Yan's resolute gaze, Liu Lei suddenly realized that he couldn't laugh. He asked seriously, "Do you have any plans?" Jiang Yan shook his head. "Big brother, things just happened. How can I have time to plan? I came to find you. Also just want to spit with you, by the way, let you also help me out." Hong Ming was dumbfounded. What ideas can I come up with? After all, Hong Ming and I work together in the same team. Keeping the team united is the basic principle. Can you count on me, brother Lai? What are you still covering up with me? Jiang Yan bristled. Dean Li will retire next year, Hong Ming fell, and then the new vice president's foundation is unstable. It is impossible to be competitive. Who benefits the most? Hong Ming's smile converged. Jiang Yan, words cannot be nonsense. Jiang Yan silent. Hong Ming walked to the door to look at both sides, closed the door, turned back and said, "What plan? The first time to contact me, we discuss more. As for the notification of criticism, before you went out yesterday, you called me to ask for approval, not considered unauthorized outings. Okay. Then I'll leave first." Jiang Yan got a satisfactory answer and was ready to get up and leave. Liu Li waved his hand to signal him to sit down and said, "You worry more about the things of the games, Mao Yan. You can't count on it. When necessary, you have to carry it." Jiang Yan let out an "oh" sound, expressionless. Liu Li added, "This is also the meaning of Dean Lai." Jiang Yan's expression slightly moved. It seems that the college is interested in handing over the student union to his management, but still need to examine the examination, and the way to examine is this sports meeting. Jiang Yan got up. "Don't worry, the results can't be bad." Jiang Yan's cell phone showed 6 missed calls. 2 were from Lai Yayao, and the other 4 were unfamiliar numbers. He then remembered that he and Lai Yayao agreed to meet at noon, and hurriedly called her back. "Yayao? I'm really sorry, I was just in the leader's office, my cell phone was on silent. Have you arrived yet?" "I got on the intercollegiate bus. Brother Rock, I guess I'll be there in 20 minutes or so. Where to find you later?" "I'll wait for you at the bus stop. See you later." The Academy of Arts was on the old campus, and it took half an hour on the bus to get here from there, which was one of the major reasons why the vocal students didn't want to take this job. Jiang Yan gave another call back. Answering the phone was also a sweet voice. "It's Mr. Jiang Yan, right? Teacher Xu asked me to find you." "Oh, you're the vocal teacher that Teacher Xu helped find, right?" "Sorry, teacher, I'm not a teacher, I'm just a junior student. My name is Zhang Yuan." "It's okay, Yuan, Teacher Xu is talking about you. Please come to my office, my colleague EMS Yang Shan is waiting for you in the office." "Okay, teacher, I will go over now." Jiang Yan called Yang Shan and explained that she went to butt heads with Zhang Yuyan, and then sent a tweet to Xiao Wan, telling him to go find Mao Yan Yu to apply for an empty classroom, so that later on, the students will not take a break after lunch first, and will go directly to the classroom to gather for the meeting. As for himself, he hurriedly rushed to the bus station to pick up Lai Yayao. Jiang Yan and the intercollegiate bus arrived at the bus stop almost at the same time. As soon as they met, Li Yayao extended her hand with a smile. "Brother Yan, long time no see." "Long time no see." Jiang Yan gently shook her greenish-white jade hand and smiled. "Haven't seen you for a few years. You're even prettier, Brother Rock. You are also elegant and graceful." "Old ah." The two of them blew a few rainbow farts to each other. Jiang Yan led Lai Yayao to have a simple lunch, and then brought her to the classroom. "Brother Rock, what song are you going to let the students sing?" "A big river with wide waves, I guess." Li Yayao was puzzled. "Aren't we going to sing a military song?" "A red song will do." The classroom was already full of students. As soon as Jiang Yan entered, there was a silence, and several students silently raised their cell phones. Since Jiang Yan and the internet fire, this has been a routine operation, where he gave the students a meeting. There will certainly be someone video. He also 3 orders prohibited, but always prohibited, slowly also turned a blind eye with them. "Xiao Wan did in front of Jiang Yan," whispered teacher. "The students have arrived." Jiang Yan nodded his head, walked up to the podium and raised his voice. "Students, from next week onwards, we will have an hour of red song chorus training every night. and I have specially invited Sister Li Yao, a second-year student in the vocal department, to serve as your voice teacher. Applause please. The classroom immediately roared with applause, mixed with sporadic murmurs. I've heard that the vocal teachers hired by other classes are all sophomores or juniors, but Mr. Jiang is a graduate student right out of the gate. His interpersonal energy is much stronger than other teachers' nonsense. Other people are comparable to MS. Jiang's sister Ya Yao is so pretty. I declare her as my new goddess scum. Isn't your goddess MS? Yang Shan, you haven't seen MS. Yang being inseparable from Mr. Jiang every day. I suspect she has someone in mind. I'd better recognize the situation earlier. Hey, maybe after a while, you'll recognize the situation with Ya Yao. Ba La Yao moved her lotus steps up to the podium. Her voice was not high but accurately reached everyone's ears. Hello everyone, I'm your vocal music teacher Li Yao. Call me teacher or senior sister. Our competition piece is A Big River with Wide Waves. I'll demonstrate it once first, so everyone can familiarize themselves with the feel of it, and memorize the lyrics in the next few days, and then we'll officially start next Monday night. Li Yao slightly opened her voice. Pleasant and melodious music that sounded like heavenly music slowly flowed from her mouth. A big river with wide waves, the wind blows rice flowers fragrance on both sides of the river. Although she only sang, but under the close listening, the view is not weaker than the VIP seats of a large-scale concert, and all of them were mesmerized at once. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded. Did not hire the wrong person. There is such an excellent teacher personally teaching. This group of students' chorus certainly will not pull down. Ya Yao, the first time I heard you sing when I was in school, I had a feeling of being amazed by you. I haven't seen you in a few years. Your singing skills have become even more perfect. On the way to send Li Yao back to the bus stop, Jiang Yan slightly lamented. He is not boasting, but completely from the heart. Recalling the student's intoxicated and shocked appearance, he still wants to laugh a little. Vocal music is not easy to have a good development. I don't want to become a music teacher after graduation, but I don't know anyone in the music circle, and the entertainment circle is too dirty, so I can only polish my singing skills little by little. Li Yao gave a far-fetched smile. Her expression was slightly gloomy, but despite that, a lot of times it's not based on strength. Jiang Yan understands her pain. Art students seem to be easy to get into a good university, but this path is easy to enter, difficult to work. After graduation, it is purely an army of thousands of horses crossing the log bridge. The world has seen as the front and back set thousands of spotlights in one, but that is, after all, a very small number. Jiang Yan can only comfort whether it is your appearance or voice, or singing is excellent. There will certainly be a chance to make a name for yourself. Now just the second year of study, there are nearly 2 years before graduation, there is plenty of time. Li Yao said, Brother Rock. I heard from my mentor that as a celebration program for the school sports day, the winner of this year's campus top 10 singers competition might get the chance to sign with an acting company. This is definitely a good opportunity for me. That's a good thing. Then you should definitely grasp it. I believe in your strength. Jiang Yan's mouth was full of confidence in Li Yao, but in his heart, he had another thought. He was not doubting Li Yao's strength, but there were just too many outstanding people. Li Yao said seriously, Brother Yan, I hope you can do me a favor and accompany me when the time comes. Are you kidding? If I go to a company, isn't that pulling your leg? Jiang Yan shook his head repeatedly. Li Yao was silent, just looking straight at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan smiled bitterly. It's not like I know anything about music. Under Li Yao's burning gaze, Jiang Yan couldn't say any more, finally nodded his head. Just don't blame me in case you mess up at that time. Li Yao spread her face to reveal a spring breeze smile. Thank you, Brother Yan. I know you are the best to us juniors and siblings. Since he promised Lu Li that he would try his best to achieve good results in the school sports meet, Jiang Yan naturally had to find a way to realize it. Don't the items that people are responsible for, he can't say much about it, but the results of the items that he himself is responsible for can't be bad at all. He is responsible for basketball, 100-meter dash, Tai Chi and 5,000-meter run, and other 4 projects are not good results of the project, he's relatively speaking, but also the basketball team project is easier to improve some. After coordinating the venue with the teacher in charge of running the basketball hall, Jiang Yan sent a text message to Lan Xini, Cine. Notify the players of the college's basketball team and ask them to gather at 7:00 p.m. at the No. 3 venue of the basketball hall. Jiang Yan's liaison for the school games was still Lan Xini, he was satisfied with this. On the one hand, Lan Xini's ability could indeed be, on the other hand, she was the Secretary General of the Student Union, which was considered as the third hand, and her speech was more forceful among the students. After Lan Xini's reply was received, Jiang Yan informed Yang Shan and his own new student military training liaison respectively, and asked the new students who could play basketball to gather at the same time at the No. 3 court of the basketball hall. At 6:50 p.m., Jiang Yan arrived at the basketball hall 10 minutes early as usual, but when he arrived, the side of court 3 was already full of people, and there were people playing full court on the court. Positive enough, practicing on your own first. Jiang Yan walked over suspiciously, and came face to face with a trotting Lan Xini and another tall and strong boy. Lan Xini said angrily, "Teacher, the third field is occupied, but we asked them to go to another field to play. They are reluctant to do so." Jiang Yan's face sank. "Did you find Mr. Fang the teacher?" he said. Mr. Fang was the teacher in charge of the basketball gym and the head coach of the varsity team, and it was with him that Jiang Yan coordinated the venue. Another boy said in a low voice, "Teacher, Coach Fang has gone home. The phone can't get through." Jiang Yan gave a hum sound and glanced at the boy with a questioning face. Lan Xini hurriedly introduced, "Teacher, his name is Shi Yanlong. He is the captain of the college basketball team, and also a member of the school basketball team." "Good day, teacher." Shi Yanlong greeted politely, and said with a slight blush, "I'm only on the second team of the varsity team, a student of the Academy of Biological Sciences." "Being able to enter the second team is already enough to prove excellence," Jiang Yan said from the bottom of his heart. After all, the school has a sports academy, and with those professional basketball students competing for a spot on the varsity team, it can be said that it's harder than ever. "Those people over there, do you guys recognize them? It's from the Architecture Academy house team. The leading 2 are also from the varsity team, and one of them is a substitute from the first team." Yoho Jiang Yan snorted and led the way to the third field. "Teacher, good teacher, you're here." "Teacher Jiang, good." Seeing Jiang Yan, the students have greeted and flashed a path for him. Yang Yan scanned the field, a glance to locate the best 2 people, a more than 2 meters tall center and a dexterous defender. He walked slowly to the center and bellowed, "All dismissed." The small defender was playing fast break and happened to rush to the center court. Hearing Jiang Yan shout, he immediately braked his footsteps and came to Jiang Yan's body, glaring at him. "Who are you? What are you doing?" The other players from the School of Architecture quickly surrounded them, and the students from the School of Biological Sciences also rushed onto the field with quick steps, blocking Jiang Yan behind them, going toe-to-toe with the School of Architecture. Jiang Yan pushed aside the crowd, stood in front of the defender, and said in a gruff voice, "This field has been fixed by the Academy of Biological Sciences, and is now the Academy of Biological Sciences training ground." "You said it's fixed? How old are you?" The 2-meter-plus center and defender stood side by side, and said aggressively, "Wang Meng, Hu Yao, this is Mr. Jiang from our academy. He has already fixed this field with Coach Fang." "So it's a teacher." The defender named Hu Yao was a little weaker, but refused to back down. "Even if it's a teacher, there has to be a first come first served. You can't just say you've booked it. No matter how you say it, you have to call the coach to confirm it." Shi Yanlong anxious. "The coach's phone cannot be reached. Mr. Jiang is a teacher. How can cheat you? That won't do. The basketball hall is in charge of Coach Fang. Only recognize him here. If you want us to go, you should give us proof." Jiang Yan reached out to stop Shi Yanlong, who was going to say more. With a disdainful face, he scanned over Hu Yao and Wang Mang. "Why do I have to give you proof? Do you deserve it? There is only one sentence now. Take your men and get out." The atmosphere on the field was stagnant. The students of the Academy of Biological Sciences were all energized by this. "Right, Mr. Jiang is a teacher. Why should he give proof to a few students? Especially the freshmen that Jiang Yan brought, usually used to seeing Jiang Yan's gentle and elegant side, fiercely seeing him this kind of domineering, can't help but all eyes flooded with color, instantly hold their heads high. Their aura are much stronger." Being reprimanded by Jiang Yan, Hu Yao's face was green for a while, but after all, he didn't dare to talk back, and unwillingly said, "Teacher, you're also too unreasonable. I've said it before, this field has already been set. You don't believe it is your business, don't bullshit in front of me. If you have any grievances, let your teacher find me." Jiang Yan faithfully walked away from him, casually raised his foot, kicked their basketball out of the court, familiarly went to the locker room to change the jersey sneakers. Just as he was about to put on his sneakers, Jiang Yan heard a loud voice coming in from outside. "What happened? Which academy are you from? No disturbances in the ballroom. 3 students who are more than 1 meter 9 walked quickly to the third field. Hu Yao saw them as if they had met strong help, panicked and came to the front, said, Captain, Wang Mang and I led the students of the academy team to train, and a teacher from the Academy of Biological Sciences led the students, and was going to drive us away without any explanation. Teacher Feng Renqi, the captain of the varsity team, frowned slightly and asked Shi Yanlong, Yanlong, why don't you ask your teacher to play on another field? Why take advantage of Hu Yao and the others? Shi Yanlong was so anxious that his face turned red, and he said, Captain, don't listen to Hu Yao's nonsense. The third field was set by teacher Jiang and coach Fang, and it's him who's occupying our field and refusing to leave. Feng Renqi faced Hu Yao, who said unconvincingly, you guys said it was fixed. Without calling coach Fang to prove it, what makes me believe it? Upon hearing this, Feng Renqi was a bit displeased. He is a teacher. Why should he give you a student to prove it? He was about to open his mouth to persuade him to leave, when Jiang Yan changed his clothes and walked out. Feng Renqi's eyes lit up, quickly walked in front of Jiang Yan. Brother Yan, I was just wondering if the teacher of the Academy of Biological Sciences would be you. I didn't expect it to really be you. The other day I knew the news that you stayed in school as a teacher. I always wanted to find you to play, but I was busy and delayed. I didn't expect to see you today. Little Feng, I didn't expect that you were already the captain of the varsity team. Jiang Yan is not a stranger to Feng Renqi. When Feng Renqi was sent to Tianhai University as a basketball special student, the bailing formalities were all led by Jiang Yan, and his physical training has always been led by Jiang Yan. Yes, Brother Rock. It's still like yesterday when I think about how I was abused by you day after day on the big day. Feng Renqi smiled and said, Brother Rock, come back to play again in the future. Talk to the coach or not, just give me a greeting. All will be arranged properly for you. After saying that, he boarded up his face and said to Hu Yao, Brother Rock is the captain of the previous varsity teams. He is our senior and predecessor, so pay attention to what you say in the future. When these words came out, everyone looked at Jiang Yan in shock, except Lan Xinyi, who had heard about this from Dong Tianhua's mouth. No one could think that Jiang Yan, who looked skinny and weak, was actually once on the varsity team as well, and was also the captain. Among them, Shi Yanlong was the most important one. He knew clearly how difficult it was to enter the varsity team, and he couldn't help but look at Jiang Yan with a little more respect in his eyes. Hu Yao reluctantly let out a him and said, Captain. Then I will go back. First, Feng Renqi could see Hu Yao's disobedience. Naturally his heart was a bit unhappy, but in front of the crowd he couldn't directly reprimand him, and slightly nodded his head without paying much attention to him. You seem unconvinced. Just as Hu Yao was about to leave, Jiang Yan coldly said. Hu Yao forced out a smile and reluctantly said, Mr. Jiang misunderstood. I didn't. Jiang Yan snorted coldly, said, Manly man don't have the same heart. I'll give you a chance, the matter on the court to solve. Let's play a game. Whoever loses will leave. Hu Yao's eyes glowed. One-on-one. Feng Renqi looked at Hu Yao playfully. His heart unconsciously recalled the scene when he was high and mighty and was abused by Jiang Yan to the point that he had no temper. He whispered to the 2 teammates beside him, Hu Yao doesn't know the sky and the earth. There's a good show to watch. Jiang Yan shook his head, and just when Hu Yao was a bit disappointed, he pointed at Wang Meng and said, Let's go 2-on-2, Shi Yanlong and I against you two. Hu Yao could barely hide his excitement. If it was 1-on-1, he couldn't figure out Jiang Yan's strength, although he was confident. He was more or less lacking in confidence. But if it was 2-on-2, with Wang Meng sitting in the interior, as a forward, it was impossible to defend. Teacher thought about it. Jiang Yan nodded. Feng Renqi slightly changed color, couldn't figure out why Jiang Yan chose 2 against 2. He and Hu Yao shared the same opinion. Jiang Yan had no chance of winning with the 2 of them. Any confidence? Jiang Yan turned his head and asked Shi Yanlong. If he answered that he had no confidence, Jiang Yan would replace him and send any random person. But he didn't let Jiang Yan down. Clenching his fists and looking exuberant, he whispered, Fuck him. There was a sense of morale. Jiang Yan nodded. Both sides to jump ball to decide the first offense. Shi Yanlong accurately go to jump ball. Was Jiang Yan a stop? I'll do it. Under the crowd's shocked gaze, Jiang Yan walked to the jump ball area and stood face to face with the 2-meter-tall Wang Mang. And the crowd have a feeling in a trance. Jiang Yan seems to have changed a kind of temperament. He is always before the image of gentle as jade good sun. And after stepping into the stadium, the body steeply more than a wild stern, like a sword about to be unsheathed. Jiang Yan gave a wink to Xu Bingji, who was in the crowd. The latter understood and immediately opened his cell phone to start recording. With the referee Feng Renqi whistled, basketball screw abandonment, Wang Mang quickly jumped, but feet just off the ground, felt a black eye. A black shadow jumped up high, directly to the ball shot to Shi Yanlong. I go. Mr. Jiang bounces so hard, this is a jump ball with a 2-meter center, it must be a jump of at least 1 meter. The students erupted in a burst of exclamation, only Feng Renqi expressionless. A person who has not seen the appearance, routine operation is just. Shi Yanlong gained possession of the ball, steady control of the basketball. The ball back to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan controlled the ball facing Hu Yao's defense. Jiang Yan to the left side of the strong breakthrough. Hu Yao quickly moved across the follow-up. He was a back dribble, instantly turned to the right side of the breakthrough. Hu Yao immediately shifted his center of gravity to block his right hand. Jiang Yan to take advantage of his center of gravity is unsteady. Cross dribble back step, back to the 3-point line outside. Hu Yao's center of gravity was shaken, eager to follow the pressure defense, but his legs could not keep up with his consciousness, and he stumbled and directly tripped to the ground. Shaken down, the students of the Academy of Biological Sciences let out a cheer. Jiang Yan slightly sneer, 3-point shot, with a swish sound, the basketball into the net. The score was 3-0. Exchanging the ball, the gloomy Hu Yao was eager to get back his face. He didn't choose to pass to the inside, but opened the outside to play alone. He did a triple threat, suddenly start step, right hand raw burst, Jiang Yan close defense without losing position. Hu Yao find a bad opportunity, crotch dribble feint change of direction, followed by a turn. Hu Yao afterglow noticed Jiang Yan completely lost the defensive position. The heart of a happy, was about to start layup, suddenly found in the hands of an empty. The basketball was actually Jiang Yan's steal. Jiang Yan got the ball, not waiting for Hu Yao back to defense, exit the 3-point line to raise his hand and shoot. Swish score 6-0. The ball was exchanged again. This time, Hu Yao saw the gap between him and Jiang Yan, did not dare to be careless again, steadily passed the ball to Wang Mang, utilizing the inside height and body advantage to hit Shi Yanlong. Shi Yanlong, after all, is a small forward body, compared with the center body obvious disadvantage, was carried by Wang Mang step by step into the 3-second zone. Wang Mang leaned on Shi Yanlong, turned around and hooked the ball. The basketball drew an arc accurately to the basket. Just when the basketball was about to reach the highest point of the drop, a hand suddenly pressed straight down on the basketball, directly grabbing the basketball from mid-air. Good hat. This time boiling not only the students of the College of Biomedical Sciences, but also the College of Architecture, who did not expect that a difference of more than 20 centimeters in height would actually be capped, and capped so cleanly and beautifully. Ball conversion, set. Hu Yao and Wang Mang are a little froze. Jiang Yan once again exited the 3-point line, but this time, he did not take a shot, just staring at Hu Yao's eyes. The ancient well of expression seems to be rather more arrogant. Such a dish. Also have the nerve to clamor. Jiang Yan's plain words were thick with mockery. But neither Hu Yao nor Wang Mang made a sound. They just blushed red, especially Hu Yao, almost as red as dripping blood. When Hu Yao came over to defend again, Jiang Yan hooked the corner of his mouth and repeated the same trick, feinting on the left side, running on the back to the right side, and once again stepping back to collect the ball. Hu Yao was prepared for this time, quickly jumped up to cover. But Jiang Yan, in the moment about to collect the ball, again dribbled back to pull, like early in the morning on the road, like Hu Yao over a clean. See Jiang Yan straight to the basket. Wang Mang hurriedly missed Shi Yanlong defense. Jiang Yan hit the ground to Shi Yanlong, Wang Mang, and quickly back to the defense of Shi Yanlong. Faced with Wang Mang's side to himself under the basket, Jiang Yan made a wink at Shi Yanlong and pointed to the basket. Shi Yanlong understood and threw the basketball over the basket without hesitation. Jiang Yan jumped up, caught the basketball in the air, and smashed the basketball into the basket, while his body collided with Wang Mang, who was replenishing the defense. Wang Mang only felt a strong force coming and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Clang. The score was 8-0. Jiang Yan hung the basket with one hand and slowly landed on the ground, just like a god of war. The crowd of onlookers was dead silent, followed by a tsunami of cheers boiling up. Air catch riding dunk is Mr. Jiang still a human being. Jiang Yan heard several students' voices were muffled, while Feng Renqi's screaming voice could clearly be heard in the cheering crowd. As a referee, can you be more dignified? Jiang Yan slandered a sentence and looked toward Wang Mang, who had just gotten up from the ground, and Hu Yao, who was staring blankly. Continue. Hu Yao shook his head in dismay. Give me the ball, I want to go back. The students of the School of Architecture left the dugout grayly. The students of the School of Biomedical Sciences surrounded Jiang Yan in the middle, each of them revealing an expression of uninterestedness. Feng Renqi grinned and said, Brother Yan, it just so happens that we have time today. Why don't you show us a few more dunks? Jiang Yan glared at him. Where did I get the time, busy with business? He greeted Shi Yanlong. You organize the people, select the students who will participate in the basketball tournament today, and you, enjoying a play for free today, mustn't you make up the tickets? You hold the gate for me, and select a good batch of seedlings. His words were addressed to Feng Renqi. Free drudgery not used for nothing, he wouldn't waste it. Feng Renqi wrinkled into a bitter face. With you around, where is the need for me? Jiang Yan laughed. With you guarding, I don't need to be here. After Jiang Yan left from the dugout, Xu Bingji also quietly left and quickly caught up with Jiang Yan. How was the recording? The effect is not bad, right? Jiang Yan asked. Xu Bingzi's eyes were colorful. She couldn't restrain her excitement. More than good, teacher. It's a complete explosion, I bet. Once this video is uploaded to the internet, the heat is definitely higher than the last one. That's good. Earn more money and help others more. Mentioning public welfare to help others, Xu Bingxi was more excited. Teacher, the money I earned from the last video was donated to 4 mountain schools in your name, and their principals wrote back, so I'll show it to you tomorrow. No need, you keep it, Jiang Yan said. Future donations don't need to be in my name, just use your own. Why? Xu Bingxi asked doubtfully. I don't want to use my own slight contribution to exchange for other people's gratitude. That will make me feel greater guilt, because I could have done better. This sounded a bit roundabout. But Xu Bingxi understood it. She subconsciously recalled a news story she saw the other day, where an uncle bowed and apologized when he saw righteousness and courage jumping into a river to save a man unsuccessfully, and one of the comments struck her with a deep impression of how heroes always feel that they don't do enough. After returning to the office and uploading the video processing to the internet with Xu Bingxi, Jiang Yan received a call from Shi Yanlong. Teacher, the athletes are all picked. This freshman class does have a few good seedlings, recruited them all into the courtyard team. Give me the big list of players for your basketball team. Starting tomorrow, all the personnel won't need to attend classes or military training. Start training 24/7. Okay, Teacher, Shi Yanlong said with difficulty. Teacher, there's no problem with physical and technical training, but I'm not good at tactical coordination. Can we find a professional coach? Basketball is a group game. Individual ability is no longer strong. Without good tactics and good cooperation is just a scattered sand, and a professional coach can make the team get qualitative improvement. This problem, Jiang Yan, has long been considered. He also has a suitable candidate. The day after tomorrow at the latest, the coach will be in place. He sent a message in the group chat. Yang Shan, how is your vocal teacher? Yang Shan, quite good, both professional and responsible, but also took the initiative to start chorus training in advance. Jiang Yan, that's good. I was going to ask you if you need to change one. Lai Yud, have you found your vocal teacher? Quickly save the children. Mine has not been found. Not to mention a good teacher, poor or not. Lai Yud, you are actually ready to change. Full of people do not know the hunger of hungry people. Yang Shan, no need to change. This is it. Thank you. Lai Yud. Jiang Yan, you can find a voice teacher. Jiang Yan, not bad. There are so few resources. Lai Yud, help me out. Find me a teacher. With this, there are a bunch of pitiful expressions. Jiang Yan, I remember your undergraduate is basketball special, right? Lai Yud, what's wrong? Jiang Yan, tactical guidance should not be a problem, right? Lai Yudi, I heard that you are in charge of your college's basketball team. It's not going to be that you are going to let me go and help you train, right? Jiang Yan, yoho, big smart really becomes smart. Li Yud, you have to find me a good point of the voice teacher. Do not just find someone to make up the number. Jiang Yan, deal. As Xu Bingxi expected, Jiang Yan's basketball video was released and once again exploded all over the net. And with the foundation of the last video, both the amount of playback and the amount of retweets were several times more. I have a bold love, Mr. Jiang, understand it does, Mr. Jiang, still need a basketball chaperone? The kind that gets riding buckets and automatically lays flat. Insurance at your own expense. Boys who play basketball are really handsome. Is it too late to enroll in Tianhai University? A student sincerely begs to ask, waiting online, urgent Jiang Yan was forcibly pulled by Wang Linlin and Feng Rong to watch the video pop-ups one by one, so embarrassed that he could dig a hole in the floor with his toes. Yang Shan had just glued the Jiang Yan is not working here poster on the office door. Still feeling insufficient about the intensity, she egged on, MS. Wang, MS? Feng, we can't just let him watch it, we have to make him read it out. Good idea. Wang Linlin, and Feng Rong's eyes lit up. Jia Zhihai laughed straight away, pulling out the tea set from the cabinet and setting up to watch the show. I'm wrong. Jiang Yan laughed bitterly and begged for forgiveness. It's a bit late today, I guess I can't book a table at a good restaurant. Tomorrow's Saturday, I'll treat you in the evening, right? To apologize to a few teachers, and to thank you for helping me to block people. Since Jiang Yan's video burst into flames again, the office was almost trampled on the threshold in the past 2 days, either begging for a photo or asking for an autograph, and there were quite a few self-media outlets coming to interview. Outside the community is okay, the gate has security, idle people are not allowed to enter the school, but the students in the school is a little bit let Jiang Yan cannot eat, and there are a lot of teachers to follow the hilarity. Had no choice but to ask his colleagues to help block some people, but the 4 of them tired enough. This is not, take advantage of the heat a little subside. 4 people will gang up to find Jiang Yan to discuss. Hot pot Feng Rong said. Seafood Wang Linlin was also nonchalant. Steamy hot pot seafood Yang Shan summarized for the 2 of them, capping it off. Jiang Yan had no choice but to nod his head, and looked at Jia Zhihai, asking, Teacher Jia won't make any suggestions. Jia Zhihai leisurely drank a mouth of tea, said no good wine I do not drink. Jiang Yan estimated a calculation. This meal at least have to eat his salary for a week. Tomorrow night, fixed Yang Shan pick place I pay, this can let me off right. People under the roof, low head early less get stabbed, Jiang Yan is very sensible. Wang Linlin and Feng Rong exchanged a glance, the former turned off the video, the latter spread the hand that pressed Jiang Yan's shoulder, and let him get up. Yang Shan laughed. It's the first time our office has gotten together for a dinner, we have to slaughter a good meal tomorrow, I've decided not to eat from tonight. Feng Rong joked, MS. Yang, we have to be merciful, Mr. Jiang is still single, we have to help him save some money to find a girlfriend. Yang Shan glanced at Jiang Yan and said, according to Mr. Jiang's condition, he still needs to save money to find one. In the past few days, how many girls have seen him? Looking at that situation, they would like to put up money to support him. That's true. Wang Linlin flirted. Jiang teacher, you have to pay attention. Don't really go with other little girls. 3 women in one play. 3 words, said Jiang Yan, greatly embarrassed, can only pretend to be deaf, and Jia Zhihai savored the tea ceremony together. Hey Mr. Jiang, however, he is vain to avoid the hearts of the people. People do not spare his intentions. Feng Rong purposely called out to him. What is it, Teacher Feng? Feng Rong said seriously, you have been working for so long, your age is not small, it's time to talk about your girlfriend. I'll introduce you to one. Jiang Yan just drank a mouthful of tea, almost sprayed on Jia Zhihai. Fortunately the tea table is wide enough. All spilled on the tea table. Wang Linlin also followed, I also have a lot of resources here. They are all booked girls. I can also help you introduce them. No need. No need. Jiang Yan wiped the tea table with his hands and feet while hurriedly thanking the 2 elder sisters for their kindness. Why don't you need it? You're not young anymore, it's time to find one, it's just that I can lead you to meet a girl after dinner tomorrow. Saying this, Feng Rong took out her cell phone. I'll contact the girl's mom now and meet her tomorrow. Don't. Never. Jiang Yan took 3 steps and snatched Feng Rong's cell phone down. Teacher Feng. Thank you. I'm single, it's quite good. Really not. Feng Rong looked at Jiang Yan skeptically. Don't worry, the person I introduce must be in exceptionally good condition. Definitely won't be unworthy of you. Jiang Yan watched Feng Rong put away the cell phone, wiped a cold sweat on his head, and casually said, I don't mean that. I am afraid that I can't match the person. Hey, Feng Rong took out her cell phone again. With your condition, what kind of golden branch can't match with you? Just the status of teacher of Tianhai University, in front of which family's mother-in-law is a hard currency. Jiang Yan sweat down again, hurriedly held down her hand. Dry smile. Feng teacher, I just want to leisure 2 years. Not urgent, not urgent. Yang Shan watching the scene is not suspected of a big deal. A face of schadenfreude. Said Jiang teacher. This is you're wrong. How can a man try to be leisurely? It's hard to establish a career without a family. I also think you should find a partner. Just let Mr. Feng, and Mr. Wang help you worry more. Jiang Yan glared at her, his eyebrows slowly stretched, revealing a smile, said Ms. Feng, Ms. Wang. The same as a colleague under one roof, you cannot be more favored than the other. Ms. Yang is also single, you also have to help her, right, Miss? Yang doesn't have a date either. Feng Rong and Wang Linlin looked like they had discovered a forgotten new continent. I don't need one. I have a good one left. No, realizing that the two teachers' eyes had shifted to herself. Yang Shan instantly panicked. Wang Linlin and Feng Rong looked at Yang Shan and fell into thought. Their initial excitement all faded. Wang Linlin said, "There really doesn't seem to be any suitable boys around me for Teacher Yang. Either they aren't good enough, or they are too young. Teacher Yang, you're a doctoral graduate. You should be quite a bit older than Teacher Jiang, so it's indeed time to worry about yourself." Although a girl's age was a forbidden area that couldn't be mentioned, knowing old sister Wang Linlin obviously didn't have this realization and said bitterly. In the face of the seniors in the office, the forever 18-year-old Miss Yang Shan did not have the teeth and claws of the past when her age was mentioned, and honestly said, "There is no one I can see eye to eye, so I can't accommodate it, so I'll wait for it." For a while the atmosphere of the office fell into a strange depression, but Jiang Yan was happy to do so. As long as the topic of introduction of the object is no longer brought to him, he does not care about anything else. The first weekend of the new semester, the off-duty were all very active. Just after the clock in time, the office was gone with only Jiang Yan and Yang Shan. "Jiang Yan, what are your plans for the 2 days of the weekend?" "Not much plan, take a good rest. This week is really tired enough." Jiang Yan half reclined on the chair, with an unbearable feeling. "Next week is even busier, cherish these 2 days." It's true that from next Monday, the freshman will officially start the Red Song chorus training for 1 hour every night. Besides that, he still has to worry about the basketball team. Moreover, the other competitions that he is responsible for also have to start running in a tight schedule. And all of this was still to be built on the basis that he had to finish the basic job of freshman military training. Jiang Yan felt his scalp numb just thinking about it. "What are your plans?" Yang Shan joyfully said. "Playing? I came to Tianhai for such a long time. I haven't gone to the attractions to stroll. I want to go to stroll." Jiang Yan subconsciously sat up straight, vigilantly asked, "You've asked a friend, right?" Yang Shan raised her mouth and said miserably, "I am an outsider. Where do I have friends here? The only friend is you." Li Yud is also your friend." Jiang Yan stood up, cleaned up his desk neatly, raised his leg and was ready to go. "Ms. Yang, I still have something to do, I'm leaving first." Yang Shan tugged on Jiang Yan's arm and said, "One day, just one day. You rest one day, take me out to play one day. Goodbye." Jiang Yan nonchalantly broke Yang Shan's hand, turned around and ran. "No one wants to delay my lying flat life for these 2 days. I'll pay for tomorrow night's meal." Jiang Yan's steps out of the office slowed down a bit. "The wine is also on me." Jiang Yan stopped his feet and looked up to the sky to do a silent math. "All expenses for going out to play are on me." Jiang Yan twisted his head back to sit on the chair. "Righteousness, in fact, Tianhai good attractions or a lot of. You do not go to see. Indeed a little bit of a pity, as a colleague and friends, to give you as a tour guide. Of course incumbent." La Yang Shan raised her eyebrows and asked Jiang Yan with a smile, "Jiang Yan, do you know what I appreciate most about you?" Jiang Yan sounded a bit familiar with this. Bai Ling also asked. He tried to say back, "Confidence." Yang Shan shook her head and said seriously, "Being able to bend and bend stretching." Jiang Yan's brows furrowed. This sentence doesn't sound like a good word when it's said in your mouth right at this moment. The cell phone rings suddenly. Jiang Yan pulls out a look. Actually is Zheng Shiliu called. Jiang Yan didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly connected. "Hey teacher, what's the matter with me? Do you have time tomorrow?" Zheng Shilu spoke without any delay and asked directly. Jiang Yan glanced at Yang Shan. "I should have. What are your orders? Come to the house for lunch tomorrow." "Okay teacher. I will definitely be there tomorrow." When she was in graduate school, Zheng Shiyu often invited her students to her home for a gathering. Jiang Yan had been a regular guest, and this time she also agreed very quickly. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan spread his hands and said, "Luckily, I only promised you 1 day. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. I have an appointment tomorrow." Yang Shan skimmed her mouth and didn't say anything else. After discussing the time for dinner tomorrow, Jiang Yan and Yang Shan left work together, and when they walked to the first floor hall, they bumped into Lu Lu Lai and Hong Ming. "Good day, Dean Lu." "Good day, Dean Hong." Although he had already fallen out with Hong Ming, he still had to maintain face outside. Jiang Yan also greeted Hong Ming nonchalantly. Lu Lei smiled and said, "Getting off work so late, hard work." Just after he finished his words, Hong Ming said in a conspiratorial manner, "Those who can do more work, young people have the ability to be busy, it's normal." Lu Lei could hear something in Hong Ming's words and gave him a displeased look, but after all, it was in front of his subordinates, it was not good to show other emotions, and immediately laughed and said, "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Yang." Dean Hong seldom complimented people to their faces. It seems that he highly values you guys. Yang Shan's eyes flowed, smilingly said, "Thank you, Dean Hong, it's all what we should do." Hong Ming gave a HM sound and looked at Jiang Yan, smiling but not smiling. Jiang, I heard that one of your speeches has exploded on the internet, and they all said that you're very talented, and it's just that I've got a speech that I want to use on Monday, so you'll come and help me write it in the next couple of days. Jiang Yan squinted at Lu Lei, who shook his head slightly. He said nonchalantly, "Thanks to President Hong for thinking so highly of me, it's my honor." They are all colleagues, saying honor is exaggerated. Hong Ming's face showed his complacency. "If there's nothing else, Mr. Jiang can come to my office tomorrow morning to look for me, I'll tell you the meaning of the speech." "It's too early not to." Jiang Yan reveals a difficult look. "I have to go out today. I can't go back until tomorrow morning, and I guess I'll be stuck in traffic in the morning." Hong Ming pretended to be atmospheric. "It's okay, a little later is fine. When will you probably get to school?" "Monday." "Days?" Hong Ming's face twitched. "You can block traffic for 2 days," Jiang Yan said indifferently. "If you are on vacation for 3 days, that's 3 days of traffic jam. You tricked me." Hong Ming's face was grim. "Hey, old Hong, young people don't know better, what are you angry with him for? Can't make a mistake, can't make a mistake." Lu Lei, who was holding back a smile, pulled Hong Ming and dragged him upstairs, giving Jiang Yan a wink. "Goodbye, Dean Hong." Jiang Yan intentionally said goodbye to Hong Ming loudly, exasperated that he struggled for a while in Lu Lei's tugging and pulling. After walking out from the Academy of Biomedical Sciences, Yang Shan, with a worried look on her face, asked Jiang Yan, "How did you explicitly offend Dean Hong? Although he is not directly in charge of us, but after all, he is also the vice dean, I am afraid that he will be unfavorable to you in the future." Jiang Yan smiled coldly. "It's already unfavorable to me." He then told Yang Shan about Hong Ming standing up for Nian Shuwei. Yang Shan was greatly annoyed after hearing this and grunted, "I didn't realize that Hong Ming, who looks like a man of the world, actually isn't a good thing either. What you just said is good. If I had known that he is such a person, I would have given you a helping hand," and pissed off that old thing. Looking at Yang Shan's face of righteous indignation, seemingly more angry than himself, Jiang Yan reminded, "This is between me and him, just pretend you don't know. Don't get involved blindly, just like you said, he is the dean after all. He's not good for you. I'm afraid of him." Yang Shan smiled disdainfully. "In the future, he won't want to get a good face from me. If you can afford to fire me, I'll wait. You know that he does not have the power to fire you." Jiang Yan looked at Yang Shan, who was flailing and secretly slandered. Did not walk a few steps. Yang Shan, "Look around, no one," whispered Jiang Yan. "We have to get him down. Let this kind of person as the dean, sooner or later will give you small shoes, you can bear it." Jiang Yan was happy. "You have an idea?" Yang Shan pondered for a moment with a serious face. "No," she whirled around and said with certainty. "But I think you definitely have." Jiang Yan smiled, not commenting, just murmured, "As long as it's a moth, it shouldn't exist, shouldn't it?" Jiang Yan spent a fulfilling Saturday morning, huffing and puffing just to sleep, and if it wasn't for being woken up by the video sent by Bai Ling, he would have been able to sleep until noon. The cell phone video tone kept ringing. He rubbed his eyes and casually connected the video. Bai Ling in the video screen was leaning on the boss chair. A professional outfit showed her competence, more mature than during the school year, adding more beauty. "Jiang Yan, you haven't gotten up so late." Jiang Yan lazily half lying on the backrest of the bed. "Something wrong?" Bai Ling smiled and said, "I can't see you if there is nothing. I haven't seen you for so long. Don't you miss your old classmate? Has it been a long time?" Jiang Yan tilted his head to think. "Less than a month, 1 month and 19 days, Bai Ling reminded. "Well, it's still your brain that's good." Remembering so clearly, Jiang Yan couldn't find a topic for a while. Remembering Bai Ling's blind date mentioned some time ago, he asked in a letter, "How's the blind date going?" "Not bad." Bai Ling glanced at Jiang Yan's expression and said, "They were all scolded away by me." "You're quite fierce." "I didn't see it before." Jiang Yan laughed. "I'm working, my temper must have risen a bit." Otherwise, how can I subdue people? Bai Ling slightly raised her chin, looking very proud, like a child waiting to be praised. Jiang Yan felt funny. That's right, after all, she's a strong woman now. Bai Ling asked, how are you doing at work? Adapting pretty good. After 7 years in school, what can there be to not adapt to? That's true. I've seen your 2 videos. They're both very hot. Bai Ling asked in as flirtatious a tone as she could. Isn't there a lot of rabid fans mentioning this topic? Instantly turned up images that Jiang Yan didn't want to recall, recalling the scene in the cafeteria where he was chased by students and whisked all the way to the office, his heart palpitating as he revealed a bitter smile. More than fanatical, it's just crazy. Bai Ling then asked, aren't there a lot of pretty fans? That's true that there are some in addition to talent. The last thing Tianhai University lacked was beautiful women. And there were naturally quite a few overwhelmingly good-looking ones among the fans. Bai Ling pretended to ask carelessly, how about compared to me, half a caddy? Honestly speaking, Jiang Yan hadn't seen any that were better looking than Bai Ling, but he didn't say it outright, lest Bai Ling buckled. It wasn't good for a girl to be too confident in her looks. It wouldn't be easy to get married. Bai Ling was momentarily speechless, silent for a moment, asked, Jiang Yan, how about I go back to work in Tianhai? Jiang Yan was stunned. Kyoto is fine. What are you doing back in Tianhai? Isn't that for your sake? Bai Ling said this only in her heart and said on her lips, there are some troubles in the operation of Tianhai's branch. The headquarters is ready to let me take charge of solving it. I'm hesitating. Suit yourself, Jiang Yan said indifferently. I don't know anything about your work. I can't give advice. Jiang Yan thought about it. Life Citation Group had a deep cooperative relationship, and since he was going to fix Nian Shuwei and Hong Ming, Bai Ling's return to Tianhai would certainly bring him a lot of help. He then said, but I personally still hope that you can return to Tianhai. Really? Bai Ling couldn't control her fluttering color. I'll go through the procedures as soon as possible, and strive to go back earlier. Okay. Let me know when you're back. I'll give you a reception. It's been a long time since they had contacted each other. Although the topic was not much, under Bai Ling's best efforts to maintain, the two of them still managed to pass more than an hour. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan hurriedly got up and washed up to rush to Zheng Shixia's house. Zheng Shilu lived in the professor's apartment next to Tianhai University's old campus, more than half an hour's drive from the new campus. When Jiang Yan arrived, it was already close to noon, and Zheng Shilu was serving food from the kitchen to the dining room. Teacher, there was a traffic jam on the road. I was delayed. Jiang Yan smiled with a blush, found a place to put down the 2 boxes of fruits he brought along, washed his hands and consciously headed for the kitchen. It's not late, we haven't started yet. Zheng Shiyu bristled. There were quite a few people in the kitchen. Besides Zheng Shiyu's husband Pan Xiaofeng, there was also a girl with a skinny back, both wearing aprons and working. Don't go inside, just serve the dishes. Zheng Shilu handed him the 2 plates of dishes that were ready and pushed him out of the kitchen. Jiang Yan gave a dry smile and asked, Teacher, where are the other schoolmates? Didn't call them, just the 4 of us today, having a family dinner. Zheng Shilu casually said. Family banquet? Jiang Yan couldn't help but mutter in his heart, he and Zheng Shixiang were not family. Moreover, who is the girl in the kitchen? The tutor only has a daughter in the overseas doctoral program. The beginning of the school year only left not 2 months, it is impossible to come back. And her daughter Pan Jiwan is his direct lineage sister. The relationship is very good and very familiar. That person is obviously not Jiang Yan didn't show it, he was calmly helping Zheng Shilu to do her work. Pan Xiaofeng came out from the kitchen. Jiang Yan hurriedly greeted him. Good day, Principal Pan. Pan Xiaofeng waved his hand. Xiao Yan, when you were in school, you were wild like a monkey. Why are you so formal when you go to work? Uncle Pan. Jiang Yan knew the temper of the Vice-Chancellor of Tianhai University in front of him, and was busy changing his tone to greet him again. Jiang Yan helped Pan Xiaofeng to take off his apron, and then he wanted to tie it on and enter the kitchen. Pan Xiaofeng prevented. The dishes are all cooked. Yan Yan is busy enough on her own, let's drink first. Yan Yan? Jiang Yan flashed a doubt. He hadn't heard Zheng Shilu mention any student or relative with that name. He familiarly went to the storage room to get a bottle of Maotai and poured it for Pan Xiaofeng and himself. The 2 men clinked glasses, and when Jiang Yan refilled them again, Pan Xiaofeng asked, how does it feel to be at work? Quite good. The leadership and co-workers are quite caring for us newcomers. All aspects of work are very smooth. When he said this, his heart flashed through the figure of Nian Shuwei and Hong Ming. but he held back and did not say, relying on Pan Xiaofeng can certainly solve the two of them, but that is not what Jiang Yan would like. He only wanted to rely on their own planning and power. Moreover, Nian Shuwei has been acting like this for decades, and the hidden agenda behind it is definitely intertwined. He doesn't want to involve Pan Xiaofeng or Zheng Shiliu in it, and it's very likely that he will implicate them. And Jiang Yan is just a counselor. Barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. He has no scruples and even more fearless. It's only normal for work to go well. Pan Xiaofeng took a bite of food and said smilingly, not only are they taking care of you, but mainly you are capable yourself. Jiang Yan modestly smiled. No, are in accordance with the teacher taught to do. How she taught me how to do? Are she taught good? Pan Xiaofeng clamped his chopsticks in front of Jiang Yan and made a few false points, educating. This slick talk of yours is good in front of Prof. Zheng, but don't bother with it in front of me. Jiang Yan revealed a naive and simple smile. Sincerely, the two clinked their glasses again. Pan Xiaofeng said, I watched both of your videos. They are very good, both demonstrated the ability, especially your speech. I felt uplifted when I listened to it. What's more important is that the content is full of positive energy, helping the school publicize a positive image. I arranged Lin Bin want to transfer you to the propaganda office, almost to Li Kunshan, that old foxhole. Anxious eyes in the principal's office almost united with the relationship between a few directors to force the palace. Even the big hat of breaking the rules to buckle in the head of President Wang. Recalling the scene of the meeting the other day, Pan Xiaofeng revealed a smile of approval. This shows that you are very much valued by your leadership, although not successful in transferring you. But it is also a good thing, in the future. Even if you make a little trouble, your leadership will turn a blind eye. After all, if he can't tolerate you there, you have plenty of places to go. This matter, Jiang Yan had never heard Li Kunshan speak about it, and today was the first time he heard about it. Although he didn't want to leave the counselor position, and was somewhat glad that he hadn't been transferred, he knew better that in anyone else's opinion. The school publicity office was clearly a better position compared to the ordinary counselor. For what Pan Xiaofeng did, Jiang Yan was very touched and grateful, raised his glass to toast Pan Xiaofeng and said, Thank you, Uncle Pan. Let you take the trouble. Taking the trouble's appropriate. You are Professor Zheng's favorite student, and my most valued young man, just paving the way for you to build a bridge. Pan Xiaofeng said, without emotion. The future is for you young people. It's good to be able to give you a chance to play your spare time. Jiang Yan helped him refill his wine, and said seriously, You're still young, I'm still young. He's old. Zheng Shi Luoxiang brought another plate of food and glared at Pan Xiaofeng. You're so old-fashioned every day. Half of your body is in the ground. As the vice principal of Tian High School, Pan Xiaofeng was a big shot in the academic world, but at home, he could only be Professor Zheng's Pan's younger brother, and when he heard the main person in the family speak, Pan Xiaofeng honestly shut his mouth. Yan, come out to eat, okay? Second aunt with the answering voice coming out from the kitchen. The girl who made Jiang Yan as curious as a cat scratching its heart finally revealed her true colors. Lucian. Jiang Yan stood up from his chair in surprise. He had never thought that Pan Xiaofeng and Jing Shilu's family was actually the second-place winner in the recruitment examination. The girl he suspected was the finalist. Pan Xiaofeng teasingly asked, Do you know each other? LVZ and looked natural and said, I know Mr. Jiang, uncle. When he applied for the exam before, we both had the same position. He was first and I was second. Jiang Yan laughed dryly. A fluke. He originally always had a question, toppled off the internal quota. Why did he not receive any slightest resistance when he joined the company? At that time, he thought that Zheng Shiliu helped him to block the way. But only now did he realize that the source of this matter was in Pan Xiaofeng and Zheng Shiliu. Pan Xiaofeng waved his hand, signaling both of them to sit down, and said to Jiang Yan, Yan's father went through a great deal of trouble to get Tian High University to set up this position. And set up so many restrictions, but I didn't expect that in the end. It was you who made it happen. Jiang Yan embarrassedly rubbed the back of his head and revealed an awkward smile. This is also quite good anyway, the fertilizer does not flow into outsiders' fields. Zheng Shiliu said, Yan is now studying for her doctorate with me, and if she wants to enter Tian High University, she can still find a way to do so after she graduates from her doctorate. Although Jiang Yan got into the teaching post of Tian High University based on his ability, but with the presence of LV Zian, he was more or less uncomfortable with the idea of digging for someone's corner. Unlike facing Pan Xiaofeng and Zheng Xiu alone, he couldn't think of a suitable topic for a while. Jingxi Luoxiang and Lu Jian are both cool personalities. They only ate in silence. In the end, it was Pan Xiaofeng who broke the silence and said, Yang Yan, you and Yan are both young people, you have common topics together, you should have more contact with each other. Jiang Yan glanced at LV Xian, she just focused on eating, didn't even raise her head, as if the topic she was talking about had nothing to do with her. Jiang Yan couldn't figure out what common topics he could have with her. I should, Uncle Pan. Jing Shiliu asked, aren't you free these 2 days? Yan Yan is not familiar with Tianhai, it's just right for you to take her for a stroll. Don't young people like to play? When you go out to play in the future, ask Yan Yan to join you. Jiang Yan was reluctant and smiled bitterly. Teacher, I have something to do at school tomorrow. I don't think I'll have time. Zheng Shiliu looked up at him. What is it? I'll make a call to Li Kunshan and tell him to give you a vacation. It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. Jiang Yan hurriedly refused. I've only just started work. I'm not even willing to work an extra shift. It'll make the leaders misunderstand that's true. Spreading the word will also have a bad influence on Jiang Yan, Pan Xiaofeng said. Jiang Yan nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Pan Xiaofeng took a sip of wine and then said, but aren't you free in the afternoon? After dinner it's time to walk, we'll both rest for a while. You guys go out and play. Under the common gaze of Pan Xiaofeng and Zheng Shiliu, Jiang Yan slightly wet his back, smiled forcibly, and took the initiative to invite Lu Xian. Jian, if you have time in the afternoon, I'll take you for a stroll around the school, and also familiarize yourself with the school's environment. As he spoke, he prayed hard that Lu Jian would refuse, but to his surprise, Lu Jian nodded her head and agreed. Good, trouble you, no trouble, no trouble. Jiang Yan was polite on his lips, but secretly wailed in his heart. After finishing the meal, Jiang Yan didn't even have time to clean up his own dishes before Zheng Shiyu kicked him out, and even forcefully shoved $10,000 to him, telling him to accompany Lu Jian properly. After going out, Jiang Yan called the teachers in the office one by one, informing them that the evening dinner was cancelled and changed to tomorrow, compensating each of them with a good word. After hanging up the phone, Lu Xian asked, you have something to do tonight? I won't disturb you. Right? No. Jiang Yan said in his words while calling a car on his cell phone, and in his heart, he could not help but slander. Will he disturb? Can he not feel it? Still need to ask? Are you taking a taxi? Lu Xian saw Jiang Yan's cell phone display. Well, the public transportation is too crowded. It's better to take a taxi. Jiang Yan sized up the drop-dead beautiful LV Xian, and felt that it was a bit inappropriate to let a girl like her, who grew up in fine clothes, squeeze the bus with him. Don't you have a car? No. Jiang Yan's demeanor was natural. Then drive mine, saying that. She pressed open the door of the garage, in which a Maserati sports car was parked. Drive this? Jiang Yan froze. No. Lu Xian questioned. Of course not. Jiang Yan didn't want heavy news to be exposed on the internet. Tomorrow Tianhai University's net famous counselor rides in and out of the campus in a luxury car, suspected to be adopted by a rich woman. LV Xian obeyed Jiang Yan's intention, and didn't drive her luxury sports car, but switched to Zheng Shilu's old CV. Along the way, Jiang Yan introduced the streets and stores along the road to LV Xian, interspersed with some hearsay anecdotes from time to time, which occasionally actually made the ice-freezing LV Xian show a faint smile. Have you seen that buffet? My junior year, when I just became the president of the school's student council, once from there to pull sponsorship, let them title a club activities and publicity effects are very successful. The results of their manager backtracked. Actually want to deduct sponsorship fees? Jiang Yan spoke. Lu Jian listened attentively and asked. Then what I talked to him a few times, he always found all kinds of reasons, just not to give the final payment. Then I gave up in a fit of anger. Don't want it? Lu Xian frowned. Don't want it can't be. At that time, there happened to be foreign sumo troupes and martial arts clubs exchanging performances, and I was in charge of approaching them. Jiang Yan hemmed and hawed. I arranged for these sumo wrestlers to eat at that restaurant. They are very capable of eating, right? More than being able to eat. After only 3 days, the owner found me, begging to settle the final payment, and gave an extra $3,000, with only one request: to lead those people away. LVCIN slightly revealed a smile after hearing this. You are quite resourceful. Jiang Yan inadvertently saw a ginseng and antler store by the roadside and asked, was your master's degree also in the direction of ginseng research? Lu Jian shook her head. I used to study cinnamon. It's not easy to produce results when you change your research direction in a doctoral program, Jiang Yan casually said. But with a mentor, it should be easy too. But you have to pay attention to one thing. You will often go digging ginseng in the future. Are the students going to? Of course, Jiang Yan said. The first time I went into the mountains with my mentor to look for ginseng, I didn't know the rules and suffered a lot. Jiang Yan said with a serious face, remember, ginseng farmers have a big taboo. You can talk casually on the way to dig ginseng. Especially if you find something strange, don't say it, and don't use your fingers, or you will have to carry it down to the bottom of the mountain. I carried a slab of lapis lazuli down that time, and it almost exhausted me to death. Why the ginseng farmer said it would startle the ginseng doll. At first I didn't believe it either, but Jiang Yan suddenly paused, his face steeply became grave, as if he had remembered something horrible. Lva was affected by him. She didn't dare to utter a word in the atmosphere, and questioned in a suppressed voice. But what Jiang Yan said in a low voice, we found 3 mountain ginsengs in a row. The growth was very good, excellent quality, but there was no rhizome after planing it out. Until the 4th one, I saw with my own eyes that after the ginseng was planed out, the rhizome melted into the soil like water and disappeared. Lva pink face moved. Really? Jiang Yan nodded solemnly. Lva didn't say anything. Jiang Yan didn't say anything again. The car fell into silence for a while. Suddenly, Lu Xian exhaled a long breath and said seriously, Jiang Yan, thank you for reminding me. I will pay attention when I go to look for ginseng. If there are other taboos, I hope that you will also point out more to me. I will definitely not let the ginseng dolls run away. Jiang Yan turned his head at first and looked at Lva with surprise. This girl actually believed. He had long realized that Lva was just not talkative, not high and cold, but it was only at this time that he felt that she seemed to be a little bit nerdy. However, his words were not pure nonsense. There were indeed many taboos in digging ginseng, especially not to talk too much. But speaking of which, just by looking at this point alone, Lu Xian was quite suitable for this. Jiang Yan. Lu Xian suddenly called him. Jiang Yan subconsciously answered, what's wrong? Do you know? Second aunt and uncle are interested in letting us fall in love. Lva words were so shocking that Jiang Yan sat up straight. Really, as soon as the words came out of his mouth, Jiang Yan felt that it was a bit redundant, recalling Pan Xiaofeng and Zheng Shiyu's behavior during dinner. The meaning was very obvious, only that he didn't think of it in this aspect. Really? Jiang Yan looked doubtfully at Lva who didn't blush and had a bland face like she was talking about someone else, and asked, what do you think? I think it's okay. Right? Jiang Yan almost stared his eyes out. The first feeling was that there must be a demon when things go wrong. Lu Xian and him had only met once. He didn't believe in the bullshit love at first sight. Lva frankly said, can contact. After all, our age is not small. Matchmaking is a topic that cannot be avoided. You cannot avoid. I can avoid. Jiang Yan snapped, that is also. But his heart is a little more solid. As long as it is not Lva to rely on him, she is willing to unilaterally as a blind date on the blind date anyway. As long as it's not Lu Xian who is going to fall in love with him, it's fine. Lva showed some apologies. I have no experience in love, may not understand how to get along with boys. If we determine the relationship, how to be a good girlfriend, I think I need to trouble you to teach me more. Jiang Yan's old face blushed. It's okay, I don't have this experience either. Lva had a rare mood swing, a disbelieving expression. I've read your resume, and I've also learned about you from my second aunt and second aunt's husband. How could such an excellent boy not have anyone to chase after him? Jiang Yan asked back, you are so beautiful. How come you don't have one too? Of course I did. But my whole focus was on my studies before. I didn't consider this aspect. It can't be? With all your energy on studying, you can get so many qualifications? Get so many honors? Jiang Yan subconsciously thought about the various restrictions of special positions. Lu Xian's cheeks flushed pink. Mine are all fake. Jiang Yan's chest was clear. Tianhai University is beautiful, but it's really too big. If he really wants to lead Lu Xian to familiarize herself with it once, it's estimated that he'll have to run her legs off, and he can only pick a place to walk around. After thinking about it, he commanded Lu Xian to park the car in front of the 100 Herb Garden, which is the pharmacy school's on-campus planting base. There are a lot of exotic flowers and grasses, as well as trees and shade, which is just right for walking in the middle of summer. Thinking is quite considerate, but Jiang Yan ignored a problem. Today is Saturday, students are not in class. The 100 Herb Garden has long been a lot of indulgence in love boys and girls dating. As soon as he and Lva got off the bus, They were recognized by many students, including many of his own students. Isn't that Mr. Jiang? Why is he here? Yeah, the person next to him is so pretty. Is she a teacher too? I don't know, today is Saturday. The teachers of the 100 Grass Garden are on vacation. They shouldn't be here for office work. Could Mr. Jiang have specially brought that girl for a walk? You mean, that's her girlfriend? I think it's possible. Look at how close the two are walking. Usually Ms. Yang Shan hasn't been this close soon. The news of Mr. Jiang Yan's girlfriend's suspected appearance spread among Jiang Yan's students, and some people even secretly took pictures. Kyoto, Life Pilot Group. Although it was already nighttime, the group building was still brightly lit, and there were still employees working overtime at their posts in every department. Bai Ling walked back to her office with a brisk gait and called her assistant Xiao Xiao and secretary Lu Mingxi inside. The board of directors has accepted my application for transfer. I'll be leaving for Tianhai next week after the handover procedures. Will you two come with me or stay here? Xiao Xiao's face was thoughtful. Lu Mingxi was the first to shout, Mr. Bai, I'll go back to Tianhai with you. Bai Ling looked at her in surprise, not considering. There's no need to say yes in such a hurry. There are still a few days left, no need to consider. I'll go wherever Mr. Bai goes. Lu Mingxi had a firm face. Really? Bai Ling smiled. She just wants to meet that teacher from Tianhai University, and she's talking quite nicely. Xiao Xiao mercilessly poked Lu Mingxi. So what? Lu Mingxi frankly said. A fair lady, a gentleman is a good martial artist. I have the looks and the body. I'm not worse than others. Why can't I try the gentleman's meaning? Lu Mingxi didn't notice Bai Ling's gradual face, and continued. Besides, I'm at least the secretary of the director of the Life Pilot Group, and I'm considered the right person for the right family, so I can't chase after my boyfriend. She smiled cheekily, unlike someone who secretly watches other people's videos every day and searches for other people's news on the internet, but still refuses to admit it. Bai Ling and Xiao Xiao's cheeks blushed at the same time. Xiao Xiao skimmed her head. There's nothing to say to a nymphomaniac like you. Bai Ling lightly coughs, interrupting their daily dislike for each other, and looks at Lu Mingxi with caring eyes. Xiao Shi, your family is in Kyoto, and the ancients still have parents who don't travel far away, so it's better for you to stay here. After saying that, she ignored Lu Mingxi's strong objections and waved both of them out in quick succession. Bai Ling calculated in her mind that it was estimated that it would only take 3 or 4 days to handle the handover, which meant that it was likely that she would be able to spend the next weekend with Jiang Yan in Tianhai. Thinking about this, Director Bai of Life Pilot couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. A scream suddenly came out from the side hall next to the office. Bai Ling couldn't help but frown. Xiao Shi, what are you shouting about? Jiang Yan actually has a girlfriend. Bai Ling froze, prancing to her feet and subconsciously headed for the side hall, running to the door before snapping back to her senses and stopping her feet. She trembling hand in the computer webpage searched Jiang Yan. Immediately appeared a message, and one of the most conspicuous is blessing. Tianhai University's internet-famous counselor Jiang Yan and beautiful young LV Tong traveled to campus, suspected of being in a relationship. Bai Ling panicked and clicked in. Inside is exactly Jiang Yan and LV Xian in the 100 Grass Garden tour of the photos. The picture of the two people demeanor intimate, especially Jiang Yan's smile brightly, looks extraordinarily happy and sweet. She couldn't believe it, and continued to scroll down the page, and there was actually a photo of Jiang Yan picking a flower for the woman to wear in her hair bun, and the woman was so shy that she seemed to be smiling, and she was so angry that Bai Ling almost dropped the mouse in her hand. Bai Ling took several deep breaths to stabilize her mind and dialed Jiang Yan's number. Jiang Yan and LV Xian had just gotten out of school, and were casually looking for a restaurant to eat. Hey, Bai Ling, is something wrong this late? Hearing the warm and familiar voice, the strong sense of loss made Bai Ling suddenly want to cry. She tried to hold it back and said in a normal tone, have you slept yet? No, early, accompanying a friend for dinner. Bai Ling's voice trembled. Girlfriend, right? Indeed. A female. Jiang Yan subconsciously returned a sentence, reacted to the wrong, is a female friend, don't dare to admit it. Jiang Yan think Bai Ling inexplicable. What on not dare to admit? There is no thing I admit. What? There are things. No, nothing I hang up. Bai Ling was stunned. The mood gradually climbed up from the bottom. Asked, you did not look at the news on the internet? What news? Jiang Yan couldn't make sense of it. What are you talking about? With a hammer in the east, and a hammer in the east, and a hammer in the west? You go and search. The internet said that you and your girlfriend traveled the campus together. So you're calling to congratulate me? You can believe news from the internet from Jiang Yan's voice. Bai Ling could hear his displeasure, but it didn't matter, she was satisfied with the reply. Bai Ling, whose mood had turned joyful, casually hung up the phone, her eyes fixed on the webpage again, and shut it all down without a good mood. Thinking about her own appearance just now, she felt laughable whether it was on looks, or compared to her personality, or spelling out her family history. She was confident that she was better than the woman in the photo. Why should she be jealous because of a piece of fake news? It was really a mess because of her concern. On second thought, this person also have to defend. Bai, after all, Jiang Yan now also accompanied her to dinner, indicating that the relationship between the two people is not estranged. Have to be careful close to the water tower first, get the moon he. Bai Ling more determined to return to Tianhai as soon as possible. Jiang Yan was dumbfounded as he listened to the blind tone in the cell phone, and was speechless. Some people, talking and hanging up. Lu Shiyan asked. Your friend classmate. Jiang Yan was succinct, puzzled, and searched his own name with his phone, and the headline was that message. He clicked in to take a look, his face grew darker and darker, muttering out an inaudible 18th-generation ancestral greeting. If he had found the person who took the picture, he would have introduced him to the photography club. He really knows how to find the angle, and he really dares to pee. He obviously helped Lu Shiyan to chase the bees, but he became to put flowers on her. He showed his phone to Lu Shiyan and apologized. Even you have become a netizen, I don't care. LVCN said blandly, I guess second aunt and auntie husband will be very happy when they see it. Jiang Yan remembered this, in case Zhang Xiyu and Pan Xiaofeng saw this and misunderstood it, and if he really found a girlfriend in the future, wouldn't he become a negative man in their hearts for abandoning his niece? Jiang Yan's back was a little wet when he thought about it. The phone rings again. Yang Shan called. Once connected, Jiang Yan heard her nonchalant voice. Mr. Jiang. Where are you? Dashing accompanying a friend for dinner. Oh, Yang Shan said in a long voice. No wonder the scheduled dinner to push it. The original is sweet, the ancient cloud sea color forget friends. Did not think that the colleague also forgot. Jiang Yan was helpless. You misunderstood. That is not my girlfriend. I don't even matter. Don't spoil people's reputation. Is it? How do I look at the photo? Very intimate look. Jiang Yan didn't have a good mood. Someone else pees. There's something to talk about. Hang up if there's nothing. Just as he finished his words, he realized that Yang Shan had already hung up. While talking to Yang Shan on the phone, his cell phone vibrated a few times, and someone sent him a WeChat. When he clicked on it, it was from Zhu Mengjiao, Su Yilan and Lai Yayao respectively. With roughly the same content, teacher Jiang has a girlfriend. Jiang Yan couldn't help but think of Bai Ling and Yang Shan's 2 phone calls. His face darkened. Each and every one of you are idle. Even if I have a girlfriend, what does it have to do with you guys? Salty carrots and light-heartedness. After dinner, Jiang Yan sent Lu Shiyan back to Zheng Shiyu's home. Just one afternoon later, when Zheng Shilu looked at Jiang Yan again, her eyes shifted from before, and became more intimate. Jiang Yan knew that she should have read the news on the internet, and couldn't help but feel numbness in his scalp. Had a good time, didn't you? Zheng Shilu lovingly asked Lu Jian. Pretty good, Jiang Yan is very nice. Jiang Yan snapped. The time is too short, and there's nothing to go, so I just took her around the new campus. What? Feeling that time is passing too fast after hearing LV Xian's affirmation to Jiang Yan, Zheng Shiyu revealed a playful smile and said to Jiang Yan, there is still a lot of time left. Anyway, both of you aren't busy, you can make another appointment next weekend. And then lead Yan Yan to wander around more. Jiang Yan heard that Zheng Shiyu misunderstood his words, and wanted to give himself 2 slaps on the face. He nodded with a dry smile, exchanged a few pleasantries with Zheng Shiyu, and hurriedly took his leave of her house. After he left, Zheng Shilu asked Lu Xian, Yan, what do you think of Jiang Yan? Pretty good, Lu Xian commented as she did earlier. LVXCN asked, is there anything else? Lu Xian tilted her head to think and said, he's quite good looking. And he's a funny talker. Zheng Shiliu knew that her niece was not a talker. It was not easy for her to be able to say so many comments, enough to prove that she had a good impression. Do you think you like him? I don't know. We've only known each other for a day. Lu Xian was bewildered. After thinking about it, she confessed, but for the time being, I don't reject meeting him or hate being with him. How do you feel? Jiang Yan's impression of you is it's okay. Can't tell, is it awkward for you two to stay together? It's okay. Jiang Yan knows a lot of things. He will talk about a lot of things that I don't know. he says. I listen, it's not awkward. LVZIN is used to the silent mode of getting along with others. Today in Jiangyan, although also from time to time will be cold, but in her opinion, nonetheless do not feel awkward, but also feel quite talkative. That's fine. Zheng Shili revealed a pleased smile, feeling that the golden couple in her heart had a chance. Early in the morning of the weekend, just at dawn, Zhang Yan was woken up by someone frantically tapping on the door. With a belly full of grievances, he opened the door and saw that it was Yang Shan with an unhappy face, and Lai Yud who was grinning with excitement. Jiang Yan glared at the mindless and unhappy duo in a bad mood. You two don't sleep in the morning. What kind of madness are you running to me here? Lai Yud said. Aren't we going out to play? Let's go. Jiang Yan looked at his watch. It was not even 6 o'clock. He had a question mark on his face. Where are you going to play so early? Which attractions are open so early? Let's go early, the road will be jammed if we are late. Jiang Yan asked Yang Shan. Is this what you mean? Yang Shan rolled her eyes. I mean, not to bring him. She wasn't joking, she was completely sincere. She also hadn't told Lai Yud about going out to play today at all. Yang Shan morning jogging, happened to meet a sports casual wear Lai Yud to buy breakfast. The two people had talked to realize that Lai Yud also want to go out to play with her and Jiang Yan. She then decided to call Li Yud together over to call Jiang Yan get up. Lai Yud did want to leave early, while Yang Shan simply wanted to make Jiang Yan unable to sleep and revenge him for telling Lai Yud about the outing. Of course, Lai Yud didn't take Yang Shan's words seriously, and thought she was dumping the pot, and yelled with dissatisfaction, Yang Shan, you are not kind. It was your idea to come and wake up Jiang Yan, but when you said that, it looks like it's my own fault instead. Jiang Yan also thought that Yang Shan was avoiding the responsibility of waking him up. Helplessly glaring at her, he asked, where do you two want to go to play? Climbing Mountains amusement park. The two said it almost simultaneously. Yang Shan slowly twisted her head, stared at Lai Yud, and said word for word, Amusement Land amusement park is just amusement park. Why are you staring so wide-eyed? Lai Yud skimmed his mouth, his bottom breath was a bit insufficient. Good men don't fight with women. Being disturbed by the two of them, Jiang Yan wanted to sleep but couldn't possibly fall asleep again, and simply followed Lai Yud's wish to leave early. Tianhai has quite a few amusement parks. Yang Shan chose to go to the most interesting Disneyland. The park and the school is not too far away from each other, it's just a 20-minute drive. When they arrived it was still early, and there were only a handful of people in front of them. The opening of the park, the first batch of them into the park, there is plenty of time to play a variety of projects. A morning time, Yang Shan led into the park, and Lai Yud two big men in a row to experience the 7 large-scale projects. Jiang Yan okay, Li Yud this car will be Karsik iron clanking man. In the car mountain vomit after a mess, completely unable to hold out, screaming to rest, had to. Excited Yang Shan can only accept Jiang Yan first lunch, and then play the proposal. Woman anger comes fast and goes fast. After a few items of joy, Yang Shan has temporarily put aside the grievances of not being able to come out alone with Jiang Yan, but also a little happy to come early and take the initiative to run forward and back to help the limp Li Yud to buy water to buy lunch. Sitting in the dining lounge, Yang Shan looked at Lai Yud who was half lying on the table with amusement, and egged on Jiang Yan. Do we want to record Lai Yud's appearance and send it to his students? Let them appreciate the image of Teacher Lai's mighty rigidity. Teacher Yang, if you dare to record it, I'll break my friendship with you, said Lai Yud breathlessly. Yang Shan couldn't help but laugh, pulling out her cell phone and pointing it at Lai Yud. Teacher Lai, are you threatening me? Or are you encouraging me? Lai Yud's face changed several times in a row, unwillingly said, I'm begging you. Yang Shan laughed even more smugly. What if the more you beg me, the more excited I get? Li Yud gritted his teeth, raised his hand to block the cell phone camera. Don't shoot, I'll treat you to dinner, a big meal when any time. You two set Jiang Yan who followed to mix up a big meal didn't participate in Yang Shan and Lai Yud's playfulness. His sight was placed on a pair of young couple who just came out from the nearby adventure house. He felt familiar at a glance, and after asking the small AI students, he realized that both of them were students of the second class of biological engineering. The boy's name was Tuo Fei, and the girl's name was Wang Minyu. To Jiang Yan's surprise, the student resume table shows that the girl is a local. High school has been Tianhai City School, while the boy is a foreigner, has been in his hometown school. That is to say, the two are in the university only after the beginning of the relationship. The speed is quite fast. This is only a few days after the start of the school year? Jiang Yan was a bit impressed with them. In the university, love is free. Jiang Yan has no need to care about the students' love problems, so he didn't intend to pay more attention to it, and was about to withdraw his attention when the rest of his eyes suddenly realized that there were several men and women aggressively running over not far away. The target was exactly Fei and Wang Minyu. You two rest here, I'll come over to you later. Jiang Yan put on his mask, sunglasses and sun hat, and greeted Yang Shan and Lai Yu. Okay, Lai Yu agreed without lifting his head. He had neither the heart nor the strength to care about Jiang Yan. Seeing Jiang Yan armed so tightly, Yang Shan couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked, "What are you doing?" Jiang Yan twisted his head towards Tuo Fei and Wang Minyu's side and said, "Those two are my students, there might be trouble. I'm going to take a look." "I'll go too." As soon as Yang Shan heard that there might be a bustle, he was more energetic, busy arming his mask, but sunglasses and sun hat as well, fearing that Jiang Yan would not wait for him. Jiang Yan glanced at Lai Yu, who waved his hand at him, signaling that he didn't need to be taken care of. Jiang Yan nodded his head and gave a hichima, leading Yang Shan to quietly approach the adventure house. Those people who went straight to Fei and Wang Minyu. The leader was a sturdy boy. A short pants undershirt could not cover the obvious muscle lines, and his childish face was permeated with hostility. Wang Minyu. Who is he? The boy's leader stopped in front of Tu Fei and Wang Minyu, staring harshly at Tu Fei. When Wang Minyu saw the boys, the panic on her face flickered, then she calmed down and blocked Tu Fei behind her, not timidly giving way. "Giwi Yang, a good dog doesn't get in the way. Who he is has nothing to do with you." Good, Giwi Yang laughed back in anger. "You're actually looking for a man behind my back listening to a few children who were still underage talking about adults." Jiang Yan kind of wanted to laugh. He didn't expect such a young age to stage a derailment and catching love. Yang Shan was listening to the side, with a look of watching the show. "Mr. Jiang, your students are messy enough." "Ah, young age does not learn." Jiang Yan awkwardly said, "Shut up," and focused on them again. Wang Minyu's pretty face was covered with a layer of cold frost, and she said angrily, "Giwi Yani, I'll tell you again, I have nothing to do with you. It's my freedom for me to fall in love, it's out of your hands." Gi Yani snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on Tu Fei's face, and mocked coldly, hiding behind girls. "What kind of man is that, Wang Minyu? You find a coward like that?" At this time Tu Fei walked out from behind Wang Minyu and said nonchalantly, "It's a pity that Min would rather find a coward than you." Gi Yani was instantly furious, his face flushed red, staring dead at Tu Fei, saying word for word, "You seek death." Tu Fei pushed Wang Minyu away from his body a bit, and faced Giwi Yani head on, tilting his head back to the sky with his eyes closed, with a look of waiting for death. "All talk and no action. If you have the ability, you can come." "Jiang Yan, this student of yours is quite smart," Yang Shan said. Although Tuo Fei looked like he was not resisting, the tilted face was facing exactly a camera, undoubtedly a reminder and threat to Giwi Yang. "After all, he's a student from our school, he can't take the test without some brains." Jiang Yan nodded slightly, feeling that this Tuo Fei was a bit interesting. Giwi Yang's face turned blue, his fists clenched and unclenched, finally letting down a "You wait," leading his companions away. Just this, seeing that Giwi Yanya left in disgrace, with no action to watch, Yang Shan was suddenly disillusioned. Jiang Yan laughed and ignored her. He felt that things were not that simple. Looking at Giwi Yang's ruthless expression when he was leaving, he felt that this person would not let go easily. Moreover, he had a familiar feeling about this Giwi Yanyi. He always felt as if he had heard this name somewhere, but he couldn't recall it for a while. He originally wanted to ask his little AI classmate to check his memory book, but on second thought, he felt that he shouldn't rely too much on his little AI classmate. Besides, Giwi Yanyi wasn't an important person, so he gave up. When Giwi Yanyi walked away, Tu Fei took a long breath and said with a palpitating heart, "I just thought that this bastard would definitely beat me up, but I didn't think that he was also a wimp." "Then you didn't scare him off?" Wang Minyu stood on her tiptoes and shallowly kissed Tuo Fei on the cheek, her eyebrows glowing. "It wasn't me who scared him, it was the camera." Tu Fei smiles bitterly. "It's also fortunate that it's here. If it's somewhere else where there's no camera, I won't be able to escape this beating." Wang Minyu lowers her head, her fingers wrapped around the corner of her coat, apologizing. "It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, he wouldn't have found you in trouble." "Blame you for what? A toad wants to eat swan meat, he deserves it too." Tu Fei, facing Wang Minyu's soft posture as a schoolgirl, boldly said, Don't worry, he only dares to rely on the number of people, but if he really wants to fight one-on-one, it's not certain who will be able to handle who. Wang Minyu kissed Tufei again on his face, and let out a heavy HMM. Watching with his own eyes his two students getting tired of each other, Jiang Yan inexplicably had a guilty feeling of voyeurism, let out a low sigh, and hurriedly returned to Li Yud with Yang Shan. Yang Shan quickly swept away the loss of not being able to watch the fun, and after a short rest, she focused on the amusement park's amusement programs. Although there is Li Yud as a burden, but does not affect Yang Shan's enthusiasm, hard to drag Jiang Yan and Li Yud to play all the items that can be played once. In the end, not to mention Li Yud, even Jiang Yan felt tired. See, Yang Shan is still a look of the afterglow. Jiang Yan has to move out of the evening office dinner things, only more or less to discourage Yang Shan some, but even so, out of the park when it is also close to the evening. Jiang Yan intended to take Li Yud also go to dinner, after all, is his treat. With a person also no one said anything, but Li Yud was reluctant, just want to hurry back to sleep, had to. Jiang Yan and Yang Shan can only first send Li Yud back to school. Will Li Yud settled, on the way to the hotel, just left the school gate not far, Jiang Yan violently through the window to see the campus next to the small alley gathered a bunch of people. One of them look at the back seems to be Giwi Yanye. He hurriedly asked the driver to stop the car, hurriedly brought Yang Shan off, the two rearmed as at noon, walking into the alley. As he slowly approached, Yang Yan gradually saw that the man was indeed Gui Yanyani, and the people around him were quite a lot more than at noon, forming a circle around him, surrounding him inside. Gui Yangi's people also noticed the two of them, and droned in a tone full of threats, "This is not the place to hang around, you haven't seen anything, hurry up and go." Jiang Yan ignored, but instead accelerated his pace. Through the crowd he clearly saw that there was not only Gui Yanyi in the circle of people, there was also a person lying on the ground. With the person slowly climbed up, Jiang Yan saw his face, it is the household fly, has been beaten into a pig head, face green piece of purple piece, two nostrils are outwardly dripping blood. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yan subconsciously feels some funny, at noon also proudly said that one-on-one is not necessarily who get who. The result of the night on the original form, look at the situation, be done very easily. But at the same time he felt even more anger rising, after all, the one who was beaten was his student. Jiang Yan looked around, Giwai Yang picked a very clever place, just the blind spot of the camera, and this side is very remote, almost no one will come. If Sir has something to do, disciple serves him. Jiang Yan sighed darkly, and the opposite is also true. He clenched his fist and walked towards the pile of people. Yang Shan tugged on his coat corner and whispered, "Jiang Yan, should we call the police first? After all, there are 10 or so people on the opposite side, and all of them are young brats. In case of conflict, they won't be polite, and it's not likely that Tufei is Jiang Yan's forewarning." Jiang Yan patted her arm, gave her a relaxing look, signaling her to stand still and wait, getting closer and closer to the crowd. The outermost young man was carrying a baseball bat in his hand, holding it flat in mid-air and pointing at Jiang Yan, raising his chin and drinking, "I'm telling you to get lost. Don't you understand?" Jiang Yan didn't listen and continued forward until the baseball bat touched his chest, and said calmly, "This person? I have to take away. What kind of thing are you? You can take it away when you say so. Ask if the bat in my hand agrees." The young man laughed coldly, his face full of bravado. Gui Yanyi also noticed the commotion outside, glanced towards Jiang Yan's side, kicked 2 more times on Tufei, and slowly walked over. "This brother, I'm doing some personal business. If you really have a relationship with him, forget it. If it's a matter of justice, please give your convenience and don't wade into the muddy water." Gui Yanyi spoke politely, but the thick warning meaning on his face made people look very uncomfortable. Jiang Yan said in a deep voice, "He's my student. There's no way I'll leave him alone." As he said that, he raised his hand and slapped the baseball bat in front of his chest away, walking towards Tuo Fei like no one else. Giwi Yanyi's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, waving his hand to signal the others not to block, letting Jiang Yan walk to Tuo Fei's side. Although Tu Fei was not lightly injured, he was still conscious, stood up under Jiang Yan's support, grinned at him and said weakly, "Buddy, I appreciate your kindness. Don't worry about me. My classmates will be here in a while, I'll let them return it to me later. We don't know anyone, I don't owe you this favor, in case you get beaten up later, I owe a big favor." Jiang Yan said, fighting and brawling, Go back and write a 5,000-word review. Hearing the familiar voice, Tu Fei froze. Teacher Jiang Yan gave a hem and helped Tu Fei to Yang Shan's side, leaving her to take care of him. From the time Tu Fei stood up to Yang Shan's side, a dozen pairs of eyes watched Jiang Yan and Tu Fei. Several people wanted to make a move, but were stopped by Gui Yanyi. Gui Yanyi watched Jiang Yan walk out of the crowd and didn't move a muscle until he stopped beside Yang Shan. Then he said, "Since you're a teacher of Tianhai University, I'll give you this face." You take him away. His gaze fixed on Tu Fei's again. And he said sternly, "Kid, Wang Minyu is not something you can pester. If I find out again, it won't be so cheap next time." Tu Fei did not lose the battle. His blood-stained face showed a disdainful expression. Pa spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. "This time I admit it. Next time it's your turn. I'll be waiting for you." We're not finished. Gui Yanyi looked at him deeply with a gloomy face, turned around and was about to leave with his men. Jiang Yan took a step forward, crossed in front of Gui Yanyi, and said in a cold voice, leaving after beating someone, "Are my students for people to just bully?" When these words came out, not only Gui Yanyi, even Tu Fei was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Yan not only to save him, but also to help him out. Sweeping his eyes over the dozen of young men, a trace of gratitude flashed in the bottom of Tu Fei's eyes, and he whispered, "Teacher, let him go. I'll settle things between the two of us with him." "Shut up." Jiang Yan glared at him unhappily. "With me here, there's no room for you to speak." After Gui Yanyi's shock, he revealed a playful smile, unconcerned. "What is teacher going to do?" Jiang Yan asked Tu Fei. "But who all did it just now himself?" A redness welled up on Tu Fei's face, not knowing whether he was angry or bashful. "Shame on you." Jiang Yan muttered in hatred and faced Gui Yanyi. "Come here, and let my student punch you 5 times. He then pointed at the young man holding the baseball bat and said, "You just spoke out of turn to me. Come over here, and let him punch you 5 times as well." Gui Yanyi laughed as if he had heard a great joke, and after laughing, he looked solemn and said, "Teacher, have you taught your students to be stupid? Treating us as your students too, doing whatever you ask me to do, are you worthy?" Jiang Yan didn't reply, just looked at Gui Yanyi with a torch-like gaze. What's the point of wasting words with him? The more nonsense he talks, the more he thinks he's a character. Give him a stick and he'll wake up. The other man was far less calm than Gui Yanyi. Hearing that Jiang Yan was going to beat him up, he immediately became furious, and with those words, he swung his stick towards Jiang Yan's head. Who did not expect him to speak of martial arts, said hands on hands. See, Jiang Yan cannot dodge to be hit. Scared Yang Shan screamed again and again, "Do not. Jiang Yan, run!" But Jiang Yan seems to be scared silly like, not moving, watching the baseball bat down. The man saw that he got it, and showed his complacency, but soon, with a low bang, he only felt that the baseball bat seemed to be smashed on a stone. A huge shock force came, and shook him almost out of his hand. When he fixed his eyes on the bat, it was held by Jiang Yan's fingers, and he couldn't move it at all. He subconsciously had to pull the bat back, but Jiang Yan's 2 slender fingers were like a vise. No matter how hard he tried and how red his face was, he couldn't pull it back. Everyone instantly changed their faces. Yang Shan's heart fell back into the stomach, slowly breathed a sigh of relief. A pair of wonderful eyes regained its luster. As for Tu Fei, his mouth had already turned into an O shape in shock, and he looked at Jiang Yan with admiration written all over his face. Gui Yanyi's eyes flickered with different colors, his face slightly distorted, obviously in great shock. The most wonderful face was the young man who was facing Jiang Yan, green and white at once. The hand holding the other end of the baseball bat trembled slightly. He was already shocked. Jiang Yan casually jerked his hand and snatched the baseball bat over, faintly said, "With this skill you also learn others to fight." He gently held the other end of the baseball bat, and with a slight force, without even changing his expression, the baseball bat, which was thicker than his arm, but was pouted into 2 pieces by him in a cloudy manner. Ka-ching, the crunching sound of the baseball bat breaking, was like a thunderclap in everyone's heart. Everyone threw an unbelievable look at Jiang Yan, and there was a deathly silence in the dark night. And the owner of the baseball bat, 2 legs shaking like sifting chaff, almost could not stand. Jiang Yan said expressionlessly, "I don't force myself on people. I'll give you a choice. Do you want my student to punch you 5 times? Or do you want your arm to end up like this bat?" The young man standing in front of Jiang Yan's body was ashen. His dignity made him choose the latter, but in front of the pain, dignity was worthless. He didn't hesitate and said, "I choose 5 punches." Jiang Yan looked at Tu Fei. Tu Fei understood and hobbled over. It summoned all the strength of his body. swung his fist round and smashed it hard on the man's face. Ouch! With the dull impact of fist and cheek, the man's miserable howl rang out abruptly, sending a chilling message through the night sky. Immediately followed by 4 more miserable screams, while each one struck Gui Yanyai's heartstrings like a sledgehammer. After the 5 screams, Jiang Yan looked at the pale-faced Gui Yanyai and asked, "What do you choose?" Gui Yanyai gulped a mouthful of saliva and said in a hard voice, "I don't even want to choose. I'll pay for the money. I'll pay for your students' medical expenses tenfold." "I don't lack money," Tu Fei said indignantly. Jiang Yan shook his head and said, "You don't lack money. Making you pay out money won't cause any punishment to you, and it won't make you remember." Gui Yanyi clenched his teeth and said in a cold voice, "You can't touch me. As long as you dare to touch me, I'll make you have no foothold in Tianhai again. You'll definitely regret it later." Jiang Yan was dumbfounded. As the saying goes, one has to bow his head under the roof. "I am the knife and chopper. You are the fish and meat. You actually dare to threaten me. I really don't know whether I should praise you for your commendable courage or your stupidity." Gui Yanyai's face changed, and he said, "There are more than a dozen of us, and you only have one person. It's not certain who is the knife and chopping board, and who is the fish and meat." Jiang Yan laughed coldly. "Since you're so confident, why don't you make a move?" Gui Yanyi looked around at the other people. One by one, they hung their heads and didn't dare to look directly at Jiang Yan. Those who were swept by his sight, all slightly inclined their heads. He knew in his heart that all his people had been scared out of their wits by Jiang Yan, and couldn't count on them at all. Jiang Yan leisurely sighed. Gui Yanyi, "I'll give you another choice. Lead your people to face the outer wall of Tianhai University. Face the wall here for one night. I'll let you guys go." Gui Yanyi looked at Jiang Yan unbelievably. He couldn't figure out how Jiang Yan, who was originally resolute in his attitude, would suddenly let him off the hook. Although facing the wall for a night was not an easy task, it was much better than getting beaten and broken bones. In addition, Jiang Yan continued, "I'll give you 1 day tomorrow, and report to the school immediately the day after tomorrow." When these words came out, Yang Shan and Tuo Fei both looked at Jiang Yan in surprise. Jiang Yan felt that the name Gui Yanyi sounded familiar during the day, but it didn't ring a bell until the evening. In the new students, there is a student who claimed to be hospitalized with a broken leg, letting his parents apply for a leave of absence, and has not reported to school until now, also named Gui Yanyi. At first, Jiang Yan did not dare to confirm that the two people are the same person, until just now close contact with him, listen to his voice, and the phone is exactly the same before confirming. Gui Yanyi's face was gray, lowering his head in, "I'm sorry, teacher." Jiang Yan waved his hand, "Don't need to say sorry to me, just face the wall here tonight." Teacher Gui Yanyi still wanted to say more, but was glared back into his belly by Jiang Yan. "I will come to see you all in the morning, and one of you will go, Gui Yanyi, and I can tell you for the record that you will not have to go to this school, at all. Start now." Gui Yanyi and his accomplices exchanged glances. One by one all consciously walked over to the wall and began to face the wall. Even the one who had just been beaten covered his face and walked over. At this time, the hutong came from the noise of people and hurried footsteps, while the starlight, Jiang Yan saw walking over a group of familiar figures. The leader of the first is Chen Mingxiang. He personally appointed the liaison officer of the second class of bioengineering. Tu Fei was overjoyed. "Teacher, it's my classmates who came to help me." Jiang Yan glanced at him. Couldn't figure out what he was so happy about. According to their efficiency, if he didn't happen to find them, he would probably have been beaten half to death by now. What kind of help? Help collect the corpses? Tuo Fei soon also realized this problem, snapped. Something still needs to rely on the teacher. It's good to know, if there's something similar again, the first time to tell the teacher is the correct operation. Jiang Yan faintly mentioned a sentence. Between words, Chen Mingxiang led the people had already come to the front, looking at Jiang Yan, whose figure was familiar, and whose face could not be seen. And then seeing a group of people facing the wall, all of them were a bit bewildered. Wang Minyu rushed from the crowd to the front of Tu Fei, busy with wet towels to wipe his face, eyes flooded with tears. "Heartbroken?" asked. "It hurts, right?" "It doesn't hurt." Tu Fei revealed a hard smile, tugging at his swollen old cheeks, looking comical. "Tobai, what are these people doing? Where are the ones who beat you up?" Chen Mingxiang carried a bench leg in his hand, like a hot-blooded street kid. Jiang Yan glared at Tuo Fei, who was about to speak, and deliberately asked in a hoarse voice, "What are you looking for them for?" Chen Mingxiang had a bandit look on his face. "What can I do? Fight. Tianhai University students are not good bullies." Right, students are not easy to bully, beat the hell out of them, pay your debt in blood. Jiang Yan looked at the gang of hairy gurus in front of him who were either holding bench legs or wielding shovel handles, but they were really all his good students. Why don't you tell your teachers when you encounter this kind of thing? Who are you? Chen Mingxiang questioned. Who are we to tell you this? Tu Fei, where are those people? Tu Fei pointed to the people by the wall and said weakly, that's He Shim? Sensing the confused looks of the crowd, Toby said. The teacher solved it. Teacher, the students were even more confused. Teacher Jiang, with those words, Toby looked at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan slowly removed his hat, sunglasses and mask, revealing his true face. Bam! With Chen Mingxiang taking the lead, the students threw down the guys and gals in their hands. Jiang Yan's face was expressionless, unable to see any sadness or joy, and said in a deep voice, "You are all my good students." Chen Mingxiang kicked the legs of the bench that fell at his feet to the grass next to him, came to Jiang Yan's heel, carefully smiled, and said tentatively, "It's all because of the teacher. You teach well." As soon as I heard that Tu Fei was in trouble, all the students rushed over one by one. Jiang Yan stared at him. "I taught you to fight." Chen Mingxiang choked on his words for a moment, and did not dare to make a sound. Jiang Yan coldly said, "Answer my question just now. Why don't you tell the teacher first if you have trouble or difficulties?" Chen Mingxiang glanced at Jiang Yan's expression, whispered, "We do not want to give you too much trouble. I can too, thank you." Jiang Yan cannot wait to go up to give him a few feet, which is fortunate to be found by him. If you really want to fight and make a scene out of what injury accident, his counselor must be eaten in the pocket to go. Disciplinary action is light, or perhaps have to be expelled. What did I say at the class meeting? No matter what happens, the first time to report to the teacher, ears stuffed with donkey hair? Didn't you hear me? Jiang Yan was furious. The students lowered their heads, no one dared to look directly at him. When you go back, each of you will have a 3,000-word review, Jiang Yan said. Turn it in, and I'll read it one by one. In addition, in a few days I'll convene the entire class meeting of the bioengineering and biotechnology classes, and everyone will read the review to all the classmates. Hear me? No one dared to answer. Deaf or dumb? Hear me? Jiang Yan raised his voice, his face unprecedentedly stern. Hear that? Under Chen Mingxiang's lead, the students let out a wail in unison. Jiang Yan nodded and continued, "In the future, no matter if you encounter any troublesome difficulties, you have to report to the teacher at the first time." Remember, the students answered much drier this time. Yang Shan was at the side, watching Jiang Yan disciplining the students, and suddenly realized that Jiang Yan was quite scary when he was stern, and truly had the style of a teacher. Jiang Yan waved to Chen Mingxiang, let him come closer, and asked in a low voice, "The boys are all here?" Chen Mingxiang did not know the intention, honestly said no. Came a half of it. Jiang Yan HMP said, "Write down the list of boys who didn't come. All boys will not rest at noon tomorrow. Those who came today will write a review, and those who didn't come will practice the military song." Chen Mingxiang stared blankly. Practice what song? Unity is strength. After Jiang Yan and Yang Shan left, Gui Yang and his accomplices remained honestly face to face and motionless. The students pointed at them and Chen Mingxiang asked Tuo Fei, "What are they doing?" The teacher arranged for them to face the wall. Chen Mingxiang was surprised. They listened to the teacher. This Gui Yang is also a classmate of ours, only that he has been on vacation and didn't come to report. Chen Mingxiang sneered. Can't see that such a person, actually still a good student, who listens to the teacher. Thanks to the teacher's emotion and reasoning. Tu Fei laughed bitterly. Involving the injury on his face, he sucked in a mouthful of cool air with a hiss, and pointed to the baseball bat that was broken in two on the ground. Hm Mingxiang did not understand. This was broken by the teacher using his hand to pout, added Tu Fei. And it was barely exerted. Chen Mingxiang's face, even more so than Tobai, who saw it with his own eyes. His mouth opened so wide that his chin almost fell to the ground. "Don't tease me in my condition. Do I have the heart to tease you?" Tu Fei gave him a blank look. Chen Mingxiang froze for a long time and sighed, convincing people with reason. A good teacher's style. "Let's go back to school." Tu Fei. Wang Minyu assisted Tu Fei, heartbroken. "What about them?" Chen Mingxiang was resigned on behalf of Tu Fei. Tu Fei's eyes flashed with a stern aura. "I used to let my father send someone. He will be here in a few days. Then we will settle things with him properly. I would like to see how much the people of Tianhai can bully others. Let it go today. What else? For him, calling the police may not always be useful." In the second class of bioengineering, it was him and Chen Mingxiang who had a lot of ghost ideas and were the crouching dragons and phoenix chicks of the class. and Tuo Fei was very happy to listen to Chen Mingxiang's opinions. Chen Mingxiang hemmed and hawed, muttered a few words to the classmate next to him, walked to Gi Yai Yanyai's side, and said with a smile, Gi Wei Yanyi, right? Get to know each other. My name is Chen Mingxiang, we're in the same class, we're both Mr. Jiang's students. Gi Yanyi glanced at him and let out a hum from his nostrils. Still quite arrogant, I admire arrogant people. Chen Mingxiang was not angry and continued, but what do you have to be proud of? Just a licking dog who can't chase a goddess. Gawai Yanyi's face changed, and he turned his head to glare at Chen Mingxiang. I'm sorry. Chen Mingxiang exaggeratedly took half a step back, feigning fear. I didn't expect to poke you where it hurts. Gi Wei Yanyi's eyes almost spewed out fire. Chen Mingxiang playfully said, in fact, you can't be counted as a licking dog. Licking dogs can at least lick it. But you make your goddess disgusted, want to lick it but don't have a chance, so then they get anxious, so they become a mad dog, so they start biting people. You seek death. Gi Wei Yanyi's veins burst out. Unfortunately, wanting to bite people didn't work. No, just after he got his mouth, he was chained here by Mr. Jiang. I'm heartbroken for you. Chen Mingxiang looked sympathetic and made a TSK sound. Gi Wei Yanyi's gaze was as cold as ice, and he clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, but he quickly loosened them again, and faintly said, Don't bother, you can't motivate me, I won't make a move on you today, whatever. After saying that, he twisted his head back to face the wall. A trace of regret flashed in Chen Mingxiang's eyes, and he came to Gi Wei Yanyi's ear, saying, Did your parents ever tell you that you really are like a dog? Hey? Gi Wei Yanyi did not say a word, just like a statue standing by the wall. Chen Mingxiang smiled bitterly and returned to Tuo Fei. I didn't expect him to be so tolerant. He then asked his classmates to turn off the video and said, I was going to provoke him to do it and ask Mr. Jiang to expel him. But it seems it can't be done. It doesn't matter. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Tuo Fei glanced at Gi Wei Yanyi with surprise and some regret. Jiang Yan and Yang Shan once again took a taxi and set off to the hotel. In the car, Yang Shan said with palpitations, Luckily you ran into this today, otherwise, it might not be a big deal. Jiang Yan let out a heechim and said, I still underestimated the difficulty of student management. It's only been a few days since the start of the school year, and something like this happened. I really need to be more strict in the future. Me too. Yang Shan looked at Jiang Yan's handsome face and laughed. You were quite scary when you were strict just now. I didn't expect you to have such a side. When you are a teacher, how can you only sing red face? Occasionally you have to be white face with them, otherwise you can't suppress this group of brats. Yang Shan was thoughtful. I'll have to be more strict in the future too. When Jiang Yan and Yang Shan arrived at the hotel, it's the other three teachers had already arrived for a while. Jiang Yan apologized repeatedly. I'm really sorry, teachers. I met something on the way and came late. It's fine. It's fine. Jia Zihai laughed brightly. It's us who came early. We don't think positively about eating. Feng Rong said we also just arrived. Not too late, right? We also just came. Wang Linlin also followed. During the banquet, Zhang Yan and Jia Zihai drank wine. The female teachers drank drinks. The cups came and went in a cordial atmosphere. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Jiang Yan said, 3 teachers, Mr. Yang and I are new here. Honestly, we don't know a lot of things at work, so we can't help but trouble you for more guidance. Saying that, he picked up his wine cup. I'll toast the teachers again. Teacher Jiang, you are too polite. We work together. That is a comrade in arms. Don't say anything about honoring or not honoring. Let's communicate more if there is anything. Jia Zhi's drinking capacity is much worse than Jiang Yan, and he has already brought a few points of drunkenness. Right, Mr. Jiang? Let's not mention pointing or anything. We should learn more from you young people. Let's learn from each other and communicate with each other. Don't be polite, Mr. Jiang. If there's anything, feel free to greet us. Wang Linlin and Feng Rong said successively. Alright, then I'll give you teachers trouble in the future. Jiang Yan smiled and raised his cup, drinking it with the other teachers. Yang Shan said, Teachers, work so many days, have been busy, and the leadership of the college contact is not much, and not much to go to them to report their work, and do not understand their temperament, and they work together. There is no need to pay attention to You guys teach us both. Jia Zihai burped and said, There's nothing we need to pay special attention to. President Li and President Liu are very good at getting along with each other. Don't worry. Wang Linlin laughed. Dean Li is about to retire, has passed the age of greed. The work is more for stability, as long as nothing happens, he will not say anything. Dean Lu is also from the counselor. Dry up. Understand the student management work of 1,000 things is not easy, so usually can try to reduce the work or reduce to us. People are also particularly amiable, all aspects are quite good. Jiang Yan a sound, as if not thinking, said that Dean Hong Wang Linlin and Feng Rong glanced at each other and looked at each other in dismay. Wang Linlin said, Dean Hong is responsible for teaching, only teaching teachers, cannot control our counselors. Do not have to pay too much attention to him, Yang Shan said. But after all, it's also our leader. In case we accidentally offend him one day, it's not still the same to give me small shoes. Jiang Yan didn't move and poured Jia Zhihai another full glass of wine and laughed. You can't go wrong with figuring out a leader's temperament. That's true. Jia Zhihai and Jiang Yan clinked their glasses and said, in fact, we don't usually have much contact with Dean Hong, but I heard from the teaching staff that he is quite strict and likes to put on airs. Unlike Dean Lu, who is so easygoing. Feng Rong followed. The teaching teachers don't have a high opinion of him. Besides putting on airs, he is also particularly snobbish. For the lecturers or professors with average achievements, he doesn't move and gets angry, but for those with outstanding achievements, he doesn't care in the slightest. She looked at Jiang Yan and said, like Prof. Zheng Shi Lu, he never asked. Jiang Yan said, it seems that Dean Hong is not a good person to get along with. More than not getting along well, he is not a good person in character. Wang Linlin interjected. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up and said, Teacher Wang, tell me more specifically. Wang Linlin hesitated and said, it's not right to badmouth people behind their backs, but it's also right to let you two know more about the leader, so I'll tell you about it. She continued, you are all clear. Our school is particularly strict on students' graduation card. GPA is not enough to resolutely not issue a degree certificate, and want to fix the full GPA, you must have an average grade of 75 points in all subjects. This score is not low, you must really sink your teeth into the test, but there are so many students, there is always deserted to reach, they cannot get a degree. How to do it? Hong Ming then helps students to provide a way to buy answers. He and off-campus examination organizations collusion. Let those bad students to enroll in high-priced examination classes to provide the answers. And finally, most of the money fell into the hands of Hong Ming himself. Wang Linlin said, every semester, just this black money alone, he can earn 100,000 or so. There's actually such a thing. Jiang Yan had been attending Tianhai University for 7 years, and it was the first time he had heard of this operation of buying answers. Thinking about it, he has always had excellent grades. The off-campus organization that sells the answers naturally won't look for him, and the other students who buy the answers are afraid of being exposed and reported, and definitely won't talk about this kind of thing, so it's only right that he hasn't heard of it. What's wrong with that? It's rumored that as long as one is willing to pay a high price, Dean Hong can even arrange for a teacher to directly revise the scores. Jia Jie drunkenly threw out another shocking piece of information. The school allows this kind of thing? Jiang Yan asked in shock. Since a few teachers know about this, I think the leaders must have heard about it as well. It's definitely not allowed. Jia Zhihai said. Hong Ming is very cautious in doing this kind of thing. How could he let the school leaders know about it? As for the college leaders, Dean Lai must have heard about the rumors, but without actual evidence, he won't care about this kind of thing. Besides, Hong Ming doing this can increase the graduation rate of the college. Even if Dean Li knows, he will probably turn a blind eye. Jiang Yan sighed in his heart. This gathering was really fruitful. He didn't expect to learn such black information about Hong Ming. If operated properly, he would be able to settle Hong Ming by the end of the semester. Only the specific how to do to plan a good, be sure to take out the iron evidence, completely all of a sudden let Hong Ming cannot turn over. Jiang Yan gave Yang Shan a wink. Yang Shan understood and asked with a curious baby look, do you guys know which examination organization Dean Hong is working with? The three of them all shook their heads. I don't know, how could Hong Ming show his tail in such a matter? Jiang Yan was slightly disappointed, but it was also expected by him. The impact was not big, it was just a matter of spending more effort to check it out. A meal and laughter quickly spent, with Jia Zhihai drunkenness gradually thick interest. Yang Yan and from his mouth to dig out a lot of Hong Ming's black material, although not sell the answer serious, but a few superimposed, enough to make him lose his school bowl. After the meal, Jiang Yan and Yang Shan returned to the school, and the two of them strolled back to the dormitory. You're really good at drinking. Jiang Yan and Jia Zhihai both drank 2 bottles of white wine. Jia Zhihai, he was so drunk that he was unconscious, while Jiang Yan acted like nothing had happened. Even his face didn't change. Yang Shan sincerely admired, but at the same time she was also a little worried. However, A lot of wine hurts the body, so you should still try to drink as little as possible. There's no way. How can I let Mr. Jia speak freely without getting him drunk? Jiang Yan smiled. Today's harvest is not small. After getting hold of solid evidence, I guess he can be expelled this semester. I really didn't expect that Hong Ming, as the vice dean, would actually do this kind of supervisory thing. This kind of person should be expelled, Yang Shan said angrily. The intention of the school's regulations is to ensure the quality of the graduates and to avoid unqualified students from walking out the door. He is simply destroying the school's development by doing this. Yes, so whether it's for private or public interest, this pest should be eradicated as early as possible. When the military training is over, I'll start investigating, and make sure to find out the evidence of his collusion with off-campus organizations. You must be more cautious. Don't let him notice, Yang Shan said with concern. If there is anything you need to do, you can tell me anytime. You are not alone. There is still me. Jiang Yan let out a him and said, don't worry, I will definitely tell you when I need to, as well as Lai Yu. I won't be polite with you guys. Having said that, Jiang Yan didn't intend to let the two of them get involved in this matter as a last resort. After all, a single slip-up could affect their future. He was still used to carrying everything on his own. Sending Yang Shan back to the dormitory, Jiang Yan didn't go back to sleep immediately, but walked around the campus aimlessly. Hello teacher. Jiang Yan met the three students, Chen Mingxiang, Tuo Fei and Wang Minyu head-on. Why are you guys still up so late? Jiang Yan asked. Tu Fei's face was wrapped in gauze and it was inconvenient to speak, Chen Mingxiang said. The injuries on Tu Fei's body have just been treated, and we've just come out from the school hospital. The school hospital. Jiang Yan frowned. How much did it cost? 708, Chen Mingxiang said. I didn't expect it to be so expensive. Just doing a few checks, bandaging it up and smearing some ointment will cost so much. Jiang Yan sighed in his heart and explained. Don't go to the school hospital in the future. Go to the regular hospital outside the school if anything happens. Okay teacher. I will never go there again, it's too pitiful. Chen Mingxiang's heart was in the right place. After seeing the students leave, Jiang Yan tightened his fists. People like Nian Shuwei and Hong Ming who lie on the students and suck their blood must be removed. The first thing after getting up, Jiang Yan went to the small alley next to the school to check the situation of Giwi Yanyanya. Yesterday Jiang Yan showed his hand, completely subdued Giwi Yanyai. He very obediently did not dare to sneak home, really in the wall to guard the night. Jiang Yan walked to his side and gently kicked Giwi Yanyi, who was sitting at the root of the wall, with his foot a few times. Giwi Yanyi woke up with a jolt, and realizing that it was Jiang Yan, he stood up prancingly and continued to face the wall. Fell asleep. Jiang Yan's face was expressionless. I'm sorry teacher, I'm really too tired. I didn't hold on. Giwi Yanyi mouthed. To really stand for a night, even real soldiers may not be able to do it. Jiang Yan had not expected Giwi Yanyi to do it. To be able to stay honestly for a night could already satisfy Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan scanned over the others who were lying on the wall in the east and said, you lead them all home, take a rest and come to me to report in the afternoon. Okay teacher. Gui Yanya's face was joyful, and he was busy going to wake up the others. Back to the school, Jiang Yan came straight to Lulu Lei's office, and as soon as he saw him, he opened the door and asked, Brother Lei, I want to give the student a disciplinary action. What program do I need? Lu Lei was surprised and asked, what mistake did your student make? It's only been a few days since the start of the school year. It's not too serious a mistake. Jiang Yan briefly reported the matter of Giwi Yanyi to Lu Lei and said, deceiving the teacher, lying about being on leave even if it's not enough, but also fighting and brawling. He must be given a demerit as a punishment. It's amazing that something so serious has happened. Lu Lei looked serious, with a face of fear. Luckily you met him. If a collective brawl really happened, both of us would have to suffer. College students have vicious incidents. Jiang Yan. The counselor is definitely to blame, and as the deputy dean in charge, Lu Lei cannot shirk the responsibility, or even the risk of losing his official hat. Yes, so I'm ready to open a warning class meeting. Let the students see how big the cost of making mistakes. The key is to Giwi Yanyi's punishment is heavy enough deterrence. Lu Lei said cautiously, it is necessary to severely punish Giwi Yanyi, but isn't a demerit a little too serious? This is to be recorded in the file. It will become a lifelong stain, and it is very likely that you won't be able to get a degree because of this when you graduate. Since he dares to do it, he has to have the consciousness to bear the consequences. The road is his own. The punishment is even more serious and can't be blamed on others. Liu Li hesitated and reminded, you have to think clearly. Just after the start of the school year, a student has been written off. Even if you applied yourself, it will surely affect the school leadership's impression of you. Jiang Yan said without hesitation, I've already thought about it. This disciplinary action must be given. Liu Li thought for a moment and nodded. I'll go to the student affairs office right now to apply to give him a demerit, and have them issue a circular. After saying that, he left and soon returned to the office again, still carrying an official paper. A disciplinary notification from Gui Yanyi. Liu Li looked strange as he handed the notification to Jiang Yan, and asked, you know Director Ling of the Student Affairs Department recognize I helped him before. But there was no intercourse. Jiang Yan seriously meditated on the briefing and casually said, what's wrong? I told him about the disciplinary action. Not only did he not get angry, instead he was quite happy. He even complimented you a few times. And even when reporting to Vice President Liu, who is in charge of the Student Affairs Department, he praised you for having the courage and commitment. The development of things was different from what Liu Li expected, making him feel strange. Then I don't know. Jiang Yan put the briefing away and didn't take this to heart. In the afternoon, Gui Yanyi reported to Jiang Yan on time. After Jiang Yan completed Gui Yanyi's enrollment process according to the prescribed procedures, he handed the disciplinary notification to Gui Yanyi, read it once. After reading it, Gui Yanyi's face turned pale and he read word by word, hereby Yi Yanyi, a student of Tianhai University's College of Life Sciences, class of 2020, who maliciously deceived and delayed enrollment and assaulted his classmates, is hereby given a demerit, and is hereby notified of the punishment. After reading, Jiang Yan asked any comments. Gui Yanyi kept his mouth shut and just looked straight at the notification document in his hand. Jiang Yan said, your classmates are in military training. In a moment, I'll let your military training liaison officer come over and lead you to recognize your dormitory, and then start military training immediately after you change your clothes. Gui Yanyi nodded and bitterly pleaded, teacher, can you revoke my punishment? I'm willing to admit the penalty. I'll fine you as much as you want, as long as you don't give me a penalty. Whatever is fine. A male child like you still cares about this. Jiang Yan gave Gui Yanyi such a heavy treatment. The main purpose was not to punish him, but to kill the chicken, to warn the other students, so that other students would feel the cost of making mistakes. Only to his surprise, Gui Yanyi actually cared about this punishment. Tianhai University students are mainly divided into 3 categories. Most of them are through the college entrance examination. There is a small portion is by each top middle school, or to obtain outstanding awards sent in. There is also a smaller number of individual people. Is a special contribution to the school of the people recommended to come in. The vast majority of these special contributors have donated huge amounts of money to build the school, like Gui Yanyi. Jiang Yan could tell at a glance that he belonged to this group. In his opinion, his family spent money to let Gui Yanyi enter Tianhai University. More than anything else, he made more friends here, accumulating contacts for the future. As for learning and development in school, it didn't matter at all, as long as he could honestly make it through these 4 years. So finding out that Gui Yanyi cared about this disciplinary action, Jiang Yan was surprised. My dad has always had high expectations for my studies. If he knew that I was disciplined at school, he would definitely be angry. Gui Yanyi had a pleading look on his face. Jiang Yan said seriously, since your family's expectations of you are high, all the more reason why you shouldn't live up to them. You should get down to earth and concentrate on your studies. And now that you're not only not studying, but also violating the school's rules again and again, you should be punished even more severely. Revoking the punishment is impossible. If you have any problems, let your family contact me. Seeing that Gui Yanyi hung his head and didn't say anything, Jiang Yan slightly softened his face and said, after you enroll in school, you'll meet with Tufei and Wang Minyu every day. How are you going to get along with them both? Mentioning Tufei, Gui Yanyi immediately surged with a ball of anger, gritting his teeth. I'm not finished with him. Jiang Yan's brows tightened, and he said in a chilling voice, you beat someone up like that. What else are you going to do? Let me tell you, if you dare to violate the school rules again, you will be expelled directly. Gui Yanyi didn't dare to meet Jiang Yan's gaze and slightly inclined his head. Jiang Yan educated, a gentleman has the beauty of an adult, even though you have a million likes for Wang Minyu. But since she has a boyfriend now, don't get entangled anymore. Why mess up and make yourself not have a bit of face? Gui Yanyi stalked his neck. I lost face a long time ago. I also already don't like Wang Minyu. I just can't be angry that I was tapped by Tuo Fei. Jiang Yan asked suspiciously. You and Wang Minyu have talked about it after the college entrance examination to determine the relationship. Summer vacation I also took her to travel abroad. The results of the first school she told me to break up. Originally I didn't have a problem with it until I ran into them both at the amusement park yesterday, and I realized that it wasn't a normal breakup, but that I was green. Giwi Ya Yanyi told his relationship experience in his head, and Jiang Yan was staggered to hear it. So it turns out that Tu Fei and Wang Minyu are not oil lamps. Nowadays the children's way are quite wild. Tonight, there is going to be a chorus training. Jiang Yan applied for the classroom in advance, and came to the bus stop early to wait for La Yayao. As soon as they met, Li Yayao asked Mr. Jiang has a girlfriend? Where do you work? Jiang Yan then remembered that the day before yesterday, Li Yayao sent a micro letter to ask him. He did not reply, said, no matter, accompanying a friend to stroll around the campus, was good people photographed and sent to the internet, but also maliciously edited the photo, which led to the misunderstanding. Li Yayao revealed a light smile. Brother Rock, you're not too young. It's time to talk about a girlfriend. There is no suitable one. I don't have this idea for the time being. Jiang Yan casually prevaricated. Li Yayao smiled, and didn't continue this topic. Instead, she talked with Jiang Yan about some matters of the grand chorus. After having a simple dinner in the restaurant, Jiang Yan led Li Yayao to the classroom. The students have basically arrived. Jiang Yan counted. There are still 2 people missing. He looked at the watch. It's already the required time. He couldn't help but frown and asked Xiao Wan, did you take the roll call? Counted, missing Li Yun and Liang Yuan. Xiao Wan stood up and responded, explaining. The training time was notified in place in advance, but has not been coming. Call with her also not answering, their roommate said. It seems to be participating in cheerleading training. Cheerleading is also a competition item of the school sports day. It is by the junior counselor Hua Tiangshu responsible for, but selected his students to participate in the cheerleading competition. Hua Tiangshu has never greeted him. If it is not a conflict with the chorus training, he would not have known about this matter. Jiang Yan was a little upset, but did not show it, just calmly said, when the training is over, let the 2 of them call for me. After saying that, Jiang Yan signaled Li Yayao to start the training. When the training started, Li Yayao firstly sang the song completely, then started from the first line, taught and practiced again and again. In the process of teaching, Jiang Yan always watched from the side. He was more and more glad that he chose the right person. Li Yayao taught especially seriously and responsibly, not only pointing out everyone's mistakes and correcting them in a timely manner, but also relentlessly demonstrating the position and manner of vocalization over and over again. Moreover, she possessed a lot of choral skills, choreographed a whole set of choral system, designed different vocal nodes and singing phrases for each person, and just one night's practice gave a group of laymen a few professional gestures. Jiang Yan felt the changes and progress of the chorus team. They themselves felt it more genuinely, and practiced more vigorously, forming a virtuous cycle. At the end of an hour's training, even many of them took the initiative to ask for extra practice. Sending Li Yayao to the bus, Jiang Yan went back to the classroom where the chorus was practicing. There were still more than 20 people practicing. After accompanying them for a while, Jiang Yan received a call from Li Yun and Liang Yuan. Jiang Yan didn't say much to them, but just asked them to come to the classroom to look for her. The 2 girls soon hurriedly came, both still wearing cheerleading clothes. Seeing the expressionless Jiang Yan, Liang Yuan asked in a weak voice, Mr. Jiang, what do you want to see us for? Jiang Yan's face was as calm as water, saying, did you receive the notice to practice the chorus tonight? Received it, then why didn't you participate in the practice? Li Yun said with a straight face. Teacher, we went to cheerleading practice. Who told you to go? Mr. Hua Tiangsu. Li Yun said. Is she your counselor or me? Jiang Yan asked as he pressed his fire. It's you. Li Yun heard that Jiang Yan's tone was not right. Did you take a vacation with me? Then Jiang Yan pulled up his voice and reprimanded. Class collective activities, absent for no reason, not even ask for leave. Do you still have a sense of community? Do you still take discipline to heart? Li Yun and Liang Yuan were both seeing Jiang Yan angry for the first time. They froze for a moment, tears in their eyes, while the other students also stopped practicing their songs, looking at Jiang Yan at a loss for words. Jiang Yan continued, you guys remember well, no matter you participate in any activity, as long as it conflicts with my arrangement, you have to ask for leave to report to me at the first time. No matter you listen to anyone else's arrangement, there is no exception. Jiang Yan glanced at the sobbing Li Yun and Liang Yuan and said in a vibrant voice, Remember, Li Yun wiped her tears and huffed, Teacher, Ms. Hua said she took leave from you on our behalf. That's why we didn't report to you. Other people taking leave on behalf of you doesn't count, you have to tell me in person if something happens. A layer of haze covered Jiang Yan's face and asked, When is your next cheerleading practice? Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, teacher. Tomorrow, you guys participate in military training normally, cheerleading is not allowed to go, if she calls you guys. Let her find me directly. Jiang Yan was angry. Hua Tianshu didn't put him in his eyes, using his students without even saying hello. There was no need for him to give her face. He was in charge of the basketball team. No matter whose student was selected, he could have personally applied for the call with the counselor face to face. Got it, teacher, we won't go to cheerleading practice tomorrow. If you don't allow it, we won't participate from now on. Li Yun with a crying voice but with a firm tone. Liang Yuan did not say anything but nodded her head along at the side one by one. Both of them knew very well that as Jiang Yan's students, they should only follow his orders in school. Jiang Yan beckoned to Xiao Wan and Lu Qi. The two liaison officers were busy running over. Jiang Yan said, They didn't participate in the chorus training today. They don't know what they have learned. You two are responsible for making up for the lessons. Make sure to teach what you have learned today before tomorrow night. Don't worry, teacher. Absolutely teach it tonight. Liu Qiwai patted her chest and assured Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan let out a hinchim and said, Don't be too late. Today's military training day is quite tiring. Try to go back early to rest, and tomorrow the instructor will also teach you to organize your housekeeping, and tomorrow you will have to practice even more, so you have to get enough energy today. Xiao Wan asked, Teacher, I heard that after teaching you to organize your housekeeping, the instructors will also go from dormitory to dormitory tomorrow night to check and evaluate. Is that true really? And not only the instructors, we will also participate in tomorrow's inspection, and the inspection and evaluation scores will also be included in the military training repertoire total score, so you must convey it to the students in place, so that they learn and do it seriously, and try to get a high score. Jiang Yan said. Okay, teacher. After I go back to the dormitory later, I'll go to each dormitory and look over it, and tell them the importance of housekeeping. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, and said, Don't say it's too serious, so that they don't have psychological pressure. Just do what the instructor taught them. But one thing you must pay attention to is that you must not store prohibited items in the dormitory, especially high-powered electrical appliances, resolutely. He wanted to say resolutely to throw it away, but after a second thought, changed his mind and said, resolutely not to be discovered. Having just walked out from his student days not long ago, Jiang Yan knew that it wasn't easy for students and tried to do everything he could to make it easier for them, even if he had to take more responsibility for it. Tidying up the housekeepings is a special term for the army. In fact, it's organizing personal belongings. The main content is folding the quilt. Yang Fengzhou brought 2 students to carry his own bedpan to the military training ground and demonstrated on the spot how to fold the military quilt. The folding of the military quilt has a strict standard, in common parlance is tofu block. Yang Fengzhou demonstration is completed. The essentials explained in detail a few times, and then randomly selected 3 students on site operation, and one by one, pointed out their mistakes and problems, to be guided to solve. No military training drill course in the morning, the only training is to organize the housekeeping. Yang Fengzhou explained the end of the students to go back to the dormitory to organize. For the military, organizing housekeeping is just a very common thing, can be completed in minutes, but for the students who are new to it, it's not something that can be learned overnight, and it's not difficult. Especially folded quilt. Jiang Yan watched Xiao Wan folded demolition folded. Enough to repeat 10 times cannot fold tofu block. The last or Yang Fengzhou really cannot stand to see, hand in hand with him to fold into. Jiang Yan accompanied Yang Ark in each dormitory to walk through, and then teach the students how to fold the quilt, said to teach, in fact, is half teaching half help. Most of the people's quilt is Yang Ark folded. In this regard Jiang Yan only is invisible. He also knows that the standard of the military quilt is too high. Students are difficult to complete, when he was also the instructor to help before folding. Before he finished walking through the dormitories, Jiang Yan received a call from Hua Tiangshu. He slightly found a hidden corner and answered the call. Hey Mr. Jiang, busy right? Didn't disturb you right? On the phone, Hua Tiangshu laughed like a silver bell, sounding with a false sense of affection. No Mr. Hua. What are your instructions? I don't dare to instruct you. But there is something I want to report to you. Your 2 students were selected to participate in the cheerleading competition. There was a training at 10 o'clock this morning. They didn't come. I called to inform them. They said they had to ask you for leave. So I hurriedly called you. Hua Tiangsu finished. Added another sentence in a conspiratorial manner. Mr. Jiang's management is really strict. Dean Li and Dean Lu explained to fully support the games. I didn't expect Mr. Jiang's sentence. The students said not to come, not to come. Jiang Yan sneered in his heart, pretending to be confused on his mouth. So what they both said is true. Yesterday when they both told me, I thought they were making up nonsense to try to escape the military training. After all, no one has notified me that my students are being drawn away. They don't dare to believe. Alas, all blame me. Forget to report this with Mr. Jiang. Mainly also heard the other teachers said Mr. Jiang not to be petty, for people atmosphere, thought this kind of small things do not need to bother Mr. Jiang at Hua Tiangshu said. This kind of small matter was not worth mentioning, but these 2 are new students. The most important thing to manage new students is to make the discipline strict first. I believe that teacher Hua has a lot of experience and surely understands this. It is just as important for students to have discipline as it is for us teachers to abide by the rules, right? Mr. Jiang Yan snorted coldly in his heart. Say I am small-minded, I will be sarcastic. You don't know the rules. Who is afraid of playing smart? Hua Tiangsu's laughter was lost. Suppressing her anger, she said. Then I will report to Mr. Jiang now. I want to call 2 students, Li Yun and Liang Yuan, and I hope Mr. Jiang will agree. She's in a hurry. Jiang Yan hooked a smile at the corner of his mouth, too lazy to continue to fudge with her, said training during the day is fine, but not at night. At night, the 2 of them have to participate in our chorus training. Okay. I'll schedule all the cheerleading training during the day. Does Mr. Jiang have any more instructions? No, I'll be busy first. You're busy. Jiang Yan's mouth. Mr. Hua had not yet been said. When he heard the blind tone of hanging up coming out of his earpiece, he couldn't help but be happy and in a good mood. In the afternoon and tomorrow morning, respectively, to all new students of the housekeeping a comprehensive inspection, and to score, which is related to the military training performance results. Each class instructors are extraordinarily important. Although Jiang Yan military training performance results do not have too high requirements, but he also does not want to be too far behind. After all, it will be a loss of face, as if incompetent, so he also attaches great importance to the students' housekeeping. After lunch first come to their own student dormitory to check once. Strangely enough, he visited 3 dormitories in a row. None of them went to bed for a nap, and in the past days at noon each sleep like a donkey scene, as if it were a lifetime ago. Walking into Xiao Wan's dormitory, the 4 people in his dormitory also did not sleep. Jiang Yan asked suspiciously, Xiao Wan, why don't you all take a nap today? Xiao Wan is little by little wiping the dust between the closet and the wall cracks. The wall cracks are too small to fit the towel in his fingers. He can only use chopsticks to clip the towel and wipe it in. Seeing Jiang Yan come, he hurriedly stopped the action in his hand and returned. Teacher, we all dare not sleep, afraid that after taking apart the quilt that the instructor helped to fold up and folding it up badly, we will be deducted points when the time comes. Jiang Yan was stunned. What about you guys at night? You still have to check tomorrow, so you don't sleep either, and you'll have to spot check every day afterward, and stay awake all the time. Xiao Wan nodded his head. We boys have discussed, tonight first all don't go to bed to sleep, on the table lying down for a night to make up for it. As for the spot check in the future, you look at tomorrow's evaluation scores and then say. Jiang Yan face slightly twitching, one by one to the 4 people seat next to the garbage can to see. All no garbage, open the closet. All empty, he will fingertips into the cabinet, and the bedboard between the gap feel. There is water stains moist feeling, obviously just wiped. The quilt cannot have folds, the trash cannot put garbage, the closet cannot put clothes, there cannot be dust in the wall cracks. Jiang Yan cannot figure out what kind of dog brain this kind of meaningless inspection and evaluation standards are thought of, and to engage in this kind of formalism has a fart. The first thing you need to do is to organize your housekeeping. As long as the dormitory is clean and tidy, and your personal belongings are neat and orderly, isn't that enough? Knowing that the standard is impossible to achieve, but also have to implement, this is not forcing students to fake it. Jiang Yan's pupils shrunk slightly and said seriously, Xiao Wan, notify the students that all people use their quilts normally, and it is forbidden to stay awake in order to keep the quilts neat and tidy. Xiao Wan hesitated. Teacher, But you will be deducted points, Jiang Yan categorically said. There is no meaningful evaluation, deduct the points. I don't care. I don't want this kind of points. Love whoever you want, my students can't trample themselves so badly. Xiao Wan and his roommates glanced at each other exuded emotion. Fang Climbing, who slept in the bed opposite Xiao Wan, said, Teacher, we can just hold on, in fact. No, Jiang Yan did not wait for him to finish. Waved his hand to stop his following words, said, Students come to school is to learn knowledge, learn skills, learn cultivation, learn virtue, not to learn to make false pretenses. All my students are not allowed to engage in this kind of formalism. Jiang Yan asked Xiao Wan to notify him of his meaning. And not just to notify the matter, but also asked him to lead his roommate to each dormitory and to take apart the quilt of each student. After Jiang Yan left from the dormitory building, Xiao Wan and Fang Kaiming went to the next dormitory, where the dormitory head Peng Yang was conveying Xiao Wan's notice to the other 3 roommates. Seeing Xiao Wan come in, another student, Tian Shuangpeng, asked in confusion, Xiao Wan, Instructor Yang folded the quilt so well, why did you take it apart? How humiliating to deduct points. Xiao Wan said, This is Mr. Jiang's intention, he doesn't want us to get into this bad trend. As he spoke, he walked to the side of Peng Yang's bed and gently shook the covers off of him. Peng Yang was equally puzzled. Xiao Wan, in that case, if we score low in the housekeeping inspection, affecting the results of the military training performance, it will definitely be bad for Mr. Jiang at that time, and in case we are ranked at the bottom of the list, how is he going to explain this to the leadership of the academy? Xiao Wan sighed. Mr. Jiang is very clear about all this. His original words were that he would rather not score any points than allow the students to trample on themselves like this. He doesn't want us to give meaningless effort in order to gain face for him. The dormitory fell into a short silence for a while. Peng Yang lamented. Meeting Mr. Jiang is our greatest fortune. Other teachers wouldn't do this. I've heard that students in other classes are also prepared to not remove their quilts and not go to sleep, but none of the teachers have stopped them. Yes, our teacher Jiang not only teach us to set up the lofty ambition to serve the country and the people, but also give us a meticulous and sincere care. To be his students is indeed rare. Tian Shuangpeng the same feeling. He saw the opposite bed roommate Peng Chong to take apart the quilt and fold it up, asked Peng Chong. What are you doing? Peng Chong concentrated on carefully folding the quilt, and said without turning his head, If you can't fold the quilt well, you can practice more, Mr. Jiang is so considerate of us, we can't really just give up on the housekeeping competitions, and at the very least we can do our best to fold it up to the best right. We just think of speculation. How did we forget about this? Practice more? There's still one more day of lunch. But I don't believe that we can't practice well. A few other people's eyes lit up at the same time. Peng Yang and Tian Shuangpeng successively climbed into bed and started practicing folding the quilt. Xiao Wan and Fang Qiaiming also left in a hurry, in addition to hurrying to check the other people's quilts, but also anxious to hurry back to the dormitory to practice folding quilts after checking. Near the afternoon work, Jiang Yan was informed that the afternoon freshman housekeeping competition will not be held, and the time will be adjusted to the whole day tomorrow. Moreover, while the freshmen were being evaluated, all the dormitories of other grades in the university were to be inspected and graded. According to Li Yudi's gossip, the school in charge of student work Liu Huanfeng, vice president of the morning random sampling of freshman housekeeping, on the spur of the moment sampling a few other grades of the dormitory, the results of the dirty and unattractive, so he was furious, but so decided to start the dormitory inspection in advance. Jiang Yan has no doubt about Li Yudi's gossip, because the dormitory that was randomly inspected is their College of Physical Education, and their dean personally approached Vice President Liu to make a face-to-face review of the explanation. But this is for Jiang Yan does not matter. Just the workload is a little larger, from just checking the freshmen into checking the whole year. The dormitory inspection of each college took the system of mutual inspection and evaluation. The teacher of the College of Life Sciences checked the dormitory of the students of the College of Law, while the dormitory of the students of the College of Biological Sciences was checked by the College of Physical Education. After learning the results of the random inspection allocation, Liud first tweeted in the group chat of the three of them with only a wicked smile emoticon. Jiang Yan and Yang Shan tacitly replied with a rice emoji almost at the same time, all in good time. In order to prevent misremembering his student dormitory number, Jiang Yan purposely found Mao Yanyu and reprinted a copy of the dormitory numbers of all the students in the College of Biological Sciences. After browsing through the dormitory numbers, Jiang Yan quietly dialed Lai Yudi's phone. Where is its student dormitory? Check again, see if there is any leakage, lest we deduct points tomorrow. Come out and find a place where it's easy to talk. A few minutes later, Lai Yudi's lowered voice came out of the receiver. What's wrong when you check the dormitories tomorrow? Pay attention to the 3 dozen dormitories from 7,215 to 7,254. Lai Yud took a moment to calculate and asked in doubt. This is not where you and Yang Shan's students live, right? How do you pay attention? Reverse attention. Jiang Yan was succinct. Wowie hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan's eyes focused on the list of student accommodations, and the counselor's column behind the 30 dormitories had the name Hua Tiangsu written on it. In order to cope with tomorrow's housekeeping inspection, the chorus of all freshman classes was suspended for a day, and Jiang Yan's class was no exception. He had nothing to do in the evening and had planned to go for a run, but just after dinner, he suddenly received a call from Tuo Fei, asking him if he had time to meet up and wanted to have a chat with him. Regular talk with students, timely grasp of student dynamics is one of the basic duties of counselors. Students take the initiative to talk. Jiang Yan naturally will not have an opinion, agreed to meet at 7 o'clock in the evening in the playground. 2 days have not seen, the household flies a lot of good color, although there are 2 bruises on the face has not faded, but they have been swollen. Simple greetings care a few words. Jiang Yan asked right to the point, what do you want to find me? Tu Fei said. Teacher, I saw Giwi Yani today, he has come to school. Jiang Yan guessed that he was looking for him, or for the matter with Giwi Yani, and it was true. Jiang Yan said, I told him to come, he injured you, what compensation do you want? I can coordinate him to give it to you. Tu Fei snapped, Teacher, I don't lack money, and I don't want to call the police, I just want to beat him up as well. Blood for blood. This is how it should be. It shouldn't be. Fighting violence with violence is not the final resort. Jiang Yan said indifferently, you are my student, it's only right that I protect you when he beats you up, but he is also my student, I won't favor him, and likewise won't allow you to beat him up. Teacher, to tell you the truth, the people my father sent to protect me have arrived. Tuo Fei said obstinately. I will explain to him. Just follow my injuries to beat up Giwi Yani. Just beat him up as much as I do, and definitely not take advantage of him one bit. Under Jiang Yan's hidden angry gaze, Tuo Fei continued. Teacher, I respect you very much and appreciate you very much. That's why I'm telling you about this matter. I don't expect your support. I only hope that you don't oppose it. I definitely oppose. Jiang Yan stopped his footsteps and asked with a slight doubt. You should also have guessed that as a teacher. I definitely won't agree to you guys using violent means. What is your intention of telling me this matter? Tu Fei slowly said. I'm worried that you'll run into this kind of thing again like last time. I'm reminding you not to intervene in case you do. Why, the person my father sent here was a soldier king before he retired. I'm afraid that if you intervene, you'll be injured by him, which is something I definitely don't want to see. Jiang Yan raised his eyebrows slightly, without a trace of emotion, disdainfully said. Then it's a coincidence that I still have to thank you. Early in the morning, Jiang Yan simply ate breakfast under Lulu Lai's leadership, followed the team of Biological Sciences Academy counselors to the dormitory area of the law school. According to the principle of mutual evaluation of the same grade. Although the inspection was to check all the dormitories, Jiang Yan and Yang Shan only rated the freshman dormitories just enough. All freshmen are graded by the new counselors, and as the same class entering the school, after more than a month of living together, the freshman counselors have a mutual friendship with each other. Yesterday night, in Jiang Yan's lid, the freshman counselors have reached a consensus, where the new counselors as instructors of the class, grading time are a little more lenient, unless it is met with really see eye to eye, cannot deduction of points as far as possible not to deduction. And they also put their own as instructor class dormitory number, sent to the corresponding inspection teacher. Jiang Yan's cell phone has the law school freshman counselor, Wang Meng and Xiao Qingpei sent dormitory number. Accompanied by the dean of the law school, Mr. Sheng Tianxi, the inspection team of the Academy of Biological Sciences checked each dormitory of the freshmen one by one, starting from the freshmen. In fact, according to Jiang Yan's opinion, all the freshman dormitories have no place where points can be deducted. After all the freshmen pay great attention to the inspection, prepare very seriously and strictly, want to deduct points, then, only to look for bones in the egg. But if a point is not deducted, obviously there is no way to lie. After all, others are also checking the College of Biomedical Sciences. They may not necessarily be merciful. If you don't deduct points from the law school, and the College of Biological Sciences was deducted points seriously, in the end, the results of the military training performance will certainly be pulled away. The College of Military Training in charge of the face will never look good. Jiang Yan and Yang Shan had no choice but to carry out a fault-finding inspection, deducting points from all dormitories other than those provided by Wang Meng and Xiao Qingpei. After a busy morning, it was not until the end of the day at noon that the law school dormitory inspection was completed, and before the afternoon shift, the scores of the law school dormitories had to be summarized. So Jiang Yan and Yang Shan simply ate lunch and went back to the office to work overtime. The other 3 teachers are older, pay more attention to health, eat carefully and slowly, have not finished eating, only the 2 of them in the room. Jiang Yan closed the door and unashamedly called Li Yudi, finished eating yet? Just a moment after a slurred response, Jiang Yan then heard gargling sounds. Not 2 minutes later, Li Yud said, "What's up, how did things go?" Li Yud he straight smile, said, "You let me pay attention to those dormitories," basically locked the door. There are a few dormitory students in the morning, no classes, presumably have not yet got up. Anti-lock dormitory door, how to knock or not open. To your Dean Lee face are fast angry green. There is no need for me to fan the flames. Our vice dean directly gave those dormitories 0 points. Wait and see. Those dormitory counselors will certainly be praised by your leadership. During the dormitory inspection, all dormitory doors must be open, otherwise the inspectors can't get in how to check, so any dormitory that locks its doors will get 0 points. This is the basic principle of the inspection. It was not known whether Hua Tiangshu had not been informed or the students had taken matters into their own hands, but regardless of that kind, it would be hard for her to get a good look this time. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan couldn't help but show a gloating smile. Yang Shan was surprised and asked, "What are you and Li Yudi up to?" So happy Jiang Yan told Yang Shan the cause of his and Hua Tianshu's right and wrong. Listening to Yang Shan frowned repeatedly and said indignantly, "It's the principle that you have to ask the counselor's permission to call a student. She actually directly called your students without saying hello to you. She doesn't know the rules, right?" Thanks to her, she is still an experienced old counselor. This is leaning on her old age and not putting you in her eyes. Jiang Yan spread his hands. "That's not true, so people are not polite. I don't need to be polite with her." Oh, Yang Shan revealed a smile of understanding and lowered her voice. "So you asked Li Yu to give her some trouble when he inspected the dormitory." Jiang Yan? There you go. They say a gentleman's revenge is not too late in 10 years. You're never waiting for tomorrow when you can get revenge on that day. Jiang Yan didn't deny it and said, "It's just a bit of a pity that I didn't use Li Yu. She planted it with her own skills." "What do you mean?" Yang Shan did not understand. Jiang Yan smiled mysteriously and sold a secret. "You'll know in the afternoon meeting at 5 o'clock in the afternoon." Li Kunshan hosted a briefing on the results of the dormitory inspection. Li Kunshan said expressionlessly, "Today, the whole university conducted a dormitory inspection. The results of the inspection have been summarized. Our college's results are not too good. Under the influence of individual black sheep, the ranking ranks in the bottom of all colleges." When these words came out, all the teachers were in an uproar. Even Jiang Yan was a bit surprised. The results were not too good was expected, but did not expect to actually be in the bottom 1. Jiang Yan quietly glanced at Hua Tiangshu. She looked confused and surprised. It seems that she does not know Li Kunshan mouth black sheep is her. No one has disclosed to her to check the situation. People quite poor. Li Kunshan glanced at the crowd's reaction response. Then said, "Wait a minute." By Dean Lu read out the counselor teacher student scores. All listened to. Individual teachers also reflect on how to manage students. When Li Kunshan finished, Liu Li grimly held a table and read first place. Yang Shan ranked 8th in the whole school, second place. Jiang Yan ranked 10th in the whole school, third place. Feng Rong ranked 72nd in the whole school, fourth place. 9th place. Zhang Pangxing ranked 203rd in the whole school. With Lu Li's voice, the teachers whose names were not read, their faces became whiter and whiter, until the 4th place. Zhang Pangxing ranked 23 with Lu Li's voice, the teachers whose names were not read, their faces became whiter and whiter. Teachers, their faces became whiter and whiter, until the first 9 counselors were all read. and all eyes converged on Hua Tiangshu's face. Her face was pale, and she sat on the chair in a fidgety manner, lowering her head and not daring to look at anyone. Lu Lai's icy voice finally read her, 10th place. Hua Tiangshu, ranked 307 in the whole school. The bottom one in the whole school unlike others. Lu Li purposely added an extra sentence when he read Hua Tiangshu's ranking. Li Kunshan said in a cold voice in this evaluation. Especially praiseworthy are Yang Shan and Jiang Yan, 2 new teachers. All entered the school's top 10. Originally there were 2 of their good results pressure. We shouldn't be in the bottom of the first, but also likely to rank in the top. But with Li Kunshan's words changing, everyone's sights were once again fixed on Hua Tiangshu. Teacher Hua, is there anything you want to say? Hua Tiangshu raised her head and mouthed without any bottom. Dean Lai, it might be the people from the sports academy who intentionally rated me low. Bang! Li Kunshan slammed on the table, scaring everyone. I followed the whole thing, can I not tell if there was malicious grading? Mr. Hua, your students, your management, are too worthy of this ranking. Write a written report to me by tomorrow, detailing the reasons for the deduction and corrective measures. In addition, withhold this month's performance pay and reward it to teachers Yang Shan and Jiang Yan. Dismissed Li Kunshan, who was still angry, led Liu Li, who was frowning tightly, out of the meeting room, and the other counselors also left one after another. Jiang Yan glanced at the hasty Hua Tiangshu. A hint of pleasure flashed in his heart. Yang Shan, the bonus has been paid. Go out to celebrate tonight. His voice was not too loud and not too small, just enough for Hua Tiangshu to hear. She glared at Jiang Yan resentfully. Jiang Yan did not show any weakness to return the glare. Finally Hua Tiangshu powerlessly moved away from the line of sight and let out a long sigh of lamentation. Xiao Wan returned to the dormitory after practicing the song, and happened to meet Chen Mingxiang and Xu Jiang, walking towards the outside of the dormitory building. Xiao Wan, let's go. The art college is rehearsing cheerleading. Let's take a look. The same counselor is a freshman, and all 3 are military training liaison officers. 3 people have long been familiar with each other. Xiao Wan was surprised and asked, the College of Arts is on the old campus. The new campus only has freshmen in military training. Could it be that their sophomore and junior sisters are rushing over from the old campus to rehearse? Don't get it? Thanks to you being a liaison officer, the news is so closed. Chen Mingxiang climbed Xiao Wan's neck and dragged Xiao Wan out of the dormitory building with a push. Cheerleading is child's play for the students of the art college, and the school stipulates that only freshmen can participate in their college. Xiao Wan was led to the school's art center by Chen Mingxiang and Xu Jiang, and he asked in confusion, they're rehearsing in the art center. When he joined the school, a senior had introduced the art center to him. It was the place where the school held art activities, and was usually not open to the public. The art academy is not in the new campus. They don't have their own large classroom. It just so happens that the art center is under the management of the art academy, so their teachers use it as a rehearsal ground. Xu Jiang explained. The matter of the art academy rehearsing cheerleading was not only known to Chen Mingxiang and Xu Jiang. The gate of the art center was already crowded with quite a lot of people, but the gate was locked tightly. No one could enter. Xiao Wan slowed down his pace and regretfully said, the door is locked and won't let us in. Let's go back. Chen Mingxiang hemmed and hawed towards Xu Jiang. New mouth, said come early is not as good as good. Don't worry, we embrace the thigh, guaranteed to be able to get in. Xiao Wan looked at Xu Jiang in surprise, and Xu Jiang said, I know a sister in the art college from my summer vacation work study. She is the assistant coach of the freshman cheerleading. It's her turn to lead the training today. I'll ask her to open the side door for us to go in. There's still this kind of operation. Xiao Wan was stunned. What's wrong with that? Jiang has such a good confidante. We just need to hold on to his thighs firmly. Maybe we can also help us find a girlfriend from the art school. Chen Mingxiang instructed Xu Jiang, you have to talk to your pretty sister. I and Xiao Wan's happy life is counting on you. Whether it is as a single dog or to be a human being, the responsibility is on you alone. Nai. Xu Jiang's cheeks reddened. Mingxiang, don't talk nonsense. Yuan Dai and I are just classmates. She sees me as a younger student, and takes care of me a little bit more when I work summer vacation. Then the summer vacation job ended a long time ago. How can you still take care of you when there are so many schoolmates at the beginning of the school year? Chen Mingxiang bristled. I even saw her sending you watermelon the day before yesterday. Chen Mingxiang said sourly. There are also new students in the art academy. Why doesn't she take care of her immediate schoolmates? Instead she runs over to care for you. Besides, I am also a schoolmate. How come I can't get the love and care from my schoolmates? He looked envious, especially this kind of intellectual. Beautiful and gentle schoolmates, the most heartbreaking. The key is that they also know how to dance between words. The three of them had already walked to the front of the art center building. Yu Xiang did not pay attention to Chen Mingxiang again, leading the two of them to turn to the shaded side of the building in front of a fire emergency door. Not long after his call, the curtain in the glass door was slowly pulled open, revealing a pretty face with a smile like a flower. Good day, senior sister. Led by Yu Xiang, Chen Mingxiang and Xiao Wan hurriedly greeted politely. Hello you guys. Yuan Dai pursed her lips and smiled a little. Seeing that no one was paying attention next to her, she opened the fire door. You guys came just in time, their training is about to start. A little later. I won't have the chance to open the door for you. Yuan Dai led the three people to the stands, and after explaining that they should not just run around, she hurriedly went to the stage. Yi Zhujiang hesitated for a moment, and followed her footsteps, and when he was a little farther away from Xiao Wan and Chen Mingxiang, he took out a small piece of cake from his backpack and said, Sister, you haven't eaten yet, right? Later on, the training will consume a lot of physical strength. I brought you food, so you can eat it before you go. Yuan Dai smiled sweetly and happily took the cake, revealing two very nice dimples. Chen Mingxiang's attention had been fully focused on the students of the Arts Academy at the center of the stage, and he didn't even notice that Zhu Jiang was no longer by his side, whereas Xiao Wan wasn't as immersed as he was, and took all of Yu Xiang and Yuan Dai's actions in his eyes. As a classmate, he was sincerely happy for Xu Jiang, but looking at Zhu Jiang and Yuan Dai's intimate appearance, his heart for no reason more than a few points of frustration. Training will soon start beginning. The stage of the many girls like a jumping elf, every action attracted the three people. All eyes can be admitted to the art college dance major, are practiced since childhood, and after heavy strict screening, whether it is the body or appearance is 1 in a million. Moreover, the temperament cultivated by the dance girls who practice dance for many years is far from having on other girls, and the knitted brows and smiles have a fatal killing power on the three bloodthirsty straight men of science. Yi Shujiang, your kid is really lucky. Look at Yuan Dai's sister. Not only does she look good, she also dances the best. Chen Mingxiang looked at every girl once, and the corners of his mouth almost oozed with saliva. Yu Shujiang wrenched Chen Mingxiang's chin and made him take his eyes off Yuan Dai. Do you know how to be polite? Don't look at people you shouldn't look at, and don't comment on schoolmates behind their backs. I don't want to look either, my eyes can't control it. Chen Mingxiang was wrenching his head, but his eyes were still glancing towards Yuan Dai. Xiao Wan, do you think I'm right? Xiao Wan didn't say anything, and his eyes were also a bit straight, but what he was looking at was not Yuan Dai, but the freshman standing in the center of the first row in the array. She and Yuan Dai, who was leading the dance, stood directly opposite each other, and Xiao Wan felt that she danced better than Yuan Dai. Chen Mingxiang found that Xiao Wan did not speak, raised the volume and said it again, but the result was still no response. Subconsciously looked toward him, and could not help but be happy. He muttered to Zhu Jiang, Xiao Wan, everyday honest look. I did not expect to see a beautiful woman is not as good as me. I at least did not look dumb. Looking dumb is also better than drooling. Yi Shujiang glared at him with a disgusted face, pushed Xiao Wan and asked, Xiao Wan, who are you looking at? Xiao Wan snapped back to his senses. Suddenly his face was hot, and he said with slight embarrassment, I'm not looking at anyone, I'm thinking about something. How can you not see who you are looking at? Can't you tell who you're looking at? Chen Mingxiang looked as if he was watching the fun, stretching out 2 fingers to gesture in front of Xiao Wan's eyes, slowly pointing to Yuan Dai, smiling playfully, looking at the direction of the line of sight. It's obviously senior sister Yuan Dai. Is it? Xu Jiang twisted his head to look at Xiao Wan, and couldn't help but regret bringing them both here. Isn't this leading the wolf into the house? Chen Mingxiang's line of sight wandered back and forth between their faces, with a bad smile on his face. Feeling Xu Jiang's seemingly hostile gaze, Xiao Wan panicked and denied, No, Chen Mingxiang, don't talk nonsense. Under Xu Jiang's suspicious gaze, hesitating for a moment, he red-faced honestly explained, I just think the girl directly across from senior sister Yuan Dai dances quite beautifully. Which one? Let me see. Chen Mingxiang was busy looking towards the stage and found the girl. Xiao Wan said, deeply agreeing, Xiao Wan's vision is also good. This one is not worse than senior sister. Xu Jiang secretly sighed in relief and followed, Indeed, looks really pretty. Xiao Wan vision can be. Xiao Wan exposed his heart, his face showed embarrassment. Chen Mingxiang raised his eyebrows, with a bad smile on his face, encouraged, let your sister help you introduce you to them. Not waiting for Xiao Wan to open his mouth, Yi Shu Jiang said, first sister Yuan Dai is especially warm-hearted. There is absolutely no problem to ask her to do this favor. Xiao Wan, if you're embarrassed to mention it, I'll talk to her later. I did not. Xiao Wan blushed like a monkey's ass. Just about to speak was interrupted by Chen Mingxiang. Manly man, don't be a mother-in-law. If the sister does not agree, I'll help you go to the girl to ask for WeChat. Chen Mingxiang chest beat thumping. Xiao Wan looked at the two friends around, cannot help but be touched, stammered then. Thank you too, we have this relationship. What to talk about? Thanks. Chen Mingxiang waved his hand, a righteousness of the rightful posture, so that Xiao Wan, even more touched, was about to say thank you again. Suddenly heard Chen Mingxiang heatedly laughed. When you fix her, remember to introduce her classmates to me on the line. To be beautiful. Xiao Wan and Zhu Jiang jointly rolled their eyes at him and slightly moved away from him. As the dance music cycled through 5 times, the girls of the Arts Academy finally reached the pause break, and when Yuan Dai finished her water, the 3 ran to the stairway of the bleachers and waved frantically at her. Yuan Dai hesitated and mounted the bleachers, asking suspiciously, we're not done yet, is something wrong? Chen Mingxiang was the first to ask, sister, what's the name of the girl across from you? Feng Qiya. Yuan Dai smiled and asked, what's wrong? Do you have thoughts about her? How do I have ideas? It's this brother of mine who wants to make friends with someone. Chen Mingxiang pushed Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan mumbled, we are all classmates, we know each other. Yuan Dai teased, you like her? Chen Mingxiang answered for him, I've already fallen in. Yuan Dai was dumbfounded. Just look at a few eyes. Fall into it. Why, I do not believe it. Love at first sight. Yixu Jiang also long ago saw, in love. Count on Xiao Wan, this goon certainly cannot do things, the same help him speak. Ba. Yuan Dai spat at Zhu Jiang with an angry smile. You guys don't have any love at first sight, you just want to see color. Help me out. Sister Xu Jiang didn't pick up the conversation. Hesitating again and again, Yuan Dai finally nodded and said, I'll help him create an opportunity later, whether he can grasp it or not depends on himself. Thank you, senior sister. Thank you, senior sister. The 3 of them joyfully thanked each other. After Yuan Dai returned to the stage, the dance music once again sounded, the 3 of them again immersed in the uncontrollable dance. After all, the new students still have to military training during the day, physical strength is limited, rehearsal time is less than an hour. After the end, Yuan Dai intentionally leave Feng Qi, teacher, for a while, and other girls are finished, before letting her go to change clothes. The 2 girls closed the lights and locked the door without going out a few steps, just happened to meet with 3 boys who had already quietly walked out and waited outside. Hello, senior sister Yuan Dai, so late for training? Xu Jiang put on a surprised look and enthusiastically said, sister, you still have to take the bus back to the old campus, right? Let's give you a ride. Yuan Dai laughed. I also didn't expect it to be this late already. Thank you. Then she looked at Feng Shui and said, this is my schoolmate, returning to the dormitory alone this late, it's too unsafe. You guys can also give her a ride. Yuan Dai is talking nonsense with her eyes wide open. The campus is patrolled 24 hours a day, and the cameras are fully covered, how can there be any danger? Feng Shui said in a sticky voice, no need, sister, my dormitory is not far away, 10 minutes to arrive, I go back on my own. How can that be? It's so dark at night. Chen Mingxiang secretly pushed Xiao Wan and said, Xiao Wan, Yi Shu Jiang and I will go to see off my sister, so you go and see off this student good. Xiao Wan woodenly took a few steps forward, his voice tone changed, sounding strange, and said, classmate, I'll go see you off to not be so nervous. The remaining 3 people are secretly speechless. Feng Qiyi frowned, but fortunately did not refuse and nodded. After the 5 people separated, Xiao Wan accompanied Feng Shui towards the dormitory. On the way the 2 were silent. Xiao Wan could clearly hear his heartbeat. Hello, thank you for seeing me off in the end. Feng Qi was the first one who couldn't stand the heavy embarrassment and opened her mouth first to break the silence. When Xiao Wan heard Feng Qi's voice, he felt his heartbeat steeply slow down by half a beat and said, it's fine, I just happened to be on my way. If there were other people present, they would have to cover their faces again, would they be chatting? Xiao Wan also then realized that his words are not very pleasing to the eye. Under the rapid turn of the brain, off the mouth asked Feng Qi students, which college are you? Aha. Xiao Wan hated to slap himself. Everyone knows that the Art Center is the special training ground for the Art Academy. Feng Hui rehearsed from there. Which academy can it be? Ask this is not an idiot. Art Academy ah. Feng Hui shrugged the tip of her nose and asked suspiciously, how do you know my name? Xiao Wan was stunned, so embarrassed that he almost subconsciously wanted to escape. How did he accidentally say her name out? Greeting Feng Hui's puzzled gaze, Xiao Wan said stiffly. Sister Yuan Dai introduced it just now. Really? Feng Hui did not remember Yuan Dai had introduced her name. Her small face was written with question marks. Of course, how else would I know? Xiao Wan panicked and diverted the topic, introducing herself. Hello, Feng Hui student. My name is Xiao Wan. I'm a bioengineering major in the College of Life Sciences Bioengineering. Feng Hui was surprised, and asked with a leap of faith, then aren't you a student of Mr. Jiang Yan? Feng Hui's sudden excitement made the unaware Xiao Wan a little confused. Yes, then can you help me ask Mr. Jiang Yan for an autograph? Feng Hui's face was full of anticipation, as if she was afraid that Xiao Wan wouldn't be willing. She added, I like Mr. Jiang Yan too much. Xiao Wan doesn't know whether he should be happy or sad. The happy part is, with Mr. Jiang's signature, he won't worry about not having a reason to look for Feng Hui in the future. The sad part is it possible that he has to be a love rival with his teacher? On second thought, Mr. Jiang is not the kind of person who would lay hands on a student. Xiao Wan put his heart back into his belly and asked, why don't you go and ask for it yourself? I went, and was blocked back by the pretty female teacher in his office. Feng Hui was aggrieved, but looking at Xiao Wan's heart softened. For a moment his machismo got the better of him, and without hesitation he said, no problem, I'm on good terms with Mr. Jiang. Don't worry, I'm here. Too good. Feng Hui was so excited that she jumped up and down 3 times. From now on, we'll be friends. Aha! Xiao Wan looked at the excited Feng Hui. A great sense of fulfillment arose in his heart for no reason, and nodded his head heavily. At the end of the noon military training, Xiao Wan finished his meal hastily with a heavy heart, quickly walked to Jiang Yan's office, knocked on the door. No one was there. Teacher should have gone to eat. Xiao Wan had sent WeChat to Jiang Yan in advance, so he didn't worry about not being able to find him. Leaning on the doorframe, waiting blearily for Jiang Yan, Xiao Wan carefully pulled out a notebook from his military satchel, which had a photo neatly clipped to it. On the photo of the girl's bright eyes, teeth as if braided shells, smiling extraordinarily bright, a folk dance costume to the beautiful body to display a glimpse, Xiao Wan cannot help but look infatuated. Xiao Wan, come so early. Have you eaten? I don't know how long. Xiao Wan heard Jiang Yan's voice before he snapped back to his senses, hastily put away the photos and greeted politely. Good day, Mr. Jiang. Good day, Mr. Yang. Although the several military training liaisons chosen by Jiang Yan had different personalities, knowing how to be polite and willing to work was their common merit, and the teachers in the office were all very satisfied with them. Yang Shan was no exception, smiling and nodding in response. She carried a box of pastries in her hand and gave it to Xiao Wan. Didn't eat, did you? It just so happens that I bought the cake. You take it and eat it. Xiao Wan hastily refused. Thank you, teacher, I've eaten. You eat. He followed Jiang Yan and Yang Shan into the room, and said apprehensively, Teacher Jiang, I have something I want to report to you. What is it? Jiang Yan casually poured him a glass of water. Xiao Wan pinched the notebook with the photos, glanced apologetically at Yang Shan, and blushed. Teacher, why don't we go out and talk about it? Yang Shan understood and got up. Jiang Yan, I'll go back to rest for a while. Don't forget to instruct my games players in the afternoon. Okay, Ms. Yang, you go back first. Contact me at work in the afternoon. After Yang Shan left, Jiang Yan questioned, What is it? Secretive. Xiao Wan looked ashamed and said in embarrassment, Teacher, can you give me an autograph? What's wrong? Want to take a vacation? Jiang Yan subconsciously thought that he wanted to sign a vacation slip. No, Xiao Wan's head shook like a rattle drum. It's just an autograph, the kind signed by a star. Jiang Yan wondered if this kid's brain was not wired. I'm not a star. What kind of autograph? But your fans are not less than stars. Xiao Wan accompanied with a smile. A search on the internet. Your hotness is much bigger than the popular stars. And this talent, this talk, this face value, you are much stronger than the stars. Xiao Wan? Learn more about the good ones. Don't learn the ass-kissing bit from Chen Mingxiang. Jiang Yan sideways tilted back a bit, away from Xiao Wan. His lame ass-kissing made Jiang Yan's brain hurt. Xiao Wan smiled awkwardly. Jiang Yan took a sip of tea and said in a calm manner, "Tell me, how to sign." Xiao Wan busily took out Feng Qiuai's photo and put it on the desk in front of Jiang Yan, smoothing it out, although there was not a single crease on it. Jiang Yan picked it up and took a look, happy, derisive gaze at Xiao Wan. Staring at Xiao Wan, a face slowly turned red. "Teacher, don't misunderstand, this is my classmate." Xiao Wan, only a few days after the start of school to know such a beautiful classmate, looks like it is still studying dance. Jiang Yan teased, "Usually you look like an honest person, but you are not ambiguous at all when you chase after girls." Xiao Wan was so embarrassed that he couldn't say a word, and just laughed awkwardly. "I should have given you my blessing, but I can't sign it." Jiang Yan thought for a moment, collected his smile and slowly put the photo back on his desk. Xiao Wan had a heart that gradually sank to the bottom with his movements. "I hope you chase girls based on your own sincerity, not on my name. If a girl falls in love with you because of this, in case you start a relationship with her in the future, then I'll be the sinner." No, teacher. I definitely won't start a relationship with her. I swear." Xiao Wan was so anxious that he was red in the face and neck. He even wanted to make an oath as proof on the spot. "Don't send it. If swearing works, it won't be so thunderous." Jiang Yan waved his hand, "Go back. Think about what to rely on to chase girls." "Thank you, teacher." Xiao Wan turned around woodenly, not forgetting to thank Jiang Yan on his way out. When he was about to walk out of the door, he suddenly heard Jiang Yan shouting behind him, "Come back." He turned back again like a puppet, his disoriented eyes showing more than a hint of bewilderment. Jiang Yan waved at him, snatched the photo from his hand, and said with hatred, "You're an elm brain. What do you rely on to chase girls? Entering society, rely on money. In school, rely on stalking. I don't give you a signature, you won't stalk. If I were Chen Mingxiang, if I didn't sign today, he would definitely be able to do the splash and roll thing, instead of giving up as soon as he was rejected like you." Xiao Wan suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. His brain flashed, although he didn't fully grasp that bit of aura, but he knew that Mr. Jiang was nudging him. His eyes regained their luster. "Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, my ass." Surely he still hasn't learned it. Jiang Yan secretly spat, and said in a bad mood, "Where's the signature?" Xiao Wan was overjoyed and said, "Sign it anywhere, sign it anywhere." Jiang Yan was speechless. How can he sign it anywhere? Sign it on someone's face? Is it appropriate? He knows that he can't ask too much of Xiao Wan's honest child, so he casually signed his name in the blank space at the bottom right corner of the photo. Just after signing, Xiao Wan stretched out his hand to take it. Jiang Yan crossed his eyes. "What are you panicking about? Afraid that I won't give it to you?" Xiao Wan snapped and retracted his hand. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, and wrote on the back, "It's hard to find friends in the future, so don't learn from the dragon bell and sigh in vain." Receiving the photo from Jiang Yan, Xiao Wan looked at the verse on the back and couldn't help but say, "Teacher, you wrote it wrong, right? It's a verse from the Tang dynasty poet Lai Shiji's Farewell to Zhang Hu in Yuangyang. It should read, the future of the horse is hard to find friends. And it's hard to find friends for the future, and there is no way to find friends for the future, so don't learn from the dragon and the bell," he said. This is to inspire young people to work hard to move forward towards their ideal prospects, and not just know how to sigh in vain like people who have accomplished nothing in their old age. Under Jiang Yan's face, looking at an idiot. Xiao Wan's voice was getting smaller and smaller. "Do I look like someone who memorized the wrong poem?" Jiang Yan's original recruitment announcement had already spread among the freshmen, and Xiao Wan had long seen that one restriction, and had always worshipped Jiang Yan to no end. Without any doubt about Jiang Yan's profound knowledge. As soon as reminded, immediately reacted, "Mr. Jiang, this is definitely a special intention." Xiao Wan carefully think, completely understand. Jiang Yan versa change is to remind Feng Qiuai, hard to study and struggle to also remember to make friends. Do not wait for old age because of lonely and sigh. This is clearly encouraging Feng Qiuai to actively make friends, but also helping him. After realizing Jiang Yan's good intentions, the corners of Xiao Wan's eyes reddened, and he bowed deeply to Jiang Yan. "Thank you, teacher." After Xiao Wan left the office with a brisk pace, Jiang Yan looked at his broken steps and could feel his joy, and couldn't help but smile. Being young is so good, not having too many worries, being easily satisfied, and being able to please his beloved seems to be a great joy. Jiang Yan suddenly realized that the age at which he could be happy simply like Xiao Wan was already 7 or 8 years ago, and he could not help but feel a few more vicissitudes in his heart. But on second thought, He has not had the experience of Xiao Wan. After all, as a 10,000-year-old single dog, he has not really liked anyone, much less purposely curry favor with any girl. Also know who gives the courage to point out others to fall in love, as if they really know the same. Jiang Yan smiled to himself. His age is a dog should be matched with the breed. Shaking his head to put the distractions in his mind, Jiang Yan lay down on the sofa to take a nap. There is still business in the afternoon. In addition to helping Yang Shan to point out the game's participants, he should also go to look at their own responsible for the project. In addition to basketball, the athletes of the other programs are all chosen by Lan Xinyi for him, and he has not even met them yet. In the afternoon at work time, Yang Shan called on time to wake Jiang Yan up from his sleep. As a female teacher, the leadership of the college in the assignment of the project in charge of some consideration, Yang Shan is responsible for aerobics, table tennis and badminton are indoor sports, do not have to worry about the sun, and are single project, fewer athletes. Do not need to be too much effort. Unlike Jiang Yan, responsible for basketball, Tai Chi is a team project, 100-meter sprint and 5,000-meter run is an outdoor project, either to bother, or accompanied by training sun. Yang Shan's team members are training in the gymnasium. Jiang Yan and she met, accompanied to the gymnasium. In fact, with the help of Lai Yud, Yang Shan's team members are trained by professional students from the College of Physical Education, so there was no need for Jiang Yan. But after watching the basketball match between Jiang Yan and the students, Yang Shan realized that Jiang Yan's reputation as the captain of that series of sports competitions and the head of the club was not false, so she kept pestering him to come and give him some pointers. Aerobics is practiced by girls. Jiang Yan will not and do not understand. One by one to see once, in addition to feel quite good looking, there is not much constructive advice. There are 6 table tennis players in total. Jiang Yan watched them play against each other, and felt that their strength is not bad, basically all have the level of a neighborhood big. Jiang Yan slightly pointed at their weaknesses and strengths, especially explaining the different power timing and racket style, which gave all 6 players a feeling of benefiting from the game, thanking Jiang Yan again, and even saying that with the addition of Jiang Yan's guidance, it was not impossible to get the team award. The gains of the ping-pong players encouraged Yang Shan. She secretly thanked Jiang Yan for his guidance, and at the same time, she also looked forward to the improvement of the badminton players. When they came to the badminton hall, it happened that the coach of Yang Shan's team members was also there. Jiang Yan had heard her mention it, called Wang Mingyang, a graduate student of the College of Physical Education. Seeing Yang Shan's arrival from afar, Wang Mingyang's eyes suddenly lit up. Jogging to Jiang Yan and Yang Shan, "Teacher Yang, you're here, tough on you, Mingyang Yang." The training clothes on Wang Mingyang's body were already slightly soaked. It was obvious that he was very serious about his training. It should be. Wang Mingyang smiled and looked at Jiang Yan, questioning, "Teacher Yang, what's this one's name?" "This is my colleague, Teacher Jiang Yan." Yang Shan introduced. "Teacher Jiang, this is Wang Mingyang, a graduate student from the College of Physical Education, in his 2nd year of study this year." "Oh, I've heard about Mr. Jiang's great name for a long time, and I finally met the real person today." The smile on Wang Mingyang's face did not diminish, but Jiang Yan keenly detected a hint of raw coldness, and even hostility from his gaze. Wang Mingyang extended his hand and said, "Senior." "How are you?" The corner of Jiang Yan's mouth curled up slightly. Hearing Wang Mingyang intentionally address senior, instead of teacher, he was able to clearly feel his displeasure towards his status as a teacher. Jiang Yan didn't move and extended his hand to shake his hand. Wang Mingyang no longer paid any attention to Jiang Yan and faced Yang Shan with an even brighter smile, saying, "Teacher Yang, do you still want to play for a while today as well? I'll accompany you." "No, I'm here today for something serious," Yang Shan said. "I purposely invited Teacher Jiang to instruct the players." Wang Mingyang's face sank. "Teacher Yang, my players, they shouldn't need someone else to teach them." He glanced at Jiang Yan, not hiding the contempt in his gaze, and said, "Teacher Yang, maybe some people love to brag and swindle you. I advise you not to believe it. There are specialties in the arts. Never challenge your rice bowl with your hobby." Yang Shan face color a plate. Unhappy. Wang Mingyang. "Yang, set your position. As a student, who taught you to talk about teachers like this? Sports students are straight and can't speak. I hope to forgive you if any of my words offend others." Not a trace of apology could be seen in Wang Mingyang's attitude. Jiang Yan said indifferently, "Can't speak? Honestly, keep your mouth shut. Just don't disgrace yourself. You have no education yourself. and you're still putting the pot on all the sports students. He twisted his head and looked at Wang Mingying. What? Other sports students lifted the pot on your family? A word can't be said to be not poisonous. Hearing Yang Shan can't help but laugh out loud directly. Wang Mingying, on the other hand, did not have Yang Shan's good mood. Was undermined by Zhang Yan's face, red and thick neck, veins bulging in his neck. What do you mean, don't you understand? Chinese. Jiang Yan met Wang Mingying's gaze. The heart of the slight anger. Students have dared to yell with him. Do not give some lessons. Designated to the body suffocation bad. Zhang Yan is a person who pays a lot of attention to his health, and doesn't allow himself to suffocate. I've already clearly said that you are uneducated, and you are still asking, waiting for me to point my finger at your nose and scold you. Wang Mingying's hand holding the badminton racket, his knuckles were white due to too much force. He even took several deep breaths before he could hold back the desire to slap Zhang Yan with the racket, and said word by word, let's fight, the loser, get out from the gym, don't you dare. Wang Mingying, who gave you the guts? Dare to be so blind to your master? Yang Shan was almost mad with anger, straddling Jiang Yan's body and glaring at Wang Mingying in anger. Yang Shan's athletes had long detected the commotion over here. Hearing Yang Shan's angry voice, they gathered around to watch, realizing that it was a clash between the coach and the teacher. They were suddenly talking, with a few of the female players being the loudest. How can the coach be so unqualified, talking to the teacher like that? Yeah, look at his hideous face. It's ugly. Look at Mr. Jiang, he's breezy and calm with a calm face. This temperament, when compared to him, the coach is like a wild monkey. Hearing the students' comments, Wang Mingying became even more furious, turned back and let out a loud shut up, then turned his sight around Yang Shan, stared at Jiang Yan and repeated, do you dare? Jiang Yan pushed aside Yang Shan, who was in front of him, and said calmly, roll. It's too hard to hear. Crawl. Whoever loses crawls out. Everyone present thought they heard wrong. Even a few girls couldn't help but try to open their mouths to persuade Jiang Yan. Yang Shan was even full of shock. How could she not expect Jiang Yan to actually agree, and also increase the code? It sounds like crawling is more civilized than rolling, but if you really want to do it, the insult can be much stronger. Even if Jiang Yan has a basketball win over the school team members of the record, even if Jiang Yan was once the head of the badminton club, but Wang Mingying is, after all, a professional, as he said, don't take a hobby to challenge other people's fan win. What's more, she clearly remembers that when Lai Yud introduced Wang Mingying to be the coach, he specially showed off to her that he was retired from the provincial badminton team, and if it wasn't for his character problem, he might have entered the national team long ago. Comparing with this kind of person, how could Jiang Yan have any chance of winning? She whispered, Jiang Yan, tolerate the anger for a while, and forget about it. I will contact his mentor after I go back, at least give him a notice to criticize the punishment. I never endure the anger for a while. Jiang Yan took 2 steps forward and stood at par with Yang Shan, and added, to be exact, it should be I never endure anger. Concerned about the occasion and image, Jiang Yan only recited this sentence in his own mind. After Wang Mingying was shocked, he quickly revealed a smug sneer, fearing that Jiang Yan would back out of the deal, and said, let's make a deal. Jiang Yan nodded his head. Senior Jiang Yan, you don't have a racket. I'm not bullying you, let's do it this way. Let's compete at another time. Let me know when you're ready with your racket. Wang Mingying had a gentlemanly demeanor. Bah, hypocritical, shameless. A student beside him spoke Jiang Yan's heart out. Jiang Yan didn't bother to repeat himself, following the voice. It was a tall and skinny girl wearing a pair of glasses. Her childish face showed a svelte face that didn't match with her words just now. Feeling the crowd's eyes towards her, especially meeting Wang Mingying's almost cannibalistic gaze, the girl subconsciously shrank backward. Then she straightened her chest again. Am I wrong? Jiang Yan smiled and asked warmly, classmate, can you lend me your racket? The girl didn't expect Jiang Yan to borrow the racket from her. Facing Jiang Yan's warm sunrise-like gaze, the girl froze on the spot. Are you unwilling? Jiang Yan asked again. Yes, yes. The girl suddenly came back to her senses, panicked and held the racket with both hands and handed it to Jiang Yan. Mr. Jiang, my name is He Wenwen. I am MS. Yang Shan's student, in the biotechnology class 1, the dormitory is 2705 cough. Yang Shan covered her face and glared at He Wenwen. What's the situation? How can she introduce herself? Even if she introduces herself, how can she even say her dormitory? She's looking forward to Mr. Jiang checking the dormitory or what? He Wenwen woke up, suddenly red face. but there is light in the eyes. Hopeful teacher, you use the racket must return to me. I will later hold sleep. Jiang Yan was embarrassed. He somewhat regretted borrowing the racket from her, but he had to take it. I'll give you a new one later. Don't want a new one. I want this one. Jiang Yan no longer paid attention to He Wenwen, and said to Wang Mingyang with a relaxed demeanor, no need to wait. I'll just use this one. Wang Mingyang's pupils shrunk. You'll regret it. I hope your ball skills are better than your bullshit. Saying that, Jiang Yan walked towards the badminton court first. After all, he was a professional player. The moment he stepped on the court, Wang Mingyang immediately threw away all the contempt, arrogance, only the desire for victory in his eyes, waiting for Jiang Yan to serve. Jiang Yan's serve was flat and uneventful. Looking at the high jump net badminton, Wang Mingyang mouth corner hooked up arc, so it is a white, serve will not. He directly hit a jumping non-turning body split, the straight blast Jiang Yan backhand. The ball just passed the opposite side of the serving line. Wang Mingyang only saw the opposite side of a black shadow in the air, and then a white arrow hanging shadow straight shot. He did not even have time to react. The arrow has landed. He fixed his eyes on the arrow. The arrow was exactly the badminton ball he had just slashed through. He looked at Jiang Yan with disbelief. Everyone looked at Jiang Yan with disbelief. No one thought that he actually scored first, and won so crisply. The first one who came back to his senses was Yang Shan, a novice who just learned a few days ago. A layman looking at the scene, she only noticed that Jiang Yan scored. Good hey. Good luck, Mr. Jiang. Early appointment of only 5 points, direct change of serve. Wang Mingyang looked solemn. Just now that ball let him completely understand. Jiang Yan is not a white boy, but an uncompromising expert, even the most powerful expert he has played against. Serve. Jiang Yan killed the ball with his backhand. So fast. Wang Mingyang only had one thought flashed, then it was 2-0. The badminton ball landed on the ground alone. Like if it could talk, it would definitely complain why Wang Mingyang didn't even touch it a little bit, at least struggle for a while. Wang Mingyang's face was like ashes. As a professional, he was already clear about the huge gap between him and Jiang Yan. There was no chance of getting away with it. As expected. 3-0-4-0-5-0. Jiang Yan won the match with 5 points in a row without even breaking a sweat. Mr. Jiang Wen. Yang Shan rushed to Jiang Yan's side first, He Wenwen second, and immediately took back the racket from Jiang Yan. Looking at He Wenwen, who was holding the racket and kissing it all the time, Jiang Yan was dumbfounded and asked Yang Shan, should we take this child to the hospital? Jiang Yan pointed to his brain with a finger. Yang Shan hesitated and nodded. At least inform the parents. Jiang Yan walked to the gray-faced Wang Mingyang and said, this is it. Still holding it as a rice bowl. Your rice bowl is too unsturdy. Begging on the side of the road is probably not filled with a few dollars. Wang Mingyang's gaze was lax. You can win. But you can't insult me. Jiang Yan snorted and laughed coldly. Insult you? You deserve it? Cashing in your bet is enough wager? Wang Mingyang raised his head blankly, followed by a thick despair surfacing on his face. The loser has to crawl out. He was trembling like a sieve, looking pleadingly at Yang Shan, who twisted her head not to look at him in the slightest. Wang Mingyang hunched over and stood half short in front of Jiang Yan, saying, Teacher Jiang, I'm wrong, can I change it to something else? I will definitely give you whatever you want. Jiang Yan stood with his hands tied, not saying a word. Wang Mingyang let out a long sigh to the sky, slowly closed his eyes, and his knees gradually bent down. Just when he was about to kneel on the ground, he suddenly noticed his knees touching a piece of softness. He opened his eyes and saw that it was Jiang Yan's 2 feet. No matter what, you didn't renege on the debt, you dared to act and count yourself as a character. Jiang Yan faintly said. This time, forget it. In the future, be polite in the world, don't move your words, at least you are a student of Tianhai University, pay attention to the quality. Without having to bear the insult of crawling out of the house, much less worrying about the ridicule of the sky that will be spread in the future, the immensity of the despair to the surprise made Wang Mingyang for a while unable to speak, looking up at Jiang Yan's lofty figure, only nodding his head vigorously. After dealing with Wang Mingyang's little fiasco, Jiang Yan, under Yang Shan's urging, helped her to instruct the team members over as promised. Well, except for He Wenwen. She was afraid that the racket would be taken away by Jiang Yan and secretly walked away when no one was looking. Jiang Yan was glad that she wasn't there, otherwise he would have had a pair of watery eyes staring at him all the time when he was coaching the students, and his back would have been a bit hairy. I have to say, Wang Mingyang, although people cannot, but the professional skills are indeed solid. Just a week's time, the Academy of Biological Sciences, these wild training in style, Jiang Yan one by one to look over, it froze, and did not see what the big problem. However, this is also expected in Jiang Yan, he is just a hobby of badminton. Playing can also rely on the plug-in, to teach, that can really be their own hobby to challenge people's rice bowls. In order to avoid the show of shame, he was very self-conscious not to say more, just a few tips without speaking. The good thing is that this group of students, after all, is a wild basic skills cannot, easily bluffed by Jiang Yan, one by one. The big eyes are permeated with the teacher's admiration. Yang Shan, a complete layman, even praised Jiang Yan. On the contrary, Wang Mingyang's admiration for Jiang Yan, and touting, made Jiang Yan more or less surprised, and his impression of him changed. Jiang Yan knew that Wang Mingyang was convinced by his rigidity and softness, but on the other hand, it also showed that Wang Mingyang was not bad in nature. There is no hatred in the world without a reason, and Wang Mingyang was hostile to him when they met. Jiang Yan had long seen that it was because of Yang Shan. And Yang Shan left the badminton hall. Jiang Yan imperceptibly turned back to glance at Wang Mingyang sent out of the door of the ballroom, is reluctant to look at the back of Yang Shan, cannot help but secretly sigh, red-face scourge. On the way to the athletic field, Yang Shan said, "Jiang Yan, I didn't expect you to let Wang Mingyang go so easily. I'm a teacher. He's a student. Really let him climb out. Isn't it damaging the school's image if it spreads out?" Jiang Yan said, "Besides, punishment is only a means, education is the purpose. Obviously way better, I understand. Just a little surprised just. Think not like your style." Jiang Yan turned his head to look at Yang Shan. "Am I very small-minded?" This word at once Yang Shan asked, in her heart. Jiang Yan has always been people do not offend me, I do not offend. If people offend me, I will double the return. Never tolerate the malicious offense of others, belongs to the type of revenge on the spot. However, when you think about it, Jiang Yan seems to be quite tolerant of people who provoke. As long as the 53rd the other side admitted the wrong, he will not be unforgiving. This is true for the fat woman who blackmailed Zhu Jiang. This is true for Gui Ani, and this is also true for Wang Mingyang. He is really a contradictory man. Yang Shan forked the topic and asked, "Should I replace Wang Mingyang?" "As you wish," Jiang Yan said indifferently, "but if it's to take it out on me, then it's not necessary. Still need to take it out on you." Yang Shan was dumbfounded. The one who is angry is obviously Wang Mingyang, all right. Jiang Yan didn't say anything. She thought about it and said, "Forget it. Let him continue practicing. It's quite responsible anyway, and seeing how he curried favor with you later, it's not necessary." Jiang Yan had long since put what happened just now behind him. His mind was already fully focused on his own athletes, and seeing Yang Shan so attached to her sports program, he had a lot more expectations for his own program as well. What's more, he had made a guarantee with Lu Li that the results of the games would not be bad. Knowing in advance that Jiang Yan was going to meet with the team members, Lan Xini informed the team members as early as possible, and she herself had been accompanying the team members to train at the sports ground. Seeing Jiang Yan and Yang Shan from afar, Lan Xini hurriedly gathered the training team members together and waved at them from afar. "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Yang over here." Jiang Yan and Yang Shan walked to the front of the athletes who had already stood in formation. Not waiting for Jiang Yan to speak, Lan Xini suddenly shouted, "Attention!" With her command, the athletes immediately raised their heads and chests, and the whole team suddenly became majestic. At ease, Lan Xini turned to face Jiang Yan and shouted, reporting to Mr. Jiang. The Academy of Biological Sciences Taijiquan squad, 100-meter athletes, and long-distance running games have been assembled. There should be 56 people present, and 55 people are actually present. Please admonish. Lan Xini made such a show, although a bit nonsensical. Let Jiang Yan is very surprised, but at the same time also let Jiang Yan is very satisfied, and not to say how the results, alone the athletes are willing to so cooperate with Lan Xini, it is enough to prove that the team's cohesion. Jiang Yan nodded slightly and said, "Hello students, good day teacher. Students have worked hard. Glory to the academy." There was a sense of morale. Jiang Yan said aloud, "Classmates, I'm late. I should have come to visit you earlier. Here I apologize to you." His eyes swept over everyone, lingering over every tanned face. "At the same time, I also thank you for your willingness to train with the scorching sun on your head and the bright moon at night, and for the honor of the Academy of Biological Sciences, you do not fear hardships and injuries. You take the biological sciences as your home, and the biological sciences is proud of you. A confident smile surfaced on Jiang Yan's face, and he drew up his voice and said, I also want to congratulate you all in advance. In the sports arena in 2 weeks, you will shine, you will win gold and silver, and you will return with honor. Your names will shine with biochemistry, a vibrant face, revealing longing look, add a lot of perseverance, each with a high fighting spirit. Athletic field, training students far more than just the Academy of Biological Sciences. There are many teams training at the same time. Heard Jiang Yan shouting. All have stopped towards Jiang Yan looks. Lan Xinyi quietly muttered to Yang Shan, MS. Yang Mr. Jiang is not doing the speech condescendingly, hearing it makes me want to change into sportswear to compete with them. What a fuss. Yang Shan laughed. Have you forgotten how Mr. Jiang became famous? This kind of small scene isn't a handful. Lan Xinyi remembered Jiang Yan's class meeting speech that she had read on the internet, spat out her tongue and didn't say anything else. After Jiang Yan finished his speech, he arranged the students to train individually. He called Lan Xinyi to his side and asked, Xinyi, how was the training? Lan Xinyi said. The students trained very hard and worked very hard. Several people were already injured, but everyone insisted on not going to the fire line with minor injuries. The students have worked hard. Jiang Yan nodded and instructed. You'll summarize the list of people training with injuries later. Make sure to let them suspend their training. They're not professional athletes. They absolutely can't mess up their bodies for the sake of results. Okay, teacher. Lan Xinyi blushed. But I'm afraid they won't be willing. Being instigated by you like this, it's even more difficult. Lan Xinyi didn't say it out loud, casting aspersions in her heart. Forced rest if you're not willing. Jiang Yan could not be doubted. Lan Xinyi bit her lips and didn't say anything else, just nodded her head. Jiang Yan asked, listening to you report the number of people, there is a lack of individuals. Are they injured? Lan Xinyi hesitated and said, no. Jiang Yan looked at Lan Xinyi's expression was a bit wrong, questioned. Then why didn't you come to training? I called him. He said that he didn't wake up from his nap, he wants to sleep for a while more, and hung up for me. Nap. Jiang Yan brow wrinkled. Look at the table, it is already more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The pig also did not have this sleeping method. What's his name? Which major? What grade? Who is the counselor? Jiang Yan's face was grim as he asked Lan Xinyi one question after another. Lan Xinyi honestly replied, his name is Qiu Lei, a junior bioengineering class, and his counselor teacher is Mr. Jia. Asking Qiu Lei's cell phone number from Lan Xinyi, Jiang Yan dialed his phone. Hello, who is it? Hello, Qiu Lei, right? I'm Jiang Yan. You didn't come to training this afternoon. What's the reason? Jiang Yan forcibly suppressed his anger and spoke to him calmly. Qiu Lei didn't know whether he was thinking about who Jiang Yan was or making up a reason. He hesitated for a few moments before saying, hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm in class. This afternoon's professional class is very important. I didn't want to miss class, so I didn't go to class. Learning is a student's duty. The sky is the largest, class is the largest. This is a reason that there is no way to refuse. But Jiang Yan clearly heard the voice of Triple Kill coming out of the microphone. That's fine, you study well. Jiang Yan's face sank like water, no more words, directly hung up the phone. Teacher Lan Xinyi looked at Jiang Yan's face not looking too good, and called him suspiciously. Jiang Yan didn't respond, but dialed Jia Zhihai's phone. Hey teacher Jiang, what's the matter? Teacher Jia, I want to ask, does your bioengineering major have classes now? Jia Zhihai thought for a moment and said, yes, they are having classes. It should be a microbiology class. What's wrong? I would like to trouble you to confirm if Qiu Lei from the first class of bioengineering is in the classroom. No, I happened to check the class today, and just came back. The class monitor said that he's training for sprints, and hasn't been attending class lately. Jia Zhihai asked in confusion, he's not training anymore, thank you Mr. Jia, I'll check with the training team side again. Jiang Yan didn't tell Jia Zhihua the truth immediately, but his face was colder. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan said to Lan Xinyi, inform Qiu Lei that he has been expelled from the athletics team, and from tomorrow onwards, normal classes will be held. Lan Xinyi didn't expect Jiang Yan to be so dry, hesitantly asked, teacher, do you want to reconsider? No need to consider. Inform. Jiang Yan said decisively. Lan Xinyi delayed to call. Jiang Yan, slightly unhappy, asked what's the problem. Lan Xinyi said, teacher, Qiu Lei is a special student in sports. He only changed his major to our college in his sophomore year, his track and field performance is especially good. In the case of the sports college not participating, he won the award is almost a nail in the coffin, and it is not impossible for him to even win the championship. Jiang Yan did not have any expression on his face. Lan Jinyi could not read his mind. After a pause, he continued, moreover, Dean Liu once came to observe the training, and he has high hopes for him. If he really wants to be expelled, shouldn't he ask for instructions from Dean Liu? Teacher, the most crucial thing is that you are in charge of this project. If you really win the award, the most honorable one is you after a long time, Jiang Yan asked. Finished. Lan Jinyi nodded. Jiang Yan waved his hand. Give notice. Dismissed. Lan Jinyi's pair of very nice eyes looked deeply at Jiang Yan's calm and decisive face. Her sight stayed for several seconds. She let out a long breath and dialed Qiu Yulei's phone. Hey, what's wrong again? Grand Secretary General Lan Jinyi turned on the speakerphone. Qiu Yulei's droning voice clearly reached Jiang Yan's ears. Lan Jinyi took another look at Jiang Yan's expressionless face, and said coldly, Teacher, Jiang Yan asked me to inform you that you've been expelled from the track team, and you'll be able to attend classes at ease from tomorrow. Why? Qiu Yulei's stormy shout shook the cell phone receiver to produce a slight tremor. Just because I went to class whether or not you're in class. You know in your own heart. Lan Jinyi was unmoved. Qiu Yulei asked in a gloomy voice, Lan Jinyi, did you tell Jiang Yan that I was resting in the dormitory? Of course. Lan Jinyi was about to reply, when she saw Jiang Yan shaking his head in a silencing gesture. She immediately understood and changed her words. No, it was Mr. Jiang who called Mr. Jia to confirm whether you were in class or not, and I helped you to round up the lie. Even I also got a lecture as Jiang Yan in the sports field. Lan Jinyi looked to Jiang Yan, who nodded. She returned, Mr. Jiang is here. Good, you tell him to wait. I'll go find him now. Immediately after that, a beeping sound was heard, like Qiu Yulei knocking over a chair, and the phone was then hung up. Lan Jinyi said, Teacher, Qiu Yulei will come over right away. Jiang Yan Hisham asked, I didn't expect Qiu Yulei to care. After all, it is for the college to compete for glory. Except for a very few, most students are very concerned, care about it, and still not come to train. But what's the use of just caring in your heart, and not putting it into action? Yang Shan bristled and interjected. That's because he's unorganized and undisciplined. If he thinks he's more than capable, Jiang Yan said. I can't tolerate this kind of person the most. Being born as a human being, and you can have no talent, you can't have no effort. Jiang Yan and Yang Shan watched the training for a while, and in less than 10 minutes, they heard Lan Jinyi reminding, Teacher, Qiu Yulei is here. Jiang Yan turned his head to look at the gate of the sports field. A slender and robust student was running towards him, obviously Qiu Yulei. Qiu Yulei sprinted and ran, stopping beside Jiang Yan, not even breathing much. He opened his mouth and asked in dissatisfaction, Teacher Jiang, on what grounds am I expelled? On the basis of you missing training without any reason. On the basis of you lying about your classes, Jiang Yan said in a cloudy manner. Are these two reasons enough? Not enough. Qiu Yulei was furious, yelling wildly, although I didn't train, but my results are the best. Sports competition, everything is based on results. You expel me? I'm not convinced. No one cares whether you serve or not. Jiang Yan shook his hand like a fly. Go back, do what you need to do. Jiang Yan. Qiu Yulei was so enraged that he didn't even have the minimum respect for his teacher, calling him by his name and drinking. You're treating the competition as a child's play, treating the honor of the academy as a child's play. I'm going to tell the leadership of the academy whatever. Jiang Yan replied indifferently, turning around and no longer paying attention to Qiu Yulei. Jiang Yan's attitude of ignoring but not responding too much made Qiu Yulei's stomach full of anger with no place to spread it. A feeling that his heavy fist struck on the cotton, and a sense of suffocation of impotent rage. He glared viciously at Jiang Yan, walked to the side and dialed the phone. Not long after, he took the phone and walked to Jiang Yan's side. Dean Liu's phone. Jiang Yan didn't even look at him. What kind of person are you to let me answer the phone? Dean Liu will call me himself if he's looking for me. Qiu Yulei was furious and walked away again with his cell phone. Not half a minute later, Jiang Yan's cell phone rang. Lu Lei called. As soon as Jiang Yan connected, he heard Lu Lei's serious voice. Mr. Jiang, you can't expel Qiu Yulei. Jiang Yan twisted his head to look at Qiu Yulei and saw a smug face with a villainous look. Okay, Dean. Jiang Yan's tone was calm. Please arrange it, and give the sports program I'm in charge of to someone else to be in charge of. Lu Lei's voice suddenly condensed. Mr. Jiang, what do you mean? Are you preparing to give up? Jiang Yan said, "Of course not. It's just that I feel that I'm not talented enough to manage these student athletes. It will affect the results. Rather than dragging the academy down when the time comes, I'd rather admit my incompetence early on, and also avoid delaying the academy's honor." Jiang Yan, solve any situation properly. Don't have to go to extremes. Lulu Lai's attitude eased a lot. The project that each teacher is responsible for is set in advance. The replacement is not just a replacement. After all, there is still the problem of who to give it to after the replacement. No one wants to take on one more job for no reason. Especially in the track team, there is a prick. This spreads out. Other teachers are definitely not willing to take over. And more importantly, Jiang Yan's intention is to replace all of his projects. But what about basketball? With the current situation, the basketball team to change someone else in charge, those players will certainly not agree, and he heard that the basketball team also has the strength to win awards, and even more so, do not allow this situation in a good situation to appear gloomy. Years of acquaintance. Lu Liai knows that Jiang Yan eats soft but not hard. Patiently said Jiang Yan, "You also have to understand, Qiu Yulei results are so good, do not let him participate in the race. How unfortunate, ah. Besides, what he said is not unreasonable. Competitive sports is to take the results to speak. The outstanding results of people. A little privilege is not too out of the ordinary. When you went to school, you could do everything on the cheap." Jiang Yan coldly said, "I act cheaply, but as a student I have never been unorganized and undisciplined, not to mention lying to avoid training." Lu Lei was silent for a few seconds and said, "Do we have to expel him? Can't we discuss it again?" Lu Lei was both Jiang Yan's leader and once his teacher. Jiang Yan didn't want to make a stalemate. Moreover, he didn't want to offend Lu Lei. He also knows that, as the College of the Games event is the overall responsibility, the final results, excellent or not, but related to Lu Lei's personal work performance, if you can achieve good results, will certainly be beneficial to him to succeed Lei Kunshan when the dean. Feeling that Lu Lei was in such a difficult situation, Jiang Yan thought for a moment and said, "Brother Lei, aren't you defending Qiu Yulai so much because of good grades? What if I guarantee you that I can train a student with better grades than Qiu Yulai? Expulsion. Immediately expel him from the track and field team." Lu Li returned without hesitation, then deflated. "But it's not realistic. Unlike other sports, track and field is not that skillful and relies most on physical talent, which cannot be practiced overnight." Jiang Yan said, "There's nothing impossible. I have an alternative now. A little bit of dialing can be on par with Qiu Lai's performance, and then practice for a few days to definitely surpass him." Really? This can't be child's play. Lu Lei didn't believe it. Jiang Yan confidently said, "If you don't believe me, you can personally come to observe. You will initiate the running order and let the two of them compare." Really? Lu Li pondered a little and made up his mind. "You wait for me to go over now. If it's really like you said, I'll personally inform him." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan beckoned to Qiu Yuli. The latter walked slowly to Jiang Yan. With a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, he said, "Is Mr. Jiang ready to take back his order?" Jiang Yan glanced at him. "Do you think I can't do anything about you because you have good grades?" With the dean backing him up, Qiu Yuli had a fearless expression on his face and said, "Teacher Jiang, I never meant this. If you think otherwise, then I can't do anything about it." Dean Lu said that he'll let you compete against the team members I chose later. And if you lose, he'll personally expel you. Qiu Yuli couldn't help but laugh out loud, pointing at the crowd that was sweating on the track and field, not putting them in his eyes, saying, "Teacher Jiang, you don't really think that someone amongst this waste will win against me, do you, waste? Is that how you call your teammates?" Jiang Yan's cold and icy look, as if it did not contain any trace of earthly emotion, made Qiu Yulai's heart palpitate. Qiu Yulai subconsciously avoided his eyes and said with a stiff upper lip, "Just watch, there's no way they can win against me." Jiang Yan greeted Lan Xinyi and asked, "Who is the best in the 100-meter sprint besides Qiu Yuli?" Lan Xinyi pointed to the finish line. The boy who was doing muscle stretching said, "Huang Kai has always been the best outside of Qiu Yuli, but the gap between the two of them isn't small. It's almost 0.3 seconds for the 100-meter race." The timing was accurate to 2 decimal places. 0.3 seconds difference was enough to describe it as a rift. No wonder Qiu Yulai was so confident. "Go get him for me." Huang Kai quickly ran to Jiang Yan's side and greeted him respectfully. "Good day, Mr. Jiang." Unlike fellow classmate Qiu Yulai's brashness, Huang Kai's tanned complexion exuded a wild temperament, but he was a very civilized person. He often boasts that he is a gentleman who is as gentle as jade, but because of his dark skin, he is always teased by his classmates as a gentleman who is as dark as jade. He liked the gentleman's style. After seeing Jiang Yan's class video, he had much admiration for Jiang Yan, and had repeatedly appreciated it a few times, and then clapped his hands and shouted, "A gentleman should be like this." Jiang Yan asked, "I want you to race with Qiu Lai. Is it possible?" "Of course it's okay, absolutely no problem." Huang Kai accepted with alacrity without any hesitation, only his confidence was not quite enough, and he deflated. "But, I can't win against him." "A man can't say no." Jiang Yan took him a little farther to the corner of the stadium. "I'll give you some pointers, and you'll definitely win him." Really? Huang Kai was overjoyed. Jiang Yan nodded with a certainty. He had just watched Huang Kai's training in its entirety, and apart from a little flaw in the starting, there wasn't much that could be improved. And even if the flaw in the starting was completely corrected, it wouldn't be possible for him to improve by 0.3 seconds. However, Jiang Yan is not worried, since he dares to put his words out, it must be a sure thing. While Jiang Yan was repeatedly correcting Huang Kai's starting power movement bit by bit, Liu Li came to the stadium with a hurried pace. As soon as he saw him, Qiu Li hurriedly greeted him, greeting him with a smile on his face. "Good day, Dean Liu." Liu Li glared at him and grunted through his nostrils in response. Although he didn't want to expel Qiu Li, it wasn't because he was genuinely defending him, but it was a helpless move in the way of his grades. After all, Qiu Li's lack of discipline was a fact. Without rules, no one would like a student who doesn't follow discipline. The more the leader, the more he resents this kind of person. Liu Li greeted the other students and asked Yang Shan, "Where is Jiang Yan?" Yang Shan pointed a finger at Jiang Yan and Huang Kai, who were training alone in the corner of the stadium, doing special training for the students. After asking about the achievement gap between Huang Kai and Qiu Li, Liu Li was a bit speechless and sighed. "The gap is so big, how can you win when you're doing it temporarily?" Liu Li turned his head to Qiu Li and said coldly, "After you gain later, apologize properly to teacher Zhang, and never make this kind of mistake again in the future. Remember, Qiu Li said cheekily. "Don't worry, Dean, I will definitely give Mr. Zhang a step down." Liu Li listened to this twisted and unpleasant, but also cannot pick out the wrong cold snort, no longer say anything. Yang Shan is different from Liu Li. Immediately unhappy words. "First, do not say too full, Mr. Zhang. Do not want your steps is not certain." Liu Li questioned. "Ms. Yang, are you so confident in Jiang Yan?" Yang Shan remembered the scene of Jiang Yan guiding her team members in table tennis and badminton, although she also understood that the 0.3 seconds gap in sprinting was really no possibility to make up. But there was always a wave of blind trust in Jiang Yan inside, always felt that he could do it. Knowing each other for so long, Jiang Yan hasn't let this trust of hers fall through any time. Liu Li waited for 20 minutes or so, and shouted at Jiang Yan from afar, "Jiang Yan, when will your special training end? You can't keep me waiting, I still have things to do." Jiang Yan had long seen Liu Li, only he hadn't been rushed. There was no need for him to rush. Hearing the shout, he said to Huang Kai, "Let's call it a day for the training end, right? Just relax your mind later and play at your normal level." Huang Kai twisted his head to look at Qiu Li, and nodded heavily. "Don't worry, teacher, definitely won't let you down." Jiang Yan patted Huang Kai's shoulder, as a sign of encouragement. Just as his hand touched Huang Kai's shoulder, Jiang Yan silently read, "Student Xiao AI. Precisely strengthen this person's body, enough to increase the fastest 100-meter performance by just 0.5 seconds. Strengthening another person's body will consume small AI energy. After measurement, small AI needs to sleep for a day. Whether to confirm the strengthening confirmed assisting outsiders will consume small AI energy leading to slumber. Jiang Yan has long known about this. When he had just left home for college, he permanently strengthened his parents' body, enough to make the little AI fall asleep for the entire summer vacation. And this time, it only took a short day, which was a small surprise for Jiang Yan. Encouraged by Jiang Yan's encouragement, Huang Kai felt a lot more confident in his trance, and it seemed that even his body was more energized. He waved his fist to Jiang Yan cheerfully, and followed Jiang Yan towards Liu Li. When Jiang Yan and Huang Kai came over, Liu Li greeted them and said, "Let's start directly." Qiu Li and Huang Kai both had no problem with it, and each of them walked to the starting line to take their positions. Standing side by side, Qiu Li asked with a disdainful look on his face, "Huang Kai, Do you really think that you can win against me, just because Jiang Yan taught you a little bit of wild ways? To actually dare to compete with me? Although he knows that he is not as skilled as the others, but a gentleman's self-improvement is not cowardly, Huang Kai's mouth does not lose, saying, let's leave it aside whether we win or not. A man must at least have the responsibility, not to escape. Unlike someone who even avoids the training, and is also full of lies being poked and prodded, Qiu Liulei's gaze turned cold and said, if you lose later, you'll know what it's like to be humiliated, Huang Kai said indifferently. All I know is that someone has been disgraced in the hearts of the other teammates. Take your positions. Jiang Yan's command interrupted the two's war of words, and they both crouched down at the same time, taking their starting positions. Huang Kai looked ahead at the finish line with a resolute face, his gaze lit with a strong desire for victory. Ready with the sound of a gun, Huang Kai and Qiu Yuli shot onto the track, almost synchronized like a sharp arrow. Although there were instructions from Jiang Yan, correcting athletic movements can't be done overnight. Huang Kai's start was still half an instant slower than Qiu Yulei's. Yang Shan and Lan Xinyi saw this. Yang Shan and Lan Xinyi could not hide their disappointment when they saw this scene. They both knew that Jiang Yan mainly guided Huang Kai's starting, and now that this link is behind, it is obviously unrealistic to catch up with Qiu Yuli, who is better than him. Lu Li stood at the finish line with a stopwatch in his hand, looking at Qiu Yuli, who was one position ahead of him. Sighing slightly in his heart, Jiang Yan really had to look at Qiu Yuli's mood this time, in order to find a step down. The wind whistling in his ears, Qiu Yuli's afterglow swept to the side of a vacant, cannot help but be pleased. Later, after winning, I have to give Jiang Yan a sneer, let him know, some people are not a small counselor can control. With this in mind, seeing that the finish line was not far away, Qiu Yuli suddenly noticed a shadow gradually emerging around him, which gradually expanded until it was completely revealed. Years of racing experience told him that he had been overtaken by Huang Kai, who was a full length ahead of him. This sudden change caught everyone by surprise. Yang Shan and Lan Xinyi both had their mouths wide open at once, while Lu Lei was shocked, his eyebrows gradually relaxed, his deep gaze looking away from Jiang Yan at the starting line, revealing a faint smile. After Huang Kai passed Qiu Yuli, he never gave him a chance to overtake him until he hit the line and crossed the finish line. After the race, Huang Kai bent down and panted heavily. He was so concentrated on the sprint that he didn't even notice the victory, or defeat, until he saw the finish line hanging on his waist and fluttering in the wind, and then he realized with a sudden shock that he had actually won. He turned his head incredulously to Qiu Yuli, who was seeing in disbelief, and after exchanging glances, he looked at Jiang Yan at the starting line in unison. A question emerged in both of their hearts at the same time. Jiang Yan's guidance was actually so effective. After the doubt, their state of mind was as different as mud and clouds. Huang Kai was naturally overjoyed, while Qiu Yuli's face was as gray as death, his body was filled with remorse. He looked at the finish line that was still hanging in front of Huang Kai with unwillingness, his eyes were complicated, but finally hung his head. He knew that he had lost without any reason. No matter he had exerted all his abilities, he still lost. Jiang Yan slowly walked from the starting line. Qiu Yuli looked at the originator of today's events, opened his mouth, but his throat felt like it was blocked, nothing came out. Jiang Yan said to Lu Li, President Liu, what we agreed before, honor it. Lu Li glared at Qiu Yuli with slight regret and nodded. Although he felt that if Qiu Yuli and Huang Kai competed at the same time, it would be more favorable to the academy's results, but as the dean, it was still necessary for him to keep his promise. He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, Qiu Yuli, you've been removed from the track and field team, you won't be using it for training in the future, not to mention competing. And you'll be studying at ease from tomorrow onwards. Qiu Yuli slowly closed his eyes and nodded feebly. Maybe it was the failure who didn't deserve sympathy, or maybe it was Qiu Yuli who had already offended the public. No one paid attention to him. Everyone gathered around Huang Kai. A girl wearing a Taijiquan competition uniform smiled and said, Huang Kai. Guess what your score is? Huang Kai was full of anticipation and asked how much. The girl didn't try to whet Huang Kai's appetite too much, and directly said, it's a full 0. 4 seconds better than your previous best time. Hearing this, Huang Kai was instantly enveloped by great excitement. The fatigue just after the strenuous exercise was swept away. His waist didn't get sore anymore and his legs didn't hurt. He pushed aside the crowd and rushed to Jiang Yan in an arrow step. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, thank you, Mr. Jiang. As long as keep this achievement, he won the award as a nail in the coffin. He is destined to also leave his name on the Journal of the Academy of Biological Sciences, not to mention a few words of thanks. To Jiang Yan, kowtow is not a no-no. This is your own effort. It has little to do with me. Jiang Yan was very modest, but no one believed it. Everyone saw that it was only after Jiang Yan's nudging that Huang Kai was able to leap forward to improve his performance by as much as 0.4 seconds. If I was instructed by Mr. Jiang, would I also be able to improve so much? Every athlete present had a common voice, and the countless eager gazes staring at Jiang Yan suddenly gave him a feeling of being at a loss. The teacher, the one who preaches and explains. Jiang Yan smiled bitterly. Please rest assured, I will come to visit you all often, and if you have any training problems, you can ask me at any time. Having this put out, the students all spread their smiles, but they all surrounded Jiang Yan with no intention of letting him leave. Jiang Yan understood their thoughts. Seeing that there were the most people training Taiji Quan, he said, "It's late today, I have other work to deal with. I'll give the students of Taiji Quan a demonstration of Taiji Quan once, so that everyone can record it, and go back to observe." The students immediately rejoiced. A number of Taiji Quan competition team members have heard of. Jiang Yan was the founder of the school's martial arts club. Have long wanted to appreciate to see Jiang Yan's style, have not had the opportunity, today finally caught up. There are a lot of people because you can record the video of Jiang Yan openly, and honestly excited, who all know Jiang Yan is the network of attraction tool. Only the 57th is strictly prohibited by the college to film Jiang Yan. There has been no opportunity, and now the sky is falling to get the permission of Jiang Yan himself. Among them, a few girls who like to upload short videos are the most. This is a wonderful opportunity to attract fans. Jiang Yan waved his hand. The students spread out to form a big circle. All of them opened their cell phone cameras to wait and see. Even Yang Shan and Lan Xinxi were no exception. Liu Lei has long understood Jiang Yan's ability in this area. He has passed the age of hilarity, and even less time to hilarity, quietly left the stadium. Qiu Lei looked at Liu Lei's departing back, then looked at Jiang Yan in the crowd, gritted his teeth and followed Liu Lei. You still have something to do. Liu Lei didn't give Qiu Lei a good face. Qiu Lei cried and said, "Dean, I want to participate in the competition." Liu Lei snorted coldly. Now you know you regret it. What did you do earlier? I know I'm wrong, I promise. As long as I can be allowed to participate in the competition, I'll be on time from now on. No, I'll come to training an hour earlier, Qiu Lei said with a pleading face. Liu Lei said, begging me is useless, you have to go to Mr. Jiang. He's in charge of the 100-meter dash. As long as he lets you go back, I have absolutely no problem with it. But Qiu Lei stammered, I offended Mr. Jiang so badly, how could he let me go back? Don't worry, Mr. Jiang eats soft food and refuses hard food. As long as you didn't offend him to death, you beg him properly, he will agree. Liu Lei touched Jiang Yan's temper to death and added, of course, provided that you do realize the mistake. I do indeed deeply recognize the mistake, Qiu Lei firmly said. Don't worry. I'll wait here for Mr. Jiang. Even if I have to kneel down for him, I have to make him allow me to return to the team. Liu Lei smiled. Kneeling is not necessary, he's not Coach Yasui, and you're not Mitsui Shu coach. I want to play basketball. Teacher, I want to go to the tournament. Qiu Lei nodded heavily. Jiang Yan demonstrated Chen-style Taiji Quan completely, although he did not wear special clothing. But each move was natural, with an ancient flavor. The body shuttle between the fist and palm floating like an immortal, even without the addition of the fluttering clothes. But still see the surrounding students were mesmerized. Along with the last style of golden just pounding pestle demonstration is completed, Jiang Yan slowly closed the momentum. After a moment of silence, thunderous applause. I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to play better than our physical education teacher. Yes, if we could have seen Mr. Jiang's demonstration earlier, we would have practiced better than now. Mr. Jiang can't just demonstrate, next time we have to let him teach us hand to hand, hand in hand. You want to hold hands with teacher. The students were talking amidst the applause. Jiang Yan raised his hand and pressed it vaguely to stop the clamor in front of him. Students, my demonstration will end here. If there is time on the weekend, I'll come back to teach everyone again. Receiving Jiang Yan's promise to come back on the weekend, the students were barely satisfied and let Jiang Yan leave. Lansini continued to lead her team to train. While Jiang Yan and Yang Shan walked towards the outside of the stadium, Yang Shan casually asked, Jiang Yan, your Taijiquan is so beautiful. Who did you learn it from? I learned it from watching videos when I was in school. Oh, I saw you play so well. I thought you learned it from the master on purpose. I didn't expect you to be so talented. No one instructed you to play so well. Jiang Yan was not instructed by anyone, but he had Xiao AI carving a move into his bones, which was something no master teacher could teach him. He tried to call out to the little AI a few times, no movement, it really fell into a deep sleep. The small AI has been attached to him for nearly 10 years, has been actively or passively sleeping several times, and after each sleep, it has been upgraded and renewed, becoming more powerful. Of course, whether it is powerful or not is only the small AI's self-introduction. Jiang Yan is not clear, because it has too many functions, it seems to be really omnipotent, so that Jiang Yan cannot see his changes, just like how the ants cannot detect whether the earth is getting bigger or not. Jiang Yan had been paying attention for many years, and had never found a system similar to it possessing someone else's body. He now believed that Xiao AI was unique in the world. However, even so, he still had to keep the small AI as unused as possible. In case he was found out, it would be disastrous, maybe he would be dragged away to be sliced and studied. He made up his mind, in the future, he can't use small AI for this kind of battle of wills, especially when it is used on other people. He absolutely can't use it as a last resort. Chua Yu Lai waited outside the door of the stadium, wandering back and forth nervously, and as soon as he saw Jiang Yan and Yang Shan come out, he immediately greeted him. Yang Shan crossed her eyebrows and said coldly, "What are you doing?" Chua Yu Lai whispered to Jiang Yan, "Teacher, I want to go to the competition. Go ahead, compete however you want," Jiang Yan said indifferently. Really? Chua Yu Lai's eyes lit up. "Thank you, teacher." "Why thank me? As long as you don't participate in the program I'm in charge of," Jiang Yan casually said. "Don't worry, I definitely won't stop other teachers from accepting you in other programs." Chua Yu Lai was stagnant and said unwillingly, "Teacher, but I can only participate in the 100 meters sprint." Jiang Yan shook his hand like a fly. "That's your business, it has nothing to do with me." After saying that, he bypassed Chua Yu Lai and continued to walk. But Chua Yu Lai once again stopped in front of him. Jiang Yan frowned. "Do you know what that is about, not getting in the way?" Chua Yu Lai begged, "Teacher, I'm sorry, I know it's wrong, just forgive me and let me participate in the competitions. I will definitely train in advance in the future, and definitely won't let anything like this happen again. Please." With those words, he clenched his teeth and bent his knees. "Get up!" Jiang Yan's sword brows crossed, pulling his arm to prevent him from kneeling. "What's it like?" Chua Yu Lai insisted on falling. "Teacher, if you don't let me participate, I will kneel to you." Looking at his resolute face, Jiang Yan was speechless and said coldly, "Get up first." Chua Yu Lai slowly stood up straight. Jiang Yan asked, "Really recognize the wrong?" Chua Yu Lai nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking rice. "What's wrong? I shouldn't have missed the training because of playing games. What? Not to mention I shouldn't have lied to the teacher. I shouldn't have contradicted the teacher. The worst thing I should do is to be self-righteous, and I shouldn't have looked down on my teammates." While waiting for Jiang Yan, Chua Yu Lai seriously reflected on his behavior under the sincere repentance, and only after thinking carefully did he realize that he actually did so much wrong, which gave him a feeling of being groundless. Jiang Yan nodded slightly. "It seems you do intend to repent. In that case, I'll give you a chance." Chua Yu Lai was overjoyed. "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, teacher." Jiang Yan waved his hand. "Don't be busy being happy first. After you go back, reflect on, write a 3,000-word review to me. Make a verbal review in front of your teammates. When they are satisfied with your review, when can you return to the team?" "Okay, Teacher Jiang. Don't worry, I will definitely seek forgiveness from my teammates," Chua Yu Lai said firmly. After supporting Chua Yu Lai to go back to write his review, Jiang Yan suddenly remembered that he still had quite a few reviews to consider. Last time, due to the matter of Tu Fei being beaten by Gui Yanyi, many boys in Chen Mingxiang's class were asked to write a review, and he had been planning to hold a warning meeting on that incident, so that they could read the review in front of all the freshmen in the 3 classes. But this week is too busy, actually forgot about this matter. I'm getting old. How the memory cannot work, it seems that in the future have to trouble small AI to help me do memo. Jiang Yan slightly lamented a bit. Look at the table, has passed the time of the military training, dialed the Chen Mingxiang's phone. "Hey mister. Jiang, what's up? Notify the students in your class. Don't leave school immediately after the military training tomorrow afternoon, especially the local Tianhai students. Absolutely not to go home early for the weekend, stay for a meeting. In addition, notify those students who need to write a review. Review them one by one at the meeting tomorrow. You still remember this? Chen Mingxiang weakly said. We thought you had forgotten about it. Forgetting nothing, can't forget the good things you good students did. Jiang Yan emphasized the word good very heavily. After notifying Chen Mingxiang, Jiang Yan called Xiao Wan and Zhu Jiang respectively, notifying them to organize students to attend the warning education tomorrow, especially Giwi Yani. Yan asked Xiao Wan to make sure to notify him personally. The sun dives and the moon appears. The stars are hidden and the sun rises. As soon as he started work on Friday morning, Jiang Yan looked for Mao Yanyu to apply for a large classroom. Because tomorrow is Saturday's rest time, military training for a week, the school also want to let the new students have a good rest. Especially some local students have home preparation. Too late is not safe. So the training in the afternoon is not as heavy as usual, only symbolic training for half an hour, 3.5 on the end. After the whole day's military training, Jiang Yan came to the classroom on time, and the students were already full. Jiang Yan looked at Zhu Bingxi, who had already set up her cell phone, and shook her head slightly without moving. Yu Bingxi understood and turned off the video recording. This warning education is to read the review, read the briefing, is not something honorable. This kind of thing is better not to publish to the internet. Looking at the podium under the pressurized piece of green uniforms, Jiang Yan lightly coughed and seriously said, Everyone turn off the video recording. The content of today's meeting, any cannot be outsourced. As Jiang Yan's line of sight swept across the faces of all the people, a few students who were secretly preparing to videotape turned off the video. And under Jiang Yan's serious expression, everyone could feel that the atmosphere of today's meeting was different from the past days. All of them got serious and didn't dare to take out the atmosphere. The whole classroom could be heard by a needle. Jiang Yan bored face, vibration voice said today to convene everyone is to open a special class meeting. The theme of the class meeting is warning education. Everyone has heard, Biological Engineering Class 1 Giwi Yanyi beat Biological Engineering Class 2 Tufei for no reason, although Tufei do not care, do not report to the police, but the law can be pardoned. The school rules are hard to escape. After reporting to the school for approval, hereby to be Giwi Yanyi demerit penalty. Giwi Yanyi Gui Yanyi slowly walked up to the podium. Jiang Yan handed him the red-headed circular with the official seal. Read Giwi Yanyi honestly read, hereby, Yi Yanyi, a student of Tianhai University's College of Life Sciences, class of 2020, who maliciously deceived and delayed enrollment and assaulted a fellow student, is hereby penalized with a demerit, and is hereby notified. The students under the stage were talking. Some were glad and sorry, and some were surprised. Giving a notice of criticism is light, fighting an assault. This alone, expelling him, is enough. Only the beginning of the school year to carry a disciplinary action. This is to enter the file to follow the whole life. So Gui Yanyi hit Tufei is true. Really can't see. Gi Yanyi military training is quite down to earth. To classmates are also enthusiastic. Really can't imagine we'll do this kind of thing. Jiang Yan raised his hand and pressed it in vain, stopping the students' discussion clamor, and said in a deep voice, What does a demerit mean? I guess the students have some understanding, but they surely don't recognize it deeply. I can responsibly tell you, if you are disciplined, this punishment will follow your personnel file until your death. During this period, whether it is promotion or work, even your next generation's promotion and work will be affected. Just like in ancient times, you need to have a clean family history to get a merit, and if you are penalized, both you and your next generation will no longer have a clean family history. The hearts of the students seated at the bottom all flinched, and the light official document in Giwai Yanyi's hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Jiang Yan took in the students' expressions and was satisfied with their reactions, and continued, In this vicious incident, there are still some people who have to be mentioned in particular. Chen Mingxiang, the military training liaison of Biological Engineering Class 2, and others. After learning about the conflict between Giwi Yanyi and Tufei, instead of immediately reporting to the teacher, they also privately formed a group to go for a group beating, which fortunately was discovered by me, and did not lead to more serious consequences. In response to their bad behavior, the Chen Mingxiang and the others are hereby given the appearance of a 3,000-word review, which will be conducted by them one by one next. The first one, Chen Mingxiang. Chen Mingxiang walked up to the podium with several pages of thick review, bowed to Jiang Yan, and bowed to the students under the podium, and read aloud, Honorable Teacher Jiang. Dear classmates, where is your speech? Jiang Yan interrupted him without any good humor. Directly review. Don't have so many useless words. Chen Mingxiang nodded at Jiang Yan and read, After what happened the other day, I deeply reflected on my own words and behavior, dug deep and carefully planned the inappropriate places. After my serious analysis, I feel that I am wrong in 3 ways. First, after the occurrence of unexpected things, I should not first report to the teacher. Second, as a student, should be to study as a vocation, peacefully. But I tried to provoke a fight. Third, as a military training liaison, in the face of the group of students boiling, I should be timely relief, should not take the lead in charging below. I will make a profound elaboration and review of my 3 mistakes. The 3,000-word review. Chen Mingxiang read it out for 10 minutes. And although there were straightforward mistakes in it, there was no lack of yin and yang. From time to time on the irony of Gui Yang Ei, a few sentences, like what lick dog shall not die, lick to the end of nothing, bullying, and so on. The phrase endless, to the Gui Yang Ei angry face white. If it is not in the way of the presence of Jiang Yan, certainly have to do with him. Jiang Yan knows, although he can recognize the error, but there are still some instinctive disobedience. There are still classmates have it difficult when the 2 ribs of the righteousness of the mentality of sneaking. He naturally does not have any other thoughts about Jiang Yan, not to mention resentment, so he shifted all this disobedience to Gi Yanyi. After the review, Chen Mingxiang faced Jiang Yan with a pleasing smile and said, Teacher, I'm done with the review, can I go back to my seat? Go back, Jiang Yan lightly said, review book rewrite, hand it over to me on Monday morning. Chen Mingxiang's smile froze, reluctantly said, Teacher, my understanding is deep enough. Jiang Yan ignored him and said to the students under the podium, Since it's a review, analyze your mistakes properly, don't put personal goods in it, and if there's a similar situation below, the review will be rewritten, and another 2,000 words will be added. This warning education is supposed to let the students who made a mistake to correct it, so that the students who did not make a mistake to be warned. If it is just muddled through without any seriousness, the cost of making a mistake is too low. Then what deterrent effect can there be? Moreover, if everyone's review is like Chen Mingxiang explicitly or implicitly give Gui Yanyi a scolding, then it is not a review meeting, but a criticism meeting. Jiang Yan guessed that their review must be through the gas. Chen Mingxiang so right. Others are similar. The fact is just as Jiang Yan expected, he said this. The review of the students brushed a sigh of lamentation. The next student on the stage, the pace is far less than Chen Mingxiang so brisk. Due to the need to weigh the words, it is impossible to read the review exactly as it was written. He took 10 minutes longer than Chen Mingxiang. The other people's situation is not very different. Review of the time stammers, hesitation, and so on. Everyone has finished reviewing, has been close to the end of the normal military training time. Jiang Yan wrapped up today's warning education ends here. In the future, everyone should remember, no matter what kind of emergencies, the first thing to report to the teacher. Especially the kind of things that may go against the school rules, resolutely to report, resolutely not. Otherwise, today's demerit penalty and review is the best lesson. After the meeting, the students left the classroom one after another. Gui Yanyi, who stood on the podium, stayed at the end, waiting for the last student to walk out of the classroom. He said to Jiang Yan, Teacher, tomorrow, Saturday, my father would like to treat you to a meal. Jiang Yan had long seen that Gui Yanyi had something he wanted to say to him alone, and purposely didn't go, but he didn't expect him to say this kind of thing. Jiang Yan shook his head. Teachers don't eat invitations and don't accept gifts. It's a matter of principle. If you want to see a side, let your dad come to school. Gui Yanyi said, Teacher, my dad anticipated that the teacher may not agree, specially, and explained, if you do not want to eat, please, you invite him to dinner is also okay. Your dad is quite thick-skinned. Jiang Yan looked at Gui Yanyi with a stunned face, and after a few seconds of slowing down before returning to his normal color, he said, let your dad come to the school, and in the school cafeteria, whatever he wants to eat can be chosen by him. Gui Yanyi let out a sound, didn't insist anymore, said, I'll go back and tell my dad. Teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll leave. I'll go back home today, and come back the night after tomorrow. Pay attention to safety, Jiang Yan nonchalantly reminded. After Gui Yanyi left, Jiang Yan walked out of the school building faithfully, and looked far away to see Tuo Fei talking with a sturdy man at the school's main entrance. He suddenly recalled that 2 days ago, Tuo Fei had reminded that if he met Gui Yanyi in trouble, he should never intervene. In order to protect Tuo Fei's well-being, his father had sent him a retired Soldier King bodyguard, and he had said that he would let the Soldier King beat Gui Yanyi to the same extent as he had. Gui Yanyi had been at school this week, and returning home today was the best opportunity to think that this stout man was that Soldier King. Jiang Yan quickly walked back to the dormitory, found out the mask, sunglasses and sun hat, and deliberately changed clothes to dress up, quietly guarded outside Gi Yangi's dormitory building, and when he packed up his things to leave, secretly followed him. When Gui Yanyi walked to the school gate, Tu Fei was already nowhere to be found, and only that Soldier King was guarding there. Jiang Yan watched with his own eyes as the two of them got into the same cab and left, and hurriedly followed quickly, taking a taxi and following behind. The two cabs sped down the road one after the other. Jiang Yan was very worried about Gui Yanyi's safety, but unfortunately, Xiao Ai classmates are still in a deep sleep. His eyesight and ears cannot be strengthened. It is impossible to be informed of the situation in the cab in front of him. Can only be anxious. The dusk of the sky and sea sunset beautiful. Jiang Yan do not care to enjoy the beautiful scenery, but the inner heart of the heavy haze, not only because of the Gui Yanyi's safety and security is difficult to predict, he also remembered a very serious problem. Xiao Ai classmates into a deep sleep, solely based on their own skills, move to fight, can beat a long time in the death situation of the King of Soldiers? Jiang Yan's serious bottom of the air, but he has no choice. The police? There is no evidence, will only be challenged to report false alarms. Escape? Jiang Yan's dictionary has never this word. In front of that is his students. Students have difficulties, as a teacher only to step forward, even if the enemy, but also to bear the teacher word. Where are you going? If you're in a hurry, it's okay to drop you off first. Sitting in the cab, Gui Yanyi felt very strange about the stranger beside him who had to carpool. It was the middle of summer, yet he was dressed in all black and was actually wearing long pants and long sleeves in the nearly 40-degree weather. Isn't it hot? Gui Yanyi secretly spat. All right then, send me first, master, to Ningkai Lake. Gui Yanyi frowned slightly. The general area that the man in black said when he got on the car was on the way with him, but Ningkai Lake was actually not close to his home, but the words had already been said, and it was not good to go back on his word. Okay. The cab driver saw the first on the car. Gui Yanyi did not have an opinion, decisively answered, turned at the intersection to change direction, doubtfully asked, brother, Ningkai Lake has not been developed, and besides, the sky is almost dark. What to go there at this time? Digging a grave, the man in black coldly replied back, causing Gui Yanyi and the driver to hit a jolt at the same time. You really know how to joke. The driver laughed dryly twice, and received no response, then closed his mouth and the car fell into dead silence. The scenery outside the car window changed, gradually traveling to the outskirts of Ningkai Lake Park. Ningkai Lake Park said that the park, in fact, is under development, now with a deserted beach. Description is not too much. The from the Ningkai Lake Park planning. The gate is getting closer and closer. The cab driver asked, brother, where under? The man in black casually said, stop here, with a burst of ear-splitting brakes. The cab braked violently, and the cab driver snapped, brother, you should have said it earlier. The man in black opened the car door and suddenly grabbed Gui Yanyi's arm, saying, young man, I can't help myself, you come down and help me. Growing up following his family's ears, Gui Yanyi already saw that the man in black was coming at him. He didn't move to measure the man in black for a while. Not taller than him, not stronger than him, and his clothes didn't have any special raised areas, and he didn't carry a weapon. Gui Yanyi put his heart down, snorted coldly and got out of the car with him. The cab quickly drove away, and Gui Yanyi faced the man in black and asked, tell me, who sent you? The man in black asked instead of answering, do you have many enemies? No, many? There shouldn't be many that can be enemies with my family in Tianhai. Gui Yanyi's calm words were permeated with a sense of arrogance. The man in black never had much expression on his face as he said, it's not important who sent them. What's important is that you remember. Don't mess with Tuo Fei in the future, he's not someone you can afford to mess with. Gui Yanyi's astonishment flickered. Regarding the origin of the man in black, several names appeared in his mind squarely, only not Tu Fei. He never took Tu Fei as an opponent. Gui Yanyi sneered, it's true that what man plays what bird, I was just now wondering. Just this body of yours is still robbing people. It turns out to be that rookie Tu Fei who sent him. That's good to understand. He 10 fingers clenched his fist, knuckles clicking, said I have a stomach of anger in the afternoon, is no place to vent, just as you came, To say that I also have to thank Tuofe, the man in black still looked indifferent, just hooked his finger and faintly spat out 2 words, come on. Giwi Yanya let out a furious ja, and swung his fist straight at the man in black's face, who didn't dodge or flash, it as if he was stunned. The sandbag-sized fist instantly blasted to a position less than 3 inches in front of the black-clothed man's forehead, and Giwi Yangi couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. But immediately after, his smile froze, a shadow as fast as lightning flashed by, his right wrist was clamped by 2 fingers, no longer difficult to enter the slightest bit. Giwi Yangi's face changed, drew back, but the black-clothed man's 2 fingers are like a vise, let him use all his strength, but also difficult to move. In a hurry, Giwi Yangi lifted his leg straight to tease the black man under the plate. The black man stood still, Giwi Yangi a sweeping leg right in the black man's leg bones in the most vulnerable place, ankle. But with the expected black man in pain to let go of different, 2 legs collide. Giwi Yangi only feel like kicking in the iron plate in general. A wave of severe pain came, so that he almost unsteady. Giwi Yangi completely saw the gap between him and the man in black like a moat. A heart gradually sank to the bottom. This is it. The man in black let out a contemptuous sneer, flicked his wrist, and Giwi Yangi's body rose up uncontrollably, was thrown out more than 2 meters away, and smashed heavily on the concrete floor. Only to hear a poof sound, Giwi Yangi opened his mouth and sprayed a blood arrow, looking at the eyes of the man in black full of fear and despair. The man in black slowly squatted in front of Giwi Yangi, said, "Don't worry, you can't die," Tufei explained, in accordance with his injuries, to beat you to the same degree on the line, maybe a little heavier, but definitely similar, I guarantee. Giwi Yangi looked helplessly into the distance in front of him, and for the first time in his life, he regretted refusing his family's request to send a bodyguard. The man in black slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist. The 2 simple movements created an unrivaled oppressive force on Giwi Yangi, who closed his eyes in despair and waited for the infinite sharp pain to hit him. But he waited for a full 2 minutes without waiting for the imagined fist to flesh sharp pain, and he slowly opened his eyes to see a tall figure standing behind the man in black, a figure he was very familiar with. Teacher Jiang. The moonlight softly shone on Jiang Yan, reflecting his extraordinarily holy, contrasting with the black-clothed man. Looking at Jiang Yan's plain white figure, Giwi Yangi had a feeling of being in a desperate situation, and under the shock of his mood, he almost cried out. My student. Even if there is a heavenly mistake, apart from the sanction of the law, only I am qualified to correct him. Jiang Yan's cloudy voice reached the ears of the man in black. He slowly got up and turned to face Jiang Yan, hostility boiling in his eyes. Jiang Yan's tone was unchanged. You don't deserve it, Teacher Jiang. This person is especially powerful. Not only does he strike very quickly, but his body is very hard. You must be careful. Giwi Yangi had just experienced how powerful the man in black was. Even though he had seen Jiang Yan's ability before, he still had no bottom in his heart and couldn't help but remind. Jiang Yan nodded slightly and said in a warm voice, "Don't be afraid, teacher will take you away." A simple sentence made Giwi Yangi, who was in deep despair, completely unable to hold back his moist eyes, and nodded his head heavily. The man in black snorted coldly. You are Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan nodded his head in acquiescence. A few days ago, Tuofei specially explained to me that in case the errand was bumped into by you, I must not make a move on you. I didn't expect that I really bumped into you. The corner of the black-clothed man's mouth hooked out a cold smile. Now I'll give you a chance. If you leave right away, I'll spare you this time. Jiang Yan smiled faintly and returned his words as they were. Now I'll give you a chance. You leave right away, and I'll spare you this time. The night wind came, and the black-clothed man's eyes grew cold. Jiang Yan and the man in black both knew that it was useless to say more, only to see the real. Since we can't be friends, let's be enemies in peace. A flash of morose coldness flickered in Yu's eyes. As soon as the words fell, he moved violently and swung his fist to smash Jiang Yan's temple. Seeing Jiang Yan raise his hand to block, Yu Wei revealed a contemptuous smile. He had already estimated the strength according to Jiang Yan's physical condition. This punch was just enough to knock out Jiang Yan without killing him. Even if he blocked it, it would not help. As his fist got closer and closer to Jiang Yan, Yu Wei seemed to have seen the scene of Jiang Yan's collapse, and heartily revealed a smile. In the next moment, Yu Wei stared at his fist incredulously. The originally imposing it was being held by Jiang Yan with his hand. It was hard to advance a bit. Yu Wei's face changed drastically. As if he had seen a ghost, he panicked and drew his fist back. But even if he exerted all his strength, he couldn't move even a little bit. Just like before when Guiyani was held by his wrist. You were hiding your strength just now. You really couldn't figure out why Jiang Yan, who had already lost his combat power, suddenly became stronger, and could only try to find a reasonable reason, even if it was full of loopholes. Jiang Yan's face was bland, but in his heart he was calling out in a row that he was lucky that at the critical moment, Xiao Ai's classmates finally woke up from their slumber. Why? Why are you hiding your strength? Yu Wei's face was full of confusion. How could he not understand the reason why Jiang Yan would rather be injured than reveal his strength? What a lot of questions. Jiang Yan shook his head slightly. Well, he was not obliged to answer, and said, I'm giving you two choices now. The first one. Let my student beat him up. Yu Wei's look was fierce. I'll choose the second one. Second. Get knocked out by me and then let my student beat you up. Yu Wei was stunned, roared angrily, and leapt up high to stomp his leg straight into Jiang Yan's chest. Little AI student, strengthen chest hardness and elasticity. Yu Wei stomped on top of Jiang Yan's chest, as if it was like kicking on a rubber wall sandwiched by a steel plate. His body was bounced out uncontrollably. However, one of his hands was grabbed by Jiang Yan, and he could not break free. His body was thrown in half circle around Jiang Yan. He was in a mess. Yu for the trend of sideways horizontal kick Jiang Yan down the road. Jiang Yan secretly said despicable, a ruthless, lifting Yu for him to fly 5 or 6 meters away, landing heavily on the ground. Yu for the dusty face stood up, looked deeply at Jiang Yan, suddenly turned around and ran. No wonder I was said to be uneducated. So you're so knowledgeable. The particularly steady operation caught Jiang Yan off guard. Although the injuries on his body had been healed by his Xiao AI classmates at the first time, the pain in his memory was reminding Jiang Yan all the time of the damage that Yu Fang had done to him. Jiang Yan is not a gentleman. Revenge 10 years not late character, have revenge on the spot is his motto, naturally, will not let Yu Wei leave. His toes point to the ground, kicked in a stone, the stone like a meteor, like cutting through the night sky, impartial in the back of the heart of the neck of Yu. He did not even hum at first, unconscious, paralyzed on the ground. Jiang Yan, as if he had done something not worth mentioning, did not even glance at Yu Wei, turned to the dumbfounded Guiyani, waved his hand, go, beat him up. Guiyani had long been shocked into speechlessness by this series of changes, froze and looked towards Jiang Yan, asking dumbly, teacher, are you all right? What can I do? Jiang Yan said casually. Guiyani pointed at the bloodstains in front of Jiang Yan's chest. Are you really all right? Jiang Yan was slightly embarrassed, pretending, although he didn't understand why Jiang Yan was pretending to be soft. The shock brought by this night's events to Guiyani was so shocking that he didn't have the heart to think about it anymore. Guiyani's attention was fully focused on Yu. He hated the person who nearly took his life. Guiyani, who was filled with hatred in his mind, with the opportunity to take revenge, suddenly felt that his waist was not sore and his legs did not hurt. He could even make a big jump, and he did his job with no effort at all. He picked up a brick from the ground, a small run to the front of especially. As the brick swung up and down, Yu Wei was scooped up by Guiyani, and with a glance at the brick covered in blood, Guiyani revealed a smile of pleasure after taking revenge. Jiang Yan slightly sidestepped. This student is a bit ferocious. Well done. Treating the enemy as cruel and merciless as a harsh winter. This is Lei Feng's life motto. Guiyani, as a student, learning the spirit of Lei Feng, should inevitably be carried forward. After Guiyani had dispersed his breath, Jiang Yan walked over to him unhurriedly and said, call an ambulance. Guiyani looked up and stupidly asked, teacher, aren't you fine? Jiang Yan glared at him without any good humor. Save him. You mustn't pay for your life. If he dies, only then did Guiyani come back to his senses, pulling out his cell phone and dialing the emergency number. Jiang Yan looked around, especially picked this place is excellent. Not only no one, there is not even a camera in the neighborhood, to save him a lot of trouble. Guiyani hung up the phone. Jiang Yan took him away. The neighborhood cannot call a car, can only walk to the city direction. Teacher, thank you. The two men walk on the road facing the moonlight, silent for a long time. Finally Guiyani was the first to break the silence. What are you thanking for? I'm a teacher. It's only natural to protect my students, Jiang Yan said lightly. Gui Yangi said sincerely. But if you are willing to pay such a big price to protect your students, you must be the only one under the sky. Jiang Yan didn't say anything, not admitting or refuting. Teacher, in fact, what you just said is very right. I am not a good student. Not only do I deceive my teacher, but also everyone fights. You really don't have to be like this. Jiang Yan sighed. The so-called good student, bad student, is only defined in the school, out of the school. As long as it does not violate the law, there is no difference between good and bad. All are my students. Gui Yani was at a loss. Jiang Yan knew that he didn't understand and didn't force him, not to mention explaining, said, today's matter, don't say it outside. Gui Yani nodded. Don't worry, teacher, I will absolutely keep my mouth shut also. You must not blame Tuofei for this matter. Jiang Yan stopped his steps and looked at Gui Yanyi with a serious expression. Why Gui Yanyi was unwilling, he even sent someone like this to beat me up. Can't I fight back? Can't, Jiang Yan said indisputably. After all, it was you who made the first move, now you two are even. Jiang Yan said with a slight warning, you're my student, so is Tuofei. If he gets hurt, I'll go to protect him like I did today. Katsura Yanyi bristled. You've already protected him once. What? Do you have a problem with that? No. Gui Yanyi's head shook like a rattle drum. I'm just glad. I'm glad that I knew what to do that day, and didn't really fight you. Gui Yanyi recalled Yu Wei's horror, and recalled Jiang Yan later. Will Yu Wei play between the palms of the scene associated with that night? If he did not know the height of the sky to Jiang Yan hands, he did not dare to continue to imagine. Jiang Yan led Gui Yanyi out of a long way to call a cab. During the ambulance encountered a back and forth from their side. Think you have been picked up? On the way home, Jiang Yan asked, how is your injury? Do you need to go to the hospital? No need, teacher. I'm fine. Just go home and rest. Gui Yanyi asked with concern. Teacher, how are you? Spitting so much blood. Do you need to go to the hospital? Jiang Yan smiled and shook his head. I'm fine, no need. Gui Yanyi asked in confusion. Teacher, why did you pretend before? Why don't you solve you as soon as you strike? Jiang Yan said in a serious manner. I am a teacher after all. Bookishness and introspection should be my representative image, not a martial artist. I don't want others to find out that I'm still good at this side of fighting. What? So I purposely hide my strength. Gui Yanyi said with a face of adoration. Teacher, you are too low-key, right? If I have such a great skill as yours, I'd definitely hate for the whole world to know about it. Jiang Yan smiled, and didn't say anything. Gui Yanyi turned to ask in a puzzled manner. But teacher, even if you don't want to reveal your strength, there's no need for you to pretend to be injured and spit out so much blood. It's too open-minded to go on. Jiang Yan's mind turned sharply and calmly said, I didn't want to injure him at first. After all, he also wanted to injure you in order to avenge Tufei's death. It's also right that he should be allowed to take out his anger, and I couldn't bear the thought of you being injured. So I thought of using my injury to soothe his resentment. The touched color in Gui Yanyi's eyes grew stronger, solemnly saying another thank you. Teacher, Jiang Yan had previously refused the invitation of Gui Yangi's father. He did not want to have too many dealings with his family. If they met, there must be a lot of human interaction. On the polite, he refused to be too troublesome. It would be better not to see good. Waiting for the cab to drive to the busy area, in a few kilometers away from Gui Yangi's home, Jiang Yan got out of the car in advance. Jiang Yan did not immediately take a taxi back to school, but walked aimlessly on the bustling streets, blowing the night wind, letting his thoughts drift away. Summer night sky, star Han brilliant. Jiang Yan raised his hand to look at the watch. Is already 1 o'clock in the morning. He casually sat on the street next to the teeth of the road, looking up at the stars and moon in the sky. His heart suddenly welled up a little sadness. Lone the person came to Tianhai more than 7 years. Jiang Yan almost never so late not to go back to school. For one thing is that he really do not have other places to go, and the second is that he is not willing to taste the taste of the night. Does not return to the house, but no one cares about it. Even if Gui Yanyi is late, he has a home to go back to. But Jiang Yan's family is thousands of miles away, alone in Tianhai. Where he is, where is home? But if he has no fixed abode, then nowhere is home. Tianhai, more than 7 years of hard study. Jiang Yan around the friends can be described as a star-studded. Close relationship with the students is countless. But the number of counting, he cannot say how many of his friends. There are a few people care. Just as he is now, half blood-stained streets. But it is unlikely that anyone will call to greet, care about him a glance. But also thanks to the small AI woke up in time, otherwise he was especially killed, but also will not necessarily be someone in time to collect the body. Not far away from the stalls, a few men bare-chested and unscrupulous talking to each other cannot hear the drunken words. He was even a little envious. He cannot think of who will be willing to accompany him so late to drink and bullshit, and he is willing to drink and bullshit with whom? People say that the high place is not cold, although Jiang Yan is not in the high place, but the coldness of which has long been cut. There are small AI evening, he has never been around his peers in the most eye-catching dazzling that, although will get others admiration and envy, to help others can also harvest gratitude and proximity, but no matter which, are with a few points of respect and far away from the disconnection. Jiang Yan turned over the cell phone address book. Finger scratching a dozen times cannot turn over the last, can be densely packed nearly 1,000 cell phone number. He actually cannot find people who can call to talk about this sadness, said, will only be treated as a sick moan of sentimentality. Jiang Yan slowly walked to the stall, randomly ordered a dozen skewers and 2 cold dishes, and asked the boss for a caddy of poor quality white wine. Although the quality of the wine is not good, but it is strong enough to get drunk, and drunk in sleep. Tomorrow is another day of sunshine. Strong alcohol blended wine impact in the throat, like a fire burning flow into the body of Jiang Yan, burned his head full of sadness dispersed a lot. Jiang Yan cannot help but drink a big mouth. Next to the table a few drunks, wobbly get up to pay the bill. Jiang Yan looked around, the whole stall only left him. He looked at the yawning boss and the boss's wife. The heart is ultimately not to bear, holding the bottle of wine is ready to check out. Suddenly heard someone hoarse voice shouted boss Jiang Yan silently look, a man in plain clothes sitting on the edge of the stall, and dully lost in thought. He did not see him ordering. The boss's wife consciously sent over 2 bottles of beer and a plate of peanuts, obviously a familiar customer. Jiang Yan slowly settled down again, continued to drink alone. With most of the bottle of white wine down, Jiang Yan also slightly hung wine. He looked at the man sitting in the corner, surprised to find that the man is silently tears. If not 1,000 rain, why 2 lines of tears? Jiang Yan rushed to the boss, beckoned to be close to him, said go to that table and then send a mention of beer, grilled 2 pounds of meat skewers, count on my account. Feeling the boss's surprised gaze, Jiang Yan shook his head and said, the same end of the world heartbreaker, why would we ever meet each other? When the meat skewers were ready and the boss served the man the skewers along with the beer, Jiang Yan noticed the man's shocked eyes looking towards him. He lifted his glass of wine and made a false clink towards the man distantly, and drank it all in one go. The man gripped the beer bottle and gulped it down in one gulp, tears mixed with spilled beer smeared all over his face. Jiang Yan, carrying a bottle of wine, went to him to sit down opposite, the 2 tacitly who did not speak, he a bottle of beer, Jiang Yan a glass of white wine. The 2 men who do not know each other speechlessly tell each other's sadness. Speechless drinking more than half an hour, Jiang Yan's bottle of wine is empty. The man's beer are drunk. Jiang Yan rushed to the boss, beckoned, but the man waved his hand, wiped a handful of tears on his face, rushed to Jiang Yan, deep bow, turned to leave, quickly disappeared in the night. The boss walked to Jiang Yan and asked, little brother, do you want anything else? Jiang Yan shook the empty bottle of wine in his hand, looked at the empty stools across the street, and couldn't help but feel frustrated with the wine, yelling, one more bottle. The boss only brought him half a bottle. He also took a bottle of beer, but also served a plate of peanuts and beans. Sitting opposite Jiang Yan, said, look at you dressed in this way, but also bitter people, pouring more and more sorrow through the wine. What is the meaning of their own drink? I'll accompany you. Jiang Yan took the bottle, poured himself full, drunkenly laughed, I pour what sorrow, that old brother is really sorrow. The boss poured himself a glass of beer and sighed. That's not sadness for him. It's misery. Jiang Yan clinked his glass with the boss of the stall and asked in doubt, do you know each other? Originally I didn't know each other, but he came more often and slowly got to know each other. The stall boss finished his drink and said, seeing that you're still young, what's on your mind? Why don't you tell me about it? Maybe I can enlighten you. Thanks. I have no preoccupations. Jiang Yan drank half a cup of white wine in one gulp, and the fire that churned in his stomach choked him to cough a few times. Forget it if you don't say. The boss didn't pursue the question in the slightest, and said to himself, if I tell you about that person just now, compared to him, you may not have anything on your mind. Jiang Yan laughed. Then you tell me. The boss sighed and said, gossiping about people behind their backs is not supposed to be done, but seeing that you are also a person of nature, it doesn't matter if I tell you about it. He paused for a moment, took a bite of food, and then said, This man and his wife are both teachers, and originally, although their lives were not rich, they were still clothed and fed, and had a decent life. However, who knows that there are unpredictable winds and clouds in the sky? This time last year, his daughter was detected to have a terminal disease, and can only rely on targeted drugs to maintain life. I don't know much about targeted drugs, but I've heard that they cost tens of thousands of dollars a month. This is two teachers' salary can hold, but as a parent, who can bear to give up their child's life, they took their child around to seek medical treatment, not only spent all their savings, lost their jobs, but also owed a debt. The boss and Jiang Yan clinked their glasses and continued with a heavy face. In order to earn more money for the child's treatment, he found a job on the construction site, and since then, the hand that was holding the chalk has turned into a brick holding the steel bars. But the construction site to earn money, although higher than the teacher's salary, but compared with the high cost of treatment, just a drop in the bucket. A few months ago, his daughter-in-law to this side of the rental of a small house, when the Pavilion Phoenix. Afraid that Jiang Yan didn't understand what the meaning of Pavilion Phoenix was, the boss explained. It's that Jiang Yan nodded his head woodenly. The boss then said, since then, this man from the construction site to finish the work here waiting to pick up his daughter-in-law home. Each time 2 bottles of beer and a plate of peanut rice. The wine glass in Jiang Yan's hand froze in mid-air, and he could imagine what great sadness and humiliation the man he was drinking with just now was enduring. Humiliation. He was like the bracket in the middle of the scale. On one side was his daughter's life, on the other side was his wife's innocence, and while he seemed to be the pillar of the family, he was powerless to do anything about it. 2 bottles of beer and a plate of peanuts and rice was all that covered his soul. After listening to the man's story, Jiang Yan suppressed a long breath. Compared with the man, his little bit of sadness is really just a sick moan. The boss looked at Jiang Yan's face, said in a deep voice, little brother, you're still young, the world's tragic things. Think about others, maybe their own. That little bit of shit is not worth worrying about, is not worth drinking a mulled wine. The boss went on to say even more shouldn't do stupid things. Jiang Yan was stunned. This boss is quite enthusiastic, no wonder he said so much. The original is afraid that he cannot think. See, Jiang Yan did not answer. The boss then said, with your age, contact less, like this, we do night small business see a lot. Which late at night out to drink without a stomach of sadness, sad to sad, drink and cry, the home, the sun rises tomorrow or a good day. Knowing that the boss has some misunderstanding, Jiang Yan does not explain, just gratefully smiled at him. Thank you, big brother, don't worry, I will be good. Jiang Yan shook his head, wiped his face, his eyes quickly regained clarity, no more trace of alcohol on his face, said, big brother, do you know the contact information of that person just now? I want to help him. Help him, the boss said vigilantly. How do you want to help? Donate money to him. Of course. Jiang Yan was surprised by the boss's reaction, and asked, how else can you help? The boss let out a hmpeef and said, there are a lot of people who know his situation and go to help him. Many of them are even his former friends. But the way to help him is to take care of his daughter-in-law's business. Jiang Yan was stunned, his chest was blocked like a brick. You give me his contact information, I'll go to him in the next few days. Make sure to find a way to solve the child's illness, the boss said. Who am I to believe you? Jiang Yan was helpless. After thinking about it, he took out the school's 1-card pass from his clothes pocket and said, I'm a teacher at Tianhai University. If you don't believe me, you must at least believe in Tianhai University. Really? The boss suspiciously took the 1-card pass, carefully scrutinized it, and after a long time said, I haven't seen the card of Tianhai University, how do I know if it's true or not? Haven't seen it and still looking at it for so long. Jiang Yan secretly spat. Jiang Yan and the boss were wide-eyed. The boss looked him up and down and said in disbelief, besides, every student of Tianhai University is not an ordinary person, like the Wenqi Yeki Sing descending to the earth. Why are you this teacher in such a sorry state? Extremely speechless. Suddenly, Jiang Yan had a bright idea, took out his cell phone to find the video of his class meeting, clicked on the playback and handed it to the boss. This video, you should have seen it. Right? The boss casually glanced at it and said, of course I've seen it. My daughter has watched it dozens of times, and I've followed it several times. Know who's in the video? Tianhai University teacher. Seems to be called Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan breathed a sigh of relief and said, look at what's called on my 1-card. Jiang Yan. The boss read out the name on it in shock. Take a good look again to see if I'm the same person as the one on the video. Jiang Yan stretched his neck closer to the boss. The boss looked at Jiang Yan, looked at the video and seriously confirmed several times, "Are you really Jiang Yan as good as fake?" The boss violently erupted with an exclamation of surprise. "Daughter-in-law, come on, the online Jiang Yan has come to life. You are the one who is dead." Jiang Yan rolled his eyes. The boss's wife was busy in the back kitchen on the street, and didn't hear it. The boss shouted two voices and didn't see anyone come out and gave up, and asked in surprise, "Mr. Jiang, can you give me an autograph? My daughter especially like you write a few words of encouragement to her." As he spoke, he had already taken out the book and pen from his apron pocket, and put them in front of Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan glanced at him feebly and wrote on the book, "Study hard, rise up every day, I'll wait for you at Tianhai University." Signing his name solemnly, Jiang Yan said, "Big brother, now believe me, right? Can you tell me the contact information of that person?" "Of course, of course." The boss nodded his head repeatedly, tore off a blank paper on the book, and wrote down the personal information and contact information of the person just now. "You told me that you're Mr. Jiang Yan. I'm sure I believe you." Jiang Yan took the blank paper with the man's personal information from the boss. The man's name was Tian Qinglan, a very colorful name, only his world was a gray one. "Boss, do the math." Jiang Yan got up. No need. The boss pushed Jiang Yan and walked out, pushing back repeatedly. "It's my honor that you can come to my place to eat, not to mention that you also gave an autograph. How can I charge you again?" Jiang Yan broke away from the boss's hands, quickly ran to the stall stove, used his cell phone to scan the collection code, saw the boss follow him over to grab the phone, and scattered his legs. "WeChat to the account, 200 yuan, Mr. Jiang, don't go, wait for me." The boss followed out, but when he ran to the road, Jiang Yan had already run away. "Teacher Jiang, you gave too much." Jiang Yan ran in the night wind, and his heart tightened as he keenly heard these words. The same heard the boss shouting and busy finished. The boss's wife, from the back of the kitchen, came out. See, the boss stretched his neck to look at the intersection, could not help but strange. Asked you cry wolf howling what lay spread what wind at night. Boss angry back to the stall. "Do not know, don't blindly ask. Receive the money, should not be charged." "What money for food and wine?" The boss's wife raised her eyebrows and yelled, "You're out of your mind. Why don't you charge me for food and wine?" The boss handed his daughter-in-law the account paper signed by Jiang Yan, and the boss's wife took it carelessly and casually said, "What's this? You know Yan Yan's favorite college teacher, right?" "I know, doesn't she watch his videos every day?" Mentioning her daughter, the boss's wife unconsciously revealed a smile. Because of him, her daughter now aspires to enter Tianhai University. "Learning you used to work much harder." "What?" The teacher also called the day before yesterday to say that she is progressing quickly. "That young man just now, is that teacher Jiang Yan really?" The boss's wife was shocked to look at the white paper in her hand. "This name? The writing looks really like the word Jiang Yan." "What do you mean it looks like? It's like a fake. I verified it with the video. It's him then, why don't you take a picture with him?" "Our daughter must be happy to death," the boss's wife complained. "I didn't keep him." Boss not without regret said, "Well, have an autograph, also good, aha. You see what he wrote? Study hard, every day, he is waiting for our daughter in Tianhai University. Our daughter will definitely study harder." After reading it, after the boss's wife was disappointed, she showed her heartfelt joy. While happy, she asked in doubt, "Why did he come here so late at night? Tianhai University is more than 10 kilometers away from here." The boss shook his head. "Then where do I know to go? Probably not in a good mood, walking here." "Who can walk more than 10 kilometers?" The boss's wife skimmed her lips and lamented. "But other teachers are different. Bodhisattva heart. See Tian Qinglan in a bad mood, free to treat him to food and drink. I would not be able to do it." The boss did not hide his dislike for his wife. "You have the nerve to compare yourself to others," he then said. "You don't know. Just now Mr. Jiang asked me for Tian Qinglan's contact information, and wanted to donate money to help him solve his difficulties." The boss's wife was solemn, and said sincerely, "If that can really be the case, it's really great. Tian Qinglan's family is really too pitiful. But it would have to be quite a lot of money, wouldn't it? Can a young man like him come up with it?" The boss said confidently. "Definitely, since he said this, I believe he can definitely do it. I can tell that he's not the kind of person who brags about everything. Mr. Jiang is a good person and kind-hearted. If our daughter can be admitted to school under his hand in the future, it would be good. Back to the school for a nap." Jiang Yan woke up, and the first thing he did was to call Tian Qinglan. He wanted to get to know Tian Qinglan's situation first. However, he even called 4 times, there is always no answer. Taking into account that T and Kinglin may not have time to work at the construction site, Jiang Yan had to put this matter on hold first. Saturday does not work a good time. Jiang Yan just want to sleep in bed, but he also has a bunch of students have to bother to manage. The week's work to do a simple review of the comb. Think about what there is no need to check the gaps. Jiang Yan dialed the phone to Fei, let him go to the office. After a week of rest and recuperation, Tu Fei's body injuries have been healed. Perhaps it is Saturday's sake he is in a good mood. His temperament looks very spirited. As soon as he enters the room, he greets rolling cigarettes with a relaxed demeanor. Teacher is good. You do not take a rest on Saturday. I also want to rest. But stalled on your gang of careless students. I cannot rest. Jiang Yan half open jokingly and half seriously said. That's someone else, teacher. I'm the most worrying. Is that so? Jiang Yan asked gently. If you were provincial, you wouldn't have caused me any trouble. The smile on Tu Fei's face froze, and he said apprehensively, Teacher, did Giwa Yangi make a report to you? Jiang Yan avoided answering. His face sank as he said, You told me 2 days ago that you had found a soldier king. The first had thought that you were young and impetuous, casually saying harsh words, but I didn't realize that it was actually true. Tu Fei slightly stood up straight and carefully asked, Teacher, you didn't hurt Giwi Yani too badly, did you? I explained him again and again, as long as it's about the same as how I was injured. Jiang Yan let out a hum from his nostrils. You didn't call and ask and called? He never answered. How is Giwi Yani? He's fine. Tuo Fei revealed a shock that was hard to hide. Jiang Yan said nonchalantly, Luckily he met me, otherwise he would have to lie in bed for at least a month. Teacher, you met you? Tu Fei exclaimed in shock and subconsciously asked. You're not hurt, are you? What do you think? Tu Fei looked Jiang Yan up and down a few times, didn't see any abnormality, put down his heart and asked in confusion, Why did you spare you guys? Mr. Jiang, but he didn't even listen to me. Jiang Yan said, This matter, you have to ask him personally. Tu Fei frowned. He's a person who has always been godlike, although he has to listen to me in name, but in reality, except for my father, no one can command him. He doesn't answer my calls, and I don't know where to look for him. I know. You go to the emergency department of the school's first affiliated hospital and ask. You should be able to find him. What's he doing there? An unsettling thought popped into Tobai's head. Waiting for you to settle the medical bills. If you don't settle the bills, there's no way for him to be discharged. Jiang Yan's answer confirmed Tuo Fei's guess, and even though he had prepared himself mentally, when he heard the exact answer, he was still too shocked to speak for a while. Due to excessive shock, Tu Fei's voice was trembling. Who injured him? Who could hurt him to the extent of hospitalization? Jiang Yan spat out a single word in a cloudy manner. Me. As the personal bodyguard of the old man at home, Tu Fei understood Yue's ability. He had seen Yue solving 3 hungry and crazy Tibetan mastiffs with his bare hands, and there was not an inch of injury. Although he has also seen Jiang Yan's ability to break a stick with one hand, but in his heart, never put Jiang Yan and Yu on a level. Otherwise, after learning that Yu came to Tianhai, he would not go to remind Jiang Yan. However, he never thought that the one who should be reminded was actually Yu Wei. Looking at Jiang Yan as if nothing had happened, and then thinking of Yu Wei lying dead in the hospital, Tu Fei realized that Jiang Yan was not only stronger than Yu Wei, but there was an abyssal gap between the two of them. Recalling the scene of admonishing Jiang Yan on that day, Tu Fei's face was hot and painful, so embarrassed that his toes could pick out a 3-room on the ground. Jiang Yan said, I taught you to come, not to talk to you about Yu Wei. He and I have never known each other. Whether he is dead or alive has nothing to do with me. It is not worth mentioning more. I want to ask you, do you still want to continue to be wronged? A trace of struggle surfaced on Tu Fei's face, and he said unwillingly, Teacher, could it be that I was beaten by him for nothing? It wasn't a wasted beating. I went half a step late. You also injured Giwi Yanyi, only it wasn't as serious as your injury. Jiang Yan glanced at him and said expressionlessly, Besides, you stole someone's girlfriend, you deserve to be beaten too. Tu Fei moved his eyes away weakly, not daring to meet Jiang Yan's eyes, and said weakly, When I was chasing Min Yu, I didn't know that she had a boyfriend. Jiang Yan interrupted him with a wave of his hand, and said, I don't want to ask more about your shit, and I shouldn't have to ask, but I just want to know, is it time for revenge? I just want to know whether it is the time for revenge, or everyone laughs to end the enmity. You give me an accurate sentence. Tu Fei thought for a moment and cautiously asked, If I don't die of enmity, how are you going to deal with it, Mr. Teacher? A light demerit. A heavy expulsion, Jiang Yan said in a cold voice. I'll send in as many people to the hospital as you call in. I'd like to see if it's faster for you to call in people from home, or for me to call an ambulance. Jiang Yan's always gentle face had a few more points of dominance that Tuo Fei had never seen before. Tuo Fei thought of Yu Bei in the hospital, and knew that Jiang Yan's words were not just casual. On Jiang Yan's cold as electricity eyes, Tu Fei was scared into silence. There was no longer a trace of revenge obsession in his heart. He was busy saying, I admit it. I admit it. I admit it. As long as Gui Yanyi stops messing with me and Min Yu, I promise not to mess with him again. Jiang Yan nodded slightly and waved his hand at him. Go back. Do what you need to do, okay teacher, you are busy first. Tu Fei came out from Jiang Yan's office, his ears still ringing with Jiang Yan's do what you need to do. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. What can he do? Only go to the hospital. He took a taxi to the first affiliated hospital of Tianhai University. He went straight to the emergency surgery department, and found Yu Wei's bed number from the nurse's station. As soon as he entered the ward, he saw a person with his head wrapped in gauze half lying on the bed, and he was able to recognize Yu Wei through his figure. Brother Yu, how are you doing? Tu Fei's heart was filled with mixed feelings when he saw that Yu Wei, who used to be formidable and invincible, had turned into such a miserable state. When Yu Wei heard the voice, he was stunned and subconsciously shrank back. But he quickly came back to his senses. He couldn't hide. You're here, Tu Fei. He told you well, mister. Jiang said so. The two were speechless for a moment, and the room fell into an eerie dead silence. After a long time, Yu said, Buy me a plane ticket for tomorrow. Tu Fei froze. You're going back. I won't be able to finish the task you gave me anyway, so what's the point of staying here? From the awakening, Yu Wei recalled a lot. His mind kept reviewing the fight with Jiang Yan, but no matter how he reviewed it, he could not be Jiang Yan's opponent. Although he couldn't figure out why the difference between Jiang Yan's strength before and after was so big, but no matter what, the strength Jiang Yan showed later was real, and he could never be comparable to it. You are not a brat, long past the age of blood and vigor, able to accept the reality that there are people outside the people. No, and Jiang Yan gap is too much, also have no heart in his entanglement. Tu Fei did not expect you to be so decisive. In his impression, you have never been to suffer losses on the Lord. He came on the road also cannot stop calculating how to persuade you not to die with Jiang Yan, did not want to think that you have already beaten the drum for themselves. He was surprised to ask no longer try. Perhaps it can be branched out if you don't recognize reality. The next time you come to the hospital to pick me up, it might not be the emergency department, but the morgue. You, who was always cold, actually started a cold joke, but the joke was too cold for Tobai to laugh at. Tu Fei nodded, went out to make a phone call, and then came back to the ward, saying to Yu Wei, the airfare has been arranged, you can go back tomorrow, someone will come to pick you up. Yu Wei nodded and said, after I go back, you don't need your old man to send someone else. In front of Jiang Yan, no one is useless. You don't need to worry about safety at school. If someone bullies you, Jiang Yan will do whatever it takes to protect you. Tu Fei was puzzled and asked, but how are you so sure that he will protect me at all costs? Because you're his student. Just like last night, when he went out of his way to protect Gi Yanyi. Tuo Fei couldn't help but recall the scene of being beaten by Gi Yanyi that day, and memorably Jiang Yan stood in front of him. With that not tall but exceptionally secure back, and couldn't help but agree with Yu Wei's words. You're right, Jiang Yan does protect his students. You look at the injury is quite heavy, but for him there is no major obstacle, is nothing more than a dozen stitches in the head just, there is no major impact, if not for the fact that there is no one to pick up. The doctor does not allow to go, he was discharged early in the morning on his own. Tuo Fei as a family member to his discharge formalities, and then took him out of the hospital. Jiang Yan was sitting in his office boredly, calculating what to do in this great leisure time. Suddenly the phone rang, he took a look with his hand, it was actually LV Zian who called. Hello Xian, what's the matter? LV Zian's cool voice came out from the microphone. Jiang Yan, I came to Tianhai for such a long time, I haven't bought any new clothes. Auntie too asked you to accompany me to go shopping to buy clothes. Oh, some other day I'm working overtime. Jiang Yan didn't hate LV Zian, but he really didn't like shopping. Second auntie called and asked your Dean Lu, he said he didn't arrange any overtime work for you. If you really want to have any work, you can leave it until Monday, he's responsible for anything that happens. LV Xian's voice was still cold, but it was permeated with an obstinacy that could not be refused. Jiang Yan was speechless. Was this being sold by the leader? Jiang Yan was stunned for half a day. He couldn't think of any more excuses to reject Lu Jian, so he could only say, "Then you come to school to pick me up." "Don't come in a sports car," Jiang Yan added hurriedly. "I'm at the new campus," Lu Jian said lightly. "Oh, then come downstairs to my office. I'll go down now, you open the door." LVZN's voice that was not mixed with too much emotion made Jiang Yan always have the feeling of making a mistake and being criticized when he listened to it. Jiang Yan froze, got up and opened the door. LVZN was standing outside the door playfully. Jiang Yan let her in and casually said, "How do you know I am in the office?" "I don't know. You just told me." "You just knew. How come you came to the office instantly?" Jiang Yan was confused. "Could it be that you can instantly move?" LVCN shook her head. "I won't. I came to the school early in the morning, called you all the time on the line, so I took a walk around the campus by myself. And just now I happened to walk to the door of your office before I remembered to call you." Jiang Yan guessed that when Lu Xian called, she should have just bumped into him calling Tian Qinglin. "Where are you going to buy clothes?" Lu Xian still shook her head. "Second aunt told me to buy it." "She said to listen to you between words?" She took out $20,000 from her bag and put it on Jiang Yan's desk, saying, "This is what second aunt told me to give you." Jiang Yan was speechless. He really can't figure out how Jing Shi Luoxiang think. Have to marry her niece to him. How? He also wants to use money to hit the kind? Is it like a family affair? He put the money away. At this moment, the phone rings. Jiang Yan look, actually is Tian Qinglin returned. He hurriedly connected it. A tired voice came out from inside. "Hello, hello." Which one? Jiang Yan was busy saying. "Hello, brother Tian. I'm the one who drank with you last night. Still remember me, right?" There was no response on the other side of the phone for a long time. Jiang Yan continued. "I heard something about you. It seems that you are a little bit less fortunate for the time being. I'm from a public welfare organization. I want to help you." "No need." The phone was hung up dryly. Hearing the blind tone coming from the phone, Jiang Yan hurriedly dialed again and was hung up again. He dialed again and was still hung up. So repeatedly and again. LVCN asked suspiciously, "Jiang Yan, who is this?" A poor man. Jiang Yan didn't explain too much. There were some contents that were not convenient to explain too thoroughly to her, and a little bit of subtlety was not something that she, a young girl who was not deeply involved in the world, could understand. Jiang Yan suddenly turned back. His eyes fell on LV Xian's cool and frosty face. His heart was doubtful. Female doctoral student, should also be considered a little girl, right? You are ready to help him. LV Xian's red lips slightly curved. Then why didn't he answer your call? The two of us met in passing. Maybe he doesn't believe it, being given too much suffering by life. It's inevitable that he won't believe that there is still warmth in the world. Jiang Yan's attention back to the cell phone, continued to dial, but every time it is in the call, continuous dialing, a dozen passes are the same. Lu Xiang kindly reminded, "You should be blacklisted." Jiang Yan looked stagnant and sat back in his chair demoralized. He didn't blame Tian Qinglin, he just had some regrets. He hung his head, lost in thought, and looked at the ground. Suddenly, a slender jade hand holding a cell phone slowly entered his line of sight. Jiang Yan looked up to meet LV Xian's gaze full of encouragement. LV Xian said, "Since you are helping others, you shouldn't give up halfway, shouldn't you?" Jiang Yan smiled, took LV Xian's cell phone, and continued to dial Tian Qinglin's number. After a few waiting tones, it went through this time. "Hello, may I ask who is it?" Jiang Yan heard Tian Qinglin's voice once again. Jiang Yan hurriedly said, "Brother Tian, it's still me, don't hang up yet." "What? I really want to help you." Tian Qinglin was silent. Jiang Yan continued, "I really do public welfare. I heard that you are more difficult. I want to go to your house on the ground to have a look, if I can. I hope that I can help you give your daughter a medical treatment." Tian Qinglin thought about it, and said, "Then let me add you on WeChat. I'll send you the location of your home." "Okay, brother Tian. I'll go now." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan rushed to open WeChat. Not much later received Tian Qinglin's friend application. Jiang Yan's face was happy, quickly passed the application. Immediately after receiving the location sent by Tian Qinglin, Jiang Yan was overjoyed, and said to LV Xian, "Xian, come with me. Let's hurry to find him." LV Xian pursed her lips lightly. Her water-shedding eyes were slightly smiling, and said, "Look at the way you are in a hurry. As if you need to be helped, for fear that if you go late, people won't give you any money." Jiang Yan smiled, and didn't say much. Luckily, LV Xian didn't drive her sports car, she just drove to Jiang Yan as a driver, navigated along the address, and it took nearly an hour to find Tian Qinglin's house. The family is in this situation, the house has long been sold, the three-family snail in the remote suburbs of the rental housing. This is a piece of the area to be demolished, the surrounding households have basically moved away, living facilities are also close to nothing, the only advantage is cheap. Although Tian Qinglin did not say the number of the unit where he lives, but Jiang Yan easily found it, only the door of the unit parked a bicycle. Jiang Yan asked for the floor and room number, and led Lu Shiyan into the unit. The dimly lit stairway emitted a strong moldy smell, stepping on the floor one could clearly feel the dampness of the soles of the shoes. LVCN covered her nose and said, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have thought that this kind of place could still be inhabited." This is still in Tianhai, there are worse ones in poor areas. Jiang Yan's face was natural. He knew that for a young lady like LVCN who didn't taste the hardships of the world, it was normal for her not to be able to imagine this kind of living environment. When he came to the door of Tian Qinglin's house, the rusty security door was covered with shocking dents, obviously made by bricks and stones. He could easily imagine the roughness of the debtor's main account, even though Jiang Yan was accustomed to seeing the hardships, but he couldn't help but frown. With a few knocks on the door, the bars of the security door poked out a small bald, pale face full of panic. Timidly said, "Who are you looking for?" Jiang Yan asked in a kind voice. "Little friend, where is your adult?" "Mom is resting, Dad went to work and hasn't come back yet. Dad explained me not to open the door no matter who comes." "Little child, I am your father's friend, we are waiting for him outside." The little girl gently nodded her head and said, "Mommy is very tired from her night shift work. I don't want to wake her up. Please uncle, don't make too much noise, okay?" Jiang Yan revealed a warm smile and said, "Don't worry, I definitely won't talk." The little girl blinked her eyes and smiled sweetly at Jiang Yan. "Thank you uncle." While talking, Jiang Yan heard footsteps coming from the hallway. The little girl said in surprise, "Daddy is back." Tian Qinglin carried a bundle of wilted green vegetables in his hand. Seeing Jiang Yan, he nodded his head as a greeting and said indifferently, "Come so fast." He passed through the crack in the security door grill and shoved the green vegetables to his daughter, saying, "Ming Ming, take the vegetables into the kitchen. I'll talk to uncle and auntie for a while." The little girl named Ming stood on her tiptoes to receive the green vegetables, gave Tian Qinglin a big smile, and obediently said, "Daddy, mommy is sleeping, you must speak with uncle and auntie." In a lower voice, Tian Qinglin's eyes flashed a trace of sadness. Jiang Yan did not wait for him to open his mouth, and said, "First Ming Ming, don't worry. We'll go downstairs to chat with your dad." On the way downstairs, Tian Qinglin faintly said, "I'm sorry, it's inconvenient at home. You guys came all the way here, and I didn't even let you have a drink of water." "It's okay, we're not thirsty either." Jiang Yan wasn't here as a guest, so he naturally didn't care about this. He went straight to the point and asked, "What's the child's condition?" "Blood cancer." Tian Qinglin's face was mournful, and her voice was trembling. "How much money is needed for maintenance?" "It will cost more than $300,000 a year, and if a matching bone marrow can be found, the transplant will cost more than $1 million. Tian Qinglin numbly uttered several astronomical figures. Being able to destroy a family, this spending on medical treatment definitely cannot be a small amount. Jiang Yan was psychologically prepared for this, and without too much surprise, firmly said, "I will find a way to help you." "Thanks." Tian Qinglin routinely said thanks, but did not have the slightest gratitude. During the long period of time when his family had changed drastically, he had already seen all sorts of faces, and at first he had expectations and fantasies about the so-called public welfare organizations, but later found out that those public welfare organizations were just names. Like Tian Qinglin, the expenses needed to help his family are enough to help more families and gain a greater saving performance and reputation. No public welfare organization is willing to really contribute money and effort. After learning about Tian Qinglin's situation, each public service personnel are sworn to say that they will help in the end, but in the end, there is no further information. Every one of his expectations have turned into a fantasy dream. And nowadays he no longer believes in these nebulous empty words. Jiang Yan is also clear that empty words did not have any credibility, and do not care about Tian Qinglin perfunctory coping with the thanks. He carried the file from the handbag to pull out LVC and just give $2 million, without hesitation, stuffed into the hands of Tian Qinglin. Tian Qinglin was stunned, and looked blankly at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan said, "This is $20,000, you first accept it. Buy some good food for the child, the rest of the money I will find a way." Tian Qinglin didn't say anything, waiting for Jiang Yan's following. He didn't believe that the young lad in front of him who gave him money so quickly would have no other requirements. However, he didn't expect that the young man, whose name he didn't even know yet, after handing over the money to him, said, "I'll come back some other day," and led his female companion to leave. Wait. Tian Qinglan called Jiang Yan and stopped in front of him, asking in disbelief, "You just gave me the money like that?" Jiang Yan was surprised. "Is there any more formalities needed?" No, I mean, is there nothing you need me to do?" Jiang Yan was a bit strange. "What can I need you to do?" He quickly woke up to the fact that Tian Qinglan misunderstood that he had ulterior motives for his help. He was slightly speechless. On this appearance of Tian Qinglan's eyes, what was worth his motives? Jiang Yan knew that this was Tian Qinglan's distrust and despair after experiencing countless repeated torments of expectation and disappointment, and didn't blame him, saying, "Don't worry, I simply want to help you. I don't need you to kill people for me, or give me fire prevention. Just take good care of your family." Tian Qinglan's throat knots surged, his eyes looked straight to the money in his hand, slowly moved to Jiang Yan's face, his voice slightly trembled, asked, "Why learning from Li Feng to do good? Do you need a reason?" Jiang Yan smiled warmly. "If you really want to say selfishness, that it is also considered to have it." Tian Qinglan subconsciously gripped the money in his hand. "What in fact, I am not a person from any public welfare organization. Just like you, I am also a teacher. I always hope that all my students can be open-minded and eager to fight for the injustice in the world," Jiang Yan said in a loud voice. "As a teacher, when it is an example, helping you out of your predicament today, also allows me to educate my students one day. With a personal example as an example, don't you think that the cost of your example is a bit too big?" Jiang Yan's swinging voice echoed in Tian Qinglan's mind, and he unconsciously used honorifics. If helping the poor and the needy still has to count how much is gained or lost, then what's the point? Jiang Yan said, "Since I met you and decided to help you, I naturally won't think about the cost anymore, not to mention millions. Even if it's tens of millions, I won't hesitate." "Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." Tian Qinglan's eyes reddened. For a while he didn't know what to say. He only thanked him repeatedly. His voice was a little whimpering due to too much excitement. After a long time he said in shame, "You came to help me. I won't even let you enter my home, and you still don't mind at all. I really have no shame in my heart." Jiang Yan waved his hand and smiled. "Well, you don't need to take it to heart. I came to do business, not a string of guests. It doesn't matter if you enter or not. Besides, your lover is resting. It's indeed not on the right side." After a pause, Jiang Yan organized language, as politely as possible, said, "At most 10 days. I will find a way to solve the economic problems of your family. Before that, you both first change a job or first stop working to accompany the child." Sight work hurt the body. Tian Qinglan heard Jiang Yan's words, unconsciously thought of the deepest pain in the heart. Jiang Yan does not hurt the face of the statement, added gratitude, said, "Thank you. I will explain Shuhua at home to accompany the child." Jiang Yan nodded and said, "If you encounter any difficulties before I come, feel free to call me. Don't be embarrassed. Always remember, the sky is the limit. The child's life and health is the biggest afterwards." He refused Tian Qinglan's repeated invitations and retention, and led Lu Shiyan out of the unit building. Tian Qinglan sent out a few steps, looking at Jiang Yan's departing back, a wave of gratitude rolling in his chest, silently bowed deeply. For a long time after straightening up, Tian Qinglan suddenly remembered that he actually didn't know Jiang Yan's name. He panicked and chased to the direction Jiang Yan left, just to see Jiang Yan car drive away. He even shouted a few times, did not get a response. See, the car disappeared in sight, had to give up. Tian Qinglan took out his cell phone, found Jiang Yan's phone number, and added the note, "Big benefactor." Back to the car, Jiang Yan looked at the watch. It was already past 12 noon, and asked LVZN, "Are you hungry? Is there anything you want to eat?" LVZN thought about it and said, "There's nothing I want to eat. Don't we still want to buy clothes, find a better shopping mall and eat randomly, then go to DG Plaza?" Jiang Yan seldom goes shopping. Before being dragged by Bai Ling to shop, the most is the DG Plaza. He is also the most familiar with there. The last time to lead Yang Shan and Lai Yu did to go is also this place. It can be. LVZN blinked a pair of big eyes, and looked at Jiang Yan slightly playfully, saying, "The things in DG Plaza are not cheap, if I remember correctly. It seems like you donated the money that Auntie gave me to buy clothes." Jiang Yan's old face blushed, and suddenly remembered that the money he helped Tian Qinglan with was at the expense of LVZN, and said, "Don't worry, I still have this amount of money, and buying clothes definitely won't cost you any money. LV Xian smiled faintly and said, no need. Those money is even my love. Well, while speaking, Jiang Yan's cell phone sent out a WeChat tone. He took it out and saw that it was Lu Shiyan transferring $50,000 to him. He couldn't help but look at Lu Shiyan doubtfully. LVCN said, second aunt said, in private it doesn't matter, but outside must give enough face to the man. Later on, in case I fancy more expensive clothes or bags, you help me pay. Jiang Yan was dumbfounded and casually clicked collect. On the way to DG Plaza, LVCN coldly said, Jiang Yan, you are really a good person. And an even better teacher, inexplicably being sent a good person card. Jiang Yan was puzzled. How do you say that as a teacher? You should be an example. LV Xian said, countless people take this sentence as a motto. But how many people have really done it? More than 20 years of the long road to school, I have heard or seen too many teachers who are full of benevolence and morality, but have a belly full of male thieves and female prostitutes. Like you, your words and actions are the same. It's really few and far between. Jiang Yan half reclined on the seat back, twisted his head to look at LV Xian, who was concentrating on driving. Seeing her serious face, he felt a little embarrassed and said, if it were you, right? You would also be a good teacher. Lu Xian shook her head. I may be a good teacher, but I definitely can't do it to the extent that you do, like donating to help people. I encountered this kind of thing situation. I may also take the initiative to dedicate my love, but it is impossible for me to insist on helping even though the other party is not cooperating with the situation. And the same goes for educating students. If I were you, I would definitely try to manage and educate my students well, but it's impossible for me to have your kind of state of mind. Luckily it was you who got into Tianhai University and not me, otherwise, it would really be a great loss for Tianhai University. Being given high praise in person, even though Jiang Yan boasted of his excellent mental quality, he couldn't help but blush slightly and said, you have quite a lot of words today, heartfelt words from the bottom of my heart. Lu Xian closed her mouth and resumed her cool demeanor. It's all because the tutor taught me well. Lu Xian glanced at him. Second aunt isn't here. There's no need to brag about her so much. It took more than half an hour's drive from Tian Qinglin's house to Deji Plaza, and Jiang Yan couldn't stop thinking and calculating how to help Tian Qinglin along the way. Admittedly, he could ask Bai Ling, not to mention more than $1 million, even more. It was not a problem for Miss Life Pilot. As long as he was willing to open his mouth, Bai Ling was absolutely willing to lend it to him. However, as a last resort, Jiang Yan didn't want to borrow Bai Ling's power, or even anyone else's power. After all, this kind of generosity at the expense of others to earn fame for himself is the most scornful thing. He doesn't want to turn into the person he hates the most yet. But in just 10 days, what can be done to gather so much money? And for Tian Qinglin, teaching a man to fish is not as good as teaching a man to fish. Donating money is only part of it. More importantly, it is to help him to find a long-term stable source of income. Jiang Yan even doubted that promising to solve Tian Qinglin's financial problems within 10 days was not a bit hasty. Of course, he does not regret it, since the decision to help, it should be the fastest speed to pay action. If procrastination, he can afford to procrastinate, but Tian Qinglin family cannot afford to procrastinate, especially Tian Qinglin lover. Every day to procrastinate, every day to suffer a day of torture and humiliation. Thinking about it, Jiang Yan never thought of any good way. C is about to arrive at the destination. Jiang Yan sat up straight, cannot help but let out a long sigh. Lu Jian asked, something bothering you? I am thinking how I should help Tian Qinglin. But there is no good way. I have 100,000 or so pocket money in my hand money, but it's far from enough, or else, sell my car. Lu Jian spoke in a calm tone, as if she was talking about a trivial matter that was not enough. Your sports car. But don't. Jiang Yan was startled by her words and rolled his eyes unabashedly. This is my own matter, it has nothing to do with you, I'll just figure it out myself. Your business is my business. LV Xian slightly reddened her cheeks under Jiang Yan's scrutinizing gaze and added, this is what second aunt said. Jiang Yan withdrew his gaze, and said in a deep voice, I will think of a way by myself, you don't need to think too much. Let alone thinking of selling the car or anything. LV Xian let out a H&M. She didn't insist much. Second aunt told her what Jiang Yan decided to do. Don't argue with him, he's even more stubborn. Parked the car, Jiang Yan just got off. The cell phone WeChat rang again. The phone is ringing again. Jiang Yan subconsciously glanced at LV Xian, who was getting out of the car with her bag, and casually clicked on the WeChat. I didn't expect it to be a message from Gui Yanyi. He clicked in to take a look at it. It was a hotel location, and when he was wondering, Gui Yanyi sent another video. As the video was tapped, Jiang Yan's pupils instantly shrunk. The picture showed Gui Yanyi sitting on a chair, his mouth was tightly sealed by the tape, and he let out whimpering and struggling sounds. Teacher Jiang, I heard that you take care of this student. Now he is in our hands. If you don't want anything to happen to him, come quickly to save him. Remember, don't call the police, you can only come yourself, otherwise, there's only one thing that can happen to him. This paragraph sent by Gui Yanyi in WeChat. Jiang Yan looked at the words alarmingly, and the hairs on his body stood up in sweat. Jiang Yan didn't move and put away his cell phone, apologized and said to Lu Shiyan, Yan, I'm really sorry, I can't accompany you to go shopping. There's a student who has a temporary emergency, I have to go and deal with it. LVCN frowned in disappointment. Going back to school, Jiang Yan shook his head. To a hotel, LVCN was surprised, but didn't ask more questions and said, All right, I'll give you a ride, no need, you go up to eat first, I'll go by myself. The destination was treacherous and uncertain. How could Jiang Yan let Lu Jian follow and take the risk? He could not help but reject her kindness and hurriedly left by himself alone. Jiang Yan hurriedly rushed to the hotel according to the location sent by Gui Yanyi. Along the way, he kept urging the cab driver to hurry up, even though the driver had already driven the car to the fastest speed limit. Jiang Yan stared at the cell phone screen, his mind kept pondering, thinking about who controlled Gui Yanyi. According to reason, the person with bad intentions who controlled the child should have called the parents at the first time. After all, the parents are the ones who care, whether they want money or something else, only the parents will obey unconditionally. But the person controlling Gui Yanyi was not going out of his way, he was actually conveying the message to him as a teacher. Jiang Yan really couldn't imagine how this person was thinking about it. The strangest thing was that this person not only knew that Jiang Yan was a teacher, but also knew that Jiang Yan took care of Gui Yanyi quite well, which meant that this person knew both Gui Yanyi and Jiang Yan better. Jiang Yan subconsciously thought that it was the person arranged by Tufei, but after a careful thought, he thought it was impossible, although Tufei's family is also a handful of people, but the power is not in Tianhai after all. You were taught a lesson yesterday, even if the family sent someone else to come back, it is not possible to be so fast, and he is very confident that, whether active or forced, the family should be in Gui Yanyi's grudges completely put down, no longer entangled. Thinking about it, Jiang Yan could never guess what the other party was from. Suddenly he thought of a possibility, an unthinkable possibility, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was most likely the truth, and the corner of his mouth slowly hooked out a cold smile. Gui Yanyi WeChat sent the hotel as a set of accommodation and catering in one of the 5-star hotels. Jiang Yan came to the front of the hotel, clicked on Gui Yanyi WeChat chat window, sent a message, I have arrived, where to go? The message quickly replied, room 507. Jiang Yan in the front desk welcomed to ask clearly the location of 507, calmly entered the elevator. Walked to the door of the room, Jiang Yan door did not knock, directly pushed the door to enter. The room is facing the door of the main seat, sitting in a big belly middle-aged people, and then no one else. Jiang Yan walked to the middle-aged man, sat down, asked my students, the middle-aged man asked instead of answering, Mr. Jiang didn't call the police, right? Jiang Yan shook his head, I came by myself. After a few rounds of applause, the middle-aged man laughed, Teacher Jiang is really extraordinary. I watched over Teacher Jiang's video on the internet, and I realized only after I saw it today that it's not by chance that Jiang Yan was able to burst into flames. Learning that a student is in trouble, and being able to rush to his rescue without a second thought can be considered righteous. Alone, he dared to break into the dragon pool and tiger's den, so it can be said to have courage. The middle-aged man's eyes flooded with essence, Teacher Jiang is young and talented. I don't know how the intellect is. Might as well guess my identity. Jiang Yan bristled. Isn't it just that you want to meet me for a meal? Why make such a big fuss? You say I am right. Boss Gui, the middle-aged man nodded his head approvingly. Mr. Jiang has already guessed my identity ahead of time. It's really a good name. An Yanye's father, as he spoke, he got up and walked to Jiang Yan, extending his hand at him. Hello, Mr. Jiang, formally meet me. Gui Mingzhou. Jiang Yan got up to shake his hand and gently shook his head. Your name is not Gui Mingzhou, and you are not Gui Mingzhou. Gui Mingzhou was stunned, revealing an unnatural look, dryly smiling. Then who does, Mr. Jiang think I am? Jiang Yan didn't answer. His eyes bypassed him and looked at the screen behind the main seat without blinking, saying, Boss Gi, we went through a lot of trouble to invite me here. Aren't you going to use your real body to meet me? Pa. Applause came from behind the screen, and a tall man with a slight resemblance to Gui Yangyai stepped out, a smile on his face as he said, Today I've finally seen how Teacher Jiang's extraordinary. No wonder Yanyi holds you in high esteem. You really are a leading youth. This wisdom alone is already rare. Behind him followed Gui Yanyi. Gui Yanyi's eyes dodge not dare to meet Jiang Yan's eyes. Occasionally glancing at Jiang Yan, his gaze is filled with strong admiration. Gui Mingzhou walked towards Jiang Yan. The middle-aged man from before bowed slightly and left the room. Shaking hands with Jiang Yan, Gui Mingzhou asked in surprise, Mr. Jiang, how did you guess that I was the one who kidnapped Yanni in disguise to invite you here? There are too many loopholes, so I won't recount them all. Jiang Yan was too lazy to dismantle Gui Mingzhou's poor performance and passed it off. Gui Mingzhou coughed lightly in embarrassment and said, Then how did you guess that the person just now was not me? Jiang Yan looked at Gui Mingzhou with an expression of looking at an idiot, and said lightly, When you gave Gui Yanyi leave, we talked on the phone, and I remembered your voice, which was obviously different from that person just now. Gui Mingzhou Cha's expression stiffened, and he laughed dryly. I forgot about this matter. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes and asked, What exactly do you mean by inviting me here? Nothing meaningful, I just want to invite Mr. Jiang for a meal. I was rejected for inviting Mr. Jiang before, so I had no choice but to use this method. He gave Gui Yanyi a wink. Gui Yanyi clapped his hands, and after a short while, several beautiful waiters came into the room to serve food. Gui Mingzhou made a pleased gesture and said, Mr. Jiang, come all the way here. This time just give me a favor. Jiang Yan took his seat. Gui Mingzhou and Gui Yanyi followed suit, and the three waiters stood behind them and filled up the wine glasses. Jiang Yan slanted a glance at Gui Yanyi. You know how to drink. Gui Yanyi snapped and moved his glass to the side, saying, I drink beverages. Although he guessed that Gui Mingzhou was not just for dinner, but since he was here, Jiang Yan also wanted to see what Gui Mingzhou really wanted to do, and did not refuse to have a drink. Raising his glass first, he said, Mr. Gui, I think you invited me here. Not just for dinner, right, Mr. Jiang? Don't think too much, it's just a mere meal. You are after all Yan Yi's teacher. It's only right that I get to know you. Oh, said Jiang Yan. Then if that's the case, let's make a pact. Just eat, not talk about anything. Eat and drink, you rest. I'll go back to school. What do you think? Gui Mingzhou laughed dryly a few times, raised his wine glass and drank it all in one go, said, Besides getting to know Mr. Jiang, there is a small request to report to Mr. Jiang. Reporting wouldn't be appropriate. What Mr. Gui has in mind, just say it directly. Jiang Yan followed, and also drank from his cup. Gui Mingzhou held the wine bottle and walked to Jiang Yan's side, personally filled up his wine and smiled. I heard from Yanyi that he just started school and received a demerit. I hope Mr. Jiang will help me and revoke this punishment. Jiang Yan raised his head and looked straight at Gui Mingzhou, resolutely saying, Impossible. This is a punishment issued by the school. I don't have the authority to revoke it. Gui Mingzhou's smile did not diminish. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang, I will take care of the school side, as long as Mr. Jiang does not pursue the matter. Jiang Yan shook his head, put down his chopsticks and said firmly, I don't agree. Gui Yanyi's smile was suddenly gone, his face gradually turned cold, the atmosphere in the room was suddenly stiff. The room seemed to instantly enter the season of late fall. A feeling of austere depression. Gui Yanyi sat beside Jiang Yan, feeling that the teacher and his father were not giving in to each other, and he had a feeling that it was difficult for him to sit and stand still. He had the intention to persuade, but in his heart, he knew that neither the teacher nor the father would listen to his advice, only to honestly shut up, one by one, stuffing food into the mouth to ease the tension. The ear-piercing ringtone of a cell phone sounded abruptly outside the door, cutting through the silence in the room. The middle-aged man from the party knocked on the door holding a cell phone and met Gui Mingzhou's displeased gaze, not daring to utter a single breath as he carefully said, Boss, it's Mr. Yusu's call. Gui Mingzhou's tightly knit brows gradually relaxed, took the cell phone and pressed connect. Hello, Mr. Zhu. What are your instructions? I don't know what Mr. Xiu on the other side said, which put Guo Mingzhou in a good mood and could not hide his excitement. He said in a loud voice, "Please don't worry about Mr. Xu. I will definitely arrange the dinner properly. It's a great honor to have the opportunity to receive Mr. Bai. Don't worry. There will definitely not be any mistakes." Hanging up the phone, Guo Mingzhou explained to the middle-aged man, "There's an honored guest in the evening. Stop the business today and arrange for the highest specification reception." A trace of doubt flashed across the middle-aged man's fat face. He did not ask more questions, answered yes and hurriedly left to make arrangements. Guo Mingzhou looked at Jiang Yan again. A smile appeared on his face again, said Mr. Jiang, don't be so unkind. There is something to discuss, Jiang Yan said calmly. Mr. Gui overstated it. If I was really unkind, I would have left just now. Besides, Yan Yi is my student. Educating him well cannot be separated from the joint efforts of his parents. Even if I am unkind, I won't be unkind to his parents, that's of course. So we'll have something to discuss. Guo Mingzhou smiled even more. A few more points of really disdain deep in his eye sockets. He took out a bank card from his coat pocket, raised his glass to Jiang Yan again, and when his hand reached Jiang Yan's chest, the bank card landed accurately in the coat pocket of Jiang Yan's shirt chest. Jiang Yan did not move to glance at the pocket of the bank card, raised his glass and Guo Mingzhou touch, a drink. Guo Mingzhou sneered and followed suit. Guo Yanyi lowered his head on the dinner plate and ate the food silently. His afterglow glanced at Jiang Yan's calm and indifferent face, and the color of disappointment appeared on his face in facing his son's plea. Guo Mingzhou was moved, and Jiang Yan's words just now made him inexplicably have a feeling that his heart is jumping. Finally he collected his blooming anger and said, "Mr. Jiang, for the sake of Yanyi I can let Tuo Fei go." Guo Yanyi breathed a light sigh of relief, and Jiang Yan indifferently said, "As you wish," but Guo Mingzhou's voice, which had only been lowered a little, rose steeply again and said, "You should think twice about revoking the disciplinary action." He paused, without seeing any expression on Jiang Yan's face again, and continued, "Do you know who called just now? It's Yi Shu Tianhua, the general manager of the Tianhai branch of Life Pilot Group. I can tell you that Tianhai Group and I have a deep cooperative relationship. While Life Pilot Group and Tianhai University are strategic framework partners, and the top management of both sides can directly communicate and dialogue." And then Jiang Yan was unconcerned. Guo Mingzhou said in a bragging tone, "Tonight Mr. Bai, who came from Tianhai Group's headquarters, will hold a banquet at my place, and just by me casually mentioning it, tomorrow, you will receive a letter of dismissal from the school," he said, as if warning, "whether it's for the future or the job, Mr. Jiang should think about it. Besides, I heard that Mr. Jiang had been rejected 32 times for interviews before he entered Tianhai University. It's not easy to work, and it's not easy to do, and cherish Jiang Yan's 32 failed job searches is not a secret. Just find someone he's familiar with, and he'll be able to know." So for Guo Mingzhou to know this, he's not surprised. Only he didn't expect that the one who called Guo Mingzhou just now was actually someone from Life Pilot, associating with Bai Ling's previous mention that she might return to Tianhai this week. Jiang Yan couldn't help but be curious. Could it be that the so-called general manager Bai in Guo Mingzhou's mouth would be Bai Ling? As the saying goes, when the heart thinks, people feel. Just when he thought of Bai Ling called him. "Hey, what's wrong?" Answering the phone, Jiang Yan intentionally didn't address Bai Ling's name. "Where are you?" "I've returned to Tianhai, just got off the plane, I'll go find you." Bai Ling's delicate voice entered Jiang Yan's ears. Jiang Yan's heart stirred and he secretly said that it was true. He glanced at Guo Mingzhou and said without moving, "A student's parent invited me for dinner. Now in this Haihui hotel, are you almost done eating? I'll go pick you up, okay?" "Okay. Then you come, just save me from spending money on a taxi." Again hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan sat back in his seat in a good mood and said, "Mr. Guai, I'm waiting for a friend here. I'll leave later. You won't mind, right?" Guo Mingzhou thought that his words just now produced an effect. Jiang Yan was using the excuse of waiting for someone to reconsider. Of course, he would not have any problem with it, and said, "Mr. Jiang, feel free to sit down. I'll stay here with you." Bai Ling lightly walked out of the airport's VIP channel. Those who accompanied her to Tianhai, other than the two bodyguards, there were only Xiao Xiao, her assistant, and Lu Mingji, her secretary. Yi Shu Tianhua had already waited in the airport waiting room. Seeing Bai Ling come out, he hurriedly greeted her, and accompanied her with a smile. "Mr. Bai has had a long and tiring journey. It's been hard. Uncle Xu came early to pick me up. Hard work too. Bai Ling smiled faintly. A part of the job, a part of the job. Yi Shu Tianhua's smile became even brighter as he said, General Manager Bai, all the employees above the middle level of the Tianhai branch are already waiting at the company. Do you think it's better to simply have a meet and greet with them first? Or do you want to go and rest first? Bai Ling said. I'm going to do some personal business first, so arrange a car for me. No problem. Shu Tianhua answered with his mouth full and asked, Where are you going? Do you need me to accompany you? No need. I'm going to the Hai Hui Hotel. Having been in Tianhai for many years, Bai Ling was familiar with the place and casually rejected Zhu Tianhua's good intentions. Hai Hui Hotel. Shu Tianhua was startled. Such a coincidence. I happen to have arranged the welcome dinner at night at the Hai Hui Hotel as well. Bai Ling frowned. Who informed you to arrange the welcome dinner after not seeing her for a long time? When she returned to Tianhai, she definitely had to have a meal with Zhang Yan first, so she didn't have time to attend any welcome dinner at night. Sensing Bai Ling's displeasure, Yi Shu Tianhua, a veteran of Tianhai's business world for decades, subconsciously lowered his head and said, I arranged it according to the usual practice. If Ms. Bai thinks it's not right, I'll cancel the dinner now. Bai Ling let out a HM and said, In that case you go with me, and when you get to the place you communicate with the hotel face to face, cancel the dinner, and I'll let you know when it will be held. Yishu Tianhua was busy answering yes. On the way to Hai Hui Hotel, Yishu Tianhua quietly sends a text message to Giwai Mingzhu. There is a change of plan. The dinner is cancelled. General Manager Bai is now on his way to the hotel. Just prepare yourself and greet yourself. Don't make any welcoming scene. As he was not clear about Bai Ling's intentions, Yishu Tianhua did not dare to trespass and did not disclose too much information. When he received Zhu Tianhua's text message, Giwi Mingzhou was waiting for his friend with Yang Yan, wide-eyed with Giwi Yangi. Learning the content of the text message from his men, Giwi Mingzhou was aghast and didn't even bother to greet Zhang Yan and hurriedly left the room. In his mind, although he was imperative to Jiang Yan's revocation of his son's disciplinary action, its weight was not 1/10,000th of hosting Mr. Bai, the president of Life Pilot Group. He said in front of Jiang Yan lively, What in life navigation is the depth of cooperation relationship? But his own things no. With that kind of world-class behemoth to talk about the depth of cooperation, he is also worthy of. After all, he is nothing more than a raw material supplier of the Tianhai branch of Life Navigation Group, and nearly 90 of the company's business is dependent on Life Navigation Group. Zhu Tianhua can let him to receive Mr. Bai. Just fancy him. This hotel is not bad. Not his industry has much weight. Really want to force to say his weight, to his company size, rise and fall only in the Life Pilot thought just. It was also for this reason that after learning that Zhu Tianhua had arranged for Mr. Bai to stay at his own hotel, Giwing Zhou was overjoyed. For the coming Bai he has some understanding. No is the chairman of the group's eldest daughter, is also one of the future successor. In the group have a lot of power of speech. If you can really take this opportunity to please Bai, at least we'll be able to turn the company's business by 1 times. Now has been said, things suddenly changed, cannot let him not panic, afraid of a careless to provoke the Life Pilot group of people unhappy, relative to the Life Pilot successor recognition, not to mention the son's discipline, even if the son's life, but also have to be a little later. After walking out of the room, Guai Mingzhou to Zhu Tianhua 3 phone calls in a row, were hung up, knowing that Zhu Tianhua is not convenient to contact him. The heart is even more apprehensive. Do not wait for Zhu Tianhua notification, ahead of the hotel entrance to wait. After Bai Ling and her party arrived at the Hai Hui Hotel, just after getting off the car, Bai Ling saw a middle-aged man with a lowered brow welcoming her, reaching over with a smile on his face, saying, Good day, Mr. Bai, on behalf of the whole and bottom of the Hai Hui group, I would like to welcome Mr. Bai's visit to guide the work. She turned her head to look at Zhu Tianhua, who introduced, General Bai, this is Mr. Gi Mingzhou, the chairman of the Hai Hui Group, and this Hai Hui Hotel is his property. I'm running a private errand. Why did I even startle the owner of another hotel? Don't be so high profile in your future errands. The white collar was displeased, but in front of outsiders it was not good to reprimand Zhu Tianhua bluntly, and said a few words about him in an ungentlemanly manner. Zhu Tianhua hurriedly explained, Mr. Bai, Mr. Giwai is our company's partner. He heard that Mr. Bai came to Tianhai, insisted on wanting to see you and waited here in advance. I refused, but he wouldn't listen. While speaking, Yushu Tianhua gave Gui Mingzhou a wink. Gui Mingzhou panicked and cooperated. Mr. Bai, I heard that your coming Hai Hui Hotel is very bright, and had prepared a grand welcome ceremony, but Mr. Yushu repeatedly explained that we have to do things in a low-key manner, and don't see any outsiders, so I just cancelled the ceremony, and came over to meet with you by myself. Bai Ling let out a hachem, ignoring Gui Mingzhou's outstretched hand, and said, well, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Gui Mingzhou retracted his hand, not feeling the slightest bit embarrassed, and said, no hard work, no hard work. Bai Ling asked, where is room 507? At these words, Gui Mingzhou immediately froze. 507 is exactly the room where Jiang Yan is located. He suddenly thought, but Jiang Yan said he was waiting for a friend. Could this friend be? As soon as Gui Mingzhou thought of this, he looked at Bai Ling, and his back instantly broke out in cold sweat, soaking through his clothes. He warily said, there are guests in room 507, Mr. Bai changed the room. As soon as the words fell, before Bai Ling could say anything, Yushu Tianhua's slightly angry voice had already sounded. Mr. Gui, since Mr. Bai wants to go to this room, just invite 507's guests to another room. What's the point of hesitating about this? Is there anyone more honored than Mr. Bai? Bai Ling lifted her hand to interrupt Yushu Tianhua and said, I came over to look for a friend of mine. He said he's in that room. Have someone led me over as your friend, Mr. Jiangyan. Gui Mingzhou still had a trace of luck in his heart. Bai Ling nodded. Gui Mingzhou's eyes went black and he almost fainted. His body swayed 3 times before he could barely stabilize himself, his face hard to see. Zhu Tianhua took in Gui Mingzhou's demeanor. He didn't know the inside story. He felt that Gui Mingzhou was clearly dragging his feet. He couldn't help but sulk. Mr. Gui, what's going on, Mr. Bai has said it all. Why don't you hurry up and lead the way? Good. General Manager Bai, General Manager Bai, General Manager Su, please follow me. Gui Mingzhou led the way first with a bitter face. His heart regretted to the core. How could he not imagine how a mediocre counselor could be a friend of the successor of Life Pilot Group? What makes him regret to the extreme is that he has a pair of dog's eyes, can't recognize people, but just now also offended people to death. The most outrageous is that, but also in front of people's face blabbering about what to let the Life Navigation Group to build bridges, messing up people's work bowl. Gui Mingzhou's heart was dripping blood. He seriously doubted that after a while his job would be screwed. Coming to room 507, Gui Mingzhou gently pushed open the door and said to Jiang Yan with a smile on his face, Mr. Jiang, your friend Mr. Bai is here to see you. Mr. Bai led Zhu Tianhua and his group of people into the room in a row. Jiang Yan smiled and greeted Bai Ling. You're back. Bai Ling's face, which had not had much expression all along, was like the first melting of spring snow the moment she saw Jiang Yan again. And she did not hide her inner joy at all, saying, I'm back. Gui Yanyi couldn't help but stay for a moment when he saw Bai Ling's stunning face, hurriedly retracting his gaze to look at his father, only to see his father's face pale and drenched in cold sweat. He couldn't help but be surprised. Gui Mingzhou, mixed with the business world for many years, has long been honed into a fine, see Bai Ling before and after the change in attitude, immediately guessed that Bai Ling and Jiang Yan is definitely not an ordinary friend. So simple, but also the heart of the heart is lost as if dead, and cannot wait to give himself a few bricks. Jiang Yan said, before coming back, how not to tell in advance to say a word. This is not to give you a surprise. Bai Ling, in front of the crowd, did not avoid the acquaintance with Jiang Yan at all. Besides, if I tell you in advance, will you go to pick me up? Jiang Yan bristled. You have so many people to pick up, and I'm not the only one. The day is quite hot. Why do I have to come together this hilarious? Bai Ling rolled her eyes and changed the topic. Didn't you say that some parents invited you for dinner? How come it's just the two of you? She turned her head to look at Gui Yanyi and said, this should be your student, right? Where are the parents? Jiang Yan and Gui Yanyi simultaneously threw their eyes towards Gui Mingzhou, who stiffly took 2 steps forward and smiled apologetically. Mr. Bai, I'm the parent. My child, Gui Yanyi, is Mr. Jiang's student. And I'm specially inviting Mr. Jiang to have a meal today for the first time since they met. Bai Ling revealed a smile to Gui Mingzhou and said, then your child is very good, It's not an easy thing to get into Tianhai University, and it's also very fortunate to have met a teacher like Mr. Jiang. He's sure to become a pillar of excellence. At this moment, the more polite Bai Ling was, the more Giwi Mingzhou's heart was shocked and scared, because he knew that Bai Ling's politeness all originated from Jiang Yan, and when she knew about Jiang Yan being threatened, the angrier she would get, and the worse it would be for him. His cold sweat fell drop by drop, his body was like a water wash. It's all smoke from the ancestors' graves. Smoke from the ancestors' graves. Jiang Yan laughed coldly, playing with the flavor. Mr. Gui, your body and bones are a little bit weak. The house is so cold, how come you are still sweating coldly? Upon hearing this, everyone noticed Gui Mingzhou's abnormality. They all cast their eyes on him. Gui Mingzhou mumbled, I'm so excited to see Mr. Bai. I can't control it. Bai Ling didn't believe this kind of nonsense, and looked at Jiang Yan doubtfully. Jiang Yan sneered and said, General Manager Gui, just now you said that you would let the Life Pilot Group build a bridge from it to get Tianhai University to expel me, and now that the Life Pilot Group's people are here, how come you don't mention this anymore? Bai Ling's brows furrowed as she huffed, there is such a thing. Hearing Bai Ling's questioning, Gui Mingzhou's legs and feet went weak, almost unable to stand. Holding on to the back of the chair beside him before he barely managed not to collapse, his voice was like a gnat. That was a joke? A joke. Shu Tianhua. Bai Ling let out a clear ja. Shu Tianhua's expression stiffened, and he walked stiffly to Bai Ling, saying, General Manager Bai, this is the collaborator you found? Doing things under the banner of the Life Pilot Group, who gave you the authority? Gloom clouded over Bai Ling's pretty face. Shu Tianhua didn't dare to utter a single breath. Hating Gui Mingzhou in his heart, he said fearfully, General Manager Bai, forgive me. It's because I didn't choose the right person. From now on, Tianhai branch stops all business dealings with Hai Hui Group. Gui Mingzhou finally couldn't stand any longer and collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. After Gui Mingzhou was punished, Jiang Yan did not continue to stay longer and walked out of the room with Bai Ling. On the way out of the room, Bai Ling made an invitation to him to have dinner together in the evening. He didn't reject it, and the two of them discussed and decided to go back to the neighborhood of the school and go to the big stall that they often went to during school. After Bai Ling and Jiang Yan got into the car and left, Yu Su Tianhua got into another car and prepared to leave. The car just started. He suddenly heard someone frantically tapping on the car window, turned his head to see. It was Gui Mingzhou. Yu Su Tianhua pushed down the window and said indifferently, Do you still have something to do? Gui Mingzhou said miserably, Mister. You have to save me. How can I save you? Hearing this, Yu Su Tianhua was furious. Bai always patrols Tianhai on behalf of the headquarters. I'm afraid of making a mistake in this period of time, but you're good, you've sent me to the door, and even dragged me along with you to be lectured. I'm still helping you. It's not bad if I don't chop you up. Su Tianhua, a long time in a high position, gas kung fu is not bad, although also often angry, but almost never swearing. He this flurry of fire to the driver are scared enough to choke. The car door couldn't be pulled open. Gui Mingzhou didn't care about image and drilled into the car window, almost crying out, Mr. Zhu, you have to help me. I didn't know that he, a tiny teacher, would actually be a friend of Mr. Friend? HMP Shu Tianhua single-handedly organized the matter of stirring up Jiang Yan to find a job. He knew everything about Bai Ling's mind. Jiang Yan could be more than just her friend. Of course, it was impossible to tell these words to Gui Mingzhou, and immediately said, You offended Mr. Jiang Yan. It's impossible for Bai to forgive you lightly. There's no need to bring up the matter of helping. I don't have the ability to do so. No room for maneuver at all. Gui Mingzhou was undeterred. No, Mr. Yi Shu, Hai Hui Group still has 10 of your shares. You can't just stand by and watch Hai Hui Group fall. Gui Mingzhou grabbed the last straw, trying to make Shu Tianshang change his mind. Even if you give me 10%, there's nothing I can do. Shu Tianhua gritted his teeth and pushed Gui Mingzhou away from the car window. Drive the car quickly drove away. What? Gui Mingzhou despairingly looked at the car disappearing from sight and sat paralyzed in front of the hotel without regard to his image until Gui Yanyi rushed to help him up. Gui Yanyi silently helped Gui Mingzhou back to his room. Father and son sat speechless. After a long time, Gui Mingzhou said in an astringent voice, Yanyi, this teacher of yours, what exactly is his origin? Gui Yanyi hesitated for a moment and said the whole story of his encounter with Jiang Yan, and also told Gui Mingzhou as much as he knew about Jiang Yan. After Gui Mingzhou finished listening, like a gambler who lost everything, he laughed to himself. So you just stopped me from hurting your classmate to protect me. Teacher Jiang has that ability. Watching his father, who was always confident and proud, turn into this kind of appearance, Gui Yanyi had a feeling of heart mourning and wanting to cry, but he didn't blame Jiang Yan. Everything was his father's own fault. Jiang Yan not only didn't do anything wrong, but also rushed to rescue him at the first time after he learned that he had been kidnapped. No matter what, he kept this favor in his heart. Our business depends on life navigation. They do not cooperate with us, we only bankruptcy. Gui Yanyi grew up with no worries about food and clothing. He never understood or cared about business. Until Gui Mingzhou said this, he realized what kind of predicament the family was facing right now, and also understood his father's performance just now, and couldn't help but ask anxiously, What should we do then? Zhu Tianhua definitely can't be counted on as things stood. Gui Mingzhou could only force himself to calm down, analyzing bit by bit. We don't know the new general manager so it's impossible to get in touch with him, right? And the only breakthrough point is Jiang Yan, but said Gui Yanyi, wanting to speak. I know, I've already offended Jiang Yan severely, but the good thing is that he didn't really do anything that he can't forgive, so there's still a chance for D10T. Gui Yanyi nodded. Dad, what do you need me to do? You need to feel out Jiang Yan's preferences and throw yourself at them. Gui Yanyi nodded with a bitter face. His heart was in a state of difficulty. He knew Jiang Yan did not seek fame and fortune, except for wanting to cultivate his students into talents. He did not see any other preferences. While anxious, he suddenly remembered that when he was talking about Jiang Yan with his classmates, he had heard Xu Bingxi mention that Jiang Yan seemed to be very concerned about public welfare, and had been trying to find ways to help public welfare activities. He hurriedly said, Dad, I heard from my classmates before that Jiang teacher has been secretly concerned about the public welfare, and is thinking of ways to raise funds to help the public welfare. Gui Mingzhou's eyes lit up. Really? Gui Yanyi recalled that Xu Bingxi had indeed said that, and nodded with certainty. Gui Mingzhou was overjoyed, excitedly slapping heavily on the table, with the excitement of a hijacked life, said, Good then, let's put in money to set up a public welfare fund to help him with his public welfare activities, no matter how much money is involved. Yanyi, your next task is very crucial. You have to strengthen your contact with Mr. Jiang, try to find out his intention of public welfare, and introduce our plan of investing in the establishment of a public welfare fund to him at the right time. Remember, no matter how much money is available. Gui Yanyi nodded heavily and said, Don't worry, Dad, I promised to complete the task. Sitting in the car back to school, Jiang Yan was uncomfortable. In addition to the driver in the car, there were not only him and Bai Ling, but also Bai Ling's secretary and assistant. He sat in the back row, and the female secretary named Lu Mingxi sat in the passenger side, peeking back to look at him from time to time, showing a smile like a big bad wolf seeing a lamb, giving him a creepy feeling. Not only Jiang Yan, Bai Ling was also very unhappy with Lu Mingxi's behavior, and finally when she poked her head in once, she harmonized, Lu Mingxi, pay attention to safety, don't move around all the time. Lu Mingxi bulged her mouth, I want to sit in the back row. You don't let me sit, even if it's okay, I can't even look back. What's there to see? Sit still. Lu Mingxi and Xiao are named Bai Ling's secretary and assistant, but in reality the three basically grew up together, and are superior and subordinate in public affairs. And Bai Ling doesn't have much deterrent power in private. Lu Mingxi spat out her tongue without a care in the world and said with a smile, It's not that Mr. Jiang is here. It does look good. Nymphomaniac Xiao disdainfully rolled her eyes. Lu Mingxi glared at Xiao and said relentlessly, If you're not a nymphomaniac, when I asked you to sit next to Mr. Jiang just now, why did you take such quick steps, as if you were afraid of being snatched away? Xiao snorted coldly, and turned her head to look out the window. Lu Mingxi no longer pays attention to Xiao smilingly extends her cell phone towards Jiang Yan. Teacher Jiang. At a Weibo, it wasn't even close to dusk when they arrived at the school, and it was still early for dinner time. Lu Mingxi proposed. Mr. Jiang, anyway, we're not hungry yet. Why don't you lead us around the school? It's my first time coming to Tianhai University. It's my first time too. Xiao concurred with Lu Mingxi's proposal succinctly. What's there to stroll around the school? Jiang Yan laughed bitterly. He strolled around the school every day, and had long familiarized himself with every blade of grass and tree. He really couldn't get excited about this proposal. Universities all over the world seem to have different styles, but in fact, They are all pretty much the same, nothing more than buildings, grass, trees and students. Lu Mingxi bristles. According to this statement of yours, there is still no difference between the people and the people, they are all 70 more water. She said with great interest. Why don't you take us to the garden where you were strolling with your scandalous girlfriend in the video? I think the scenery there is quite good. He Jiangyan immediately shook his head. The last time he led Lu Jian to stroll around was taken video sent to the internet caused a lot of commotion. This time he led the three, in case it was sent online, the commotion can be even greater. He said, you guys are traveling, or rest and rest is good. Back to my office, rest there, eat. Later go to dinner together as a graduate of Tianhai University. Bai Ling is also familiar with the 100 Grass Garden, naturally she has no desire to go there to stroll around. Jiang Yan's proposal is just right to say into her heart, but she has always wanted to take a look at Jiang Yan's office environment. She immediately agreed, then go to your office. After all, Bai Ling is the leader of Lu Mingxi and Xiao, and she is slightly older than them. She is the absolute core of the three people. Once she made the decision, both of them didn't put forward any other opinions, and nodded their heads in agreement. Jiang Yan led the three to the Academy of Biological Sciences, just climbed the floor where his office is located. Jiang Yan saw a quiet girl sitting outside the office door, holding a book in the sight of no one reading. Jiang Yan was stunned. Shi Yan Lvzn raised her head, and showed a faint smile to Jiang Yan. You're back. Her eyes swept over Bai Ling's three girls and questioned, are they your students? Lvcn didn't know Bai Ling, and the girls. But they were not strangers to Lvcn. They had all seen the photos of this Jiang Yan's scandalous girlfriend on the internet. Bai Ling moved closer to Jiang Yan's side, and said indifferently, I am Jiang Yan's classmate. Oh. Lvcn's expression was without any fluctuation, and said to Jiang Yan, after you left in the morning, I had no place to go, and then after thinking about it, I thought that you would surely return to the office after you were busy. So I came here to wait for you. Jiang Yan was shocked and asked, you've been sitting here all afternoon. There is another noon. Lu Xian said. You didn't eat at noon. Lu Xian nodded and said, I'm not hungry. As she spoke, a loud gurgle came out from her stomach, causing 2 red clouds to appear on her cheeks, and she said in embarrassment, I didn't control it. Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel guilty and said, let's go eat later, and tomorrow morning I'll accompany you to go shopping to buy clothes. Bai Ling glared at Lvcn, but not hiding the hostility in her eyes, and asked Jiang Yan, is she really not your girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense. It's not a matter of 8 rods. Jiang Yan waved his hand and said, none of them are outsiders, let me introduce them to you. He pointed at Lvcn and said to Bai Ling, this is tutor Zheng Shilu's niece, called Lvzn, now studying under the tutor's hand for Bo 1. After saying that, he introduced Bai Ling to Lu Xiyan and said, Xiyan, this is Bai Ling, also a student of the tutor, currently working well, but hello. Lu Xiyan greeted Bai Ling in a cool tone. Lvzn heard Jing Shixiang mention Bai Ling. According to her, Bai Ling has been secretly in love with Jiang Yan for many years. Not only does she come from a deep family background, but she also has a good face and talent. So she and Jiang Yan are like a man and a woman. Only don't know why, Jiang Yan seems to have no intention to fall in love with Bai Ling. If not, she wants to fall in love with Jiang Yan, but really can't grab Bai Ling. Bai Ling nodded slightly and said coldly hello. Jiang Yan's eyes wandered back and forth between Bai Ling and Lu Xiyan a few times. Inexplicably he felt that there seemed to be some disharmonious atmosphere between the two. But he didn't think much about it, after all. It's normal for pretty girls to reject each other. Do you guys have anything you want to eat? Whatever. The 4 women almost spoke in unison. Jiang Yan said, let's eat fried vegetables. Then Bai Ling shook her head. There aren't any good dish restaurants near the school. Jiang Yan thought about it, and changed his mind. Let's eat hot pot. Then Lu Mingxi said, summer is so hot, eat hot pot to get a lot of sweat. Change it. Jiang Yan thought it was reasonable, and proposed, how about a barbecue? Xiao said with slight embarrassment. I recently had mouth ulcers. Barbecue is too dry since she was not feeling well. She definitely had to be taken care of. Jiang Yan once again changed his mind and said, why don't we go eat seafood? Lvzn lowered her eyebrows and said, I have a shallow appetite, I can't stand anything too fishy. Jiang Yan was helpless and asked, then what do you guys say to eat anything? The 4 people still spoke in unison. Jiang Yan was speechless for a moment. So your random is random, which is inconvenient, and whatever is the meaning of whatever is not okay. In his mind, He thought about the food near the school once, and none of them could satisfy the requirements of the four of them at the same time. Hesitation half a day, Jiang Yan bit the bullet, leading them to a random ramen restaurant, $8 a bowl, unlimited refills, tube full. On weekends, but also coincided with the mealtime. Ramen restaurant is overcrowded. Jiang Yan led them to wait for more than 20 minutes to line up an empty table. Jiang Yan and LV Jian is okay. Bai Ling 3 people's clothes and dress are slightly professional style, and the body of expensive jewelry many, and the smoky ramen restaurant is out of place. A room full of people attracted side-eye. After the 4 women were seated, no one spoke, even Lu Mingji, who had been chattering on the road without stopping, did not say a word, as if her mouth had been sewn shut. The silence of the entire table contrasted sharply with the bustling atmosphere of the restaurant, making the people eating next to them think. That's Mr. Jiang Yan from the Academy of Biological Sciences, right? The one sitting next to him is the rumored girlfriend from the online video. Looks like, where are the other 3? Look at the atmosphere at their table is very awkward. It can't be jealousy, right? That's hard to say. Speaking of which, the 4 of them are really prettier than one another. Mr. Jiang really has a good eye. If you were given the choice, which one would you choose? Hee. Children only make choices. I want all of them. Jiang Yan listened to the whispering in his ears, but could not help but be more speechless. This meal is really tortured. A simple meal, in the delicate situation of the 5 people, relative speechless, quickly ended. Jiang Yan thankful that this embarrassment did not last too long, but also slightly feel some regret. No one to renew the noodles, too wasteful. Coming out from the noodle shop, Jiang Yan asked LV Xian, "Have you eaten well?" LV Xian nodded. "I'm full." Jiang Yan clearly asked if she had eaten well. She answered artfully, "Full, that means bad." Jiang Yan did not move to measure the expressions of the other 3 women. All of them were not too pleasant. Obviously they did not eat well. "This makes Jiang Yan's heart feel a lot better," secretly said the, "Who let you pick and choose, fart things too much people, should use the simplest way of hospitality." Lu Mingxi was dissatisfied. "Mr. Jiang, why don't you ask us?" "Oh," Jiang Yan asked Bai Ling. "Bai Ling, have you eaten well?" Bai Ling smiled. "Eaten well, haven't eaten the food near the school for some days, still familiar flavor." Several people walked side by side towards the school. Lu Mingxi and Jiang Yan were separated by Bai Ling and Xiao Xiao. She poked her head forward and said to Jiang Yan, "What about me? Why don't you care about me?" Jiang Yan turned his head and asked Xiao Xiao, "Have you eaten well?" Xiao Xiao did not expect Jiang Yan to ask you about himself. His icy face froze for a moment and said immediately after, "Quite well." Lu Mingxi, who suffered from neglect, jumped up and down in anger, and huffed, "Teacher Jiang, you are also too generous. Why do they all have care, but I don't?" Fang just eat. She did not say a word, even if, full bowl of ramen. A chopsticks did not move. Jiang Yan do not go to touch her nails, faintly said. "You should not be hungry. Ask or not ask the same." Lu Mingxi grunted and said, "I don't care how they ate anyway. I didn't eat well, Mr. Jiang, you have to treat me well again." She smiled sweetly and said unapologetically, "Anyway, a few of them ate well. It doesn't matter if they ate or not, you save some money, just invite myself." Before Jiang Yan could say anything, Xiao Xiao expressed her disdain first. Bai Ling's face was like frost and said, "Mingxi, what nonsense." Lu Mingxi smiled cheekily and said, "Teacher Jiang, it's okay if I invite you." Jiang Yan was speechless, not picking up her words, said, "Bai Ling, where are you staying? It's getting late, it's time to go back and rest." Bai Ling said, "Yushu Tianhua has arranged a hotel. I will send you the location when I arrive later. You can go find me anytime." Lu Mingxi interjected, "Teacher Jiang, it's a big night, won't you send us? We are 3 big beauties like flowers, but it's not too safe." As soon as the words fell, Bai Ling also looked at Jiang Yan with anticipation. "You have a driver, what can be unsafe?" Jiang Yan bristled. After he finished speaking, he felt that someone was pulling the corner of his coat, and subconsciously turned back to see LV Xian's pitiful eyes. "I'll go home by myself, I'm a bit scared." Jiang Yan put Lu Xiyan most of the day pigeon, let her alone in front of the office sitting in the afternoon. The heart has a guilty conscience, considering that indeed it is dark, the girl alone is not safe. Immediately agreed. "Later I will send you home." Bai Ling's face changed dramatically, but the corner of her mouth twitched slightly as she coldly said, Xiao, call the driver over. Let's go back to the hotel." The special car that Zhu Tianhua arranged for Bai Ling quickly drove in front of several people. Bai Ling led Liu Mingxi and Jiao Xiaoxiao to get on the car. What? And drove away from Tianhai University without saying hello. Only Liu Mingxi raised her eyebrows towards Jiang Yan through the car window. Jiang Yan didn't understand why Bai Ling was suddenly so resentful, but women's minds are hard to guess. He didn't put it on his mind and said to Lu Zian, "Where do you park your car? I'll send you home downstairs in your office building." On the way to the Academy of Biomedical Sciences, LV Xian's voice without too many ripples had a softness in it, as she said, "Classmate Bai Ling doesn't seem to like me very much. That's because you two are not familiar with each other." Bai Ling is quite nice. Jiang Yan was unconcerned, and said. LV Xian let out a hinchim, and said, "I think she likes you. I think she likes you. Think too much. We are just good classmates." Jiang Yan had heard some people say this kind of words, but he never took it to heart. He would not allow anyone to insult the pure friendship between him and Bai Ling. LV Xian frowned a little and then relaxed, nodded her head and didn't continue to speak. On the way back to the hotel, Bai Ling and the three of them didn't say a word, as if they were strangers to each other. As soon as they got out of the car, Bai Ling lowered her voice and said, after recognizing the room later room, "Come to my house to talk briefly." Xiao Xiao and Lu Mingxi both nodded their heads gravely in response, and Lu Mingxi, who had a jumpy nature, could not see the slightest excess expression on his face. Zhu Tianhua had already arranged the hotel room. As soon as the three of them entered the lobby, someone rushed to welcome them and lead them to their room. Their room was on the top floor of the hotel. There were only 5 suites on the entire floor. Bai Ling's bodyguards lived in the first and last 2 rooms. They lived in the middle 3 rooms, and next to them there was a large conference room with complete facilities. Under the guidance and introduction of the service staff, Bai Ling visited all the 5 suites in the conference room and was relatively satisfied with Yushu Tianyua's arrangement and did not make any comments. After sending the service staff away, Bai Ling's 2 bodyguards, Peng Donglai and Yu Donghai, followed Bai Ling into her room. Bai Ling winked at Peng Donglai and Yu Donghai, and they acted quickly, one pulling out a signal searching machine from her suitcase, and the other checking every corner of the room and suspicious locations where monitoring and listening devices might be installed. After nearly an hour or so of busy work, Peng Donglai said, "General Manager Bai, there is no suspicious equipment in the room, so it can be used without worry." Bai Ling nodded her head and said, "You two check all 4 of your rooms as well. In addition, the conference room should also be scrutinized." "Okay, General Manager Bai, we'll go now." After Peng Donglai and Yu Donghai went out, Bai Ling sat down on the sofa and asked, "How do you two feel today?" Lu Mingxi's face was devoid of the usual playfulness, and said with a straight face, "I didn't have much contact with Yushu Tianhua today, and I have a pretty good outlook on him, and I'm respectful to General Manager Bai, and I have a very good sense of being in a position of authority. It's just that." Lu Mingxi hesitated and said, "Isn't he too respectful? Like Gui Wingzhou's matter, he could have investigated it before making a decision, but for him to curry favor with General Manager Bai like this always makes me feel a little strange." Bai Ling looked at Xiao Xiao, who said, "I also have this feeling, Yushu Tianhua, as the head of the branch, shouldn't be so lowly and too cautious." Bai Ling nodded and said, "That's why I think that things might not go too smoothly on our trip here. You two should be somewhat mentally prepared. Zhu Tianhua has been operating in Tianhai for many years, and I'm afraid that if you want to unload his power, only the group's order is far from enough." Bai Ling silently closed her eyes, her mind replaying what happened today, and said, "The meaning of the board of directors is clear to all of you. It's not adjusting Zhu Tianhua's position, but rather, letting him completely step back to the second line. And with his character, he definitely won't be willing to do so." Bai Ling's sight swept over Lu Mingxi and Xiao Xiao, reminding, "During these years in Tianhai, Yushu Tianhua and I were not exactly close, but we had quite a few encounters, and I can clearly remind you that Zhu Tianhua is a very capable and ambitious person, and is very decisive in his work. And you two should definitely not act arbitrarily before completely resolving the issue of Zhu Tianhua." Lu Mingxi's face was shocked as he said, "Mr. Bai, what you mean is that he could potentially lay his hands on us." "He won't until he has to, but he's afraid that the dog will jump over the wall." Bai Ling said, "After I came here today, I haven't been giving him a good face, just to test him. But his city is too deep." He acted seamlessly. "So it's obvious that the city is deep. The more this happens, the more careful we have to be." Xiao Xiao asked, "Then how are we going to arrange for tomorrow?" As Bai Ling's personal assistant and secretary, Xiao Xiao and Lu Mingxi were both equally inseparable from Bai Ling, but each had their own duties, roughly speaking. It was the assistant who was the main exterior, and the secretary who was the main interior. When she first arrived, Bai Ling definitely had to have a meeting with the leadership of Tianhai branch, and all the specific matters had to be docked and arranged by Xiao Xiao. The decision letter from the board of directors hasn't come down yet. We are still exercising the authority of the patrol in the name of the headquarters. Everything will be done according to the usual practice. The specific process will be fine if you discuss and decide with Zhu Tianhua. Okay. General Manager Bai Mingxi, you go and ask Zhu Tianhua for a file tomorrow. I need the personnel files of all the mid-level and above employees of Tianhai branch. All of them should be sent to the conference room next to me. Lu Mingxi responded, I'll contact Zhu Tianhua later and have him prepare it tomorrow morning also. Tell him to start preparing the financial vouchers for the expenditure projects above 1 million since 3 years, whether they are executed or in the process of being executed. At the latest the morning after tomorrow, all of them will be organized and perfected and sent to the conference room. Lu Mingxi seriously and earnestly wrote down Bai Ling's words on his cell phone memo. After arranging and deploying the work for the next 2 days, Bai Ling thought about what she hadn't forgotten and asked the two of them, Is there anything that needs to be added? Xiao Xiao said, General Manager Bai, when will the subsequent dispatch of managers from headquarters arrive? It should be very soon, but we can't wait for them. This time to come to Tianhai, it is both my initiative to apply, but also the board of directors' test for me. Since it's a test, the resources won't be too much. We can't put our hopes on others, everything can only rely on ourselves. Lu Mingxi asked, Mr. Bai, besides the 5 of us, does the group have any hidden resources planted in Tianhai? Or rather, do we have any other helpers? Bai Ling shook her head. The only ones I can trust, besides you two, are Donglai and Donghai. After saying that, she looked dazed and said, There's also Jiang Yan. If there's a need, you can contact him at any time, and he definitely won't stand by when there's trouble. Xiao Xiao and Lu Mingxi glanced at each other. Xiao Xiao quickly twisted her head, and Lu Mingxi resumed her old ways and said with a smile, Mr. Bai, you mean I can contact Jiang Yan at any time? Bai Ling glanced at her in a bad mood. Talking about business. Lu Mingxi spat out her tongue and immediately resumed sitting upright, looking as if she was listening to the teachings. Xiao Xiao frowned. General Manager Bai, I know that you and Jiang Yan have a good relationship, but what specifically can Jiang Yan do to help, or in case something does happen, to what extent can we trust him? Bai Ling didn't hesitate. Everything about me, as long as it's needed, can be told to Jiang Yan, and you guys can also trust Jiang Yan unconditionally. Xiao Xiao asked tentatively, after today's incident, you Zhu Tianhua must know that Jiang Yan is very important to you. Will he make the first move and buy Jiang Yan in advance? Lu Mingxi also looked at Bai Ling without worry. She also had this concern. Bai Ling immediately shook her head and said with certainty, Jiang Yan could never be such a person. I trust him more than myself. Joke. If Jiang Yan could be bribed, she wouldn't have to wade through this mess. She would have already been living a sweet life with him, not caring about the grand plan of developing the family industry. Even if there is a family responsibility that cannot be escaped, it is also Jiang Yan, the white family son-in-law, to bear. Also do not need her to boil heart in effort. Unfortunately, these are just fantasies. Jiang Yan is not that kind of person after all. Although Xiao Xiao and Lu Mingxi were not sure why Bai Ling had so much confidence in Jiang Yan, they were willing to trust Bai Ling's judgment since they had already spoken. After the discussion was over, Bai Ling, considering the day's labor and the various things to be dealt with tomorrow, sent Xiao Xiao, Xiao and Lu Mingxi to their respective rooms early to rest. Lying on the bed, Bai Ling again from the phone to turn out her and Jiang Yan's photo, looking at the two people wearing master's degree clothing, master's caps brim a high and low tightly hitched together, as usual cannot help but show a smile. But she then thought of Jiang Yan sending Lu Xiyan home instead of herself, and although she could understand it, she still couldn't stop a burst of annoyance and gamely slammed her cell phone on the bed. She closed her eyes, her mind couldn't stop wandering around Jiang Yan's figure, she couldn't sleep. Suddenly she remembered that she hadn't sent Jiang Yan the location of the hotel. She hurriedly sat up again, and took back her cell phone. Sending the location of the hotel to Jiang Yan, and sending him a cute goodnight emoticon, Bai Ling closed her eyes again, and fell asleep. When Jiang Yan received the location and goodnight message from Bai Ling, he had just sent Lu Xiyan home. He smiled slightly and didn't reply, so as not to wake her up with the alert sound. After saying goodbye to Zheng Xiu and Lu Xiyan, Walking alone on the way out of the professor's apartment, Jiang Yan heard another message from WeChat. He casually scanned it. It was from Lu Yu Mingzi. Busy? Mr. Jiang. Can't you just say what you want to say? In busy, what are you doing? And other such messages. All do not return. Jiang Yan just as did not see. But Lu Mingxi is just polite, not really care about Jiang Yan busy or not, followed by another. I have the intention to study for a doctorate in Tianhai University, trying to find a better tutor, trouble you help. Jiang Yan, what do you need me to do? Liu Mingxi, I want to understand the academic atmosphere of Tianhai University, may often go to Tianhai University, want you to accompany me to familiarize with familiar. Jiang Yan, I'm busy at work, I don't have time. Lu Mingxi, it's okay, I'll wait for you to get off work. Jiang Yan is somewhat speechless. He does not believe in Lu Mingxi's ghost of the doctoral exam, Hall Life Pilot Group Director of the Secretary, not more than the doctoral incense much. I really agree with her to come over every now and then, he will never have a peaceful day. Jiang Yan, no, I work a lot of overtime, I have no time. Lu Mingxi, Mr. Jiang, don't be so insensitive. Jiang Yan, oh, Bath went to go by. Is ready to exit from Lu Mingxi's chat window. The screen interface prompts someone to send a message. Jiang Yan clicked open to see. Is Xiao Xiao Mr. Jiang, I want to learn about the examination, cannot trouble you to help? Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan suddenly worried about Bai Ling's future career. Xiao Xiao and Lu Mingxi are her most capable assistants, but even such a simple thing as striking up a conversation is done so unoriginally, and the work can provide what good ideas and good thoughts. Jiang Yan's intention was to reply directly to a sleep, but on second thought, it does not matter if Lu Mingxi is indifferent. After all, her character is more enthusiastic and proactive. A little frustration does not matter. But Xiao Xiao does not like to talk, more cold. This kind of people are relatively fragile a little bit. It is not good too cold. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and replied yes, but I'm already resting, let's talk about it later when we have a chance to meet. Almost immediately after sending it, he got Xiao Xiao's reply, okay Mr. Jiang, you rest first, good night. Jiang Yan came out from the professor's apartment and crossed the old campus to go out and take a taxi back to the new campus. When he walked to the school's entrance, he saw a familiar figure walking on his face. Ya Yao. Why are you back to school so late? Jiang Yan greeted Li Yayao suspiciously. Li Yayao was also surprised and asked, Brother Yan, why are you at the old campus? I came over to visit my mentor before I was ready to go back. Jiang Yan said, what are you doing here? Li Yayao had a helpless expression and said, what can I do? Didn't I teach the students to you? Training the chorus? Jiang Yan asked strangely, today is not the weekend, why are you still training? Please, you also care more about caring about the students' chorus, can't you? Tomorrow morning will be military training. This afternoon the local students are returning to school. I explained last Thursday night that they have to train tonight. You actually don't even know. Li Yayao looked disgusted. Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel ashamed. Since handing over the matter of the grand chorus to Li Yayao, he completely became a handful, not to mention caring about it. He didn't even ask about this matter again. He heatedly laughed dryly and said, I'm relieved to have you here. What else do I care about so much? Don't fool me with nice words. It's useless. Jiang Yan pulled away from the topic and said, even if it's a chorus training, you don't need to be so late, look at what time it is. The stars are few and far between, it's already late at night. According to the normal end time of the chorus training, Li Yayao simply can't come back so late. Li Yayao laughed. When I was training these days, I found a good seedling in the company of biology class 2. I heard that she is also a student of yours, so I've been teaching the basics of her singing at the end of the training. Maybe she can emerge in the campus singers amateur group competition and compete for your glory. There's still this kind of talent. Jiang Yan was surprised that a good seedling of music could still emerge from a science student, and asked, what's her name? Wang Minyu. It's actually her. Jiang Yan was stunned, and muttered out. Li Yayao asked curiously, what's wrong with her? Nothing. Just quite famous in the class, that's for sure, with a good voice and good looks. This is only freshman year. Maybe she'll be a popular figure in the future too. Li Yayao teased. You'll have to work hard as a counselor, then it's quite laborious. Now Jiang Yan remembered his work these days. Most of his energy was spent on Giwi Yani and Tufei, and in the end, all the things between them were triggered by Wang Minyu. Li Yayao didn't understand Jiang Yan's meaning and followed his words, and asked, is Wang Minyu hard to manage? In the past few days that I taught her, I think this little girl is not bad. That's not true. Jiang Yan shook his head and said helplessly, It's just that the red face is a scourge. There are boys who are in trouble because of her, causing me a lot of trouble. Li Yayao revealed a teasing smile and said, "How normal is this, Brother Yan? Weren't you also the scourge of the red face back then? Several senior sisters got into trouble because of you." Jiang Yan almost choked on his saliva and coughed several times, which is not true. Don't spread rumors and don't believe them. Li Yayao smiled. I saw it with my own eyes before. You can still deny it. Jiang Yan's face turned red and hurriedly changed the topic. When will the campus singers competition be held? The audition competition for the amateur group will start at the end of the military training, and the finals at that time will be used as a part of the opening ceremony of the games, Li Yayao said. The professional group's competition will be held during the games, and the final will be held on the same stage as the closing ceremony performance. That's okay. She still has more than a week of study time, so she might really have a chance. Jiang Yan casually said. His heart didn't hold too much hope. It wasn't that he didn't think highly of Wang Minyu, simply because he wasn't interested in this matter. Li Yayao blinked a pair of beautiful eyes, her sight fixed on Jiang Yan's face, and said, Brother Yan, don't forget what you promised me. HM? What did I promise you? The dark night could not hide the confusion that filled Jiang Yan's face. You said that you would accompany me when I participate in the campus singer competition. Li Yayao gritted her teeth and reminded Jiang Yan word by word. Jiang Yan suddenly remembered that when Li Yayao agreed to be his student's vocal teacher, she seemed to have promised this. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. If you're not worried about me going up there and embarrassing you, I don't have a problem with it. Li Yayao revealed a winning smile. You just need to go up on stage. I'm happy to embarrass you. She recalled the centennial ceremony 5 years ago. When she had just enrolled in school, she was an ordinary literature and art department officer of the school's student union, while Jiang Yan was the president of the student union at that time, single-handedly participating in the entire performance activities of the entire school ceremony. Tianhai University's centennial celebration, naturally, is the most magnificent, not only of students' and teachers' performances, but also invited to many stars to perform to celebrate. At that time, one of the programs was a solo performance by a pianist from the Piano Association, and in order to accompany this program, the arts department of the school student union and the student union of the College of Fine Arts choreographed a large-scale dance, which took more than a month from the choreography to the dress rehearsal. However, at the last rehearsal the day before the performance, the pianist had a car accident on his way to the school. Although he was not seriously injured, he happened to hurt his finger and could not play the piano again for a short period of time. It was too late to change the program because it was a large program with a long performance time, and it would have a great impact on the time of the whole performance if it was removed directly. When the school leaders were at a loss, Jiang Yan stepped forward and volunteered to perform in place of the pianist. Although Jiang Yan was involved in the planning and arrangement of the program, he was only responsible for the logistics and had never participated in any part of the performance, not to mention the most crucial piano solo, and no one believed that he would be able to complete the performance. However, in the absence of a better solution, the school leaders could not resist Jiang Yan's repeated applications and finally agreed to let him try. After 5 years, Li Yayao still clearly remembers the scene when Jiang Yan finished his performance. The whole audience was silent. Everyone's face was full of disbelief, like a knife carved and axe chiseled. Words such as the sound of the beams of dust, the sound of a swimming fish, the sound of the afterglow, etc. With Li Yayao's vocabulary, it was far from enough to describe the beautiful sound of Jiang Yan's piano music. Even the pianist was impressed and ashamed of himself. And that was only the first time Jiang Yan played. Jiang Yan has always been a warm-hearted person, for Li Yayao's needs are happy to help. Besides, he promised earlier, more will not renege on his word. The two agreed to wait for the end of the military training to start rehearsals, and then discuss some of the details of the performance until late at night. Jiang Yan only went back. The next day weekend, Jiang Yan consciously get up early in the morning, dialed Lu Xiyan's phone. Yesterday he let LV Xian's pigeon, did not shop and did not buy clothes. Today naturally have to make up for it, once again led her to the mall. People say, women are weak, shopping is just. Jiang Yan is convinced that this statement, women shopping is really not a person, Bai Ling so Yang Shan so, LV Xian this cold nature of the woman actually also so. Throughout the morning her pair of long and slender legs seemed to be loaded with motors, either trying on clothes or picking out clothes, or on the way to pick out the next piece of clothing. Later Jiang Yan are tired, she is still like tireless like. Jiang Yan simply do not accompany, into the store to find a place to sit down and rest, let her pick their own try-on, and he mechanically the most is a mode of affection for the payment machine. For women, the bag to cure all diseases, shopping can stop hunger. LVCN not only do not feel tired, but also forget the hunger, has been shopping to more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, only in Jiang Yan's demanding, agreed to go to lunch first, after eating and then continue to shop, is bound to shop every women's clothing store. The sound of her high heels, in the tired and hungry Jiang Yan heard, simply is not a beautiful mistake, the error is wrong and should not agree to accompany her shopping. Coming to the upstairs dining area, Jiang Yan and Lu Jian walked aimlessly past the doors of one dining place after another. Jiang Yan asked, "What do you want to eat?" Whatever. Jiang Yan rolled his eyes. "Come on," asking in vain again. "Hot pot too spicy, change it. Japanese food no flavor, don't want to eat yakiniku, it's too dry. It burns." "Then what do you want to eat?" "Anything you pick." Jiang Yan looked at her with a question mark on his face, his eyes roaming around to see if there were any noodle shops. With this kind of pickiness, it only deserved noodles, and the most vegetarian kind at that. After looking around he didn't find a noodle shop, but found two familiar figures. Yishu Jiang and Xiao Wan stood in front of a Cantonese restaurant, wearing waiters' uniforms, holding a bunch of menus in their hands, handing out a sheet to anyone who passes by, but it's already past the meal time and there aren't many people, so they aren't too busy. Jiang Yan asked, "Let's have a Cantonese meal." LVCN tilted her head and thought about it. She didn't object. "You decide." Jiang Yan led LVCN to the entrance of the restaurant. Yishu Jiang and Xiao Wan saw him, and popped up with surprise expressions, scrambling to greet him. "Good teacher." Jiang Yan smiled and responded, "Doing a part-time job." Xiao Wan blushed and smiled. Yixu Jiang nodded frankly, saying, "Saturday and Sunday are off, while there is nothing to do, the two of us out to find a part-time job." Jiang Yan nodded. "It's quite good to find a part-time job without delaying your studies." He then asked, "How's the flavor of this restaurant you guys work part-time at?" "We think it's not bad." Yishu Jiang hurriedly handed Jiang Yan and LVCN one of the menus in his hand respectively. "Teacher hasn't eaten yet, right? You can try it if you're interested." Jiang Yan casually looked at the menus. The menus were all regular Cantonese meals, nothing new but looked quite exquisite. Said, "Just listen to you. Try it." "Teacher, please come in." Yishu Jiang couldn't help himself, he made a pleased gesture to Jiang Yan. And when he looked at Lu Xiyan he hesitated between sister-in-law, and said, "Sister, please come in." Xiao Wan quickly walked to the front, led Jiang Yan and Lu Xiyan to the table with the best location, wiped the already clean tabletop again, and set the tableware for them. Zhu Jiang brought a teapot, and rinsed Jiang Yan and Lu Xiyan's tableware with hot water, grinning. "Teacher, what do you want to eat? Just tell me directly, I'll treat you to this meal today." As soon as the words fell, Xiao Wan impatiently said, "Zhu Jiang, don't argue with me. Today must be my treat." "Teacher." "Xiao Wan, you go back a little. Next time there is a chance and then you please no. You wait for the next time." My treat, my treat." The two students don't give in to each other. Jiang Yan frowns slightly and slashes his face. "I came here to eat, to take advantage of you two." Xu Jiang and Xiao Wan's expressions flustered at the same time, hurriedly explaining, "Teacher, we don't mean that. Teacher, we just want to express our feelings." "Yes, teacher. Just expressing respect. Nothing else." Jiang Yan snorted coldly. "You guys are busy with yourselves, don't mind me. No one can pay for me." Xiao Wan and Xu Jiang looked at each other and said helplessly, "Got it, teacher." There were not many guests in the store. The back kitchen was rich in manpower. After placing the order, the meal was served very quickly. In order to rest and relax more, Jiang Yan deliberately ate very slowly. Luckily Lu Xian was not fast in eating, the two of them were not slow, and the meal lasted for almost more than an hour. Between meals, Jiang Yan let his body get full rest, but to the two students busy enough, a moment to help add water, a moment to clean up the dinner plate, service than 5-star hotels are to be in place. After eating, Lu Jian and Yishu Jiang's lead to go to the restroom, sitting idly with nothing to do. "Jiang Yan, look at the store's guests have finished." Xiao Wan did not have any work to do, he waved at him. "Teacher, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Sit down and chat." Xiao Wan honestly sat next to him. Jiang Yan asked, "How long have you been doing part-time work?" "Only started yesterday," came with Xu Jiang. "How much money can you earn in a day?" 60 at noon, 80 at night, 180 if the whole day." Jiang Yan calculated, according to the 8 rest days a week, you can earn nearly $1,500, for ordinary college students, is not a small amount. He knows that Xiao Wan's family is average. Do part-time to subsidize the cost of living is completely within reason, on his practice and not too many comments, said part-time can, but absolutely cannot delay the study. Students, after all, still want to put the study in the first place. Xiao Wan nodded his head and said seriously, "Don't worry, teacher. My parents worked hard to cultivate me to go to university, not to let me come to do part-time jobs. I won't be unable to distinguish between priorities." For Xiao Wan, Jiang Yan still thinks highly of this student and believes that he can grasp the relationship between his studies and part-time jobs. However, Jiang Yan felt that there was a need to remind him of one aspect. How is it with that girl? Xiao Wan's expression suddenly dimmed. She has a boyfriend. Oh, that's fine. Jiang Yan had nothing to worry about. Jiang Yan on Xiao Wan has not yet begun to end of the love life, more or less some curiosity. Strange asked, when she has a boyfriend, is it before or after you two know? Xiao Wan deflated and said, right after I gave her the autographed photo you gave her. I explained to her the meaning of that poem, and she called and confessed to her high school classmates on the spot talking about the sadness. Xiao Wan almost cried out. She also thanked me and asked me to convey her thanks to you as well, for giving her courage. Jiang Yan patted Xiao Wan's shoulder as a sign of comfort. For the student's sad experience, reason told Jiang Yan that he should feel sorry, but for some reason, he couldn't help but laugh. The sadness and joy of human beings were not connected. Jiang Yan did not feel noisy, but only felt funny. Jiang Yan struggled to hold back his laughter. Consoled students still have to focus on academics. Love is just the spice and embellishment of life, with naturally, is the icing on the cake. Without, back to basics of life is more flavorful. These words are his words. Did not look deeply into whether there is no reason, but also know that will not be too big for Xiao Wan to have a diversionary effect. And then said you did not catch up is not necessarily a bad thing. Like now, if you have a girlfriend, which still have time to come out to do part-time work, she must be pestering you to let you stay with her, if not for the fact that it is outside. Xiao Wan really wants to cry. His eyes are holding the tears to prevent them from coming down. Teacher, if I can accompany her, I would rather not do part-time jobs. Jiang Yan handed him a tissue and said, as the saying goes, without a woman in your heart, you can do things like God. I've been single for more than 20 years, it's not fine. How old are you? What's the hurry? I understand. Teacher Xiao Wan wiped his eyes, silently nodded on the surface, but in his heart a thick bitterness flooded out. Himself and his teacher are clearly two different things. Teacher Jiang has no woman in his heart, but women have him in their hearts. Look at the female fans on the internet, and the girls in the school are all crazy about him, and his own hard work only to harvest a goddess of thank you can be the same? Besides, Mr. Jiang has no woman in his heart, but there is no lack of awe around him. At this moment, Yushu Jiang led Lu Xian back to the restaurant. Xiao Wan scrambled to get up. His eyes inadvertently glanced at Lu Xian's face, which was more flawless than Feng Qi's, and his eyes reddened again. Yixu Jiang noticed Xiao Wan's abnormality. Concerned asked Xiao Wan, what's wrong? Thinking about Feng Qiui again. I'm fine. Xiao Wan responded with an unusually accented sentence. Yishu Jiang looked at Jiang Yan, wanting to say something, and then looked at Xiao Wan, finally couldn't hold back and said, teacher, you enlighten Xiao Wan. He didn't catch up with the girl he was chasing, he kind of can't walk out. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Wan pulled Zhu Jiang and busily said, Jiang, I'm really fine, I don't need teacher Jiang to enlighten me. Really? Jiang Yan said, I already know about Xiao Wan, I just told him all the reasoning. What? He will come out. He signaled Zhu Jiang and Xiao Wan to sit down and said, you two are both liaison officers, you have a more comprehensive grasp of the situation in your classes. Tell me about the 3 classes I teach, who are in love, or have the beginnings of it. Yushu Jiang mused. The only ones who can obviously tell, should only be Tuo Fei and Wang Min Yu. There is no one in our class. I basically don't know the other 2 classes yet, so I don't know much about them. Xiao Wan looked at Zhu Jiang with a strange expression and said, according to the teacher's statement that there are hints of this, do you and that schoolmate of yours count? Zhu Jiang immediately yelled and retorted, don't be ridiculous, I'm only in an ordinary classmate relationship with schoolmate Yuan Dai. Jiang Yan revealed a playful smile and said, Yishu Jiang. Xiao Wan casually said, what are you anxious for? Are you weak-minded? Tell me what's going on. Yushu Jiang hung his head in embarrassment. Teacher, I have a particularly good relationship with a schoolmate, called Yuan Dai. From the art college, we both met by working a summer job. She took care of me, and I also think she's very good. And then Zhu Jiang swallowed and continued, actually, I also know that Yuan Dai's senior sister might like me a little bit, and I also like her a little bit. But Ishu Jiang was about to say something, and Jiang Yan impatiently urged, but what? He continued, I had a crush on a girl in my class in high school. I once confessed my love to her after the college entrance exams ended, and was rejected by her, but as a result, 2 days ago, she took the initiative to contact me instead, so you hesitated, and don't know what to choose. Jiang Yan did not expect that Ishu Jiang's appearance is mediocre, can't see any special features, but actually quite have a girl's edge. Yishu Jiang HMA sound, do not dare to Jiang Yan against the 80th C, lowered his head. Lu Jian snorted coldly, you have 2 feet in 2 boats. Zhu Jiang instantly turned red, facing the female companion brought by Jiang Yan, and did not dare to argue, only stifled his head and did not say anything. He hasn't stepped on it yet, Jiang Yan retorted for his student, and asked Zhu Jiang. Then what are you going to do? Zhu Jiang shook his head. I don't know, I'm getting tangled up. Recently senior sister Yuan Dai has been looking for me. I don't dare to see her. His behavior, even if it is not enough to have 2 feet in 2 boats, at least it is considered to be double-minded in his relationship. Jiang Yan, as a teacher, felt that he has the obligation to prevent his student from becoming a generation of scum, and asked, do you want to hear my advice? Xu Jiang raised his head with an expectant face. I want to as a teacher, but I hope that you have less of this kind of flowery thoughts and think more about how to improve yourself and enhance your competitiveness after entering society. Under Xu Jiang's disappointed gaze, Jiang Yan continued, but as a senior and a friend, I also wish you to fill the emotional gap. Xu Jiang was delighted and asked, teacher, what should I do? Is the girl you have a crush on also from our school? No, her college entrance exam scores are average, and she went to an ordinary college outside the city. Jiang Yan said, I think that choosing a lover should be considered from 3 aspects. First, there should be a subjective impulse, that is, there should be a kind of willingness to fight for her and leave everything behind, but since you will hesitate between the 2 of them, it means that you don't have this kind of subjective impulse for both of them, and this item can be ignored. Second, to have a communication basis, the beginning of a relationship is always a wonderful minute, but eventually there will be differences, contradictions and even quarrels. And the only way to solve these is to face-to-face communication, and long-distance relationship is not possible to go to her at any time to communicate to solve the problem. Third, to have to pay back. Love is not just asking for, not just pay. When the pay does not get back, pay people will one day be tired. This love is not destined to last. Ask, or refused you, can have more like you? And can give you how much to give back? Xu Jiang revealed an expression of dawning realization, sweeping away his previous bewilderment and confusion, and said with heartfelt delight, thank you, teacher, I understand. After settling the bill, Jiang Yan said goodbye to the 2 students, and then started the shopping spree with LV Xian. After having a fun experience in the morning, LV Xian was much more restrained in her shopping, leading Jiang Yan to stroll slowly without any haste, occasionally entering a store whose style she didn't like too much, and even exiting directly without even looking at it. I didn't realize you know so much about love. You can be a love tutor. LV Xian and Jiang Yan chatted casually. Counselors manage the students' eating, drinking, sleeping. Every move of the students have to be responsible for, do not know more how to cope with it. Especially in this area of love, are young boys and girls. This kind of thing is just ignorant and longing for the time. Do not guide good, will certainly be a problem. Naturally have to understand more. Jiang Yan laughed to himself. I am purely solid in theoretical knowledge, and lack of practical experience in this area. Lu Jian asked. Do you think we fit your theory? Not really. Jiang Yan averted his eyes, purposely not looking at Lu Jian, said, subjective impulse, obviously not. Communication basis, we are both foreigners in Tianhai, may return to our hometown at any time, then the sky is different, there is no basis for communication. As for payback, each other did not pay, let alone give back. LV Xian eyes gentle. Always cold expression is also much more gentle, said I do not agree with your statement. I took the initiative to look for you yesterday to go shopping, you in turn took the initiative to look for me today. Isn't this a subjective impulse? The basis of communication is even more sufficient. We are both in Tianhai, basically 3 to 5 years will not leave, even if the more distant future to leave can also go together. Pay back well, only is not yet to pay the time, so do not experience it. Jiang Yan laughed dryly, not daring to pick up the conversation. He had a feeling that Lu Jian really had thoughts about him. Initially, Lu Xian's relationship with him was entirely due to Zheng Xilu's intention to set her up, and she felt that she had reached the age of love, and she happened to not dislike him, so she was just cooperating with Zheng Xilu and being obedient to life. For this reason, but although Jiang Yan was reluctant, he was able to accept LV Xian's intentional proximity, because he knew that LV Xian's proximity to him didn't mean that the two of them would fall in love, and that LV Xian wasn't in love with him. However, after these 2 days of living together, Jiang Yan gradually noticed that something is not right, especially yesterday she saw Bai Ling after the performance, speech and behavior, and before very abnormal, Jiang Yan always feel a little bit of TT gas. And this TT gas is obviously from the desire of the opposite sex of the heart of the desire of the possessive. Although the mouth always take the single dog self-deprecating, but inwardly, Jiang Yan does not want to say goodbye to the single life, he likes unrestrained, do not want to be in love with the shackles of responsibility. The thought that LV Xian might like him, once it arose in his mind, instantly gave him the urge to escape from LV Xian. Walking side by side with Lu Jian, Yan did not move to the side, slightly widening the distance with her. Weekends are always short. Once they wake up, it's another Monday morning, and the cycle of the week starts all over again. For the new students, a new week of suffering to start again. But there is good news. This is the last week. Through these days will be easy, can enjoy the colorful college life. Zhu Bingxi woke up earlier than usual on military training days, not that she had enough energy to sleep, but yesterday afternoon someone asked her to meet in the cafeteria this morning, wanting to consult her on some issues. As soon as she entered the cafeteria, she saw Gui Yangyi sitting near the door and waving at her. She waved back with a polite smile, and after buying breakfast, she carried her tray to where Gui Yangyi was sitting. Inwardly, Zhu Bingxi didn't have a good impression of Gui Yangyi. He lied about his leave and tried to skip military training. He also beat up his classmates. For this kind of problematic students, Zhu Bingxi couldn't avoid them. But yesterday afternoon Gui Yanyi sent her microblogging, begging to see a side, repeatedly emphasized that there is a business consulting. Zhu Bingxi soft, agreed to meet a talk. Gui Yanyi bought yogurt for Zhu Bingxi, and when she sat down, she hurriedly put it in front of her dinner plate and said, "I brought a bottle of milk from home to give you." "No, thanks." Zhu Bingxi smiled faintly and put the yogurt back in Gui Yangyi's hand. "What do you want to ask? Just say it." Gui Yangyi smiled awkwardly and said, "I've heard you say before that Mr. Jiang is especially loving and cares about public welfare. I want to learn about this from you." Zhu Bingxi did not know Gui Yangyi's intention. Also thought that he found the secret agreement between himself and Jiang Yan and ulterior motives, immediately faced serious cold. "I did not say. You remembered the wrong." Gui Yangyi was stunned. "No, last time I did hear you and your roommate speak Mr. Jiang is particularly good, not only good to the students, but also care about the public welfare, physical dedication to the public welfare. I could not possibly mishear. Is there anything else?" Zhu Bingxi stood up and made a move to leave. Gui Yanyi panicked and dragged her back. Although he didn't know why Zhu Bingxi reacted so greatly, but Gui Yanyi felt that the greater Zhu Bingxi's reaction, the more it showed that she understood the situation, and hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand me, I don't have any other meanings. I also want to follow Mr. Jiang to devote myself to the public welfare, and purposely learn about the situation with you." Zhu Bingxi said, "You should ask Mr. Jiang about this kind of thing. What's the point of asking me?" Gui Yanyi guessed that she might say similar things, and had already prepared the wording saying Mr. Jiang has always advocated that students do their jobs well. It's okay if we want to do good and selfless, but to spend a lot of energy to do the public good, he definitely won't support it. But after all, we are limited in our energy and ability, so I just want to be able to learn more about Mr. Jiang's public service, and plan ahead how to convince him to let me join in. Zhu Bingxi looked straight into Gui Yangyi's clear eyes and asked, "Really?" There was not a single fluctuation in Gui Yangyi's gaze, and he firmly said, "If there is a lie, die off the account book." Zhu Bingxi hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Jiang does have a public welfare project. I am also involved in it. There are only 2 of us at the moment, due to the huge difficulties we are facing. It's just in the pre-preparation right now, and hasn't formally started yet." Gui Yanyi eagerly asked, "What difficulties? Tell me. Maybe I can help solve them." Zhu Bingxi said, "Teacher Jiang has already thought of a solution. It's just a matter of time. Gui Yangye was a little disappointed and said, "Then you also tell me about it. More people, more power. Solve it as soon as possible. Won't you be able to help the people who need to be helped as soon as possible? Of course, it's a financial problem. Public welfare needs a lot of money." Gui Yangye was delighted at his words. What? The biggest help he could provide happened to be funds. Jiang Yan spent the morning at the games training ground. He had told the Taijiquan athletes last time that he would go back to instruct them on the weekend, but he didn't spare any time for 2 days on the weekend, so the instruction fell through, and in order to fulfill his promise, he rushed to come early in the morning to train them in person. After the last demonstration, the Taijiquan team members practiced according to the recorded video and made a lot of progress, more standardized than the previous movements, and the degree of neatness was also improved by a large margin. The track and field team's results are also very encouraging. Huang Kai was small AI strengthened body. After a few days of intensive training, Huang Kai gradually maximized the potential of the body to play. 100 meters of performance has improved again. Qiu Yulai has also returned to the team training. Jiang Yan deliberately read through his review, very sincere and very profound, can be said to be their own problems or in-depth review and analysis of the once. Jiang Yan on his attitude to recognize the wrong to express affirmation. In order to prevent him to engage in the surface of a set of action set, Jiang Yan privately to a few members of the team asked Qiu Yulai a few days of performance. The answer is amazingly consistent. He did have a drastic change, not only training earlier than others, and also a lot of affinity in the world, often take the initiative to help others, just like a good big brother posture, completely like a different person. Qiu Yulai's previous experience, the athletes' team's morale is more positive. Before the individual relatively lazy team members, see Qiu Yulai's distinctive typical, but also tense up, training more vigorously, the formation of a strong atmosphere of you compete with me to catch up. The changes in themselves and their teammates and even the whole team collectively, each athlete can clearly feel, and they know that this change is entirely contributed by Jiang Yan. During the time Jiang Yan stayed in the training ground, from time to time, some people expressed their thanks to Jiang Yan. For their thanks, Jiang Yan does not care, only as part of the work, but for their welcome progress, more or less some pride, students in his education and guidance to become successful growth, so that he has a kind of indescribable sense of achievement. Lunch. Jiang Yan received a phone call from Gui Yanyai, want to talk to the teacher. Gui Yanyi took the initiative to find, completely in Jiang Yan's expectations, he did not hesitate to agree, let Gui Yanyi after lunch to the office to find him. When Jiang Yan came to the office, Gui Yanyi was already waiting at the door. As soon as he saw Jiang Yan, Gui Yanyi said with embarrassment, "Teacher, I'm sorry for disturbing you when you should have a lunch break again. Hard work is a teacher's duty, but teachers are also living people, and need normal rest after work." He had earlier emphasized to the students that they should try to find him during office hours to solve problems, and try not to find him during off-duty hours without any emergencies. However, the students are currently in the military training period. Jiang Yan normal work time, students are in military training, there are things cannot go, only in the end of the military training in the lunchtime to come over. Special period of special action, Jiang Yan also acquiesced to the noon also as a working time. To this day, he has been accustomed to the life without a lunch break. It's okay, I'm used to it. Jiang Yan pushed open the door of the room and asked, "What's the matter?" Gui Yanyi hesitated for a long time. And when Jiang Yan felt impatient and was ready to send him away, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Teacher, I heard that you care about public welfare, and I want to do a public welfare project with you." Jiang Yan questioned, "Where did you hear about me doing public welfare?" "I overheard Xu Bingxi say it." Gui Yanyi gave an honest account. But even if he didn't say it, Jiang Yan guessed that it was Xu Bingxi who leaked it, and she was the only one who knew about it. Jiang Yan asked, "What can you do money?" Gui Yanyi took a glance at Jiang Yan's face, and said decisively, "My family can provide a sum of money to set up a charitable public welfare fund. This public welfare program will be named by you, and the fund will be allocated and managed by you." Jiang Yan couldn't help but let out a snort and said, "Tell me about your father's idea, child. He's so shrewd individual, he won't be able to generate electricity for love. He definitely has his own little plan. Nothing can be hidden from you." Teacher Gui Yanyi reveals a hint of embarrassment, saying, "My father has no extra thoughts but simply wants to apologize to you, hoping that you can forgive him for what he did the day before yesterday. This fund is his sincerity, How much is needed is up to you to decide. Just this. Jiang Yan gazed at him, as if he wanted to see through Gui Yanyi's soul. Being stared at by Jiang Yan, Gui Yangyi felt that he had no secrets to speak of, and all his thoughts were grasped. He snapped, I also hope that teacher can greet Mr. Bai and ask her not to cut off the business dealings between Life Pilot Group and Hai Hiwi Group. Jiang Yan said lightly. You're looking for the wrong person. I'm just a counselor. Greeting you is still okay. Greeting the people of Life Pilot people won't take care of me, Gui Yanyi said with a pleading face. Teacher, Mr. Bai is so angry. It's clearly for your sake, as long as you give the word, Mr. Bai will surely let Hai Hui Group off the hook. Jiang Yan shook his head and asked, do you know that I don't accept treats and gifts? How could Gi Yani not know Jiang Yan's rigidity in this aspect? And it was his refusal to accept invitations and gifts, and his unwillingness to violate the rules that led to the development of things into the current situation. But Gui Yangyi didn't know what Jiang Yan's intention was when he said this, and nodded his head blankly. Jiang Yan said, if I promise you to use your money to establish a public welfare fund for nothing, to earn a good reputation for myself, am I not accepting the reputation you send? What's the difference between that and receiving gifts? After saying that, he waved his hand. Go out. Gui Yangyi was unwilling. Teacher Jiang Yan's face flushed and interrupted him. Get out. Gui Yangyi's expression dimmed, unwillingly saying, goodbye, teacher. After Gui Yanyi left, Jiang Yan lay down on the sofa and prepared to squint for a while. Just closed his eyes. His cell phone rang, or Gui Yanyi called. Jiang Yan frowned and picked up the phone. Hello, what else? Hello, Mr. Jiang Gui Mingzhou's voice came out from the phone, his voice slightly trembling with a hint of flattery. Jiang Yan asked, what is it, Mr. Gui Mingzhou said carefully. Mr. Jiang, I want to meet you. Is it possible? Frequent communication and contact with parents is also an important measure for us to educate and manage our students well. If you are willing to come, I have no reason to refuse. Gui Mingzhou's voice was joyful. Then wait for a moment, I'm at the entrance of the school, I'll go over to you now. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Yan sat up from the sofa. From this phone call from Gui Mingzhou, he speculated quite a lot. Firstly, Gui Mingzhou was a smart man. He had long guessed that his son would be rejected, and had prepared a backstroke by arriving at the school early himself, ready to discuss in person. Secondly, it is also enough to prove that the business dealings with the Life Pilot Group were cut off, and it was a fatal blow to the Hai Hui Group. Otherwise, with the character that Gui Mingzhou showed the day before yesterday, it is impossible for him to come and soften himself until he is in a desperate situation of life and death. Gui Mingzhou half-assed sitting on the sofa, end to end. Do not dare to sit too deep. As if for the first time to see the mother-in-law son-in-law of the door. Only, the mother-in-law wants to ask for more dowry with the son-in-law, but Gui Mingzhou is trying to send a gift cannot send out. Jiang Yan poured a cup of tea and served it in front of Gui Mingzhou, who took the cup with both hands, rose slightly and said thank you. Mr. Jiang, it's been so long since school started, I should have made a trip to school earlier. Last time when Yanni invited me for you, I told him that if you want to see me, you can come to school and I can still treat you to a meal in the cafeteria. Gui Mingzhou twisted his head and glared at Gui Yanyi, reprimanding, why didn't you relay the fact that teacher Jiang had invited me, causing me to have no choice but to invite the teacher to the hotel last time, and causing an unpleasant scene. Gui Yanyi looked aggrieved, deflated his mouth, and didn't dare to speak under Gui Mingzhou's stern gaze. Jiang Yan coldly watched Gui Mingzhou disciplining his son and said, it has nothing to do with Yanni, it's mainly because my heart wasn't sincere enough. How could it be, Mr. Jiang? Gui Mingzhou changed to a smiling face and said tentatively, Jiang Yan, I just heard from Yanyi that you don't seem to be too willing for me to establish a public welfare fund. That's not true. You want to establish a public welfare fund. How can I care? Jiang Yan sat on his chair, casually packing up the information on his desk, not even looking at Gui Mingzhou. Gui Mingzhou smiled sarcastically. When he wants to, Jiang Yan slowly twisted his head and said carelessly, Mr. Gui, are you ready to go around in circles with me, just like this? No, Gui Mingzhou shook his head repeatedly, no longer able to care about his image and face. He begged, Mr. Jiang, please let me go. You don't know, our group relies on Life Pilot's business. If we really cut off our business dealings, we will definitely have to go bankrupt. No matter what, Yan Yi is your student, with your care and love for your students, you definitely don't want to see your student's family go bankrupt. Jiang Yan did not say anything. Gui Mingzhou paused and continued, moreover, the group has thousands of employees by then, not only my personal gains and losses, all the employees in the group will have to lose their jobs, please have pity on them, they have old people and young people, losing their jobs is a fatal blow to the family, I have to say. Gui Mingzhou words are very infectious, especially he to staff employee unemployment as a breakthrough point, so that Jiang Yan feelings involuntarily shaken. Gui Mingzhou took a look at Jiang Yan's face, clenched his teeth, took out a dagger from his waist, and slowly said under Gui Yang's shocked gaze, Teacher Jiang, the day before yesterday, it was me who offended you with my eyes, even though there is a mistake, let me bear it myself, as long as you are willing to let Life Pilot continue to cooperate with us. I will do whatever you want, absolutely no second thoughts, Dad, Gui Yang shouted with heartfelt anxiety. None of your business, Gui Mingzhou chided, placed the dagger in front of Jiang Yan, and closed his eyes in resignation. Jiang Yan's eyes glanced at the chilling dagger and said, how much are you prepared to contribute? Gui Mingzhou was overjoyed at the words and immediately opened his eyes, full of hope, and said, you set, how much you say your money, you decide. Gui Mingzhou pondered for a moment, put up a finger and asked tentatively, 100 million. Crap. So fierce. Jiang Yan didn't expect Gui Mingzhou to open his mouth for a small goal. He let out a light heave. I'll try. Gui Mingzhou showed his ecstasy as if he had survived. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. After thanking him profusely, he asked, Mr. Jiang, when do you think it's more appropriate for the money to be credited to your account? Hit my account for what Jiang Yan said. You're building the money for the public welfare fund, it's not for me. Okay, Mr. Yang, after I go back, I will contact with the relevant departments, at the latest this weekend, to establish this fund. But the name of this fund project also public welfare support, the scope of the need for you to decide. Jiang Yan was speechless, Mr. Gui. Let me emphasize once again, you establish this public welfare fund, you don't need to get involved with me in any way, just treat him as your own love offering, all the operation is decided by you. He thought for a moment, and emphasized, especially the name of the public welfare. Absolutely don't use any words that might be associated with me. I don't accept invitations in terms of material things, and I won't accept them in terms of fame either. This program was established by you, the money was paid by you. The praise of the people and the good public opinion of the society is naturally enjoyed by you. It has nothing to do with me. Gui Mingzhou's expression stagnated, and he smiled curtly. Mr. Jiang, then what are you trying to achieve by doing this kind of thing? To have peace of mind. Peace of mind. Gui Mingzhou was puzzled. The same as a person, I am a man, some people are not covered with clothes and food. In the heart of uneasiness I learn and teach, some people are trapped in the family situation, early drop out of school to work. In the heart of uneasiness I have a doctor. Some people cannot afford to treat the disease, can only sit and watch their loved ones pass away. In the heart of uneasiness I have a decent and dignified. Some people are self-flagellation of the body to support the family. But in the heart of uneasiness, Jiang Yan looked out of the window. Tian Qinglin's figure appeared in his mind, and said in an astringent voice, born as a human being, no one is nobler than anyone else, and some people, they try their best just to live. Listening to Jiang Yan's words, Gui Mingzhou's mind was greatly impacted, although he couldn't fully understand the connotation, but he could clearly feel that the young man in front of him was not at the same level of thinking with him, who was full of copper odor. He sincerely lamented, Mr. Jiang, your realm is really high. Jiang Yan smiled to himself. Even if the realm is high, it can't be compared to the actual payment of your real money. Gui Mingzhou rarely blushed a bit and said awkwardly, Teacher Jiang, you are modest. My heart is impure. I donate money completely for you. Jiang Yan calmly said, sage on signs regardless of the heart, no matter what you are for, as long as you really give, that's true dedication. It's so much better than those mouth-strong kings who only play smart. Those who are in difficulty, what they need is not verbal comfort or empathy of the heart. These vain things can be given by anyone. What they need is the material support of real money, and put into action to improve their difficulties. Gui Mingzhou nodded and said, Mr. Jiang, don't worry, I will definitely fulfill my promise as soon as possible, so that this public welfare investment will be effective as soon as possible. Well, I'll call Bai Ling later and discuss your matter with her. Gui Mingzhou was overjoyed, and thanked him repeatedly. Jiang Yan asked carelessly, How is your relationship with Zhu Tianhua? Gui Mingzhou remembered Xu Tianhua the day before. The appearance of absolute determination cannot help but bring out a trace of resentment. Shopping malls such as the battlefield, businessmen where there is real friendship, are just interests. What relationship is good or not depends on whether there is value. Upon hearing this, Yang Yan revealed a faint smile that was hard to detect.